Chapter 6381 Split spoils. After Vase concluded his talk with xianxia, he thought that the ace pilot was being too indecisive. What was wrong with accepting the title of Phase Bane? This was an awesome moniker that would definitely turn him into one of the foremost rising heroes of the Red War. If Vase was in his cousin's place, he would have embraced without any hesitation. The alternative was not too bad either. Inheriting the title and position of the Arena Lord of Yagwasa from the previous holder sounded like this was part of an epic saga. A title like this not only emphasized Tusa's martial prowess, but also legitimized his ownership of an alien arena planet. It didn't matter that Yagwasa was a completely alien institution from beginning to end. Tusa's ascension to the position of Arena Lord would definitely serve as a point of pride to Red humanity. The native aliens on the other hand would suffer intense humiliation for surrendering such a significant position to their human adversaries. Vase loved it. He would definitely want to parade this title in front of the aliens to provoke them into madness. The more unhinged they became, the better. Alas, Saint Tusa was a very different kind of individual. Although the ace pilot did not outright reject the proposed titles, he did not accept them either, thereby leaving this issue in limbo. It would be great for the Larkinson clan if Saint Tusa started to distinguish himself by embracing one of the titles, but Vase did not dare to voice this argument. Mech pilots took matters like this personally. Only the pilots themselves should make the decision on how they wanted to define their public personas in the future. A title that had attained enough momentum could not be changed so easily. Vase knew this personally as he never managed to get rid of his Devil Tongue moniker. Once Vase reunited with Jovi Armelon, the two discussed the aftermath of the Battle of Mazepin. Jovi brought good news to Vase. Now that we have received hard proof that the cosmopolitans and native aliens have severely violated our boundaries, more reserves are being called to explore the surrounding regions of space and track the greater phase lords that have penetrated far too deeply into human-occupied space. One of the immediate consequences of this is that the remainder of our journey should be much safer. What used to be a speculative possibility has now become a hard fact. Many higher-ups were especially alarmed when we reported that the native aliens are able to generate a weak spacetime bubble without investing as much effort. This is a strategic weapon that they can use to isolate and destroy many of our defensive strongholds. Vase crossed his arms. It would have been great if they took this threat more seriously and sent more forces to begin with. While I am glad that we managed to win this battle, it was quite close, you know. There are not many reserves to begin with, Vase. The Red Association and any other organization must allocate their forces to the places based on necessity. The priority of this incident has only risen a short time ago because of the proof that we have delivered. Besides, bait only works when it is small enough to be enticing. Traveling with a much larger fleet may have prevented this ambush from happening, but would continue to leave our enemies in the dark. That was another source that provided confirmation that the Mechers arranged this entire setup in advance. Vase did not look amused. I am really tired of getting set up like this. I thought that becoming a high-tier galactic citizen was supposed to make you guys work hard to preserve my life. Instead, I ended up having to enter the battlefield and take part in the fighting myself. You Mechers just can't help yourselves. Jovi at least had the honesty to look remorseful. I am on your side, but not everyone holds the same ideas. People far more powerful than us have devised plots that go deeper than you can imagine. You have caught the attention of many different parties. Your decisions and performance are being closely monitored. The better your results, the more you have earned the respect of others. The victory that we have attained on this battlefield today has definitely met or exceeded the expectations that those leaders have placed in you. I can promise you that you will reap the rewards of that over the course of your visit to your install. Although Jovi sounded far too vague about the compensation that Vase deserved, it was better than nothing. Speaking of rewards, what is the loot division? Our clan has definitely earned the right to claim the Arena Lord's phase water production system. I will not accept it if others attempt to steal the treasure that Saint Tusa has risked his life to secure. Many humans and assets contributed to today's victory. The Larkinsons did not do all of the work, so they did not deserve full credit either. The interests of the other parties who participated in the battle could not be ignored, so they each deserved to earn a share of the loot. The raw senior mech designer immediately sought to reassure Vase. Do not worry about that. No one can deny that your ace pilot has earned the greatest amount of credit. You have also made a large amount of contributions. As much as we would like to lay claim to the PPS taken from the Arena Lord ourselves, we have already decided to transfer its ownership to you. On top of that, You are also entitled to receive 1/4 archeshell, 2 relatively intact phase water organs harvested from the Arena Lord and 3 damaged but functional phase water organs harvested from the dead Archi-phase Lords. Vase frowned when he heard that. I thought I would get at least 1 whole archeshell and over 10 phase water organs. Surely we deserve a greater reward. Not necessarily, Vase. We have formed this division of spoils after calculating the fairest possible distribution of spoils. Do not forget that most of the mechs and ships of the Blue Jay fleet belong to our association. We have contributed almost just as much as Saint Tusa if not more. We also deserve a hefty share of the credit. That was correct more or less. Vase could deny this argument. After a bit more talking, it became clear that there was no leeway on this matter. The rewards quoted by Vase were absolute. To change a single term would generate a lot of objections from the other parties that benefited from the current system of loot distribution. Fortunately, Jovi gave Vase an extra benefit. Our salvage teams are working to remove and store the viable phase water organs as fast as possible. We have managed to identify some of them, but others pose a mystery to us. You enjoy the right to make the first selections. No one is allowed to go first and snatch the most desirable phase water organs. This should hopefully make up for the lack of quantity. You cannot take them with you. Another fleet will come and bring the massive spoils back to their intended destinations. Vase looked a lot more mollified after hearing this benefit. Thank you. I suppose I do not necessarily need more organs. Implanting so many alien organs in my body can't be healthy. I am told that there are numerous interesting options available to you that can directly enhance your survival. I do not recommend you implant them directly in your body, but you can transfer the organs to a bioresearch institution and derive a myriad of benefits. What if I don't like most of the available phase water organs? What if the rest are too damaged, too costly to repair or possess? Functions that are useless to my physique. You can always exchange the phase water organs with MTA merits. Jovi suggested. You and your ace pilot have earned a great amount of MTA merits already, but you can obtain more if you surrender many of the spoils and materials to us. You can use those same MTA merits to invest in more tangible benefits. Vase could think of a lot of goodies that he could buy with a large amount of MTA credits, but he valued the phase water organs even more. Unless the Mechers managed to crack the secret to producing human phase lords on a wider scale, the demand for these phase water organs shouldn't be too great. This was a good opportunity to claim a few mature phase water organs himself. Just give me a tour of all of the phase water organs once they are harvested. I will make the decision on the spot, Vase said after releasing a tired breath. We can do that, but as we have said before, we cannot identify the function of every organ. Do not make a decision that you will regret. They soon changed the subject to the remainder of the journey. Vase was eager to depart from this star system and reach his intended destination without any further complications. Please tell me that we will reach Xianxia without bumping into another ambush. Our fleet should arrive at Xianxia after only a slight delay in our comprehensive schedule. Jovi said, once we exit the next star system, we should have already entered into the central star node's strong suppression. Good. Will we enjoy elevated levels of security while the gathering takes place? I do not possess the details on that, but it is not justifiable to keep you ill-prepared to face the next assassination attempts. That sounded pretty good. Relying on the Dark Zephyr alone to sweep aside enemy phase lords was too precarious. Vase chatted a bit more with Jovi, but there was not that much they could exchange while they were still waiting for the harvesting process to complete. The Battle of Mazepin is not only a military victory for us. It can also serve as a propaganda victory. Expect to become more famous than before. We decided it was necessary to remove most footage related to weapons of mass destruction before editing and broadcasting any acceptable recordings. That was very good overall. Saint Tusa's reputation and renown was about to enjoy a massive boost as everyone would be able to see how he managed to prevail where many others would have fallen. Try and keep Tusa's titles out of the edited footage, Vase warned. As much as we appreciate the idea behind calling Tusa the Phase Bane, my cousin is not comfortable with it. He may end up embracing another title. He is still young, so he has the luxury to wait. I disagree, Vase. We do not have enough time. If Saint Tusa can embrace the title of Phase Bane so soon in his career, he should be able to improve his combat effectiveness much faster. We are all racing against time to promote the evolution of the next generation of God pilot candidates. The Mechers were aware of how little time they had until the Red Ocean welcomed its visitor from Messier 87. This left very little time to nurture a new batch of ace pilots and have one or two of them advance to the rank of god pilot fast enough. St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson had definitely put himself on the map of all of those big shots today. By defeating a greater phase lord and experiencing such a large growth boost, St. Tusa proved he possessed the qualifications for greatness. He still had a long journey ahead of himself, but at least he successfully proved his mettle. Take good care of the Dark Zephyr, Jovi advised Vase. Your ace pilot and ace mech have put themselves on the map. The worst thing they can do is to make fools of themselves and lose the respect of their observers. As long as St. Tusa and the Dark Zephyr continued to make accomplishments, the higher-ups will not be stingy with awarding them greater rewards. While Vase appreciated this sentiment, why did Jovi make it sound as if St. Tusa and his battle partner were working for the Red Association instead of the Larkinson clan? Chapter 6382 Norigo Organ. After a bit more ambiguous chatting, Vase and Jovi quickly moved on to a much more pleasant topic of discussion. Loot distribution. Due to safety reasons, the Tarask along with a few core warships and carriers of the Blue Jay fleet had transitioned into FTL travel in advance. The native aliens had yet to prove their ability to intercept starships traveling through the higher dimensions, so this would place Vase out of their reach and deny the surviving greater phase lords an easy opportunity to take away his life. The mechs and ships that remained in the Mazepin system policed the battlefield and secured the debris fields that were constantly drifting apart from each other. Harvesting and salvaging work had already begun. Although few people in the forces that remained possessed expertise in the harvesting of phase water organs, they were able to call upon remote assistance from preeminent biotech researchers specialized in the study of phase leaders. Work proceeded at a brisk pace. The harvesting teams may be making slow progress in separating the gigantic phase water organs and placing them into hastily produced preservation tanks, but the biotech scientists among them had already done a good job of identifying their properties. Jovi soon presented Vase with a list of phase water organs. As stated before, the contributions of you and St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson entitles you to receive a quarter archeshell, an intact PPS, 2 greater phase water organs originating from the Arena Lord of Yaguasa and 3 lesser phase water organs originating from the 3 dead Archie lesser phase lords. You have the right of first selection, so we have collected as much information about the organs for your perusal. Vase frowned. You guys sound like you are in a hurry. Do I have to pick now, or can I wait until the biotech researchers have learned more about the properties of the phase water organs that aren't included in your databases? Perhaps you may be patient enough to wait, but the other parties are less able to hold themselves back. It is not every day that they can take possession of the phase water organs of a greater phase lord as well as the very rare lesser phase lord of the Archie race. There are many biotech institutions that are exerting political and monetary pressure onto us to reserve certain phase water organs for themselves. We have decided it is best to get this over with before the demands and enticements become too outrageous. Pleasing one party meant disappointing half a dozen other parties. The greater the stakes, the greater the latter took it personally. This was why the Mechers wanted to get rid of this burden as soon as possible. Since Vase had first pick, he was essentially the person responsible for holding up the allocation process. Jovi eagerly wanted him to hurry up and complete his selection. Vase took a good look at the projected list. He raised his finger and tapped on one of the entries. This opened up another projected screen that detailed all of the data and information that the Mechers managed to gather. If Vase wanted to make an optimal selection, then he first had to formulate a development strategy for his body cultivation. He then needed to take stock of what he already had in his possession and what he still needed to obtain. That should help him guide his selection process. He already decided a long time ago that he would not put much time and effort into his development as a phase lord. Other humans and aliens may be willing to sacrifice everything just to get a chance to break their mortal shackles, transform into a monster that could fight against mechs with their true bodies and extend their lifespans by centuries if not millennia, but Vase never fully appreciated what he got for free. Vase still felt a bit peeved that the heavenly authority of the Red Ocean sought to put him in debt by shoving all of this phase lord stuff onto his physique. Still, now that he had it, Vase could not allow himself to waste this boon. The Red Ocean had already become an unfriendly place for human civilization. Every human was scrambling to obtain more resources so that they could put up a better fight against the native aliens. It would be an insult to his fellow humans if he wasted his own cultivation. He could potentially do a lot of good with his strength as a phase lord, even if it amounted to providing research data and reducing the burden of protecting him from his growing list of enemies. This consideration helped him decide his overall direction of phase lord cultivation. Pursuing maximum combat effectiveness was off the table. He did not intend to participate in frequent combat, and if his enemies forced him into a battle, then winning was not as important as survival. He should therefore prioritize stability, defense and escape over other criteria. Vase recalled that his clan already secured 2 lesser phase water organs during the Battle of Torment. They originated from the eminence of Torment, an Orvan lesser phase lord that fought a lot harder than expected. The lesser Divnur organ essentially functioned as an organic warp drive. The lesser Pelmir organ worked as a fairly basic but reliable reactionless drive. While neither organs were particularly strong or special, they satisfied the demand for an effective means of intra-system and interstellar travel. To put it simply, Vase no longer had to rely on starships to ferry him around in space once he integrated these organs. Of course, he would never do that during ordinary times. It was much faster and easier to travel around on starships, especially ones equipped with superdrives. As far as he knew, the native aliens had yet to develop a phase water organ that combined the functions of a warp drive and an FTL drive. The use of a Divnur organ and Pelmir organ should therefore solely be reserved for emergencies. In any case, since Vase already had access to basic mobility options, his choices today should either be focused on expanding his defensive options or augmenting his escape options. He took a look at the phase water organs found inside the enormous carcass of the Arena Lord of Yagwasa. Although the Dark Zephyr had inflicted catastrophic damage inside, his Tier 3 destroyer spear was only able to completely wreck a limited number of organs. Others sustained severe damage, but possessed enough intact bits left that they could still be salvaged after receiving emergency treatment. Then there were the organs that the Dark Zephyr had not been able to reach at all. These ones were in pristine state and held the greatest amount of value. One of them immediately caught his attention. This Norigo organ actually possesses an amazing capability. Vase noted, matter ingestion is a rather brief description, but its implications are enormous. Our biotech researchers speculate that the Norigo organ is designed to facilitate rapid physical recovery. Jovi spoke, sparing information that had not yet been verified. Seeing how old and well-developed it is compared to the other greater phase water organs, the Arena Lord clearly prioritized its acquisition as early as possible. We suspect he worked hard to obtain it because it can allow him to ingest large amounts of nutrients to rapidly speed up his healing process. Tush an alien gladiator, he is expected to fight on a regular basis against other formidable opponents. He cannot afford to spend years on recovering his massive injuries. That would create openings for other challengers to take advantage of his vulnerability and pick up a bargain. That made a lot of sense. As Vase studied the scans of the Norigo organ, he understood none of the alien biological structures, but found that it looked incredibly complex and multifaceted. This was a sign that it was highly developed and very difficult to attain through normal channels. So what sort of stuff does the Arena Lord have to eat in order to enable his Norigo organ to speed up his recovery process? Vase asked. Almost anything, Jovi answered. The Norigo organ somehow enhances the digestion system of the phase lord to allow him to safely ingest any material that does not immediately inflict severe damage to his physique. You will not be able to swallow anything lethal to you such as antimatter or superhot plasma, but as long as you can hold it in your hands, you can devour it. The Norigo organ and your augmented digestion system will take care of the rest. If you can make use of the nutrients in any way, your true body will automatically absorb them and put them in the right places. If your body cannot figure out how to make use of weird or dangerous materials, then it will expel them so that they no longer pose any risks and take up valuable space. For whatever reason, Vase immediately became reminded of a certain gem cat and his infrequent need to use the kitty litter box. Wait minute, when you refer to expelling waste materials, are you implying that? The raw senior mech designer couldn't help but smirk at this point. It is exactly what you think. Suffice to say, a normal toilet cannot possibly hold the massive volume of waste products that you will inevitably produce after you have devoured a meal worthy of a phase lord. Vase could already imagine such an accident. If he somehow forgot that he was a phase lord as tall as 3 mechs stacked on top of each other, he may accidentally sit down on his toilet bowl, only to destroy the entire bathroom and all of the surrounding rooms or compartments. It would be an embarrassment that people would never forget. Despite this disadvantage, it could not cover up the allure of the Norigo organ. The self-recovery ability was not fast enough to regenerate wounds in the middle of the battlefield, but it would ensure he would be able to survive and return to his peak condition a lot faster after the fighting had ceased. The biotechs also speculate that the Norigo organ is useful for speeding up the development of a phase lord. Jovi commented, "As long as your phase water concentration can be raised, you can quickly increase the mass and volume of your true body to their raised limits by ingesting large amounts of nutrients. The Norigo organ allows for the consumption of raw ores and unprocessed phase water, but it is best if you eat organic tissue that is infused with phase water. That includes exo-beasts that have evolved on planets rich with phase water as well as other phase lords." That caused Vase to raise his eyebrow. Cannibalism. The phase whales have a strong taboo on cannibalism, but the same does not necessarily apply to the other major alien races. Besides, it is not necessarily unacceptable for a phase lord to devour the flesh of phase lords of different species, even if the latter are sentient and intelligent beings. The norms and values of these alien civilizations are different from our own. We cannot assume that they will abide to the same bottom lines as humans. One of the suspected purposes of the Norigo organ is to allow the winner of a confrontation between phase lords to quickly and more effectively absorb the strength of the loser. It is probably one of the less savory means to advance your phase lord cultivation. That was very important. Vase had no doubt that a lot of different parties wanted to get a hold of the Norigo organ for that last reason alone. The question was whether Vase needed such an organ. After a bit of thought, he concluded that it was not strictly essential, but it would be really nice if he gained access to all of its speculated benefits. Just the ability to quickly recover from a near-death state to a healthy condition may be enough to save his life in the future. "I'll take it," Vase said before he could change his mind. "Take good care of this Norigo organ. I will figure out how to implant it in my body after my current ordeal has passed. It is probably bound to be a complicated affair." Chapter 6383 Marigal organ. The Norigo organ did not entirely fit his calculus, but Vase selected it anyway because of its value in other aspects. It was the most desirable phase water organ left intact inside the Arena Lord's enormous carcass. Many biotech research institutions wanted to obtain it in order to unlock the alien secrets to fast recovery and promote the cultivation of human phase lords. Vase would be a fool to miss the option of picking it up just because it did not match his original plan. He felt that the Norigo organ fit especially well in his plan to become a lazy phase lord. Vase did not have the time or motivation to engage in more time and labor-intensive forms of training. He learned that alien phase lords tried all sorts of stuff to increase their phase water concentration, from repetitively casting their spatial abilities to frequently injecting an excess of phase water into their bodies. Every major race had developed their own particular rituals, customs and techniques to advance their growth, but none of them were suitable to a mech designer like himself. The Norigo organ offered a much more convenient way to improve his cultivation, though it was not necessarily the most effective one. According to the speculations of the biotech scientists, Vase only had to eat a lot of phase water-enriched nutrients to gradually raise his upper limits. The ingredients may be expensive, but that was not that big of a problem for a leading figure whose actual status far exceeded his current galactic citizenship tier. Vase also valued the Norigo organ for expanding his diet and allowing him to survive when he was cut off from his clan and left alone in a wild and unfamiliar environment. Just as Vase was ready to make his choice, his friend took the initiative to recommend another phase water organ. "Since you have chosen to claim the Norigo organ for yourself, I suggest you take the Marigal organ as well. This is the main reason why the flesh of the Arena Lord was able to resist so much warship-grade cannon fire. The Marigal organ helps to fold space inside the body of a phase lord that allows for increasing the mass of the flesh and muscles without expanding the volume to the same proportion. In other words, it will make you stronger and heavier without making you excessively large." That sounded interesting. Vase actually disliked it that he would grow bigger as his phase water concentration rose. He needed to use up a lot more expensive materials to construct a new raiment or expand his existing one. Making himself bigger without possessing the strength expected of a phase lord of this size would also end up turning him into a gigantic target. In fact, not even a powerful martial phase lord such as the Arena Lord of Yaguasa was able to escape this weakness despite possessing the Marigal organ. His body would have become a lot less resilient and vulnerable to the firepower of multiple warships if he lacked the functions of this handy phase water organ. Even then, the Dark Zephyr was still able to take advantage of the Arena Lord's excessive size and wreck his true body from the inside. Naturally, Vase did not want to die from similar means, so the marigal organ should help a lot with that. It was better to pursue quality instead of blindly chasing after quantity like most phase lords. The arena lord apparently learned this lesson as well, though he did not go far enough in this direction. I see the value of this marigal organ, but why does it synergize well with the noriga organ? Vase asked. That is because the marigal organ is costly to operate. Jovi replied. Its effects can make your viscera stronger, thicker and more massive, but the nutrients required to grow all of that additional mass has to come from somewhere. The typical digestion system of a phase lord is already operating far above the parameters of the digestive system of a mortal specimen of the same race, but there are limits to what it can do. The noriga organ can meet the difficult demands of the marigal organ much faster and more efficiently. In simple terms, you will not only be able to make your body much stronger while eating less, but also produce gains in a matter of months rather than decades. Phase lords tended to grow and develop slowly. It was not unusual for them to make incremental gains across decades or even centuries. They were generally long-lived and could afford to take their time, but only if they lived in a fairly stable society. Red humanity was in a completely different situation. The latest ambush had increased Ves's sense of crisis and taught him that people would continue to screw him around despite his recent rise in status. From that perspective, the marigal organ offered huge defensive benefits that were difficult to attain through other means. Vase briefly skimmed the list of other greater phase water organs. The arena lord's carcass offered a sizable selection of highly developed organic products. As a high-status native god, he had access to a lot of good stuff, a few of which could easily make his blood run faster. I accept your suggestion, Vase decided. You are right, the marigal organ is powerful enough on its own, but can function much more effectively in combination with the noriga organ. The Larkinson Biotech Institute will find a way to integrate the benefits of both in my true body. That locked in his selection of greater phase water organs. The arena lord of Yaguasa still had a lot more to offer, but the Red Association and other contributors to the recent victory also needed to be rewarded. Vase did not feel too much regret at missing out on so many premium phase water organs. He had already claimed the most valuable phase water production system, and he guessed that he had also picked up the foundation of the arena lord's success as a martial phase lord. Even if Vase found it distasteful to unfold his true body and proceed to enter into a fistfight against other big threats, it was better than retaining a flimsy physique that could easily be broken like that of the distance shaper. The Orvan Greater Phase Lord served as a negative example among Phase Lords as far as Vase was concerned. In his list of priorities, strengthening his offensive abilities ranked very low. He would never pursue a development strategy that was similar to those high and mighty, space wizards, as they tended to be called. Jovi modified the listing on the projected screen to remove all of the entries related to the premium phase water organs available from the corpse of the arena lord of Yaguasa. The only entries that Vase could choose from came from the 3 Archi lesser phase lords. The condition and availability of phase water organs from these specimens are much worse. Jovi flatly explained. Their injuries and manner of death has a lot to do with it. The hyper-nanomachine plagues that you have unleashed upon the Archi-phase lords have engaged in indiscriminate destruction. They especially love to devour the less dense and tough forms of biomatter. If not for the fact that phase water organs tend to concentrate much more phase water than unusual, nothing would be left for us to salvage. I see. What happened to the hyper-nanomachine plagues, by the way? They obediently shut down and self-destructed after the captain of the Babylon excavator activated the kill switch. Many of the mechs and starships that we have left behind are keeping their eye out on any speck of nanomachines that have refused this command for whatever reason. They have not detected any rogue nanomachine plagues so far, but we are still keeping our guard up. We may even have to quarantine the entire star system for at least a year. The Red 2 took nanomachine plagues extremely seriously, as they should. Quarantining the Mazeppan system was not an excessive demand at all. The modifications made by Vase had increased their risk factor even further. Vase had no desire to preserve and keep a few of the nanomachine plagues for himself. Their product line had already reached a dead end and was destined to get eliminated by the times. It was far better and safer for him to develop his own hyper-nanomachines, this time integrated with phase water technology. This would form the basis of the very first polymetal mech according to one of his plans. Vase did not waste any more time and proceeded to scan the list of lesser phase water organs. He did not care too much about how they were smaller and weaker. He also did not pay too much attention to how much damage they incurred. As long as the core organic components remained intact, then it was still possible for the Larkinson Biotech Institute to study and reverse engineer the alien organ specimens. One organ eventually stood out to Vase. This simpatico organ looks interesting. Its name is a lot more straightforward than the other ones. Who names these phase water organs, anyway? The names are largely bestowed by the head of our research group on the study of phase lords. Jovi answered. We try to avoid translating the names used by the native aliens for various reasons. The labels used to distinguish the phase water organs are not as important as their properties. The simpatico organ is believed to be a specialty product of the Archaea race. According to our researchers, it is a utility organ that can enable Archaea phase lords to interface with Architect objects through skin contact or maybe even a short distance away if they are further developed. That caused Vase to look confused. Isn't the ability to interface with Architect an inherent ability of the Archaea race? Why do the phase lords need a specialized simpatico organ? That is because the Archaea can only interface with their Architect by slotting in their arches hells into specially designed depressions. That's not an issue if the Archaea has normal proportions, but when he grows to the size of a phase lord. Oh, I see. A simpatico organ makes sense under those circumstances. Does it merely enable a phase lord to interface with Architect, or does it also come with other enhancements? Vase asked. Our scientists believe that a simpatico organ may enable a deeper and more extensive connection with Architect, but they are not clear how. Whatever the case, if you want to make better use of Architect, this organ can provide you with indispensable aid. That was a very interesting choice. The simpatico organ did not fit his criteria, but its utility was interesting for several reasons. It was perfect for Gloriana. Even if she was not able to become a phase lord, the Larkinson Biotech Institute could still research the simpatico organ and deduce its working principles. The biotech researchers could then proceed to make use of their newfound knowledge to develop a smaller implant or larger electronic device that would effectively enable Gloriana to interface with Architect much better. At the very least, this should offer his wife a far more superior solution than relying on the clunky combination of Heckle and her crude and primitive archglove. Vase on the other hand did not anticipate to benefit as much as his wife. Sure, it might be useful for a mech designer to more easily interface with archimechs such as the Dark Zephyr, but he doubted he would be able to understand all of the input. Aside from that, he had already decided to commit to using smart metal when developing a polymetal mech for his own use. Smart metal was incompatible with Architect. The latter relied on the construction and combination of solid pieces of archimetal. Their special and intricate alien architecture produced a phenomenon called electronic resonance that enabled pieces of archimetal to work together in an elegant fashion. Other mech designers and developers had already attempted to produce Architect with the use of nanomachines, but none of their attempts succeeded. Archimetal could only ever consist of solid metal. This meant that if Vase wanted to develop the best possible combat gear for himself, he could either choose from Architect or smart metal, but never both. Since Vase had already become heavily invested in the concept of polymetal mechs, he decided to leave everything related to Architect to his wife. From this context, Vase found difficult to justify the selection of the simpatico organ. Should he pick it anyway in order to surprise his wife with a wonderful anniversary gift, or should he select another phase water organ that provided much more straightforward benefits to himself? Chapter 6384 Simp Organ, have you made your decision? Vase nodded and smiled. Yes, I'll take the simp organ. I don't have much use of it myself, but my wife will love it, I am sure. I can't keep all of the good stuff for myself. Architect has become a core competency of the Larkinson clan, so it makes sense to invest in it. If this phase water organ can help my wife gain a deeper understanding of Architect and develop better archimechs as a consequence, then that will allow our clan to become a lot stronger. You have seen what xianxia has been able to do with a relatively basic archimech like the Dark Zephyr. To be fair, the Dark Zephyr is strong due to a particularly rich and diverse collection of advantages. Architect is far from the only contributor. Jovi argued. Architect was bound to become more prevalent in the future. Vase already decided to implant a version of the simp organ into his body once the Larkinson Biotech Institute had concluded its research on it. Even if he was not as compatible with it as Gloriana, he may be able to make good use of it when fighting alongside other archimechs. I know. Anyway, please mark down the simp organ for me. This should leave me with a quota of 2 more lesser phase water organs, am I correct? That is correct. I advise you to overlook the more exotic phase water organs and settle for the more basic choices. Try and produce more synergies instead of attempting to branch out and acquire more abilities. Vase agreed with Jovi. He had already deviated from his original selection plan several times. He needed to stop following his whims and try to fulfill his goals as honestly as possible. When he studied the list again, he deliberately focused his attention on a few organs that he already possessed. This Kelsey's organ is more developed than my own, he said. Do you have a better indication of how much better it is? It certainly looks like its previous owner has invested quite a bit into improving its capabilities. Every phase lord and phase whale started out with 3 fundamental phase water organs. The Kelsey's organ produced spatial barriers that served as a strong layer of defense. The Loco's organ granted enhanced senses towards spatial and gravitic phenomena. The Marico's organ allowed for the bending and manipulation of the fabric of space at varying distances. While they started out relatively weak, their ubiquity caused phase leaders to develop many different development trajectories for them. After many rounds of successive upgrades and modifications, one phase lord's Kelsey's organ may look completely different from that of another phase lord. This was why Vase could not rashly choose a more developed Kelsey's organ than his own basic one. He first needed to learn whether the more advanced version came with the right features. Our researchers understand the functioning of the Kelsey's organ much better than the more exotic phase water organs. We are much more confident in our analysis of this particular specimen. Jovi said, what you need to know is that it originates from an Archi phase lord. Every member of the Archi race is obsessed with defense. However, they primarily prefer to invest in the strength of their arch's hells rather than rely on intangible spatial barriers. The somewhat intact Kelsey's organ that we have managed to identify is therefore not the most favorite organ of that phase lord. However, that is not entirely disadvantageous to you, as your researchers should easily be able to decipher its relatively simple construction. Does it do anything special? Well, our analysis has revealed that the Kelsey's organ is tweaked to resist physical damage much better than other forms of damage. It can help you resist explosions, Gauss rounds, melee weapon strikes and so on without depleting the strength of your spatial barrier as quickly. This makes a certain degree of sense as Arch's hells are much more effective at resisting energy damage. They rely on their Kelsey's organ to compensate for their weakness. This was not the most flashy defensive enhancement that Vase had heard, but that did not diminish its usefulness. Okay, mark this down for me. Out of the 3 basic phase water organs, upgrading the Kelsey's organ is my highest priority. I am not in a hurry to upgrade my Loco's organ and Marico's organ. It was not a good idea to ignore the uses of the latter 2 organs, but Vase was not a normal phase lord to begin with. His needs and circumstances were different. He also preferred specializing in a few core strengths rather than spreading out his competences too much. Now that he only had 1 quota left, he needed to stick to an organ that satisfied his most urgent needs as opposed to obtaining a luxury feature. Vase proceeded to examine other lesser phase water organs. There was one that offered camouflage capabilities, which enabled Vase to pass off as a random piece of space junk. There was another organ that was able to vibrate solid objects at high speeds, causing them to get shaken and stirred to the point of collapsing. Vase also encountered a much more developed Loco's organ. This particular Loco's organ has received valuable enhancements that significantly extends the range of a phase lord's spatial senses. Jovi said, the Archi phase lord is probably the designated scout among their group. He is much more capable of detecting enemies from far away. He can also detect the presence of hidden pocket spaces and other spatial anomalies. Most importantly, he can direct instantaneous teleportation with much greater accuracy and precision at longer distances. This Loco's organ pairs well with another phase water organ that offers stronger teleportation capabilities. Did this Archi phase lord possess such an organ? Vase questioned. No, we believe that this Archi lesser phase lord may have been saving up to procure a teleportation organ later in his life. I see. That is a pity. That would have been another powerful combination. Vase gradually learned that phase lords did not blindly focus on obtaining the most individually powerful phase water organs. Synergies were also important. A phase lord or phase whale could only fit so many phase water organs inside their true bodies. The more developed their body cultivation, the more stuff they could fit in, but there was always a finite limit to how many organs they could accommodate. Since space was limited, phase lords needed to plan out their organ development and pick the right synergies to make up their personalized combat systems. If the list contained an organ that enabled long-range teleportation, then Vase would not have hesitated to drop the Simp organ or the upgraded Kelsey's organ in favor of picking up this fantastic combination. Vase could still choose to pick up the upgraded Loco's organ in advance and wait for a future opportunity to acquire a teleportation-oriented phase water organ. The best place to find one was at Xianxia, which just happened to be his next destination. Did he want to bet that he could obtain a teleportation organ in Xianxia and pick up the upgraded Loco's organ first? Even without this obvious synergy, a powerful Loco's organ was useful in many other ways. Vase even had a suspicion that it may help him design, fabricate and upgrade transphasic mechs a lot better. Yet, an upgraded Loco's organ did not offer as much direct value in combat. It enabled him to perceive enemies and events a lot better, but did that necessarily help him fend off stronger attacks? Not necessarily. Vase ultimately decided to reject the upgraded Loco's organ for this reason. I will let this one pass. Every phase lord and phase whale possesses a Loco's organ. It shouldn't be too difficult to find another one, though maybe not with these precise enhancements. You are correct, Jovi said. Facewater organs are not prevalent enough to be traded in the open market, but it is easier to find a party willing to trade a Loco's organ as opposed to the more exotic options. What else would you like to choose? Vase spent a few more minutes examining the other options. There were many decent options, but nothing really stood out. The Archi-Lesser Phase Lords were much weaker than the Arena Lord, so they did not have the ability to obtain anything particularly strong. One weird organ with dubious value was a lesser phase water organ that was somehow able to transmit a subtle spatial vibration that could hypnotize weaker organisms. How does this even work? I have no idea, and I do not think that any of our scientists can figure it out either. Jovi shrugged his shoulders. We have actually encountered other instances of this phase water organ before. The enemy phase whales are able to interfere with the concentration of the crew members of a starship before space suppressors became available. It is not effective against mech pilots, as the man-machine connection offers good protection against this form of attack. There may be ways to upgrade or mutate this phase water organ so that it could produce surprising results on the battlefield. Vase even saw how it could be useful in social settings. However, all of that had a lot of research and development. Vase could not ask the Larkinson Biotech Institute to allocate their resources on a research project that was not as essential as the others. Vase eventually focused on one entry that was pretty useful enough for his current self, but also offered a lot of potential synergies in the future. This Arsis organ seems a bit out of place. According to the description, it can generate stable and reliable electric currents which are suitable to power a whole range of technological equipment. That is correct, Vase. Why does a phase lord need this Arsis organ in the first place? It sounds no different from a power reactor to me. Can't they just equip themselves with a raiment that also comes with its own power source? They can, but the nature of a raiment or a suit of armor means that the power reactor is always placed in a relatively vulnerable and exposed position. Jovi patiently explained. The Arsis organ removes this vulnerability and ensures that you always have a reliable power source available. Our research has not confirmed this, but it is also possible that the Arsis organ can supply additional energy to other phase water organs, allowing them to perform at slightly higher levels. That made an Arsis organ a lot more interesting to Vase. I see. This Arsis organ sounds especially useful for phase lords that want to rely more heavily on their raiments to enhance their combat power. Is there anything else that is special about this phase water organ? Jovi nodded. Our researchers have developed another theory that should be relevant to you. The Arsis organ partially derives its energy from other dimensions, so it can never be completely exhausted. In order to operate at its best, the Arsis organ must be fed with high-density nutrients or phase water. What makes this relevant to you that a phase water production system can completely satisfy the input requirements of the Arsis organ? Any greater phase lord can continually draw a large amount of electrical power from this phase water organ. That was right. Vase's eyes lit up as he thought about this combination. As a mech designer, Vase would never neglect the value of good equipment. The Battle of Mazepin had taught him the hard way that participating in a fight without the best gear would only make life a lot harder for himself. Since Vase had vowed to address this shortcoming in the near future, possessing a phase water organ that was tailor-made for this purpose would definitely serve him well. I'll take it, Vase decided. It is not a choice I expected to make, but I have too many uses for this Arsis organ. Very well. I have noted this selection and the other ones. We will make sure to harvest them carefully and deliver them to New Constantinople 8. In the end, Vase was pretty happy with his selection. The acquisition of a PPS, a Norigo organ, a Marigal organ, a Simpatico organ, an upgraded Kelsey's organ and an Arceus organ would form the framework of his much-improved combat system as a Phase Lord. Chapter 6385 The value of debts. Vase became pleased with his selection of loot. Most of his gains would form the capital of his future combat system as a hybrid between a mech designer and a Phase Lord. Once he got his very own polymetal mech up and running, his exquisite gear would complement his powerful new Phase water organs and vice versa. The potential synergies he could achieve with all of these factors should definitely allow him to overpower the average Phase Lord. Vase did not dare to ask for more. Defeating an ace mech like the Dark Zephyr was out of the question, especially now that xianxia had taken a liking for the Tier 3 Destroyer Spear. His main priority with all of these measures was to enhance his survival chances and allow him to withstand assassination attempts that would fell any other mech designer. He had no desire to lead troops from the front and earn glory on the battlefield. Others were far more suitable for this role. No, Vase reminded himself that he should be the man at the top, the power behind the scenes and the leader who sent other poor sods to die on the battlefield. If the situation had become so dire that Vase was forced to enter the field himself, then he had already failed. The Battle of Mazepin was no exception in this regard. Now that the Blue Jay fleet was underway again, Vase managed to gather a lot of unsettling information from the mechers and other sources. The more information he obtained, the more it became clear that this entire battle had been anything but a random occurrence. Meow meow meow. Lucky continued to relay what he witnessed during his infiltration attempt even as he devoured the high-grade exotics and hypers salvaged from the battlefield. Meow 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 meow. Ves's expression grew uglier and uglier as he took in the words of his cat. Much of the clues he gathered so far mostly amounted to claims and hearsay. The fact that Lucky managed to stumble across a titled hunter on a cosmopolitan starship was the first piece of hard proof that confirmed his suspicions about the connivances of the big shots. To say he was angry was an understatement. That damn bastard, who does he think he is? Who gave him the right to turn the entire Red Ocean into his personal hunting ground? And why is he pulling the strings just to set me up? Is he trying to fatten me up just so that I can serve as his prey? Perhaps he was being a little too uncharitable towards the huntsman. Vase knew that all high-ranking mech pilots tended to be mentally ill. They just differed by degree. Vase thought that the huntsman leaned towards the more reasonable side of the mental instability spectrum, but I was clear that he had vastly underestimated the god pilot's rationality. He normally did not have a problem with this, but that changed as soon as these crazy god pilots started to meddle with his life. Why are they wasting their time on me? Don't these god pilots have better things to do? Am I that big of an investment in their eyes? The Destroyer of Worlds, the Evolution Witch, the Huntsman. That was 3 god pilots so far that had become entangled with his life. Vase did not mind the support from the Destroyer of Worlds. Despite her fearsome moniker, she came across as a lot more human and reasonable in private. It also helped that she always harbored goodwill towards the mech designer who ultimately set her up for success. He did not dare to abuse this relationship and ask for too many favors. He possessed a much more ambivalent relationship with the Evolution Witch. He needed her backing and support, but he despised the way she unilaterally imposed her demands on him, knowing that he could never resist her arrangements. It was only her secret alliance with his mother that Vase did not lower his evaluation of this notorious god pilot even further. As for the huntsman, this particular god pilot had just proven himself to be an even greater headache than before. Out of all of the 8 god pilots of Red Humanity, the huntsman increasingly behaved like a maverick. Although the huntsman did not transmit any direct signals, his hunting association had made numerous policy decisions that were clearly out of lockstep with the rest of human society. The hunting association and by extension the huntsman showed an increasing desire to stand apart from the established institutions of Red Humanity. The hunters did not show any willingness to become aligned with any of the Red 3. How could Vase not interpret this behavior as anything but a desire to become an independent power block? If the hunting association wanted to abide by the rules, then it should obediently register as a sect at the soon-to-be-founded Red Collective. However, Vase harbored increasingly less confidence that he would be able to persuade this relatively new organization to follow this arrangement. Now that he found out that the huntsman, or at least a figure who was high up in the hierarchy of the HA, deliberately facilitated an ambush on the Blue CJ fleet, Vase had lost a lot of respect towards this hunting-obsessed god pilot. Was the huntsman still willing to protect Red Humanity? Yes. Vase did not doubt the god pilot's loyalty and commitment to his race. The problem was that everyone had their own idea on how to best protect and preserve the human race. The huntsman evidently allowed his biases and preferences to color his decisions so much that his plans seriously disrupted the arrangements of other leaders. Vase included. Ordinary people could never get away with this, but the huntsman was different. The god pilot was too powerful to suffer the consequences of stepping on other people's toes. So long as he did not go far enough, other god pilots saw no reason to take him to account. I really hope that no one else will try to get in my way. This is getting really tiresome. Meow, Lucky affirmed as he took his last bite of his sumptuous meal. Time passed by. The Blue Jay fleet had already passed the most dangerous junction of its journey and was finally about to enter the sapphire of the Red Ocean. Vase already relaxed as it was virtually impossible for enemies to lurk around and prepare another ambush in a region that centered around the most prosperous and important star system after the Bridgehead One. Before he was ready to enter Yurnstall and immerse himself in politics at the galactic level, he first contacted his wife in order to discuss the gains from the most recent battle. How fantastic! Gloriana reacted exactly as he anticipated. I adore this gift of yours. I shall tell Vice Director Maria Absalon to reassign her best biotech experts to the study of the simpatico organ. If the analysis of the Mechers is accurate, then this phase water organ may serve as the key to allow not just myself, but other humans to interface with Architect without relying on intermediaries. This was indeed a very important development. Gloriana had gradually mastered Architect to the point of becoming a small authority in this alien tech base, but even she was not able to draw out the full potential of Architect. The acquisition of the simpatico organ gave her hope that she would be able to interface with her own tech by sight. You can't unilaterally decide the LBI's priorities. Vase gently pushed back against his wife. I have claimed a number of valuable spoils, and their importance is no less than the simpatico organ. It is impossible to implant these gigantic alien organs directly into my body. Even if phase lords have vastly stronger constitutions and can tolerate a lot more foreign matter than normal, I will still suffer a range of health problems if I try to implant them in my true body. We need a lot of biotech experts to meticulously study the phase water organs and reverse engineer their working principles. The ultimate goal is for our researchers to cultivate human-adapted versions of the same organs that can safely be integrated in my true body, preferably within a year or two. These are heavy demands, so the LBI will have to invest a huge amount of high-end manpower on the new projects. The projection of Gloriana adopted a skeptical look. I am not an expert in biotechnology, but even I can tell that these are difficult research projects. The LBI does not have enough senior researchers and specialists in phase lord biology to make brisk progress in all of these projects. Do not forget that they are already preoccupied with a large amount of existing projects, many of which are too important to abandon. Vase sighed. He knew what must be done. I will speak to the vice director about increasing her budget. Again, we need the biotech researchers. I cannot afford to let all of these precious phase water organs sit and do nothing for so many years. The researchers still haven't made any gains related to the Divnur organ and the Pelmir organ. That is because you are asking too much from them, Vase. No matter their qualifications, they are all new to this emerging field. The biotechs know far too little about how phase water organs and phase lords work. They also have to learn a large amount of hard physics in order to understand the properties of phase water before they can begin to learn how this material interacts with living organisms. Since everyone is starting from scratch, there are no readily available experts that can handle phase water organs as if they worked on them for decades. She was right. Vase felt frustrated at the absence of truly good help, but the painful reality was that the Larkinson Biotech Institute needed to train all of the specialists from scratch. If the LBI cannot complete these important projects by themselves, then I will arrange collaborations with other competent biotech institutions. Vase decided. Confidentiality is important, but speed is also of the essence. I am weak, you know. As a phase lord, I have done little to nothing to develop my personal combat prowess. Blindly increasing my phase water concentration will only make my problem worse. The only way I can make effective use of my physical gifts is to upgrade and acquire a set of powerful phase water organs. I do not like to rely on them, but reality isn't giving me any choice. You do not have to do all of the fighting yourself, Vase. That is what mech pilots are for. I will try to see if I can speed up the completion of the Minerva Mark II project. However, I cannot truly finish this upgrade project if you fail to come back to New Constantinople with a mentalist crystal in your hands. You better find a way to exchange one in your install if you want to enjoy the best possible protection from an ace commander. Gloriana did not fully understand his difficulties, but then again, she did not undertake the same degree of risks. That was also why she remained a simple senior mech designer while Vase had become an emerging leader of Red humanity at a young age. I haven't forgotten about this demand of yours. I will look for a mentalist crystal, but I cannot give you any guarantees. The finances of our clan will become even more stretched after funding an expansion of the LBI. I suppose I can still make use of my political leverage, but it is not a good idea to give away lots of favors without receiving any in return. His wife crossed her arms. What is the point of becoming the leader of the upper council of the Red Collective if you are not allowed to abuse your political station? You are being too reticent about taking advantage of your power. Integrity is important, but so are interests. As long as you can protect yourself better, you will live long enough to slowly pay back all of the debts you have accrued. The parties who you have borrowed from will be glad to see this happen. They have a vested interest in your continued survival and success. Make use of that, Vase. Weave a web between these interest groups and tie them to your chariot. Vase looked impressed. That is sound advice. I did not expect to hear that from you. Did you come up with that yourself? No, my mother taught me that. She wanted me to pass on that you should not forget to fulfill her request. She is still waiting to receive an appointment to a respectable office in the Red Collective. Chapter 6386 Your install. The Sapphire of the Red Ocean. The new de facto capital of Red humanity. The Central Star Node had risen up to become the most important haven of humans in the Red Ocean. It was one of the few, neutral, star systems in human-occupied space where Terrans and Rubarthans were able to tolerate each other's presence. Many different groups that had the money to operate in the Central Star Node preferred to conduct a lot of trading in this pivotal location. The Yernstall Central Star Node featured the greatest variety of goods and services. Almost anything could be obtained in this commercial paradise. As long as consumers possessed enough wealth and status, they could always come away with emptier pockets but more satisfied expressions. Vase hoped to be one of them. He had an entire list of goals that he wanted to accomplish while he visited this storied Central Star Node. He did not have enough confidence to obtain everything on his wish list, but he would already be happy if he completed half of his goals. As soon as the Blue Jay fleet entered the Yernstall Central Star Node, it immediately came under the jurisdiction of traffic control. Security was paramount in Yernstall. After witnessing what happened to Bridgehead 1, the Red Association and the Red Fleet bolstered the defenses of this Central Star Node and tightened the rules yet again. Nobody was allowed to bring their mechs and starships wherever they wanted. The right to bring mechs around for protection had been curtailed even further. People were not even allowed to carry weapons for self-defense. If they had any implanted weapons inside their bodies, then they had to submit themselves to the security services, who would subsequently lock the activation of those integrated weapon systems. It became almost impossible for visitors and residents to apply for exceptions to these onerous rules. Fortunately, Vase remained one of the few leaders who still deserved special treatment. Considering that the Blue Jay fleet hailed from the Red Association, the incoming starships only had to undergo an accelerated inspection. This was mainly to inspect that the native aliens hadn't secretly snuck aboard a ship and disguised themselves as humans or whatever. The temporary reinforcements that Vase managed to borrow from groups such as the Terran ancient clans and the pantheon of modern gods were not allowed to accompany Vase any further. The core ships of the Blue Jay fleet also separated from the Tarask. Each of them had gone through a serious battle and required serious repairs and upgrades in order to fulfill their mission to the best of their abilities. Even the Babylon excavator had to separate from Vase. Captain Zonrad Rees had distinguished himself in combat, but also needed to account for the liberal use of weapons of mass destruction. The Red Admiralty definitely had questions about the reckless use of hyper-nanomachine plagues. In the end, only the Tarask remained as the only remaining secure means of transportations between the planets of Yernstall. Vase took a moment out of his busy schedule to head to an observation room and look outside the viewport. The augmented view was magnificent. The most eye-catching feature was the 3 stars following a complex interconnected orbit with each other. Yernstall did not originally feature so many stars. Back during the start of the Facewater generation in the previous age, Mechers and Fleeters had simply dragged a couple of nearby stars over to Yernstall in order to increase the energy generation of this important star system. They also brought in numerous planets as well in order to expand the local living space. Vase had no idea how the MTA and the CFA could accomplish such an amazing feat. In any case, the Mechers and the Fleeters subsequently built Dyson swarms around all three suns. The quantity of solar collectors floating at a remarkably close distance from a star was so high that it was impossible for the local industries to produce them all in a short time frame. The solar collectors had all been produced back in the Milky Way galaxy before getting exported to the Red Ocean. This was one of the many benefits of maintaining a transportation channel to the most powerful civilization in a large galaxy. From the moment the greater Beyonder gates got cut off from each other, Red humanity could no longer rely on handouts from the prosperous Milky Way to solve all of its problems with ease. Vase knew enough about the state of Red humanity's industrial outlook to know that it was prohibitively expensive to build another Dyson swarm. Therefore, the existing ones that partially blocked the energy radiating from all three fiery globes had become priceless. It was not too difficult for the Red 2 to replace a dozen solar collectors that always malfunctioned due to their extreme exposure to the radiation of a star, but it was impractical to replace the entire set. This was why Red humanity absolutely could not afford to lose xianxia to the native aliens. Once the Red Cabal took over this central star node, the Dyson swarms would definitely be gone one way or another. In order to prevent this outcome from happening, the Mechers and the Fleeters invested a lot to defend this crucial location. Aside from all of the Mech forces, defensive fleets and security regulations, the Red 2 also relied on more formidable means of protection. From the deployment of strong and ultra-long-range interdiction fields to the installation of massive grand work-level superweapons designed by star designers, nothing less than a civilization-ending invasion force could threaten humanity's hold over this strategic location. Vase felt proud that his race managed to build up such a magnificent stronghold and commercial center. He should have visited this central star node sooner. Somewhere out there is my little shipyard, he muttered. He had been looking forward to paying a personal visit to Starfarer Berth. He had toured the facility numerous times before by remote, but it just wasn't the same. However, he needed to address so many priorities during his stay in this star system that he was not sure if he could spare the time to visit his shipyard. His schedule was about to become busy very soon due to an important event that would change his life and career forever. A short time later, Vase ended his moment of contemplation and reunited with the other senior Mech designers aboard the Tarrasque. They all gathered in the design lab where the central projection already displayed a map of their destination. This is xianxia V, otherwise known as Lorraine. Jovi pointed towards the heavily developed planet that was surrounded by several moons and a large amount of orbital works. This planet is the main commercial and industrial center of the Mech industry in xianxia. The Red Association is mainly in charge here, but Lorraine welcomes visitors from nearly every branch of Red humanity aside from the Fleeters. It is also the planet where we will hold the product reveal for the completed works of the Swarm project. Vase and several other Mech designers couldn't help but smile. After so many months of hard work and after overcoming an attempt to stop them from introducing their revolutionary products, they were finally approaching the end of their difficult ordeal. At the request of Vase, we have scheduled the date of the product reveal to take place 3 days later. Jovi continued to brief the others. This should give us enough time to inspect the Palace of Mechanical Marvels and prepare the site to receive an enormous amount of guests. The projection changed to show the Mech Museum and Exhibition Center that was built in one of the most expensive and high-end districts of Lorraine. The entire palace possessed an anachronistic appearance. The blending between ancient architectural elements and ultra-modern metallic materials resulted in an enormous structure that looked completely out of place in any time period. Jovi quickly explained the background of the venue to the people who were unfamiliar with the place. The Palace of Mechanical Marvels is first and foremost a museum. It is built and run by the Mech supremacist movement, and features many unique and priceless mechs of great historical significance. Its collection is so impressive that it is considered the best museum if you want to learn about the development of mechs from the beginning of the age of mechs. It also offers more than enough space to host product reveals and symposiums. We could have chosen to hold our event at larger and more fully featured exhibition centers, but we have selected this palace in the end. Lord Richard Brownstone looked impressed at the selection of this venue. This is an apt choice. The Palace of Mechanical Marvels commemorates every significant advancement of the mech industry. The work we have done to develop the first commercial Karman mechs holds just as much historical significance if not more. We can donate the first copies of the final iteration of the mech designs of the Swarm project to the museum as a grand gesture. Our works will become celebrated and admired by many visitors in the years to come." The expression of Lady Romonda de Vos looked especially emotional at the moment. She had worked hard to prove that her concept of ultra-large enhanced cockpit systems had a place in the mech community. To place a series of Karman mechs that featured her oversized cockpits in one of the most prestigious mech museums in the Red Ocean was the ultimate vindication of her life's work. However, Vase knew that Lady Romonda was clearly afraid that her invaluable contribution to the evolution of mechs may become stricken from the record. She had revealed herself to be a cosmopolitan to Vase. Even if she belonged to a different cell from the ones that masterminded the ambush, that still did not change the fact that she was a member of the most hated human terrorist organization. Vase had not confronted her about her double identity after the Battle of Mazepin. He did not rat her out to the authorities because he was not quite sure what to do with this opportunity. Should he keep Romonda close to his side and use her as a channel to cooperate with the more reasonable cosmopolitans? He did not feel motivated to expose her to the Red 2. She was not high-ranking enough to know anything important. The revelation of her true allegiance would also taint Vase and his Karman mechs at a time where they could least afford to carry this blemish. For now, Vase preferred to keep his options open. He only gave Lady Romonda a silent signal that she should remain patient before putting this issue aside. He had much more important affairs to deal with than to decide the fate of a little cosmopolitan. "Can we expect the attendance of a lot of important guests?" "It depends," Jovi said. "Every major organization has confirmed that they will send representatives to attend the product reveal. We have given out enough hints that they will regret it if they miss this event, but we are not certain whether they will send people with authority or mid-level managers that hold little actual power. We have done the best we can under the circumstances. Will there be any Tier 1 galactic citizens among the VIP guests?" Vase carefully asked. "There will be, Vase. I am told we should be ready to accommodate the presence of at least one star designer, but that attendance is not guaranteed. Any further information related to this topic is classified and falls outside of our responsibilities." "I see. We better make sure we do not embarrass ourselves in high company." Compared to Vase, who felt rather nonchalant about the potential attendance of a star designer, the others looked a lot more nervous and insecure than before. This was a star designer, an individual who reached the apex of their profession. How could they not remain calm when they learned that they might have to perform in front of such esteemed company? Chapter 6387 Preparation Period. Vase had a lot of plans and ambitions for his visit to Xianxia. He wanted to seal his appointment as the head of the upper council of the Red Collective. He wanted to purchase more phase water organs. He wanted to meet with the Terrans and see if he could trade his services for more high-tier destroyer weapons. He needed to meet with the leading representative of the Hunting Association and obtain clarity about the organization's stance towards the Red Collective. He also needed to do his best to persuade the Hunting Association to sell him at Mentalist Crystal. He had to find a way to meet the evolution which in person, not just to obtain much-needed answers from the capricious god pilots, but also collect on a promise. Vase had more items on the agenda, but these were his main priorities. It would be great if he could meet all of these goals in one visit, but he had a feeling he would end up partially satisfied with his gains at the end. The mech designer sighed. This was going to be an uphill battle, so he intended to fulfill most of his goals after he unveiled his Karman mechs to the public and gained a position of leadership in the Red Collective. He needed all of the reputation and renown he could get in order to encourage other major players to open their doors to him. Vase not only needed to gain a higher position, but also prove through his work that he was a visionary who was bound to uplift Red humanity to a higher level. Only then would the high and mighty god pilots respect him as a more equal and deserving compatriot. Perhaps it may be enough to curb the arrogance of the Hunting Association and allow him to purchase a Mentalist Crystal at a reasonable price. Maybe not. Vase shook his head. The huntsman did not appear to be a person who placed a lot of importance in such matters. The information relayed by Lucky gave Vase a better understanding of the god pilot behind the name. Though Vase did not have much hope of winning over the huntsman, he still had to do his best. In any case, the few days that Vase had left before he presented his Karman mechs to everyone served as a buffer period. Vase only had light duties on his schedule during this period. He did not dare to undertake any major priorities for fear of any accidents and because he wanted to improve his reputation first. He mostly spent his time at the Palace of Mechanical Marvels on Lorraine. The stately and classical Mech Museum was undergoing a large amount of renovations in order to present the best possible venue for the historic product reveal. Wherever Vase moved, numerous mechs constantly kept watch over him from every direction. The security restrictions on Lorraine were extremely tight, but Vase was still entitled to a lot of armed protection. Since Lorraine mostly fell under the management of the Red Association, the Mechers were easily able to reassign a lot of units to guard the Palace of Mechanical Marvels. A few mech units were even assigned to shadow and protect Vase directly. One of them happened to be the Dark Zephyr. Saint Tusa provided the strongest guarantee of protection for Vase. Even if he did not strictly need the protection of an ace pilot as much as other VIPs, the presence of this powerful first-class ace light skirmisher still acted as a strong deterrent against potential troublemakers. This was especially the case when Saint Tusa's feats became publicized. The Mechers took the initiative to publish heavily sanitized and edited footage of the Battle of Mazepin to highlight the courage and heroism of the Larkinsons during the fight. Not only did the brief clips of footage show Vase fighting against a bunch of Archie-Phase lords by himself, but they also showed the moments where the Dark Zephyr crippled and killed the Arena Lord of Yagwasa. In any case, the Distance Shaper already told everyone that he would make the aliens at Yagwasa know what happened to their former Arena Lord. That would make it much harder to keep all of the details confidential. The only sensitive parts that the Mechers insisted on keeping out of view were the widespread use of weapons of mass destruction. Even if word of their usage had already leaked to certain circles, it was not a good idea to give the public the impression that they were willing to launch weapons of mass destruction like there was no tomorrow. This could be regarded as an appetizer and a means to build up hype. It also boosted the glory and reputation of Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson and turned him into a hero who was ready to receive admiration from more than the members of the Golden Skull Alliance. The only issue was that the Mechers still tried to impose a title on Saint Tusa without making it look as if they were trying too hard. Not only did the propaganda pieces highlight the unusual fact that Tusa inherited the title of Arena Lord from its former alien holder, the footage also included segments where the mech pilots madly repeated the title Phase Bane after the battle. For this reason, Saint Tusa had already begun to become associated with the two titles that he did not really like, but had not rejected up to this point. Vase could feel Saint Tusa's ambivalence and irritation towards this development as he oversaw the preparations of the upcoming product reveal. You know, you could stop all of the nonsense if you just spoke out, Tusa. Vase turned around and looked up at the Dark Zephyr floating from above. I do not think it is a bad idea to accept either of the two titles, but you need to be the one to make this choice. Will you accept one of the monikers bestowed by others, or will you discard them and wait for a time where the masses will propose another title? The Dark Zephyr remained unresponsive for a time. At first, many of the workers repeatedly glanced above in order to admire the famous masterwork Ace Mech that managed to kill a greater Phase Lord. Fortunately, they gradually became used to the Dark Zephyr's presence and resumed their work without any significant interruptions. If the Dark Zephyr kept hold of the Tier 3 Destroyer Spear, then he would have been able to look a lot more heroic and imposing. However, the security services did not favor the appearance of such a lethal weapon, so the destroyer weapon remained behind aboard the Tarrasque. I still cannot make up my mind on this matter, Saint Tusa transmitted. I still need to think about it. I want to observe other people to find out what they think about calling me the Phase Bane or the Arena Lord. There is power in these titles, but they also come with the shackles of expectation. No one is truly free in our society. Vase softly shared his own thoughts. We are all connected in a complex social web. Rules, customs and expectations may try to put us all into neatly labeled boxes, but these roles also bring a lot of clarity and stability. That is what Red humanity needs the most at the moment. I don't blame the Mechers for attempting to use your feat of heroism as a vehicle to reassure the masses. The people here in Yurnstall are well off, but the situation is much different in the more rural and less developed star systems. Many people are fearing for their lives and future when they repeatedly hear that our defensive lines are becoming more precarious. I am not blind to that, Vase. I am willing to step up and do my part, but I prefer to do it on my terms instead of that of others. Then you need to give us all a more definitive answer. I don't think it is a good idea to withhold your answer all of the time. I expect you to make up your mind and decide what sort of ace pilot you want to become by the time I am ready to depart from your install. That is fair. I promise you that I will give you a definitive answer on what I want at that time. The Dark Zephyr's Saint Kingdom grew a little more subdued and less confused. This eased the tension in the Palace of Mechanical Marvels and helped everyone work a little more effectively than before. While Vase continued to supervise the prep work for the upcoming product reveal, he also dealt with intermittent issues that popped up from time to time. His personal assistant approached him during one of his lunch breaks and conveyed a message. Has the Office of the Evolution Witch finally given me a response to my request for an audience? Vase eagerly asked. Gavin Newman nodded. One of her secretaries has informed us that Her Holiness intends to hold a major announcement 3 days after the founding of the Red Collective. Once she has addressed the public, she is willing to meet with you in private. Vase let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I was afraid that she would use a lame excuse to avoid a meeting with me. I haven't been able to get in touch with her at all since she forced me to lead the Interim Leadership Council in her absence. Has the Office of the Evolution Witch told her what her upcoming announcement is all about? No, we will just have to wait like the rest of the public, boss. From what little I can gather from my virtual meeting with her secretary, the Evolution Witch is confident she can command the attention of Red humanity. I am fairly confident that she is planning to unveil something explosive. That sounded concerning. Making a shocking announcement fit the profile of the Evolution Witch. She was a more youthful god pilot who lacked the patience to lay low and boldly attempted to realize her ambitions. Her radical ideology compelled her to become more than just a silent guardian, and she was not shy about engaging in politics. Well, whatever she has in mind, I am glad that she is willing to wait until I am done with my public dealings. I don't have to be afraid that she will steal my thunder. If a god pilot intended to make a major announcement, then it had to be a big deal. Vase had a suspicion that whatever devious plot that the Evolution Witch had in mind may cause him to get involved as well. This could be either good or bad depending on what she intended to unveil. He did not have enough information to make reasonable guesses about what she intended to do, so he quickly stopped this line of inquiry and focused on more concrete matters. The fact that she is willing to meet with me in private gives me hope that she is ready to fulfill one of her obligations to me. Vase couldn't help but smile as he looked forward to what may come. I'll be able to grow stronger if all goes well. Things are looking up. Maybe I can even persuade the Evolution Witch to remove the block that is preventing my galactic citizenship tier from going up. A leader of the upper council of the Red Collective cannot remain stuck at tier 3. Even as he said that, he personally had little hope that she would change her mind. God pilots just loved to test him and mess around with him. The Battle of Mazepin had given him a deeper understanding of their behavior. Gavin slightly bowed his head. It is a great honor to meet with an exalted god pilot. The fact that you are able to gain a private audience with her is already a sign of favor that will open more doors for you. It will become easier for us to gain access to more exclusive circles where you can fulfill some of your objectives. Chapter 6388 Vase. The pet project. One day before the start of the increasingly more hyped product reveal, Vase received an important guest at the Palace of Mechanical Marvels. Vase suspended his supervision and met with the guest on an upper floor. Down below, he could clearly see the various historical exhibits showing a portion of the seminal works that defined the age of mechs. From half-broken and salvaged knight mechs to a rare surviving copy of a famous superlarge quintuple combination mech, the Mech Museum offered visitors a glimpse of the wonders that mech designers came up with in the past. Not every invention became successful enough to gain widespread adoption, but that did not stop them from influencing the direction of the mech industry and make other products stronger. Mech designers only had a relatively short time to build up a legacy, but they managed to become extraordinarily productive during the age of mechs. Under their collective efforts, mechs had become stronger, more efficient and more intertwined with human society than ever before. It was hard to imagine that mechs could lose their popularity at this point. Not even the rise of cultivation and the imminent founding of the Red Collective could damage the eagerness for people to admire and worship mechs. The only reason why mechs failed to expand its footprint into people's lives was because only a fraction of humans possessed the genetic aptitude to pilot mechs. Whether the 3.5% figure was accurate or not, there was no denying that the heavy limitations of neural interface technology disqualified many hopeful children from pursuing a career in mech piloting. While this requirement also ensured that most states wouldn't become overmilitarized, it had ruined the dreams of far too many people. How many of these hopefuls possessed the seeds of greatness that made them no less talented or capable than the likes of the chosen human? Yet because of a single disqualifying trait, so many humans never got the opportunity to prove their mettle. As Vase looked down at the historical exhibits, he became increasingly more cognizant that his invention would change everything. He did not possess enough foresight and understanding of human society to account for all of the disruption his Carmen mechs would cause, but that was okay. The Mechers possessed plenty of intelligent people who could account for all of the shocks his invention would produce once it became known to the public. This was why the survivalist faction and the transhumanist faction needed Vase to keep his Karman system a secret for so long. The Mechers had been frantically working to prepare Red humanity for the introduction of the Karman system. "You are doing well for yourself," Master Dervidian noted with a pleased expression as he lifted up a delicate teacup and took a gentle sip of his exotic brew. "The Battle of Mazepin has not shaken your resolve. That is good. Many parties are watching you and evaluating you. Even now, they continue to devise more ways to test your qualities to see whether you will fail their high expectations." Vase frowned. What the transhumanist just said spoiled his mood. He did not even bother to drink his tea, not that it did anything to quench his thirst anyway due to the size of his true body. "I am not too happy with the evolution which and those other figures who are hovering above my head. Why do they have to meddle with my life so much? Can't they just leave me alone and invest their valuable time in their own projects?" Master Dervidian ruefully chuckled at that. "Oh, Vase, your excellence is exactly the reason why they have decided that you are valuable enough to merit their attention. You may not like to hear this, but you have become one of their latest pet projects. The individuals who outrank you cannot help but test you and temper you in order to ensure that you have what it takes to become a competent and responsible steward of Red humanity. If they ever retire from their leadership roles, they want to know that the next generation of leaders can take over their mantle without abusing their newfound power." That only made Vase feel even more disgusted at this behavior. "Am I the only one who receives so much special treatment from the bigwigs, Master?" "Yes, and no. Other emerging leaders usually come from established institutions that have developed a mature and time-tested talent development system. Talented Mechers such as Professor Jovi Armelon and scions of Terran ancient clans such as Lady Alexa Strian have been raised and educated to exacting standards. Their training does not end after graduation. Once they enter the workforce, their employers will continue to test their limits and realize their potential. Through this semi-structured training regime, many talents eventually reach their limits and exhaust their potential. What matters is that a minority will find a way to break past their bottlenecks and continue to excel in the face of difficulties. These are the promising young leaders that we most look forward to taking over after the passing of our generations." As the patriarch of a large and growing clan himself, Vase kind of understood this approach. He admittedly employed a bit of this to the Larkinson clan. However, he felt he was being a lot more fair about the process. Vase had always emphasized transparency. He hated it when people played games and toyed with the lives of others. As far as he was concerned, the Larkinson clan should offer plenty of opportunities for talents to excel and promote themselves, but never force any of its clansmen to embrace a life of stress and constant performance. This was why Vase also insisted that only the main branches of the Larkinson clan should put pressure on the clansmen to unlock and realize their potential. If there were any Larkinsons that just wanted to do their duty and relax in their free time, then they were free to join one of the many planetary side branches. Life in those idyllic branches was much slower and less consumed by competition. Of course, the members of the side branches shouldn't expect to earn as much either. The rewards had to be commensurate with risks and responsibilities. The evolution which, the huntsman and all of those other high and mighty figures apparently engaged in the same activity, but at a much grander scope. Red humanity was much bigger and more important than the Larkinson clan, so the Tier 1 galactic citizens imposed much higher expectations to the best of emerging young leaders. The more outstanding Vase became, the more those bigwigs acknowledged that Vase deserved a place in this exclusive club. The problem that Vase had with this unwritten arrangement was that nobody ever asked him whether he wanted to receive this kind of treatment. What really happened was that the evolution which forced him to become the Deputy Chief Counselor of the Interim Leadership Council. That was probably the signal flare that unofficially announced his participation in this high-level rat race. If the damned evolution which did not force Vase to prematurely take part in high-level politics, he bet that there was a large probability that the ambush would have never occurred. The journey from New Constantinople to Yurnstal should have turned into an uneventful trip. Vase sneered. So the fact that I essentially rose up from nowhere and don't have a big state or organization to supervise my growth means that I am fair game to all of those meddlesome god pilots and star designers. The raw master mech designer did not deny this. The short answer is yes. We are aware that you have a prominent mother, but, since she has not taken the initiative to prepare you for your future responsibilities, other prominent individuals have taken upon themselves to do her job. This may sound unseemly to you, but it is more common than you think. What you need to remember is that the aforementioned Tier 1 galactic citizens have good intentions when they invest in your life and career. It is not their intention to torment you. You will become better off as long as you satisfy their expectations. Haven't you managed to claim a rare and much coveted phase water production system after your latest battle? This is a treasure that you can never attain through normal means. He may be right about this, but Vase felt anything but goodwill towards all of this meddling. He refused to accept that those Tier 1 galactic citizens harbored good intentions towards him. As far as he was concerned, those bigwigs were just bored and wanted to have fun by torturing their juniors. I don't need a PPS so soon. Vase grumbled and crossed his arms. It will be years or decades before I am eligible to promote to a greater phase lord. My original plan was to patiently build up my retinue of first-class ace mechs and sick them onto any greater phase lord that is stupid enough to fight my greatest champions instead of fleeing on the spot. I don't need any help from others to obtain my own phase water production system. Master Dervidian clearly saw that Vase felt far too upset to accept this explanation, so the older mech designer did not insist any further. He had come forward to explain the behavior of some of his superiors, but that did not mean he was obligated to defend their actions. I can tell you that the evolution which is particularly satisfied with your performance. When you meet with Her Holiness after she has concluded her planned announcement, she is willing to grant you a more thorough explanation. You are a crucial element in not just one, but several of her plans. Since you desire to obtain clarity, she will try to oblige you at that time. Though Vase felt skeptical towards this promise, it was acceptable enough to melt a portion of his hostility. Fine, she better have a good story when the time comes. Are you aware of what she is planning to announce? I am. Master Dervidian curtly nodded. She has recently disclosed one of her projects to a small group of confidants. Her plan is highly disruptive, perhaps even more so than the unveiling of your Karman system. Unlike your work, we do not have much advance warning to prepare the rest of our society for the widespread changes that will follow after she has initiated her plan, but I think that our society will be eager to embrace this upcoming development. That aroused Vess's interest. Oh, can you tell me what she is working on besides fighting the native aliens? Your name is not on the list, so I am not allowed to divulge any information. You will have to learn the news at the same time as everyone else. It is only a week, so be patient. If the evolution which successfully executes her ambitious plan, then she may end up saving red humanity from extinction. That sounds like a big deal. Vase looked both impressed and wary. Please tell me that she doesn't intend to pull off another polymath or anything. Dervidian laughed. Oh, not at all. We would not remain silent if that was the case. We are not as unreasonable as the survivalists. I can promise you that the evolution which does not seek to subvert or take over our civilization. What she has in mind will genuinely benefit us all. In fact, you have played a small but indispensable role in this endeavor. This is one of the other reasons why she favors you to an increasing degree. That sounds nice. This will be a week of change. The first revolution will begin tomorrow when you finally present your Karman system to society at large. Since your invention threatens to upend the oldest and most established rules of the mech industry, be prepared to face a large amount of skepticism and challenges. There will be individuals who will seek to put your Karman mechs to the test. Vase frowned at that. My Karman mechs aren't exactly premium. Their Karman pilots are not professional either. They won't perform all that well compared to conventional machines controlled by professional mech pilots. There is no need for concern. Everyone will take the limitations of Karman mechs into account. We shall make sure the challenges will not be excessive. What matters is that your work can prove that the basic concept works. People will already become satisfied if a norm can pilot a mech. There is no immediate demand that a norm can perform well enough to defeat a potentate. You can work on that in the future. Chapter 6389. Humans always need enemies. After a final day of preparation, the big day had finally come. The date of product reveal had arrived. No accidents or emergencies arose that could have cancelled or postponed the increasingly more hyped event. No one tried to assassinate Vase or any of the collaborators that worked on the Swarm project. Of course, Vase did not really expect anyone to be able to succeed, let alone get close enough to make the attempt. The Red Association has bolstered the security in the entire district where the Palace of Mechanical Marvels was located. The Mechers also bolstered their defenses in orbit and tightened their inspections even further. The survivalists and transhumanists had become so invested in the unveiling of the Karman system that they absolutely did not want any accidents to occur at this time. There should be no instance where a Tier 1 galactic citizen deliberately tried to stir up trouble to test Vase. This reassured him to an extent, but also made him more cognizant that he needed to do a really good job today. He could not afford to screw up. Everything had to proceed smoothly. A single imperfection could tarnish the entire event. Though he felt increasingly more nervous about it, he had made enough high-profile speeches to endure the pressure. Not all of his colleagues could keep their nerves under control. Jovi and Vector looked fairly composed. Their education and training had prepped them a bit better for occasions like these. Lady Romonda DeVos and Lord Richard Brownstone should have been more prepared as well, but their mentalities were not as firm. Vase had to spend a bit of his time to reassure them and keep them cool enough to play their own roles in the upcoming presentation. Out of the two, Vase directed more attention towards Lady Romonda. The reason for that was because she not only represented the Terran Alliance, but also the cosmopolitan movement. That latter part was a secret, but it still contributed to her conflicted feelings towards her participation in the soon-to-be historic Swarm project. In order to make the presentation as impressive as possible, the Mechers dispatched the best available stylists and makeup artists to shape the appearances of the 5 senior mech designers. Vase had to exchange his familiar red and white Patriarch uniform for a resplendent ensemble of carmine-colored suit pieces. The long coat that resembled a cape, the golden filigree, the sharp lines, the reflective green gems and the black accents made him look like a dignified vampire elder. At least that was what he privately thought. It made him appear a lot older and more stately than he was in reality. That was probably the point. He lamented the lack of cat symbols. The design of his outfit lacked any sense of playfulness that he preferred to wear on his sleeve. It was a silent hint that conveyed to others that they shouldn't take him all that seriously. Vase would rather be underestimated than the opposite. The more people took him seriously, the more reasons they had to meddle with his life. Alas, it was too late to play stupid at this junction. He had risen too far and passed too many tests to stay under the radar. From the moment he reluctantly chose to raise his profile, he was destined to present himself in the most imposing manner possible. The other contributors to the Swarm project also dressed in an impressive manner. Each of their suits thoughtfully adopted the colors and symbols that reflected their respective backgrounds and origins. Though Vase did not know too much about fashion, he could clearly tell that the outfits of the other mech designers did not stand out as much as his own. None of them were supposed to upstage the person that invented the Karman system. "Are you ready to go down in history, Romonda?" Vase casually asked as he watched Lucky receive the pampering of a team of stylists. They did not attempt to force a cat-sized suit on the gem cat. Instead, they adored the exterior of Lucky's plating and carefully oiled and polished the surface until it gleamed in the light. They also placed flowers and jewels around the ears and onto the tail. These additions turned Lucky from a gem cat that was capable of depopulating a hostile starship by himself into a beautiful feline companion. Meow. The cat in question clearly did not like his new look. It made him look a lot softer and harmless. His appearance became an affront to his pride. It was a pity that no one cared about his complaints. They only wanted to make Lucky look as presentable as possible. Romonda meanwhile answered Vess's question. "I am on the cusp of receiving a large amount of recognition. My contributions do not deserve to be honored as much as yours, but my work will soon become known to people in every corner of the new frontier. I do not reject this honor, but I fear I may ultimately fail to live up to the expectations of the public. I am not comparable to you, Vase. I can understand what you are going through. You fear that you are ultimately unable to live up to people's expectations. You do not necessarily owe them anything. As a mech designer, you should only be accountable to mech pilots or more precisely your customers. The voices of others are not as relevant. As long as you hold on to the ethos of our shared profession, I am sure you will continue to have a place in the mech industry." "That is not exactly what I meant, but I appreciate your sentiment." The slightly older woman replied. "No matter what, I am a mech designer first, and a Terran second. Today, my contribution will benefit our entire race and seek to bring balance in the ongoing war. I truly hope that our Swarm project may ultimately heal the many fractures in our society. For all of our differences, we are ultimately the same. It is my hope that our works will encourage individuals to recognize their shared identities and find cause to drop their grievances with each other." He could clearly hear the double meaning in her words. "Oh, I did not take you for a pacifist or a uniter. Are you willing to let the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact shake hands and make friends with each other? After working together with Richard Brownstone, I have long come to the realization that the historical conflicts between our states are a relic of the past. Romonda said, I think that Terrans have become so accustomed to inheriting the hatred towards Rubarthans from their parents that they blindly pursue this behavior without thinking whether it is still merited. We have already entered an age where the original cause for hostilities has already become ancient history, but no one is doing enough to correct our perspectives to fit the modern era. Vase stared into her eyes. I do not think that the Terrans and the Rubarthans are still locked in a life and death conflict. They have already eased into a milder and less harmful rivalry. So long as they both share a common enemy, they will not have any reason to go too far. I feel that people always need enemies to fight against. If they don't feel sufficiently threatened, they will grow complacent and start to turn their weapons against themselves. That is just who we are. I don't think we can ever achieve lasting peace in our society. We are just too different and diverse from each other. The Terran mech designer clearly did not agree with this cynical sentiment, but she did not feel the need to argue her viewpoint any further. Vase actually did not think his Karman system would lead to greater unity. It should intensify existing conflicts because Karman mechs had the ability to empower a lot more people. Giving people more weapons would definitely encourage them to use their new toys. That will definitely make human society a lot more lively than before, and not always in a good way. Fortunately, that was not his problem. The Red Association existed to regulate the use of mechs. Vase may not like this organization all that much, but he could not deny that it served an essential purpose. Mechs could have done a lot more harm to people if a strong regulatory institution did not exist. As the stylists finished their jobs, Vase and the others waited for the Palace of Mechanical Marvels to welcome the invited guests. Many people had come to Yurnstall in order to attend this mysterious product reveal. Unlike in previous cases, Vase had his collaborators had done a much better job at preserving the details of his mech design project. Few clever people missed the fact that the Red Association was unusually invested in whatever Vase had worked upon. That served as a signal that they should not dismiss the importance of this product reveal. As such, the main exhibition hall of the Palace of Mechanical Marvels had been set up to receive several million guests. A large proportion of them were either people of importance or their representatives. Each of them expected comfortable and luxurious accommodations that fit their status. Not everyone was able to obtain the treatment that they desired. The place was just too packed. The Mechers had done a good job at hyping up this event, so there were far too many people who applied to attend the product reveal in person. The target audience of the Swarm project was the common folk. The first Karman mechs did not feature amazing combat power, and Vase wanted to wait until he came out with more premium products to satisfy the needs of the elites. This was why he insisted that a large proportion of the audience had to consist of ordinary folk. While Vase partially got his wish, it was difficult to satisfy this condition. Yurnstall was an incredibly expensive place to visit and reside in. The people who gained the qualifications to visit the Central Star Node were much wealthier and more successful by definition. There was no place for losers and poor people in the Sapphire of the Red, oh well. As Vase continued to wait backstage as the guests slowly passed through the incredibly strict security checks, he petted Lucky's oiled and shiny back and occasionally greeted the friends and acquaintances that he agreed to meet. Thank you for inviting me, Vase. I would have never been able to travel to your install and witness your famous presentations in person without your help. Tristan Wesseling said as he openly eyed his friend's Karman outfit. The Mechers must be truly excited for them to dress you up to this extent. I can promise you that you will cherish this moment for the rest of your life. Vase grinned. I cannot wait. Is there a place for my gems in your new works? Not per se. Vase honestly said, your gems will have the same effect on them as they do on my older works. There is no special synergy as far as I can tell. That may change in the future. I will develop more premium and powerful products where your hyper gems can play a more material role in elevating their performance. The economics also makes a lot more sense in those cases. Nothing is certain in the future, but if all goes well, I will approach you in order to forge a long-term partnership with you. The premise is that your hyper gems are powerful enough to be worth my time. You are not the only mech designer that can offer comprehensive enhancements to my products. I have not been sitting still. Tristan seriously said, I have made numerous discoveries and advancements since I produced my initial batch of positive and negative hyper gems. I have not been able to suppress their cost, but I am continuing to discover new methods to make them stronger. That is good to hear. The more noticeable the changes, the better. Chapter 6390. You Lose. Vase had a good talk with Tristan Wesseling. The status between the two may have diverged even further in the past few years, but Vase never forgot the simple friendship they once shared. This relationship enabled Vase to speak with Tristan on a more equal and casual level. It became increasingly harder for Vase to speak to others without any regard for his elevated status and reputation, especially towards people outside of his clan. This was why he still remembered Tristan and extended an invitation to him. There were many advantages to visiting your stall. Perhaps he may be able to find new customers for his products, or meet another mech designer whose design philosophy synergized well with his own. Although Vase was willing to pay for Tristan's vacation, it was up to the former Fredaman to find his own opportunities on Lorraine or any of the other planets in the large star system. There is a rumor going around that your product reveal is so important that a star designer may deign to attend. Is there any truth to this story? Tristan cautiously asked. Vase merely responded with a mysterious smile. Even if it is true, why do you think I am allowed to say anything about it? Don't talk about this topic any further. Understood, Vase. They soon spoke about less controversial topics. So how is Davut these days? It is doing fine for a second-rate colonial state in the Krakatoa Middle Zone. Tristan said, since our zone is adjacent to the contested Torald Middle Zone, everyone in Krakatoa is aware that they will face the brunt of alien aggression if the remaining two defensive bands ever collapse. That has spooked many colonists. Many cowardly families and organizations have already relocated to the rear of human space if they can afford it. Those that have remained behind mostly cannot afford to abandon their foundations and afford the overinflated prices that are being charged for real estate in the rear. Would you relocate to the Magyar Middle Zone or another safer place if given the chance? No, Tristan said with a surprisingly decisive tone. I am done with running away. I severed my relationship with the Friday colonies. I do not want to return in disgrace. I do not want to repeat the process of an immigrant trying to integrate into a foreign state a second time. The Colonial Federation of Davut is anything but perfect, but it is better than the Friday colonies in any way. I wished I grew up in this state instead. If the war ever comes at our doorstep, I will leave the design lab and volunteer for military service. There is always a place for journeyman mech designers in the military. Perhaps Tristan may be overestimating his courage in the face of a genocidal threat, but Vase still admired his friend's courage and dedication. Tristan Wesseling had lived through war once before and witnessed how ugly it could turn out. Yet despite being haunted by his trauma for many years, he still possessed enough of a sense of duty to take a more active part in a war once again. Vase found it regretful that Tristan had yet to improve his design philosophy and his mech designs to the point of advancing to the rank of senior mech designer. The former Fredaman's mentality was obviously in the right place, but that alone was not enough to get rid of his journeyman status. A senior mech designer had to be capable of designing mechs that were clearly superior to the products they designed back when they were journeyman mech designers. If the difference in quality and performance was not significant enough, that person did not deserve to attain a higher rank. It may take a decade or two for Tristan to advance to the rank of senior by relying on his own efforts. This was a relatively average pace for a typical second-class mech designer, but it was incredibly slow compared to Vase. That said, Vase did not urge Tristan to hurry up or lend any aid in order to speed up his plans. The man clearly had his own pride, and he was doing well enough compared to many other mech designers. If the Red War ever reaches Davut, you may have more than one way to contribute to the war effort. Vase gave his friend a coy smile. Mech designers like us are no longer as limited by our physical constraints as before. We live in the Age of Dawn. There are many more wonders available to us than in the previous age. You need to correct your cognition and keep up with the times. If war ever comes, you will have many more tools at your disposal than before. I have seen the news footage where you fought against those strange Archie-phase lords. It is hard to believe that the giant human fighting against those Archie with the help of smart metal is a mech designer. I do not think that becoming a phase lord is my thing, though. Just the cost of procuring the phase water needed to expand my body to such exaggerated proportions is enough to end this fantasy. Vase laughed. There are more affordable ways for mech designers like you and I to become an asset on the battlefield. I can promise you that a lot of good stuff is in the works that will completely change the way we fight. Has the Red Collective prepared a cultivation method that can strengthen mech designers? Tristan asked with a slightly longing voice. Sort of. Just wait for the announcements, my friend. I don't dare to claim that Red Humanity's reversal is just around the corner, but the stuff I have been involved in will change our society forever. As much as Vase wanted to chat with Tristan a bit more, he had to receive other important guests as well. Once Tristan bid goodbye and left the backstage area, another notable guest arrived to meet with Vase in person. He vastly preferred it if he did not meet with this particular individual, but her status demanded that he accepted her private visitation. Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson strode forward with purpose. She stopped before Vase and beheld his impressive appearance with an irritated expression. Well played, Hierarch of the Coalition of Faiths. Good morning to you too, Grand Master Protector of the Guardians of Order. The two referred to each other by the titles that they used as of late in their political spars. In the past few sessions of the Interim Leadership Council, Vase and Astrid had verbally sparred against each other numerous times. Both of them represented the two broadest and most influential factions of the soon-to-be-founded Red Collective. It was impossible for them to befriend each other, but they at least grew familiar enough to build a measure of respect towards their political counterparts. Though Vase still thought of Astrid Jameson as a spoiled brat who only managed to rise up the ranks of the Red Fleet due to the fact that she was a descendant of a powerful fleet admiral, he gradually learned that he was being unfair to this young lady. For Astrid to gain opportunities to present herself to the public showed that she had managed to outperform many other scions of the Jameson line. At the very least, Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson still saw enough promise in Astrid to support her bid to lead the Guardians of Order. However, Vase had a strong feeling that Astrid's motivation to seek him out had little direct relations to the political affairs of the Red Collective. You found out, didn't you? You and your ancestor at the very least. Astrid scowled. We did. You and your fellow Mechers have admittedly done well to hide the truth of the storm that you are about to unleash upon our society, but it is impossible for you to protect your secret now that it has been shared among too many people. Vase shrugged. I never really insisted on keeping this secret for so long. It is the Mechers who really wanted to keep you guys in the dark. I don't think they care too much if the Red Fleet knows about it now. Unless you invade Lorraine right away, there is no way for you and your fellow fleeters to stop what is coming. It is too late. You have already lost this game. The fleeter's expression turned even uglier as she had no choice to admit the truth of his words. Do you understand how much time, resources and manpower the Red Fleet has invested in the establishment and expansion of the Starfighter Corps? It had a modest start, but it has gained more acceptance over the following months. We have built up a thriving industry for starfighters, and we have organized enough training programs to mobilize hundreds of millions of starfighter pilots in the next 3 years. All of this work, all of this training, none of it will come to fruition because the mech-crazed space peasants will take one look at your so-called Carmen mechs and forget about our Starfighter Corps. What pains all of us is that we have no viable counterplay. You have already put us in checkmate. Though Vase wanted to feel smug about ruining the plans of the fleeters, his greater sense of responsibility towards human society couldn't help but decry all of the wasted investment. He sighed. I did not want this to happen, but that is life. Technological progress always comes paired with wasted efforts. There are few winners and many losers. That is the reality of it. I do not necessarily consider the Starfighter Corps to be a waste. If my Carmen mechs did not work out, we can always count on your brand of small craft. Besides, my Carmen mechs impose heavy restrictions. That do not work out for everyone. Your starfighters are much easier and more straightforward to control. It doesn't require a decade of training for pilots to meet professional standards. We do not require your pity, Hierarch. Astrid hissed. We can recognize that we have lost. We are already planning to draw down our Starfighter Corps. There is still a place for it as you have said, but our dreams that groups will begin with more starfighters than mechs have come to an end. Vase smiled in a good-natured way as he reached forward and patted her shoulder. The lieutenant commander scowled and quickly pulled back. Do not touch me, you scoundrel. Hey, I am just trying to cheer you up. The Red Fleet shouldn't hate my invention. You guys should embrace it instead. Have you not realized that my Carmen mechs rely on the same principles that have turned the dominion of man into a beast of a dreadnought? Now that I am about to publish my Carmen mech designs, your scientists and engineers will have a much easier time to reverse engineer my unique tech and independently develop your own Carmen warships. The woman's expression changed. Are you being serious, Larkinson? I am. As far as I am concerned, you fleeters need to stop wasting your time on popularizing your own version of small craft. It does not fall into your core competences at all. You guys have always excelled in warship development, so you should stick with this. While I cannot promise you that it will be easy to adapt my Karman system to large naval hulls on a practical basis, the existence of the Dominion of Man proves that this ambitious line of research does not lead to a dead end. His suggestion caused the fleeter to fall in thought. It was not easy to realize this ambition. The top minds of the Red Fleet had spent many months on studying and deciphering all of the impossibilities that made the Dominion of Man so strong, but they had not come close to cracking one of the many working principles that turned this dreadnought alive. Even so, it was better than nothing. The Red Fleet refused to let the Red Association gain the upper hand. Chapter 6391. The beginning of the greatest product reveal. The venue slowly filled up. The enormous exhibition space of the Palace of Mechanical Marvels had been used to present all sorts of new and interesting mech products over the years. This time was different. People held much higher expectations this time. The identity and reputation of the lead designer along with the increasingly more optimistic hints dropped by the Red Association generated far more hopes and expectations from the growing crowd than usual. The more sensitive and far-sighted people even had a sense that history could be made here today. The mechers invested way too much in this product reveal for it to unveil a relatively mundane mech design. Vase already had a reputation for releasing good mech designs. The sales of the second-class Fei Fianna and the Ultimatum models had plateaued after months of rising momentum, but that did not take away from the fact that they had remained persistent sellers since their release. Anyone with a brain could figure out that whatever product Vase intended to release had to be significantly more exciting than the two aforementioned bestsellers. Few people had a good idea what Vase planned to unveil. Could it be the first living mech at the first-class level? Many people expected him to enter the first-class mech market, but even that should not warrant such attention from the Red Association. Many of the guests freely shared their guesses with each other. Pretty much no one who did not receive advance warning failed to make the correct guess. No matter what kind of product they thought that Vase would introduce, none of them ever imagined that he would break the limitations of genetic aptitude and open up the possibility of piloting mechs to the wider population. Back on New Constantinople 8, Gloriana and her children had made sure to clear their schedules so that they could witness the presentation in their living rooms. "Where is Papa?" Andraste asked as she cuddled with Clixie. "Meow meow." The Rubarthan sentinel cat casually licked her paws while luxuriating in her treatment. "Your father will appear soon," Gloriana said as she comfortably sat next to Aurelia. "Much will change today. All of our lives will change forever. Your father will become a celebrated mech designer throughout history, and his bloodline shall become more exalted than ever. As his children, the three of you will notice that everyone will treat you differently from today onwards. As the children of the man who made mechs available to everyone, you will inherit a part of his honor. Many doors will open to you, but people will also expect more from the children of a great man. If you want to live up to your father's growing reputation, then nothing less than excellence is satisfactory." The children all nodded and took her lesson to heart. They had all heard many times that they were special and more powerful than other children. They constantly studied hard in order to please their parents and earn their praise. While the wife and children of Vase eagerly awaited for the presentation to begin, the main exhibition hall steadily filled up. More and more people occupied the large amount of stands. Floating boxes paneled with wood and carved with intricate details floated above the heads of everyone else and welcomed a large variety of VIP guests. Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson joined a gathering of other fleeter officers in a large box reserved for their company. They sat down on the plush couches and partook in the glasses of wine that was specially imported from a distant vineyard located close to Bridgehead 1. Now that the vineyard had lost its main customer, it had quickly shifted its sales to Jernstall, which benefited the locals and visitors of the Central Star Node. "Captain Rees," the lieutenant commander as well as Grand Master Protector spoke. "Thank you for accepting my invitation. We may hail from different fleets, but we still serve the same organization. I hope that despite our differences in opinion, we can hold an equitable exchange with each other. You have spent much more time in the company of the Devil Tongue than any other mecher. You have even contributed to the legendary attempt to transform the Dominion of Man into the first known god ship. Our understanding of this mysterious Karman system is admittedly bare, so we expect you to fill in the gaps and provide additional insights based on your understanding of its inventor. In return, I expect you to speed up the conclusion of the inquiry into the Babylon excavator's performance during her last battle and offer a vote of support in my next promotion evaluation." The fleeter captain plainly stated his demand. That is, acceptable, as long as the information you share is commensurate with the value of our concessions. You shall find no issue with my insights. Captain Rees smirked. I may not be able to discuss the details of the Karman system as we have been unable to track its development within the design labs of the Tarask, but I can tell you much about the perspective of its inventor. As the fleeters chatted with each other VIPs continued to enter the private boxes. As Yernstall was one of the most developed star systems in human-occupied space, it was not that difficult for the established movers and shakers to attend this event. Senior mech designers, master mech designers, and a whole host of bureaucrats, businessmen, scientists and off-duty military officers continued to arrive at the Palace of Mechanical Marvels and take their seats above the stands. The gathering of so many humans produced a sense of anticipation that caused the surrounding air to become more charged. It was as if they were all waiting for an announcement that would change their lives one way or another. Vase, still dressed in his carmine-colored ensemble, stood alongside his fellow collaborators and watched how the entire exhibition hall almost became full. He grew reassured when he saw all of the security measures in place. What was visible only represented the tip of the iceberg, but he nonetheless became happy to see the Red Association mobilizing plenty of mechs inside as well as outside. More importantly, the Dark Zephyr continued to remain active but out of sight in the vicinity. Vase could feel the edge of the Ace Light Skirmishers Saint Kingdom scanning the surroundings for any threats. As Vase thought about how many benefits his latest invention would bring, he almost took the initiative to ask whether Saint Tusa was willing to integrate the Karman system into his Dark Zephyr. Vase quickly squashed this thought a few seconds later. He already asked Tusa once before, and the answer would likely remain the same. As much as Tusa liked the benefits enjoyed by Venerable Janzi Larkinson and others, his very nature deterred him to the idea of shackling himself to a single mech for the rest of his career. While he most certainly loved the Dark Zephyr and developed a fantastic relationship with his only high-ranking mech, he did not harbor a strong desire to make their bond permanent and unbreakable. Accidents could always happen. No human was immortal, and the same applied to mechs. Light mechs happened to get completely wrecked at a significantly higher rate than larger and more massive machines. If the worst ever happened to the Dark Zephyr, then Saint Tusa wanted to be sure he could resume his career after getting a replacement machine. The ace pilot harbored no disrespect towards the Dark Zephyr. It was just part of the job. The living mech himself was mature enough to know that his only partner would not be willing to retire after suffering a major mishap. This brief consideration reminded Vase that the Karman system was not a must-have. The stronger the mech pilot, the less they gained from it, as the importance of genetic aptitude had dropped for high-ranking mech pilots. While Vase speculated that the Karman system might make it easier for peak ace pilots to traverse the road to no return and successfully break through, he never dared to voice this theory due to how outrageous it sounded. Vase needed to gather hard proof before he could make this claim in public. This was a problem because he did not know any peak ace pilots who were willing to bet on his completely new tech that had never been tested at such a high level. Don't think too much, Vase. Saint Tusa transmitted over a private short-range channel. Just stick with the basics today. I can feel that your head is filled with all kinds of wild ideas, but let's not overwhelm everyone with them, okay? We should take this one step at a time. It is not too late to introduce other versions in the future. The ace pilot's words inserted much-needed clarity in Vesa's mind. You're right, I was getting ahead of myself. The public can only process so many shocks at a time. A countdown appeared. Vase only had 2 minutes left before he was scheduled to appear on the big stage. Yeah, you better follow me as well, just in case. If nothing happens, then at least you will be a fixture in all of the historical images that will be used to commemorate this day. Do you think that there is a star designer attending this product reveal? Lord Richard Brownstone carefully inquired. I truly don't know. Vase shrugged. The security services keep this kind of information away from the public. I do not sense anyone excessively powerful in the crowd, but that does not necessarily disprove this possibility. If the star designer wanted to reveal his or her attendance, then that will happen sooner or later. Vase briefly checked the conditions of his 4 collaborators and saw nothing obviously amiss with them. They were all elite first-raters, so they were quite capable of enduring the huge amount of stress of hosting a presentation in front of so many people. To be honest, today was mostly about Vase and his work. The contributions of the other senior mech designers were nowhere near as important, and they all knew it. They only possessed minor speaking roles this time. This increased the burden on Vase. He tried his best to suppress any nervous tendencies and use his condition to make himself sharp and increase his presence. There was no need for Vase to resort to the cheap tricks he used in the old days. There was no need to borrow any glows or borrow the power of his design spirits. He was already confident enough in his own work that he chose to approach this like a mech designer. And now, please welcome the mech designer that you have all been waiting for. Give a good welcome to Professor Vase Larkinson. Vase plastered a smile on his face and entered into view of the entire audience. The exhibition hall already became noisy as many people clapped and hollered at his arrival. He ignored all of the noises and eventually managed to move to the center. A bright spotlight shone from above while the surroundings started to dim. Vase raised a single palm, causing everyone to fall silent. Good day, citizens of Red Humanity. What I am about to introduce to you all will subvert many of the rules about mechs that you have taken for granted. Please be patient and allow me to introduce the greater context of my works. Let us start with the beginning of the age of mechs. A projection appeared that displayed an excellent reproduction of an old museum piece. Mechs have existed before the age of mechs. Our precursors have painstakingly developed many of the essential technologies that still form the basic framework of modern mechs today. What allowed mechs to stand out from other war machines was two reasons. First, they evoked a sense of romance and heroism for those who yearned to pilot them. Second, their neural interface appears perfectly adapted to enable mech pilots to control their mechs directly with their minds. For over 4 centuries of continuous development, this has always remained constant. Chapter 6392 The Glory of the Mech Industry. Though not everyone appreciated the history lesson, Vase believed it was important to frame his work as the confluence of successive developments in mech design over the generations. He already knew for certain that his Karman system would serve as a major historical turning point, so he might as well play up this angle. Since the start of the age of mechs, many different mech designers have contributed to the overall development of mechs over time. Vase continued to address his audience, many of whom were probably watching at their homes or workplaces. Countless mech designers have managed to produce minor feats of brilliance that have resulted in incremental improvements or an expansion in the variety of mechs that can be made. These small gains are almost unnoticeable when we view them in isolation, but can reach a considerable scale when conglomerated. Many mech designers who had grown old enough to be realistic about their limited prospects identified with this description. These mech designers may be good enough to earn a comfortable living, but they were not brilliant enough to invent anything big. Despite this shortcoming, they still ended up with fulfilling careers as they knew that their mech designs and technological applications played a small role in broadening or deepening the foundation of mech design. This was the strength of a cohesive, united mech industry under the leadership and the supervision of the Mech Trade Association. Yet there are also other visionaries who have succeeded in changing the landscape of mechs with a single invention. Vase continued to speak as he grew increasingly more enthused about his speech. This happens much less frequently, but the rich and expensive mech industry always offers room for more ambitious, capable and far-sighted mech designers that have pursued ideas that others considered impractical until it appeared in their faces. He had been the victim of this as well in the past. Hopefully, he would not be met with as much skepticism once he made his explosive announcement. Let us briefly go over the major advancements throughout the history of mechs. Vase said as a massive projection appeared above his head that displayed an image of what he mentioned. Mech archetypes. Destroyer weapons, beast mechs, aquatic mechs, first-class multipurpose mechs, more extensive miniaturization, smart metal mechs, support link technology, transphasic mechs, hyper mechs. This is just a small and insignificant selection of successful technological advancements that defined their generations as soon as they became available or reached mass adoption. The display of key technologies that improved mechs for the better inspired a lot of people. Mech designers felt proud of what their predecessors managed to accomplish in the past. Mech pilots felt grateful to the diligent and hardworking mech designers who developed all of these amazing techs. Technology bound them all together. The universality of the technologies they worked with allowed them to form a large community that united people from every corner of human society. The mech industry was different from every other industry because of the unprecedented unity and collective will of all of its participants. Through the efforts of many diligent and hardworking mech designers and other professionals, we have steadily managed to solve many problems that proved insurmountable in the past. Only 20 years ago, no one would have taken you seriously if you claimed that a mech can traverse interstellar distances without a carrier ship. Now, Enough mechs are equipped with mini drives and transphasic flight systems that it has become an attainable if expensive product. Just think how much has changed due to the introduction of a new technological paradigm. Before humans got their hands on phase water, only god mechs possessed the capability to travel faster than light and travel to other star systems on an independent basis. That was true. Mechs had always become inseparable to carriers from the beginning. Unless mechs were produced on the same planet and assigned to defend it against extraterrestrial visitors, all machines had to be ferried around by large and cumbersome mechs. The availability of phase water technology finally liberated mechs from this limitation, at least in theory. In practice, it did not make economic sense to equip mini drives to every mech. Still, turning an impossibility into a possibility was already a feat worthy of celebration. I am proud of what my predecessors and contemporaries have accomplished so far. Vase spoke in an uplifting tone. He straightened his back even further and allowed his flowing coat to billow behind his back. With every passing generation, the mech industry has produced both incremental and revolutionary results. Both types of gains go hand in hand, as the former often builds up to the latter and vice versa. Yet, he deliberately made his posture more subdued. Above his head, the giant projection that previously displayed the many successes of the mech industry started to portray different footage. A lot of people's expressions grew troubled as they witnessed the all-too-familiar sights of 10-year-old children who just received the results of their genetic aptitude tests. In the vast majority of the cases, the children suffered their first major setback. Their dreams of becoming heroic mech pilots crumbled into pieces as the reality of their inadequate aptitudes dealt them a fatal blow. In a society that worshipped mechs and idolized mech pilots, the revelation that you could never feasibly pilot a real mech was enough to plunge teenagers into years-long depression. Fortunately, these instances happened so frequently that every state and society had their own way of healing these broken children. Many of the people in the exhibition hall and watching by remote had gone through their own ordeals. As they continued to grow older and wiser, they eventually came to accept their lot and found ways to enjoy pursuits and passions. Yet, the younger they were, the more they still harbored regrets and longing about the future they could have lived in. What if a quirk of their biologies just happened to twitch to the point where their genetic aptitudes improved? I can feel your pain and regret at being denied a chance to pilot a mech. Vase said as he gently pressed his palm on his chest. I feel it as well. Back when I was a teenager myself, I often cursed my fate for being born in a military family, yet unable to continue its greatest traditions. I was immature back then, so I often blamed others for my own inadequacies and bad luck. It was quite common back then for school children to gather around and curse the stupid and lazy mech designers for failing to expand the restrictions imposed by our reliance on neural interface technology. What he just said was part of the childhood of every norm. Many people adopted familiar and reminiscing faces as they recalled their own reactions during this phase of their teenage years. The giant projection changed to display a simplified wireframe model of a neural interface. Vase began to pace back and forth, with Lucky silently floating behind his back. It is surprising how little neural interface technology has improved over the centuries. Yes, I am aware that it has experienced many incremental and a handful of revolutionary improvements over the generations, but progress has been much slower in this field than elsewhere. Certain people attribute this to the high entry barriers of this field. Others blame the extensive restrictions that the MTA and RA have imposed on this sensitive and dangerous tech. Whatever the case, whatever improvements that neural interfaces have received during the entire span of the age of mechs, they are so subtle and refined that most people can't notice the difference. That elicited a bit of laughter, but of the cynical variety. Vase gave voice to an incredibly common and much shared complaint. Both laymen and mech insiders decried the excessive caution and lack of daring experimentation in the field of neural interface technology. Still, there were plenty of people who reluctantly agreed why the mechers preferred to err on the side of caution. A lot of human experimentation related to neural interfaces tended to produce an unusually high rate of brain damage and fatal accidents among the test pilots. Messing around with neural interfaces was no different from poking a metal rod into a mech pilot's brain before stirring it around. I am not here to question this policy, Vase said as he spread his arms. For over 4 centuries, neural interfaces have simplified our control of mechs and allow potentates to control them as their second bodies. This is an amazing benefit and one that has served as the most foundational technology of mechs. Nobody can imagine a mech that lacks this very crucial tech. We even go as far as calling them by different labels such as battle bots and manually controlled mechanical constructs. The more clever and insightful people among his massive audience already started to have a clue what Vase was working towards. The very notion of it sounded so insane and impossible that they could never bring themselves to admit that it could actually be true. Yet, their hopes and dreams compelled them to listen and find out whether Vase truly produced a miracle. Vase could easily sense the rising tension and excitement in the air. The thoughts of more and more people all directed towards Vase, causing him to have the illusion that he would have been able to harvest an immense amount of faith energy if he possessed the power of a true god. Alas, Vase was still too far removed from that stage, so he could only allow all of that highly potent energy go to waste. "Let me be frank with you all," he said in an earnest if somewhat apologetic tone. "I am not a neural interface specialist. My design philosophy has little to do with them. I am not here to announce a much-desired breakthrough in the field of neural interfaces." That disappointed a lot of people, but they did not entirely lose hope. Vase wouldn't have talked so long about neural interfaces if he did not have a purpose in mind. He began to smile. "In fact, I never thought about expanding the eligibility of who can pilot a mech. To understand what I mean, let me start at the mech that brought me here in front of you today. This is the Bastion." The giant projection changed to display a slightly outdated quasi-first-class expert space knight. There was still much about the large and imposing machine that attracted the admiration of mech designers and other mech connoisseurs. Vase had poured a lot of love and passion into the design and creation of the third-order living mech. It did not start out as a masterwork mech, but gradually evolved into one as the vestiges of the Bastion's previous incarnation fed the machine with power. The story of the Bastion is not simple. Her pilot, Venerable Janzi Larkinson, previously piloted another living space knight of my own design that unfortunately fell in battle. Another projection briefly showed the moment where the shield of Samar melted from the potent acid sprayed by the Scorpion Commando. The downfall of the shield of Samar was especially traumatic to Venerable Janzi. Vase solemnly explained, "You see, the expert pilot developed a deep bond with her living mech. Her machine reciprocated these deep feelings because she was alive enough to experience the same thoughts and emotions. Over numerous years, Janzi and the Shield of Samar developed a bond that transcended physical boundaries. I dare say that it had turned into an extraordinary phenomenon that truly existed despite the lack of empirical proof. It was due to this that Janzi took the loss of the Shield of Samar much harder than most mech pilots. She was one of those mech pilots who fell in love with a mech at first sight and refused to pilot another mech. Such pilots were rare, but not unheard of. Mech pilots tended to be emotional people, and they often developed unhealthy relationships with their mechs, especially if they had not been assigned to other mechs over their careers. Most mech organizations tended to treat it as a mental disorder. It was wrong for mech pilots to make their mechs out to be more than just lumps of metal that happened to be good at fighting. Vase used to think so as well, but he was glad he never tried to cure Janzi. I did not know it at the time, but my desire to reconstruct a more modern and powerful version of the Shield of Samar, which also included that extraordinary bond between mech pilot and living mech, changed everything. More and more people leaned forward and sat on the edge of their seats in order to listen to every word. Though Vase still hadn't said anything that truly excited them, the energy in the exhibition hall kept rising without end. People looked at the appearance of the Bastion and tried to guess what it contained that led to the presentation today. What revolutionary tech did Vase put inside this extraordinary machine that attracted the strong support of the Red Association? The projection slowly formed a series of thick letters that formed a fairly long and convoluted phase. Empowered blood sharing system. This was my initial attempt to fill the void in Venerable Janzi's heart. Chapter 6393 Fusion between technology and mysticism. Back in the expeditionary fleet, Venerable Janzi Larkinson looked increasingly more conflicted as Vase paraded her traumatic story to all of Red humanity. She crossed her arms and fidgeted in her seat as her eccentric cousin continued to publicize details that she would rather keep under wraps. "Are you okay, Janzi?" Venerable Joshua asked with concern. "Vase is airing your story to everyone. Their relationship with each other may have ended a long time ago, but that did not stop Joshua from caring about his ex-girlfriend's well-being." "I am fine," she said, though her shaking voice made it soon she was anything but okay. "Truly, I expected this to happen. Vase came up to me and asked for permission to do this in advance. As much as I feel embarrassed to publicize my close relationships with the Shield of Samar and the Bastion, I ultimately thought that I shouldn't feel ashamed for feeling this way. Instead, I want to serve as a role model to others and show that forming a permanent relationship with another mech is fantastic. The other expert pilots sitting around accepted this story. Perhaps Xianxia may have underestimated the impact that this would have on her psyche, but she had multiple reasons to allow this to happen. Are you thinking about getting into politics? Venerable Dice guessed. I just figured out that presenting your name and story to everyone is a great way to kickstart your career in public service. Xianxia smirked back. Maybe. I do not intend to burden myself with greater responsibilities before I have advanced to ace pilot, but once I have become as strong as Tusa, who knows? I want to make a much greater difference to the clan and to the rest of our society than now. Vase is rapidly being groomed to take charge, but I do not think it is entirely wise to let him run the Red Collective. He needs to be confronted by opposition who actually knows him and understands how he thinks. I am not claiming that I can be a part of that effort, but if the opportunity arises, I will not refuse the offer. Everyone in the pilot lounge fell silent for a moment. You do know that you still need to rely on Vase to update your bastion, right? Doesn't it seem counterproductive for you to push his buttons while also begging him to improve your living mech? Xianxia smiled and shook her head. Vase will not let his feelings get in the way of his professionalism. That is one trait that I admire about him. He takes his responsibilities as a mech designer seriously. While Xianxia dreamed about what she might be doing in the future, Vase continued with his presentation back on Lorena. Everyone stared at the bold letters. That spelled out the initial name of the system that led to this presentation. I imagine that you are confused about what empowered blood sharing system exactly means. Vase said with a smile. It is not that complicated, actually. It is quite a literal description of what I have done to revive and evolve the intimate relationship between Venerable Xianxia and her living mech. The main projection changed to show the bastion, before it gradually shifted into a semi-transparent image that showed a part of its interior architecture. Of course, Vase was not stupid enough to publicize the sensitive and confidential details of a high-end asset of the Larkinson clan to the public. He had made sure to simplify, erase and obscure a lot of important design elements. What he truly wanted to illustrate with this image was the first implementation of the empowered blood sharing system. After getting struck by inspiration, I combined my personal understanding of living mechs, the unique bond that Venerable Xianxia shared with her previous expert mech, and my understanding of the extraordinary properties of human blood to form a biomechanical blood circulation system that runs throughout the interior of the mech in a seemingly unexplainable fashion. Many mech designers and engineers struggled to understand what they were seeing. The projection may have obscured many details about the design of the bastion, but it displayed the actual empowered blood sharing system in perfect clarity. Yet what they saw still did not conform to any existing theoretical frameworks. Even the biotech experts couldn't make heads or tails out of this odd system. There was no functional purpose to allowing human blood to touch different components. Confused, Vase grinned. That is because the purely material components of the empowered blood sharing system only tells half of the story. The real magic takes place in a different realm. This is not an application of hyper-technology. It is an application of e-technology years before the start of the Age of Dawn. In cultivation science, blood is far more than a liquid that circulates oxygen and other nutrients from one part of the body to another. It carried a core part of our spirit and vitality. This is why ancient cultivators liked to use blood to conduct all kinds of gruesome rituals and ceremonies. That caused parts of his audience to immediately feel more repelled at what Vase had created. All of this was beginning to sound icky. Don't worry. Vase attempted to reassure the more sensitive members of his audience, with mixed success. Blood is an ingredient. It can be used for both good and ill. I like to think that my application of the empowered blood sharing system falls in the former category. What you need to know is that I succeeded in what I have set out to do. When Venerable Xianxia interfaced with the bastion for the first time, she successfully established an intimate connection with her new living mech that exists beyond the man-machine connection. Since her blood combined with cloned blood based on her DNA forms the bridge of this novel connection, I decided to call it the Blood Pact. Both pilot and living mech have formed a sacred pact to work side by side to accomplish their common goals. This bond is as strong as the promise of a high-ranking mech pilot. As Vase spoke, a simulation of a pilot entered the cockpit and interfaced with the bastion. Though Vase had heavily processed the visuals, people could still see zoomed-in clips of needles poking through Xianxia's piloting suit and beginning to connect her blood circulation with that of her living mech. Not everyone could observe this process taking place without feeling disgusted or horrified. Stuff like this usually happened in horror dramas where the supernatural had overtaken a society of mechs. Still, what compelled people to pay attention was the visualization of the two bonds that tied the mech pilot and living mech together. These two glowing lines symbolically represent the simultaneous connections that Xianxia maintains with her bastion when she is piloting her living mech. Vase said in a factual tone. The bright white line stands for the man-machine connection that is established through the old and familiar neural interface. The bright red line represents the new blood pact formed between the two. Normally, both are active at the same time whenever Venerable Xianxia pilots her bastion. The critical moment of his presentation had arrived. Vase deliberately paused to increase the tension. His grin grew wider as he leaned forward. Now, when I spontaneously came up with the empowered blood-sharing system, I never had a complete grasp of what it was capable of. It was only when Venerable Xianxia experienced its effects for herself that she came up to me to share a shocking theory. Her blood pact bound her so tightly to the bastion that she guessed that she could rely on it to effectively control her own living mech. Many people did not fully comprehend his shocking revelation. They already started to get lost when Vase started to ramble about blood, and now he had made a claim that was so shocking that they literally could not bring themselves to believe it was true. Vase continued to press forward. In order to test her hypothesis, we conducted secret experiments where she attempted to pilot her bastion with her empowered blood-sharing system active but her neural interface offline. The results shocked us both. It worked. She actually managed to pilot her bastion almost as smoothly as if she was controlling it through a neural interface. I paid close attention to the readings and I am absolutely certain that I cut her off from the neural interface. These are the very first instances where a mech pilot is effectively able to control her mech through a system that does not rely on connecting the human brain to a pure machine. The crowd started to generate a lot of gasps and other noise, but Vase knew that this would not be convincing enough to win over the skeptics. I broke through the rank of senior mech designer after I comprehended the amazing potential and implications of my accidental invention. Vase said with a smile. I decided right then and there that I will attempt to realize my design philosophy by fleshing out this new control system and turning it into a mature design application that is suitable for mass adoption. In the months that followed, I continued to theorize and experiment with my new invention. I soon decided to refer to it as the Karman system to make it easier for everyone. That added a lot more credibility to Ves's outlandish statements. It was not a coincidence that the Red Association maintained a heavy presence during this product reveal. Vase was able to take advantage of their stellar credibility to make his story believable. I continued to explore this fantastic new design application. After months of design work, I applied a slightly more refined application of my Karman system to a high-tier expert mech called the Blood Star Mark II. The projection displayed a substantially different expert Space Knight. Unlike the Bastion, the Blood Star Mark II possessed a clear offensive focus. Those who took the initiative to investigate the background of this expert mech should already notice a glaring discrepancy. The pilot, my grandfather, was a former expert pilot who sustained serious brain damage during a war in the previous age. This crippling injury has devastated him. He lost the ability to interface with his expert mech or any other mech. This resulted in a cascade of failures as his inability to pilot mechs means that he cannot fulfill his promises that he has made as a loyal soldier of the Bright Republic. Most of you should be aware of the consequences of that. My grandfather became crippled and had no choice to retire from service, until I completed the Blood Star Mark II. The projection changed to show a partial cross-section of the cockpit. As you can see, the Blood Star Mark II is special in that it does not come with a neural interface at all. I did not bother to include it because I bet that my grandfather can regain his willpower by interfacing with his new expert mech with the Karman system. Since the records show that my grandfather has since regained his power as an expert pilot and fought in many battles at the front lines, my attempts have clearly succeeded. Many people started to breathe heavier and faster. The Karman system sounded more and more promising. Now, I am cognizant that 2 success cases does not necessarily prove the value of the Karman system to the general audience. What if it only works for high-ranking mech pilots? This is where the Red Association has proven to be helpful. In order to verify that my Karman system can also benefit other people, the mechers have conducted many secret tests with prototype Karman mechs. The results that I am about to show you may be shocking to the extreme, but the mechers completely stand by their studies. Everyone grew silent as they did not want to miss a word of what Vase would say next. I don't think many of you would like to read through thousands of pages of dense and boring academic texts, so let me summarize the results. The blood pact created with the help of the Karman system has proven to be an effective alternate control system for mechs. Low-ranking mech pilots can not only use it to control their mechs by itself, but can also combine it with the man-machine connection generated by the neural interface to raise their effective genetic aptitude, up to a limit. That certainly aroused the attention of existing mech pilots, but Vase had more to say. What is more interesting is when we put norms with no history of mech piloting in the cockpits of the prototype mechs. When they successfully forge their blood pacts with their lifelong bound Karman mechs, they have proven to be able to control their mechs in very similar ways, though with much less skill due to their lack of professional piloting training. Vase had dumped such a shocking revelation to his massive audience that the truth of his words had yet to sink into their minds. Chapter 6394 Genetic Aptitude Tyranny. After a lot of build-up, Vase finally dumped the most crucial information to the public. Vase finally felt unburdened. He had carried this shocking and subversive secret for so long that it had begun to gnaw on his mind. He had heard many stories from many people who dreamed about piloting mechs, but never had a chance to earn the right to do so due to factors outside of their control. Around 96.5% of the population did not possess the right genetic aptitude to pilot mechs with the use of a neural interface. In reality, the proportion of people who lacked the chance to make a career out of piloting mechs was probably at least a percentage point higher. Different states labeled people with E, D or even C-grade genetic aptitude as inferior manpower stock. These unlucky potentates faced an uphill battle if they wanted to enroll in a mech academy and learn the skills needed to pilot mechs in a professional capacity. The extreme inequality and inequity generated by the random and uncontrollable development of this biological factor even gained its own name: genetic aptitude tyranny. Most people learned in school that human civilization had come under the rule of a hegemony between the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance. This may be correct, but humans during the age of mechs also fell under the sway of a different reign. Although it sounded dramatic, genetic aptitude tyranny aptly described the cruel and oppressive rule that had shackled the futures of far too many unfortunate people. A tyrant was defined as an absolute ruler who was unconstrained by law. A tyrant did what he wanted without regard for fairness, precedent or the common good. A tyrant all too easily resorted to repression and cruelty to reinforce his rule. Genetic aptitude was not a person, but certain scholars and philosophers regarded it as the cruelest and most inequitable tyrant of the last few centuries. In a society where piloting mechs had become a supreme honor, it was incredibly cruel for genetic aptitude to deprive so many people of a chance to take up this profession. The tyranny of genetic aptitude remained uncaring of the efforts of people to qualify themselves to piloting mechs. Neither augmentations, training, education, praying or any other activity could significantly raise the chance of a child developing the right genetic aptitude. There was slight proof that certain bloodlines or designer baby formulas may be able to increase this probability by a small margin, but the differences were so slight that it failed to change the overall situation. Despite the efforts of countless mech designers and other scientists, no one had managed to break the genetic aptitude tyranny. Not even the vaunted star designers managed to solve this impossible problem. This was a huge disappointment as they had made a name for themselves for introducing new possibilities. In other words, even the high and mighty star designers had surrendered to its tyrannical reign. It had proven to be too strong and stubborn to get rid of. It was so persistent that it even survived the transition to the Age of Dawn and held sway over red humanity like nothing had changed. People had already adopted the assumption that they would continue to fall under the yoke of genetic aptitude tyranny for many centuries more. Hardly anyone who attended this mysterious product reveal expected to hear that a senior mech designer of all people managed to obliterate this tyrannical reign all at once. It was too fast. It was too sudden. It was too unexpected. As people began to process the bold but substantiated claim, the masses began to react with great emotions. The noise levels rose dramatically as people couldn't help but cheer, cast doubt on the results or accuse Vase of being a liar. I never thought that I would have a chance to pilot a real mech in my lifetime. I can't contain my emotions anymore. Hey Dad, I can pilot mechs now. There's no reason to send me to a regular school now. Please let me attend Mech Academy instead. This can't be true. Tell me that he is lying. No one can invent a single gadget that makes neural interfaces completely unnecessary. It can't be. This is not true. Why wait so long until you develop this Karman system? Why couldn't you have invented it 40 years sooner? I would have been able to become a mech pilot instead of resigning myself to designing mechs instead. Hey, what do the numbers and graphs in the projected documents mean? I don't understand this science stuff at all. Does it really prove that norms can pilot mechs for real? If these numbers and descriptions are credible, then, they do. There are hardly any exceptions. The success rate is close to 100% for healthy human individuals. The only people who can't pilot mechs with the Karman systems are those with severe health problems, rare allergies, extreme genetic modifications and severe mental incapacities. Not everyone can pilot these new Karman mechs, but as long as you are healthy and fit, there is no chance for you to fail. People continued to embrace or question the claims made by Vase with so much intensity that he was not able to continue his presentation. Vase knew that the reaction to his key claims would result in upheaval, so he already took this into account. He merely stood still and smiled in order to convey his confidence in his own creation. He made sure that the main projection displayed the most important pages of research reports related to testing the Karman system. Many industry professionals recognized the formatting, typesetting and typical dry academic writing style standardized by the MTA and the RA. The Mechers always imposed high demands on science related to mechs. They took the adage that extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof seriously and conducted an extensive amount of testing and stress testing to determine once and for all that the Karman system could function as a legitimate control system for mechs. As reluctant as the Mechers may be to acknowledge that this weird and esoteric mechanism could allow mech pilots to control their machines without a clearly identifiable channel for data transmissions, the scientists and engineers were professional enough to acknowledge that it existed in the face of overwhelming proof. Although the Mechers were very careful to state in their research reports that they still did not understand the underlying mechanisms of the Karman system, they had tentatively deemed it safe to use. The only way they would give this new control system a strong seal of approval was if numerous longitudinal studies had confirmed that it was safe to use over the long term. Many sharp and skeptical mech designers and skeptics understood the implications of lack of longitudinal studies. They knew that it was not characteristic for the RA to rush out a radical new invention without spending the time to thoroughly determine whether the Karman system did not gradually kill or cripple its users over a span of years and decades. Yet when they thought about the continued proliferation of bad news in the past half-year, they understood a little better why the Mechers prematurely introduced this invention. When they looked and listened at the masses reacting to this announcement with overwhelming enthusiasm, they recognized that people had regained a lot of hope and optimism for the future. Clever. Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson twitched her mouth as she witnessed the uncivilized hollering taking place below her private box. The Mechers have obtained a treasure. I may have my fair share of disagreements with the Devil Tongue, but I cannot deny that he is the best innovator of his generation. This Karman system will change everything. Mechs will occupy an even greater share of our society now that theoretically anyone can pilot mechs. Even fleeters such as you and I can pilot one according to the conclusions of these research reports. Captain Zonrad Rees responded with a smug grin. I recognized Professor Larkinson's brilliance long ago. I have always maintained the stance that we should maintain good relations with him despite the fact that he is a mech designer and is close to the Mechers. A man with his combination of talents, courage, and knowledge can do much for the mech industry, as evidenced by his Karman system, but he can mean much for other sectors as well. I strongly support initiatives to increase our cooperation with him. The Red Association may have hooked their claws into him first, but he is not the sort of person who likes to fall under the yoke of others. If we can offer him an alternative channel for resources, tech and military support, you will find that he is quite amenable to collaboration. What is crucial is that we treat him as an equal partner instead of adopting our typical superior attitude against a space peasant. That is a good way to alienate the only person so far that can create a Karman dreadnought. The suggestions made by Sigrun normally would have fallen flat among the fleeters, but that changed now that Vase had produced an invention that would cement his place in the history of mech design. To see the Red Association and the rest of the mech community receive such an amazing benefit from the Devil Tongue caused the fleeters to grow intensely jealous. Astrid sighed. There are a surprising amount of brilliant and unconventional talents among the people we pejoratively refer to as space peasants. For so long, RCFA has remained far too insular and closed off to the potential of human society at large. After the Great Severing, RRF has taken steps to become more connected with grassroots society, but it is clear that we are not doing enough to tap into the strength of the masses. I shall talk to my ancestors about this subject and more. If we continue to stick too closely to our old traditions, I fear that we may ultimately get overtaken by the changes of the times. You better start sooner rather than later. Captain Zonrad Rees warned. The release of Karman mechs will spark such a massive change to our society that a lot less people will be able to maintain their interest in our warships. Unless the Red Association heavily restricts who is permitted to obtain and use Karman mechs, the craze for mechs will become several times worse than before. There were always winners and losers in a game. The fleeters who always competed against the mechers for supremacy had long struggled to gain the upper hand. Although the fleeters fielded far more battleships than their mecher counterparts, the lack of a warship that could fight against god mechs on an equal basis had always been one of their sources of pain. Now that the Karman system threatened to capture the adoration of 96.5% of the population who previously did not possess the qualifications to pilot a mech, the Red Fleet's very existence had come into question. We have depended far too long on genetic aptitude tyranny to help preserve our place in human civilization. Astrid noted, now that it is on the verge of collapsing, I agree that we must adapt quickly so that our Red Fleet can still justify its existence as more and more people prefer to play with mechs rather than warships. Only technology can save us, Lieutenant Commander. The mech industry is much larger, more diverse and more innovative than the warship industry. No one can argue against this truth. I am not suggesting that we should liberalize everything and make warships available to the common man, but we need to take measures to encourage the technological development of warships. Professor Larkinson has not spent any further time on developing his Karman warship concept any further because we insisted on transferring the dominion of man away and conducting our own tests and experiments with her. If this is our response to every massive technological improvement, then we deserve to get beaten by the mechers. Not just Astrid Jameson, but many other mid-level fleeter officers in the private box looked ashamed. Chapter 6395 The reality of piloting mechs. The noise levels finally started to subside after people gained a few minutes to process their emotions. The reaction to the claims made by Vase and the proof provided by the Red Association subverted one of the most important pillars of the mech community and maybe even human civilization as a whole. People continually struggled to believe that a hard rule that had remained invincible for over 400 years had suddenly collapsed because a senior mech designer accidentally invented an alternate control system. Although Vase had laid out his story and case in a clear and straight fashion, people had become so invested in the prior status quo that they couldn't overcome the inertia of their old beliefs. The optimism among the people did not fade, but the cheers were steadily being overtaken by doubts and skepticism. Many individuals refused to believe that solving the problem posed by genetic aptitude could be this easy. There had to be a trick or caveat that made the reality less than stellar. Vase finally raised his palm, causing most people in the massive exhibition hall to gradually stop their chatter. No matter what, Vase had amply earned the right to speak today. I am aware that my delivery of the facts so far has failed to fully satisfy you all. Before I proceed with introducing the commercial mechs that incorporate the groundbreaking Karman system, I am open to answering certain questions about my design application. Those of you who are attending this product reveal in person should have just gained access to a special submission portal in your comms or cranial implants. Once you have submitted your questions, the mechers who manage this system will select the most relevant and appropriate of them. If they have selected your question, you will be given the opportunity to stand up and voice your question to me in person. A short pause ensued before a lot of people began to visit the virtual portal in question. Millions of people activated their comms or directly accessed the portal through their cranial implants. They were not necessarily motivated by the need to have their questions answered. Many people already recognized that this event would become an integral part of Red humanity's historical record. Many children born in the future would probably see a full replay of this product reveal. Those lucky and astute enough to earn a chance to ask their questions to the inventor of the Karman system would definitely be able to impart their names and faces onto all of those impressionable students. This may even turn into a supreme glory that guaranteed the prosperity of a family or clan for many generations to come. Naturally, the portal instantly welcomed an influx of millions of eager people. No matter whether they were mech designers, mech pilots, artists, students or even children, everyone had a chance to submit a question. Unfortunately, the people who had heard the explosive news and tuned into the broadcast of the product reveal discovered to their disappointment that they did not have access to this submission portal. This is unfair. We deserve to have our questions answered as well. Unfortunately for all of the people witnessing this historic announcement from afar, life wasn't fair. Vase personally believed in the sanctity of person-to-person interaction. An event as important as this should not devolve into a remote exchange. He patiently waited for the people to think up a good question and submit it. The Ra already employed a bunch of owls to rapidly filter out all of the stupid and invalid questions. The ones that remained got passed on to a large team of human mech designers, who carefully weighed the value of the questions before composing a shortlist. Vase silently received this list and immediately began to mark a few questions out that he did not wish to address. Once he concluded the process, he clapped his hands and kicked off the Q&A session. All right, many of you have submitted interesting and insightful questions. While many of you will eventually be able to obtain the answers yourself once we have published the full documentation and made our new products available, there are certain inquiries that deserve greater attention. Let us start with Mech Colonel Gracia Avers of the Rubarthan Pact. A spotlight shone down on a private box. The front wall of the box turned translucent, giving the public a clear view of the Rubarthan mech pilots and mech officers that had reserved the VIP seats. A middle-aged woman wearing a uniform steadily rose up from her seat and took a few steps forward. She kept her back straight and placed her arms behind her back. She did not hide the pride and satisfaction of being the first person to be able to ask a question to the famous Professor Larkinson. On behalf of the military of the Rubarthan Pact and the Red-Stained Throne, I am honored to be able to present my inquiry to you. The woman spoke with confidence and professionalism. My question is thus: mechs have long imposed strict usage requirements that only permits a small minority of our population to make use of them. Your Karman system threatens to upend this condition, especially if it is affordable enough to facilitate mass adoption. Is it not too reckless to suddenly make this Karman system of yours accessible to everyone? Many adults who have given up their dreams of piloting mechs have gone on to become productive mech designers, doctors, managers and factory workers. Are you not afraid that your disruptive invention will cause all of those workplaces to suffer manpower shortages as far too many individuals resign from their positions and attempt to rekindle their fantasies of becoming mech pilots? Vase smiled in response to this predictable question. The Red Association has thought long and hard on the societal consequences of making my Karman system available to everyone. I can assure you that the mechers are on top of this situation. I cannot share with you all of the measures that they have prepared, but I can tell you a few generalities. First, the Karman system may offer people a different means to pilot a mech, but that does not mean they can do so with enough skill to match professional mech pilots. It still takes at least a few years of dedicated training to pilot a basic Karman mech without becoming a liability on the battlefield. It takes at least 10 years of full-time training and education for Karman mech pilots to equal conventional mech pilots in skill and combat ability. That will not deter the repressed mech fanatics that have always lamented their missed opportunities and finally have a chance to revive their dreams. Colonel Avers stated, now that piloting mechs has become available to everyone, who would want to work in a shop, a farm or a cargo hauler? Our society has glamorized the allure of mechs for many years, and now we are about to suffer for it. The pool of mech designers will definitely suffer a massive drain. It is not a secret that far too many mech designers only entered the mech industry because they cannot move past their desire to pilot mechs. They regard the acts of designing and producing mechs as an inferior substitute to their true passion, at least initially. Professor Larkinson, are you not afraid of causing mech designers to become so scarce that your profession is on the verge of extinction? Vase couldn't help but laugh at these absurd scenarios. Colonel, our society is made up of a wide variety of people. Not everyone is suitable to live the life of a soldier. There are potentates with the talent to pilot mechs, but they are never allowed to fight on the battlefield because they will freeze up and make mistakes. Such occurrences will happen much more frequently if you put intellectuals, musicians, politicians, lab technicians and other non-combatants in the cockpit. Just because you can pick up a firearm and shoot with it does not mean you have a right to become an infantry commando. The same applies to Karman mechs. Does that mean the Red Association will restrict the right to pilot Karman mechs to people who have completed certified training programs? That is one of the measures that the association intends to employ. Vase nodded. Karman mechs are similar to conventional mechs. They are weapons of war that have the capacity to inflict a large amount of damage. We cannot possibly hand them over to untrained and impulsive individuals who do not possess the discipline to pilot them with caution and respect for their destructive potential. Perhaps unqualified people will be permitted to fool around with undersized training mechs, but the RA intends to regulate the use of combat-capable Karman mechs more strictly. What if there are too many people who are patient enough to enroll into the training programs? Vase smiled. There are still many other limitations. First, there are only a finite number of accredited mech academies that can set up those training programs. Only those who have sufficient money, talent, connections or other factors can earn a quota. Second, once these Karman mech pilots graduate with a valid diploma, they still need to obtain or get assigned to a mech. Do not forget that even the cheapest mech is unaffordable to ordinary citizens. If they cannot purchase a machine of their own, they will have to find employment with an existing mech organization, but there will be so many applicants that only the skilled and best performing Karman mech pilots will get hired. That answer began to deflate the confidence and enthusiasm of a lot of people. The reality that Vase described with his words could very well take away their dream of piloting mechs. That sounds as if piloting mechs will turn into a privilege that can only be enjoyed by a small majority. That is different from what we all imagined, Professor. That was a valid complaint, but Vase merely crossed his arms. My Karman system opens up new options, but I never claimed to create a utopia. We are at war. The native aliens have overrun many star systems and killed a huge amount of soldiers. Our resources are becoming more strained and our mech pilots are dying off at a concerning rate. What I am able to do is give far more people a chance to become a mech pilot so that we are not overly reliant on the 3.5% of the population that possesses a suitable genetic aptitude. No matter what, everyone has a small chance to become a mech pilot, which is better than having no chance at all. It is up to the individuals to seek opportunities and work hard to prove that they have earned the right to pilot a precious machine. That answer satisfied the Rubarthan colonel. I agree with you, Professor. Piloting mechs should remain a privilege, not a right. No one is entitled to pilot a mech or Karman mech. We do not have the resources to give everyone their own personal mechs. Many states and star systems are currently under a state of martial law. Vase elaborated. We cannot afford to allow Karman mechs to be used for leisure and other frivolous activities. Every Karman mech pilot that completed their training must be ready to ship out to the front lines at any time. If you are not willing to use your newly obtained fighting and piloting skills to fight on behalf of Red humanity, then you do not deserve to pilot a Karman mech. Please consider carefully whether you are willing to abandon your peaceful lives and careers at the rear and subject yourself to the ravages of war. There is no shame in admitting your inability to cope with danger. There is a place for everyone in our society. We still need people to design our mechs, to transport our goods and to operate our mining equipment. This exchange successfully diffused a lot of people's unrealistic fantasies of quitting their jobs so that they could pursue the life of a Karman mech pilot. Of course, it did not stop the true diehards from pursuing their obsessions, but at least the authorities had access to many solutions that would allow them to control this situation. Chapter 6396 The Optimism of Technological Progress. Dreams were dreams because they could be imagined by anyone. Dreams were unconstrained to the limitations imposed by reality. Dreams could rarely be fulfilled because those who imagined them lacked the ability to realize their unrealistic fantasies. What Vase had just done was give his audience a harsh reminder that just because they could, did not necessarily mean they should. Anyone with a basic grasp of economics and the dire state of Red humanity would know that it was impossible for everyone to instantly quit their current jobs en masse and become Karman mech pilots the next day. The laws of supply and demands did not magically disappear due to the invention of the Karman system. The more people wanted to pilot a Karman mechs, the more barriers they would have to overcome. This was a dynamic process, so Vase expected that the amount of people who were willing to drop everything they had and dedicate themselves to piloting Karman mechs would eventually reach a sustainable equilibrium point. More people would get to pilot mechs. That was almost certain, yet the increase shouldn't be dramatic enough to disrupt the functioning of society. Let us proceed with another question. Master Miriam L. Misri, you have the word. The spotlight shone on another private box. A female master mech designer stood up and faced the public with a sagely demeanor. Professor Larkinson, when you have briefly described the mechanisms of your Karman system, you describe the blood pact as a sacred covenant between Karman mech pilot and Karman mech. This has many implications. What will happen if either party perishes? Can a Karman mech pilot form a new blood pact with another Karman mech, or will he or she encounter hindrances that complicate this action? Good question, Master L. Misri. Vase said, you have touched upon one of the harshest limitations of my new tech. The honest answer is that people can only form a blood pact with a Karman mech once in their lives. There are few if any exceptions. I took the trouble to share the story of Venerable Janzi Larkinson because that is the sort of dedication and commitment that every Karman Mech pilot must show to the machine that has given them a new future. Do not disrespect the blood pact. It is not a tool. It is a mutual promise between two lifelong partners. It is a marriage that can never be annulled. That generated another wave of disappointment among the audience. The limit of being able to form only one blood pact in a person's lifetime was a massive limitation. The majority of mech pilots were accustomed to switching over to pilot other mechs on a semi-regular basis. They never fell under the sway of a restriction that would only permit them to pilot a single mech for the rest of their lives. The very thought frightened the pilots. Master El-Misri therefore represented the concerns of many people who previously held a lot of optimism towards the Karman system. If this is the case, then if a Karman mech pilot loses his or her Karman mech, that person has no means to continue to fight as before. Vase nodded. Yes, all of the time, money and missed opportunities that the pilot has spent to control his very own Karman mech will go to waste as soon as the bonded machine is lost. This is a limitation of the current and past generations of the Karman system. People who are interested in piloting Karman mechs should take this limitation into account and make a careful choice on whether now is the right time for them to switch their careers. Your words imply that there may be remedies in the future. That is true. Vase smiled. Technology opens many doors. Did we not live in a universe where only 3.5% of our population is capable of piloting mechs? That has turned into close to 100% due to my innovation. While my Karman system comes with a heavy restriction, we should never rule out the possibility of subsequent advances. The Karman mechs that I am about to unveil to you have incorporated a solution that partially mitigates the chance that Karman mech pilots will be forced to retire once their machines shatter. In addition, more comprehensive solutions are being pursued. Can you elaborate? My direct disciple, Miss Alexa Strian, is working to develop living legacy mechs. While her concept is still in the initial stages, I see great promise in her endeavors. As long as she is able to progress her research far enough, I may be able to collaborate with her to develop a line of legacy Karman mechs that form a cohesive collective identity. This should theoretically make it possible for a prospective Karman mech pilot to form a blood pact with a dynasty of Karman mechs as opposed to an individual living machine. The goal is to permit one Karman mech pilot to be able to pilot multiple different Karman mechs of the same generation. This idea excited a lot of people. There were many members and leaders of old and established family organizations who immediately recognized the value in this potential solution. They already began to look up Alexa Strian and thought about how they should invest in her research in order to secure first dibs on her so-called legacy mechs. Master El-Misri looked impressed. That is an inspired proposal to lift the current limitations of your new design application. Since your direct discipline can contribute to a solution, other mech designers should be able to develop their own solutions. Yes, Vase grinned. This is the strength of the mech industry. There are so many mech designers among us that we have advanced the technological development of mechs at a high pace since the start of the age of mechs. The Karman system is new and exciting, but it is also a young and underdeveloped piece of technology. I have no doubt that there are many of you who can take what I have created and develop your own improvements on top of my basic framework. However, before you get ready to license my Karman mech designs at the first opportunity and begin to butcher my work, the consequences of making mistakes are as severe as mishandling neural interfaces. When the lives of real mech pilots are on the line, experiments related to the Karman system can only be conducted under the supervision and approval of the Red Association. That deflated the eagerness of mech designers who already intended to sink their teeth into the Karman system. The Red Association imposed many restrictions on any research related to neural interfaces. The mechers would probably treat the Karman system just as seriously. Even so, there should still be a chance. People with greater understanding of the Red Association knew that it would never completely prohibit research into this field entirely. The Karman system was still too flawed and featured a lot of room for improvement. Every advancement in this area would further cement the supremacy of mechs over other combat platforms. Vase proceeded to answer a few more questions. Not all of them warranted a lot of attention from him, but they dealt with topics that he had to address sooner or later. According to your explanation, the Karman system serves as an extension of your living mechs. Is it possible to integrate your Karman system into a mech designed by others? No, it is completely useless if you replicate the material components of the Karman system onto a more traditional mech. In order for a Karman mech pilot to control a machine, he has to form a blood pact with the latter. This is categorically impossible if the machine in question is not alive in the style of my living mechs. If we are committed to piloting one Karman mech for the rest of our lives, will we have to worry about our machine becoming outdated over several generations? No, a living mech is flexible enough to maintain its life even when it is damaged or upgraded. So long as the Karman mech does not get completely disassembled or blown to pieces, you can rest assured that it will continue to serve as your steadfast partner as long as you take good care of it. The premise is that you or the organization that you work for is willing and able to invest in the maintenance and upgrades of your Karman mech. After answering a few more relatively uncomplicated questions, Vase finally reached the big one. This one demanded his full attention due to the identity of the submitter, so Vase sharpened his mind and tried to be as attentive as possible. Please welcome the Nanolord, who has graciously decided to honor us all by attending this product in person. Everyone suddenly fell completely silent. Invoking the name of the famous Rubarthan star designer had that effect. This was one of the 14 star designers that continued to make massive contributions to the survival of red humanity. Just as his title suggested, Merwin Jest had risen up to become the foremost authority on smart metal systems. He had been behind many advancements that benefited the development of all nanomachines. He was also the main reason why smart metal mechs still earned a place in the mech community. As the spotlight shone on the human figure of the Nanolord, nothing unusual stood out. The Rubarthan star designer wore a resplendent white and blue coat that featured streaks of light, betraying the fact that it was completely made out of his own nanomachines. In fact, many people guessed that the Nanolord never bothered to go out with his real body anymore and just piloted a facsimile that was completely comprised of smart metal. Whatever the case, the Nanolord earned everyone's full consideration no matter whether he was present in the flesh or piloting a smart metal puppet from a secret and undisclosed location. Professor Larkinson, let me begin by applauding you for solving a problem that has vexed far too many of my colleagues. Your solution may only give us a starting point, but that is the most precious gift of all. Your capacity to innovate has not only met our expectations, but exceeded them by a large margin. The Nanolord spoke with a gravelly and masculine voice. Vase made a brief bow. I am pleased to receive your approval. I shall not take too much of everyone's time, so let me proceed by asking my question. According to the data and the partial blueprints that you have put on display, the Karman system consists of organic or biomechanical components. Is it possible to implement a purely non-organic version of your Karman system, perhaps one that is composed entirely of metallic nanomachines? It figured that a star designer like the Nanolord would be interested in this angle. Vase carefully composed his words. I have currently advanced my Karman system to its second generation, but I have been unable to completely rid myself of this requirement. I have conducted experiments where I have successfully substituted the requirement of an exchange of blood into an exchange of an inorganic medium, but there are so many dangers, complications and exceptional circumstances that I cannot replicate it on a large scale. However, this single outcome is enough to prove the possibility of altering the Karman system into other forms, which also includes non-organic ones. My time is limited and my capabilities are more so. I am not invested in this line of research, but the beauty of being a part of the mech industry is that there are so many more brilliant minds that may be willing to pick up this mantle. Now that I am about to share my Karman system and Karman mechs to the public, any of you can improve upon my work, provided that you clear your experiments with the Red Association. The Nanolord imperiously nodded after receiving this answer. I shall study your work carefully and endeavor to relieve your Karman mechs from this impractical requirement. Much of the mech industry is not adequately prepared to blend conventional technology with biotechnology. We can significantly reduce this unwanted logistical burden by developing a version of your Karman system that can be fabricated entirely with more standard industrial production machines. I agree, Your Excellency, Vase modestly replied. While he did not have a lot of hope that the Nanolord or anyone else would be able to succeed in this effort, who knows what they were capable of. The mech industry was not short of creative and supremely intelligent minds. While you have been gracious enough to answer my initial question to the best of your ability, I would like to take the opportunity to ask another question. The Nanolord did not back down yet. Are you willing to engage with me further, Professor Larkinson? Vase struggled to keep his expression straight. This was not permissible under the rules. He did not have an opportunity to vet the Nanolord's second question. However, Vase had not become powerful enough to say no to a star designer in public. I am willing to extend more time to your unexpected request, but please be aware that I am restricted from sharing information that is currently deemed confidential. That sounded overly vague, but it gave Vase enough of an excuse to massage his answer. Very well, you have stated that you have currently developed the second generation of your Karman system. Would you be willing to disclose your current research direction with regards to this subject? We wish to learn how you intend to improve the design application that you hope to realize your design philosophy with, and how confident you are in succeeding in your research. That was an important question. Vase actually was not quite sure how to answer this because he hadn't made up his mind on his future direction. Chapter 6397 Elemental Ambition. When the star designer from the Rubarthan Pact asked his next question, Vase momentarily fell silent. There was no way the Nanolord asked this question without reason. The clever true god must have noted the implications of Ves's earlier declaration of trying to realize his design philosophy by developing the Karman system further. Now that Vase had introduced a groundbreaking new alternate control system for mechs, public interest in it had immediately shot up to an astonishing height. A lot of mech designers and scientists were already planning to obtain the blueprints and technical specifications of the Karman system in order to tweak and improve its performance based on their own expertise. Vase was never arrogant enough to claim that his work was perfect and that no one could make better versions. He was well aware of how much he did not know compared to the master mech designers and star designers that actually dominated the mech industry. However, there were certain areas that other people could not do. As far as Vase knew, few if any mech designers possessed the unique range of knowledge and skills that he accrued over his career. His persistence in blending classical mech design with cultivation science turned him into an oddball that was able to create a range of useful innovations because no one else had been in a position to do so in the past. Otherwise, other mech designers would have come up with inventions such as design spirits, companion spirits, kinship networks and the Karman system a long time ago. The technical complexity of these creations was not that high. The difficulty lay in gathering the right combination of conventional and unconventional knowledge. The inventor also had to possess the creativity to generate the right ideas and the persistence to pursue them when everyone else thought it could never work. Vase felt a right to be proud of his inventions. Since he came up with them, there was no reason to think that he was inferior to others. Even if his Karman system was rather crude and underdeveloped in many areas due to his lack of depth in biotechnology and other relevant disciplines, at least he managed to single-handedly open a brand new field in mech design. Under the careful supervision of the Red Association, the study and development of the Karman system was bound to become a dominant trend in the next few years. The issue that Vase faced was how he could possibly further the development of the Karman system in the face of this collective endeavor. Perhaps mech designers would emerge that would make the Karman system cheaper, simpler, safer or less dependent on organic components. There were so many different experts out there that they could improve the Karman system in ways that Vase never thought of due to his limited perspective. What improvement could Vase possibly bring to his great invention? He thought back on his previous struggle to choose his future direction as a mech designer. Before, he identified at least two potential opportunities to realize his design philosophy. The first was to continue to collaborate with Alexa Strian and successfully to combine her living legacy mechs with his Karman system. Vase had no idea if the concept would even work, but it was still worth pursuing. If he succeeded, he would effectively reduce the greatest limitation of the Karman system and make it far more practical to use. No Karman mech pilot would have to be afraid of being forced to retire after losing their only machine in battle. Yet, did it have to be him to bring these dynastic Karman mechs to life? Perhaps he had felt more motivated to pursue this idea in the past, but his perspective had changed a lot since those times. Now that he took on greater responsibilities and rose to a greater height, he understood that red humanity no longer required pure numbers in order to stop the native aliens. What his civilization truly needed was more high-end combat power. If the enemy phase lords and phase whales could not be stopped, the Red War became as good as lost. Vase always felt ambivalent about the Red Association's nebulous strategy on praying for the emergence of a few new god pilots. While it may be true that the ascendance of these great heroes may be enough to change the status quo for the better, the probability of any successful breakthrough was so low that it was a complete gamble. Any plan that relied on a gamble was unreliable to the extreme. Vase hoped for the best, but also had to prepare for the worst. The only way he could think of that could address red humanity's shortcoming of high-level combat power was to develop much stronger Karman mechs that could somewhat plug the gaps. Vase had no clear idea how much stronger his proposed elemental Karman mechs could become, but he had a hunch that their blend of extraordinary power may produce a lot of surprises. This should especially be the case if multiple different elements combined forces with each other. A surge of confidence lifted up his mind. He gained a lot more certainty than before. Although he did not intend to give up on the idea of creating Karman mech dynasties, he did not prioritize it as much as before. If possible, he was even willing to allow Alexa Strian to solve this problem in his stead. What truly stirred his passion was his increasingly more elaborate outlook on his elemental Karman mechs. Not only did it go deep into exploring the potential of the five elements theory, but it also blended the strengths of modern mech design and mystical cultivation science into a brilliant fusion. Compared to the relatively practical but boring concept of Karman mech dynasties, Vase felt much more passionate about pursuing the concept of elemental Karman mechs to the extreme. He raised his head and looked straight up towards the Nanolord's private box. His eyes exuded a lot more certainty than before. The Karman system that I have introduced to all of you now is only the most basic variant that I have created so far. It is not technically a tributalis, but I can basically treat it as such. He explained to the star designer as well as the masses. In my theoretical framework, the Karman system is ripe for development in terms of E-energy attributes. The direction that I have chosen for the time being is to combine my invention with the five elements theory. The mention of the five elements theory evoked a lot of unpleasant memories for the higher-ups who were old enough to live through the aftermath of the Age of Conquest or inherited the Big Two's vigilance towards a cult that worshipped the aforementioned elements. Vase was well aware how any allusions to the Five Scrolls Compact could trigger these old or overly paranoid bastards, but he was done with trying to tiptoe past their sensibilities. They had already tried to get in his way and expose his dirty laundry, so he had no reason to hold back anymore. Fortunately, the Nanolord did not appear to react in a similar manner to the first flame. His impeccable appearance remained unperturbed as if the five elements theory was just another scientific concept. How far have you advanced this line of research? The star designer asked. Are you still in the theory phase, or have you already begun to test your assumptions in practice? Vase smiled. I have gone past pure theory. I have tentatively confirmed the viability of developing elemental Karman mechs based on the fire element and the wood element. I have most recently devised a concept of a metal Karman mech based on the use of smart metal, though unlike the previous two instances, I have yet to obtain enough empirical proof that it can be realized in practice. I have yet to devise concrete ideas on how to realize Karman mechs based on the water and earth elements, but it should only be a matter of time before I complete my basic framework. As long as I develop the corresponding elemental Karman mechs and turn them into reality, I anticipate that my design philosophy will propel me to the rank of master mech designer. The Nanolord looked mildly impressed. That is an intriguing line of research and one that merits the attention of a mech designer such as yourself. Do not take your ascension to master for granted. Your theory is not completely tested, and your elemental Karman mechs may turn out differently in reality. I can understand why you are so invested in this idea. The five elements are among the most common E-energy attributes that we work with on a frequent basis, and they possess so much versatility that they can be applied in a wide variety of solutions. Combining two or more of the five elements together can produce unexpected synergies that can result in explosive performance, though often at the cost of catastrophic instability. If you can solve or mitigate this known issue through your elemental Karman mechs, then your works will have a bright future in our mech industry. That was an incredibly valuable vote of confidence from a star designer. Vase felt a lot more certain and confident about pursuing this line of research. It had been worth it to disclose his idea to the Nanolord and the public. Although Vase still had a tendency to keep his secrets, doing so caused others to grow suspicious. It also cut him off from valid feedback, causing him to run around like a headless chicken who didn't know any better. This time, an authoritative mech designer personally voiced his support and approval. This not only gave Vase greater confidence that he was working in the right direction, but also granted him a shield against many critics and paranoid adversaries that desired to shut down his research due to any potential associations with the dreaded Five Scrolls Compact. The only individuals that could persist in their opposition towards Ves's work were other Tier 1 galactic citizens, but they should never bother with this under normal circumstances. Both Vase and the Nanolord implicitly understood what had happened. There was no need for either of them to acknowledge this through any form of communication. It was enough that they knew. Vase relaxed a bit. He was able to deduce from this exchange that the Nanolord harbored a slight amount of goodwill towards him. This was good news because he needed all of the friends that he could get. If a few of those friends just happened to be found in high places, then that was even better. You have my gratitude for answering my questions. Your plan on how you intend to develop your Karman system further is ambitious. The upper limit of outcomes is high, and so are my expectations. The Nanolord eventually said, "Please resume your presentation. We are still awaiting your unveiling of your Karman mech designs." Vase made a sincere bow as the Nanolord turned away just as the Star Designer's box turned opaque again. Many people in the audience still felt impressed that they witnessed an exchange between a rising star and a literal Star Designer. For many of them, this was the first time they heard the speech of a legendary Star Designer in person. Vase looked as if he just concluded a talk with an ordinary mech designer. The way he was able to maintain his composure after speaking to a legend of the mech industry raised people's evaluation of him even further. It seemed as if Vase already possessed the demeanor of a big shot. Vase calmly clapped his hands. "I only have time to address a handful more questions. After I have satisfied your curiosity, I shall quickly proceed with unveiling the first Karman mechs that will be made available to the public." Now that the public had learned a lot more about the nuances of the Karman system, they developed a greater yearning towards the products that have yet to be announced. They wanted to observe a real Karman mech in action. Only when they witnessed a real mech getting piloted by an actual norm would they fully become convinced that none of this was a fantasy. Chapter 6398. Is it still a mech? Professor Larkinson, are Karman mechs still mechs? I do not mean this as an insult to you and your work, but we have always been taught that a mech is unique from every other comparable machine because it is piloted by a human through the use of a neural interface. If the so-called blood pact works on completely different principles, then it should operate much differently from a traditional man-machine connection. Do Karman mech pilots have to develop a completely new set of piloting skills in order to operate a machine through this blood pact? That was a rather interesting series of questions, and one that Vase felt the need to address before he was finally ready to unveil his products. You have presented us with an interesting philosophical subject matter. Vase spoke while he faced the speaker who had stood up from the stands. I am personally of the opinion that Karman mechs are not that different from mechs that can solely be operated with a neural interface. I do not think it is appropriate for us to use an overly narrow definition of mechs, as that will constrain our willingness to explore superior technological solutions. While I have yet to pilot a Karman mech myself, I am told that many of the existing piloting skills transfer over when trying to control a machine through the blood pact. There is enough commonality between the usage of the two control systems. This is good news as conventional mech pilots who seek to obtain an edge can quickly adapt to the use of a Karman system alongside a traditional neural interface without trying to operate both of them in completely different ways. It would have been a nightmare if that was the case. His answer provided a lot of interesting thought material to conventional mech pilots. While they welcomed the introduction of an alternate control system that gave them a backup option in case they incurred substantial brain damage in combat, they also felt mixed about the emergence of Karman mech pilots. There was no way these norms could possibly fight as well as professional mech pilots, especially if they lacked the required training and education. Fighting alongside Karman mechs would probably lead to a lot of accidents and frustrations due to overenthusiastic amateurs messing around with war machines that they had little right to play around with. Whatever experience they accrued while piloting virtual mechs in their silly games, none of those experiences transferred well to real combat situations. What about the long term? What if these Karman mech pilots became good enough to rival conventional mech pilots or even replace them entirely? Just the possibility that this could happen spooked a lot of conventional mech pilots. Would they be forced to bond with a single mech for the rest of their lives as well? Could they do anything to reject this rising trend? The mech community needed to spend a lot of time on thinking and debating on the many issues that would inevitably arise once Karman mechs became a part of the fabric of human society. There was bound to be a lot of friction between regular mech pilots and Karman mech pilots, but most people still possessed enough awareness that the native aliens were always supposed to be their real enemies. After the question and answer session finally came to an end, Vase could finally proceed to introduce the results of the Swarm project. Vase grew more excited, and so did his fellow collaborators who remained silent all of the time. He began to address his audience once more, knowing that he would not be speaking with almost every red human watching the historic broadcast, but also many more people in the future. The definition of mechs is an interesting topic of discussion, but a Karman mech is still a mech as far as I am concerned. Now, I am well aware that many of you have been spending over an hour listening to me introduce and describe the wonders of the Karman system to you. I believe that you are ready and eager to witness a practical example of this innovative new control system in action. The section of the podium behind him suddenly began to shift. A new hole had formed where a brand new mech slowly emerged from below. Although the dim lighting only caused the outline of the new machine to become visible, people already developed a huge amount of anticipation towards this groundbreaking Karman mech. Actions speak louder than words, Vase firmly stated. My collaborators and I can spend another hour explaining the strengths and properties of our works to you, but a practical demonstration will satisfy your curiosity much more than any verbal description. The lighting directed towards the Karman mech slowly began to brighten, allowing the masses to obtain an increasingly clearer glimpse of the long-awaited machine. The Karman mech's appearance did not match people's expectations. The long and slender shape, the lack of humanoid proportions, the bright yellow and deep black alternating stripes, the flight system that vaguely resembled wings and the insectal limbs all made it clear that this was an insectoid mech. This is the third-class edition of the Yellow Jacket. There is also a second-class and first-class edition that will be introduced later. Vase introduced as he perceived people's confusion about the unconventional design of the Karman mech. As one of the 3 initial Karman mechs available to the public, my design team and I have taken into account that the initial users will be enthusiasts who cannot wait and wish to qualify for combat as soon as possible. We have therefore decided to prioritize cost and simplicity. The Yellow Jacket is a wasp mech that is designed to function as an affordable frontline mech that is easy to learn, but still possesses a certain degree of depth. The use of modular components for the 6 hardpoints that are normally taken up by limbs can give their owners the option of dynamically changing their loadouts to fit the circumstances. Though Vase was already starting to lecture about the Karman mech, what he shared was vital information that should cut off a lot of confusion and misconceptions about the Yellow Jacket. Many mech insiders instantly understood the positioning of the Yellow Jacket model. Karman mech or not, it was just an insectoid frontline mech that used a modular hardpoint system to achieve more versatility and customizability. It was actually a thoughtful introduction of the Karman system to Red humanity. While the Yellow Jacket obviously offered very little of interest to conventional mech pilots, they should serve as a very easy introduction to piloting actual mechs. At the very least, the inherent simplicity and lack of complications should make it so that Karman mech pilots had less ways to screw up and cause a catastrophe. Alright, now that you have laid your eyes on the first commercial Karman mech, I would now like to ask for a volunteer among you to come up to this podium, enter the cockpit and form a blood pact with this Yellow Jacket so that you may prove once and for all that the Karman system is not a figment of anyone's imagination. Soon enough, each of you will receive access to a new portal where you can submit your willingness to bond yourself to this third-class mech. In order to make this demonstration convincing enough, we will only accept applications from norms whose genetic aptitudes are confirmed to be unqualified. A short moment of silence ensued before a lot of people began to discuss this exciting possibility. There were many people who expressed interest in piloting a Karman mech, but completely disdained to sully themselves with an inferior third-class product that was clearly aimed towards the bottom of the pyramid. There were also other people that wanted to claim the honor and fame of becoming the first person to convert into a Karman pilot in full view of Red humanity, and signed up at the first chance. While the seconds passed, many mech pilots and mech designers already began to analyze the visible design elements of the Yellow Jacket and deduce its properties. There were a lot of clever, experienced and insightful mech designers who instantly dissected much of the essence of the Yellow Jacket and gained a fairly complete thorough of the mech design. Vase did not mind this behavior. Third-class mechs did not have much room for complexity to begin with, and the Yellow Jacket was never meant to be great. It was not that complicated of a machine once he stripped out the Karman system. Once the people attending the product reveal in person had submitted their applications, a projection of a random selection program came into view. The program began to execute its task. A large number of individual names began to scroll at a dizzying speed. Slowly, the scrolling speed slowed down, allowing people to read the names more clearly. As the metaphorical wheel gradually stagnated even further, it finally stopped at a single name. Jacob Abbott. Many people groaned and expressed their regret at missing this historic selection. They had all missed the chance to become a part of history. As for the lucky individual who was bound to become a household name, a 31-year man stood up from the stands as soon as a spotlight shone on his position. His body automatically floated up in the air before it gently flew over to the podium. Once his body lowered to a position next to Vase, Jacob Abbott looked like he was doing a decent job at keeping in his excitement. Jacob Abbott. Vase addressed the lucky individual that had truly been selected at random. Would you like to introduce yourself to everyone? Please keep it short. Ah, yes, Professor. I am Jacob Abbott. I am a citizen of the independent state of Roy in the Liebhardt Upper Zone. I am 31 years old, and I am currently employed as an apprentice mech designer. An apprentice mech designer. That was an incredibly interesting candidate. There was no way that Jacob was a potentate or received professional piloting training, or else he wouldn't have chosen to become a mech designer. A lot of other mech designers grew eager. They seemed to substitute themselves in Jacob's shoes. If a mech designer like him could successfully pilot a Karman mech, then there was no reason that other mech designers would fail. Before I let you try out the yellow jacket, please answer the following questions. First, do you have any piloting, combat or martial training? No. Jacob shook his head. I have only completed a short mandatory weapons training course. That is the extent of my combat training. Have you ever played virtual reality games where you can control virtual mechs? Yes, I played those games for years in my youth, but I gradually quit because my studies consumed much of my time. What is your genetic aptitude? F. Jacob spoke without any shame. We would like to verify that just to make it clear to everyone that this is genuinely the case. Please feel free to do so, Professor. A pair of mechers approached from the rear. They held a strange apparatus in their hands. Once they came close enough, they carefully fitted over the head of the candidate. The machine soon spat out a clear result. Genetic aptitude. F. Good. Now that we have learned that your record is accurate on this, you may proceed to enter the cockpit of the yellow jacket. Jacob needed no more encouragement. He listened to Ves's brief instructions and began to float towards the rear of the dormant Karman mech. Just as the entrance to the cockpit opened, Jacob became greeted by an unexpected sight that caused him to recoil in instinctive disgust. What is this? Is this a biomech? Hints of organic components became visible under the metal plating. Now that the cockpit opened up its entrance, Vase smiled. Oh, I forgot to mention that all three editions of the Yellow Jacket are actually cyborg mechs. Each of them partially consist of organic parts that extend beyond the Karman system. There are good reasons for this that I will explain after we have concluded this demonstration. For now, please proceed if you are willing to continue, Jacob. The first-class apprentice mech designer had never come into contact with biotechnology before, but he quickly managed to suppress his disgust reaction. He held his breath and decisively entered the cockpit. Chapter 6399 The First Yellow Jacket. How could it be so easy to convince people that the Karman system worked? No matter how much Vase explained and no matter how extensively the Red Association backed up his words, there were still far too many people who remained unconvinced that his invention worked. It was unreasonable to completely change a person's long-standing opinion and belief on a very important and controversial issue over the course of a single lecture. The topic of genetic aptitude had long embedded itself deep into the psyche of humans. From Ves's perspective, it was not just a biological property, but a totemic existence that cast a tall shadow on people's minds. Such an existence could never be defeated by mere words. In order to completely dispel the public's doubts and convince them with hard proof that the Karman system was the real deal, a live demonstration was necessary. Right now, many people paid close attention to Jacob Abbott and whether he could successfully interface with the Yellow Jacket. As Vase stepped away, he had to keep his breath under control. His sharp senses detected a significantly greater flow of faith energy. A lot of people felt so strongly about this issue that they literally prayed for the Yellow Jacket to form a successful blood pact with Jacob Abbott and allow him to pilot the Karman mech perfectly. The amount of people who held this earnest hope was so massive that the quantity of faith energy was massive. Almost no one at the Palace of Mechanical Marvels should have been able to perceive this enormous flow of faith energy aside from the Nanolord and maybe other true gods who happened to be present. Vase once again lamented the enormous waste of faith energy. There had to be a way to effectively channel this faith energy into a mech or other object. Vase refused to believe that people hadn't figured out a way to utilize this potent energy. It may even be the secret that allowed star designers to create their impressive grand works. Unfortunately, Vase did not have a chance to manipulate faith energy properly until he finally became a true god himself. He could only wait for it all to flow by without having any chance of putting it to good use. By this time, Jacob Abbott had already strapped himself into his strange seat. As an apprentice mech designer, the first rater had designed his fair share of mechs, though he wasn't successful enough to sell his products to many customers. He knew quite well what a cockpit was supposed to look like and what elements it should contain. The interior of the yellow jacket was far from what he was used to. The Karman Mech was designed according to third-class standards, so it did not feature a lot of complexity to begin with. The subsequent efforts of the Mech designers to simplify the control interfaces even further caused the cockpit to lack a lot of buttons and screens that was usually present in more standard machines. Jacob recognized that this was a very deliberate attempt to dumb down the operation of the yellow jacket as much as possible. The design team clearly did not hold a good opinion about the typical users of this mech, and tried to make it so that even a dummy who had not read any manuals would know how to pull off basic operations. Mr. Abbott, the voice of Vase sounded from a newly opened communication channel. Please respond if you can hear this. Your voice will be broadcast to everyone. I am strapped inside the cockpit, Professor Larkinson. What is the next step? Well, if you have paid attention to my earlier lecture, then you should know that as soon as you activate the Karman Mech, needles will poke through your body in order to start the shared blood circulation process. Please be reassured that the synthetic blood used by the Karman Mech is extremely compatible with a wide variety of physiques. Your body has already been tested to verify that your body will not suffer any major rejection reactions. The initial process may feel painful and uncomfortable, but you must not let that distract you from forming a blood pact with your new machine. How do I form a blood pact with this mech? Jacob questioned. I cannot describe it. Words can never fully convey the magic of the blood pact. All I can say is that as long as you are sincere in bonding yourself to this mech for the rest of your life, you will instinctively take the initiative to accept the formation of the blood pact. When Jacob thought that he could only ever pilot a single Karman Mech in his life, he couldn't help but grow a little nervous. You told before that Karman Mechs can be upgraded at all times. I will not have to keep this living mech at third class, correct? I can completely assure you that this is possible. Vase said. The Shield of Samar started out as a third-class standard mech, and steadily evolved into a second-class expert mech while still maintaining her original identity. If she hadn't fallen by now, she might have been able to become a first-class ace mech. Now that Jacob received a clear answer on this subject, he had no more doubts. He did not need to receive any instructions to activate the machine. He pressed the big red button that presented itself in the middle of the forward console. Soon enough, the yellow jacket started to hum. Her systems methodically came online while AL programs performed routine inspections to make sure that everything was in order. Once the basic checks were complete, the cockpit suddenly tightened its grip on Jacob's body and began to inject needles into his veins from various different positions. Though Jacob expected it to happen, he still let out a squeal when he finally felt the needles poking through his cloths and directly through his skin. Then, he immediately began to experience the very weird sensation of feeling his blood getting sucked out of a few tubes while more blood entered his bloodstream from other tubes. The strangest part about this weird experience was that Jacob could not only briefly track the blood that was siphoned out of his body, but also had a very clear experience that the synthetic blood that entered his body did not belong in this place. A brief sense of repulsion ran through Jacob's mind. He feared that if this process continued, his body would completely be filled with this false and foreign blood that did not feel quite good. It was then that the yellow jacket reached out to Jacob. It was a completely different existence. Jacob actually didn't know what to expect from a living mech. When he tentatively made contact with the strange machine, he found that living mech was not as cold and inorganic as he expected. Even though the living mech most definitely felt inhuman, it did not harbor sense of hostility towards humans at all. This was a machine imparted with a bit of consciousness and a strong desire to fulfill its purpose of serving its destined mech pilot. Now that Jacob had interfaced with the yellow jacket for the first time, the living mech eagerly wanted to fulfill its purpose. As the two continued to come into contact with each other, they gained enough of an impression of their potential partners to decide whether they want to go through with forming a blood pact. Both sides agreed. The two had formed a sacred covenant. Even without exchanging any words or signing any contracts, both man and machine had formed an implicit but ironclad agreement. Their very spiritualities had made a mutual promise to each other. Both of them would fight alongside each other for the rest of their lives. As the blood pact came into existence, the shared blood that flowed through the veins of both parties seemed to gain more energy. I can feel it. I can feel the mech coming under my sway. Jacob spoke in an exhilarating and uncontrollable way. My senses are expanding. My perspective has changed. I am so much taller than before. It is actually starting to become too much. All of this input, all of these senses, all of these status indicators, it is too overwhelming. Though Jacob Abbott successfully managed to form a blood pact, he was not a professional mech pilot. He had no idea how to handle the input he received from his new machine. Vase already anticipated this consequence. He could have chosen to restrict the Yellow Jacket's systems and shut down a lot of unessential systems in advance, but he declined to do so because it wouldn't be authentic enough. He had confidence that his work would allow the new Karman mech pilot to quickly acclimatize to his new condition. Calm down, Jacob. What you are perceiving is the data input comparable to what a typical third-class mech pilot receives from his machine. Do not try to process the data, but let it flow right past you. Do not take the initiative to accept it, as your mind cannot handle it all at once without proper instruction. Just imagine yourself taking a few steps back. You want to distance yourself from your Karman mech without completely relinquishing all of your awareness and control. The instructions helped to stabilize the new Karman mech pilot. The apprentice mech designer did not truly know what it was like to pilot a mech, but he heard enough descriptions to roughly understand what he needed to do to gain control. Once Jacob was able to find a way to deal with the influx of data, he was finally able to breathe a little easier. He was no longer at risk of getting overwhelmed. I am ready for your next instruction, Professor. All right, now, your Yellow Jacket is currently armed with a variety of third-class weapons, so do not worry about accidental discharges. Our defensive systems can easily block the attacks. Before you do anything with your weapon systems, let us start with the basics first. Since the Yellow Jacket is a wasp mech that is primarily designed for space combat, let us test your ability to fly and maneuver in the air. Please activate the flight system and produce enough lift to rise from the floor. The apprentice mech designer did not ask for more detailed instructions. He became determined to figure it out by himself. He thought about the flight system, and his living mech helped to navigate the unfamiliar control system until he was able to change the operation of the flight system. The Yellow Jacket steadily rose in the air. It did so at a slow but constant pace, as if Jacob was afraid he would generate too much lift and cause the priceless Karman mech to smack into the ceiling. My mech has lifted off the floor, sir. Alright, now I want you to navigate. Try to follow this simple route. A line projected in the air that made gentle turns and even looped around a few times. The exhibition hall offered more than enough space for the machine to maneuver. At first, the Yellow Jacket moved slowly and shakily. Jacob was not used to this at all and was not able to maintain stable control over his machine. This became evident as the Yellow Jacket either sped up too much or slowed to a crawl. It was also really bad at making turns, as it always deviated from the line because it turned too sharply or did not do so strong enough. In fact, the performance of the Yellow Jacket was downright painful and embarrassing to many mech pilots. They hadn't witnessed such awful performance since their first days at the Mech Academy. Yet it was exactly because the performance of the Yellow Jacket was so bad that made it so convincing. For all intents and purposes, Jacob piloted his Karman mech exactly like any other untrained mech cadet that entered into the cockpit of a mech for the first time. It is real, it is actually real. I can't believe it. I still cannot believe that a norm has taken over my job. It is all lies. This entire broadcast is fake. WHO is sick enough to give me false hope. There is no way that this is real. The previously rock-solid beliefs and assumptions of a population that had been brutalized by the genetic aptitude tyranny for so long had finally begun to crumble for real. Chapter 6400 The Revolution has begun. The product reveal of the Yellow Jacket was supposed to be a straightforward introduction of an innovative new mech model. Compared to other mechs, the Yellow Jacket came with a range of new technological solutions. A good mech design did not necessarily have to introduce completely new tech, but it at least had to introduce a new configuration of features that brought more value to the mech market. The Yellow Jacket did that and more. The live demonstration of the first Yellow Jacket continued. The machine, which had been built without the inclusion of a neural interface at all, began to perform a range of basic actions that tested the pilot's ability to control the wasp mech. So far, Jacob Abbott managed to get his machine to follow a flight trajectory through crude and unskilled means. It took a bit of time for him to figure out how to raise or lower the altitude of his Yellow Jacket, but he couldn't do so while moving forward or backwards at the same time. Activating the modular weapon systems on the Yellow Jacket also turned into a struggle. The simplest loadout would be to mount it with nothing or just one single modular weapon. Vase had descended to eschew that and slot a different system into all 6 hardpoints. This decision vastly increased the burden and complexity of controlling the Yellow Jacket. If Jacob Abbott was not an apprentice mech designer who already possessed at least a few ideas on how mech pilots controlled their machines with their minds, he may have remained stuck in the absence of further instruction. Even so, it still took around 4 minutes of fumbling and accidental discharges for him to tentatively figure out how to command a specific weapon module to open fire. One of the distinctively designed modular Gauss guns fired a special projectile that created a burst of shrapnel that should be good at eliminating small and fast targets. Another Gauss gun fired a solid slug that exploded upon impact. A third hardpoint mounted with a laser gun fired a modestly powered laser beam that possessed a high firing rate. Another hardpoint was not mounted with a weapon system at all, but instead held an additional scanning array that was able to conduct powerful short-range directional scans. All of this versatility seemed fairly notable on a third-class budget mech, but the problem was that the aiming of these systems was far off the mark. None of the guns hit their targets. Despite presenting a completely stationary target dummy right in front of the Yellow Jacket, the mech exhibited such poor control and stability that it never managed to hit its target once. Even the Gauss gun loaded with shrapnel rounds failed to achieve a single hit despite the generous usage conditions of this ammunition type. If this was a normal product reveal where Vase merely attempted to introduce a normal frontline mech designed to raise the standards of cannon fodder, then he and his work would have attracted a lot of ridicule. Either his Yellow Jacket was so badly designed that a pilot could not exert proper control over it, or the test pilot he selected to hold this demonstration was so incompetent that it was a miracle that he managed to graduate from a mech academy. No one was laughing. Not a single person among the audience had expressed any contempt or ridicule at a display that should never happen beyond the first month of classes at a mech academy. This was because they all knew that the Yellow Jacket was not a dysfunctional mech, and that Jacob Abbott bore no fault for lacking any real piloting skills. This disgraceful display was no laughing matter at all. Instead, it represented a miracle that far too many people had prayed for, yet never managed to witness since the start of the age of mechs. For the first time since mechs became a human obsession, the masses finally witnessed with their very own eyes that it was truly possible for a norm to pilot a mech with their minds. Even if the control system was completely different from a neural interface, it didn't matter to these people anymore because the approach towards piloting seemed similar enough. This is truly real, is it? Please wake me up from this dream if this is false. How can this be? How does this even work? What are the principles of this blood pact? So this is our hierarch's great ploy. By gifting Red humanity the ability to pilot mechs without regard for genetic aptitude, he gained the overwhelming support and goodwill of the masses on the eve of the founding of the Red Collective. Once he concludes this event, he will become unstoppable. The Yellow Jacket continued to demonstrate a few more features, though Jacob Abbott struggled to execute the more advanced and convoluted instructions. There were several instances where he failed to pull an action, but nobody minded his bumbling performance. In an exhibition hall that was filled with millions of demanding critics, no one expressed any sort of blame or rebuke towards the Karman mech pilot. Instead, they harbored great respect for Jacob Abbott for being able to control the Yellow Jacket to this extent with no piloting experience and a complete lack of familiarity in this mech model. Once the demonstration had come to an end, Vase slowly instructed FTHE pilot to settle Yellow Jacket and deactivate the machine. Down to be honest, Jacob did not want to disengage from his machine at all. His mind entered a high that never seemed to end. Not only had he managed to fulfill his cherished childhood wish of becoming a mech pilot, but he also bared open his soul to that of another entity for the first time. The blood pact was far more than a channel for data transmission. It was a sacred covenant that represented the permanent bond of trust and camaraderie between two like-minded beings. Though Jacob should have felt weirded out by the fact that he had bonded his soul with that of a machine, the experience was so euphoric that he simply could not generate any thoughts of ill will towards his well-meaning Karman mech. Sadly, all good things must come to an end. The product reveal had to continue. Jacob knew that he would have other opportunities to pilot his new Karman mech. Now that he had bonded with this Yellow Jacket, it had already become his machine. He trusted that the designer of this groundbreaking mech would never try to deprive him from his new partner. "Let us take a break," he said as he finally initiated the simplified shutdown procedure. The third-class Yellow Jacket slowly powered down. All of its weapon systems got locked and secured while its power reactor entered into its lowest state. The entrance of the cockpit slid open. Jacob struggled to regain his wits as he slowly floated out of the cockpit. His smart clothing had already closed the tiny gaps where the needles had pierced in order to connect the blood tubes to his veins. Careful application of medicines and other substances ensured that Jacob did not experience any pain or suffered any serious health issues due to replacing much of his blood with a synthetic version. "Come over here, Mr. Abbott," Vase beckoned. The first-class apprentice mech designer did as instructed. He slowly managed to pull himself out of his wondrous daze by the time his shoes touched the podium. "Everyone here has witnessed your first attempt at piloting the Yellow Jacket." Vase spoke. "What are your first impressions, Mr. Abbott?" "It is magical," Jacob gasped. "I cannot describe it. I dare not ruin this experience for all of the norms that want to pilot a mech like this themselves. I only dare to say that it is worth it. Even this simple third-class mech is a joy to pilot because it has made me feel larger and more awesome than ever before. I do not have the qualifications to tell everyone whether my experience is identical to piloting mechs with a neural interface, but I suspect it may be due to the load on my brain." The new Carmen mech pilot nursed his head as if he was still suffering a headache. "According to the readings of your Yellow Jacket, your brain has indeed endured far greater strain than it has typically withstood in the past," Vase explained to Jacob and his audience. "Piloting a mech remains data-intensive. That hasn't changed from conventional mechs. Potentates are much better predisposed to endure this level of strain over long periods of time, particularly when they are still young and malleable. Any mech pilot that chooses to pilot a mech that is equipped with a Karman system will not experience anything that they cannot handle. They have an inherent advantage in this aspect." That caused a lot of norms to grow a little disappointed. Did Vase imply that the genetic aptitude tyranny still managed to retain its existence? "Are norms not entirely suitable to pilot Karman mechs?" Jacob asked. "Norms are not advised to pilot Karman mechs under challenging conditions without a long period of practice and conditioning. Long piloting sessions, complex configurations, and continuous high-intensity actions will massively increase the load on your brain and may induce permanent damage as a result. For safety reasons, every Karman mech will monitor the load on the brain and give out plenty of warning signals if you approach the danger threshold. The owner of the Karman mech can even activate a setting that will forcibly shut the machine down if serious brain damage is imminent." This made a lot of sense. Conventional mech pilots also had to worry about how much load their brains could endure. Pilots with inferior genetic aptitudes could not pilot second-class or third-class mechs at all without getting overwhelmed by the excessive amount of data throughput. Still, many people did not mind this problem too much. The most important part was that they managed to get their foot in their door. Now that they finally unlocked the ability to pilot a mech, it did not matter that they had to start with the most simple and weakest forms of mechs. As long as they trained their skills and conditioned their brains to handle the data throughput, they were hopeful that they would one day be able to pilot Karman mechs that resembled the prime combat machines that often showed up on the front lines. After Vase clarified a few more issues, he decided to move on to the proper product introduction phase. He clapped the lucky volunteer on the back. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Abbott. This third-class Yellow Jacket is completely yours. My assistant has already transferred its ownership to your name. You can upgrade it yourself or let others do the job. You can also keep it in its current condition, though I can imagine that your new partner will not like that decision. Remember that you are not dealing with a lifeless object. You are partnered yourself with a living mech that can think and feel. You should at least treat it as a loving pet. So take care of it and reciprocate its trust. This Yellow Jacket can become far more than a trophy in your life. Do you understand your new responsibility?" The apprentice mech designer seriously nodded. "I will never mistreat the partner that has allowed me to fulfill my dream of piloting a mech. I will cherish it and make sure it remains happy under my care. You do not have to coddle it and lock it away in your deepest vault. Mechs are made for the purpose of waging war, and this Yellow Jacket is no different. If it is necessary, your living machine is willing to die for your cause. Then let us hope that never happens." After Jacob and his new Yellow Jacket got moved from the podium, Vase attracted everyone's attention. 3 new Yellow Jackets emerged from the floor behind him. One of them was identical to the previous machine, but the other 2 models were clearly a lot more powerful and sophisticated. "Everyone," Vase addressed the audience, "now that you have obtained unquestionable proof that the Karman system works exactly as described, I hope that you can finally accept that we have entered into a new epoch of mechs. Each of you are blessed to live through this transition. People in the feature will speak of mechs in a time before and after the introduction of the Karman system. The genetic aptitude tyranny that has cast a specter over every human's heart has been toppled by my invention. You are free now. Each of you have gained the ability to pilot a mech. Let us celebrate this liberation and welcome the arrival of a new revolution. A Karman revolution. The Karman revolution. This phrase instantly captured the imagination of the masses. Already, trillions of people whispered or shouted this compelling combination of words throughout every corner of human-occupied space. The Karman revolution had overtaken the mech community and human civilization as a whole. The entire dwarf galaxy seemed to turn a little more red due to the outbreak of this bloodless revolution. Chapter 6401. The Karman Revolution. Coining the phrase, Karman Revolution, was a stroke of marketing brilliance. Vase recognized the allure of this revolution and intentionally mentioned it when everyone paid attention to his every word. Just as expected, people eagerly embraced it because of their intense desire to trample the genetic aptitude tyranny and secure their chance to pilot a Karman mech. The Karman Revolution had practically become red humanity's latest sacred cow. No one was allowed to tarnish it or challenge it in any way. Skeptics that dared to question the safety or the reliability of the Karman system quickly became subjected to deluge of abuse, regardless of whether it was warranted. This was not a violent revolution, nor a revolution that ended any government regimes. This was a spiritual revolution. The cloud of fear, doubt and uncertainty completely swept away once Vase lit the bonfires of the Karman Revolution. From this single spark, all of red humanity became inflamed with newfound passion and optimism. The oppression of the Red War and the terror spread by the murderous native aliens no longer cast a dark shadow over everyone's hearts. This was because everyone drew sustenance from the brand new fire spread by the revolution. As Vase stood in front of the exhibition hall, he listened to all of the cheers and felt how extensively he managed to arouse the collective will of an entire civilization. It was at this moment that he felt he had served his ultimate purpose as a mech designer. On the surface, his job was to design mechs. Thinking a little deeper, his greater priority was to serve mech pilots. Only now did he realize that mech designers existed to save the human race. As long as mech designers did a good job, they would inevitably contribute to the strengthening of their fellow people, arming them with the weapons they could rely upon to beat back their foes. Vase knew for certain that red humanity had changed significantly now that he had unleashed the Karman Revolution. Relying on just 3.5% of the population or less to bear the greatest burden of resisting the native aliens was never a sound idea. Now that the rest of the human population could contribute to the war effort by piloting mechs as opposed to helping in other ways, norms finally obtained a level of agency that was previously monopolized by potentates. The dramatic battles raging in the 4th and 5th defensive bands no longer appeared as dire and hopeless as before. At the very least, the most direct consequence to making Karman mechs to red humanity was that the pool of eligible mech pilots had drastically exploded. The Karman Revolution gave everyone a chance to pilot a mech. Even if norms had not yet reached parity with potentates, at least the introduction of the Karman system had successfully closed the gap by an enormous extent. After the outbreak of the Karman Revolution, Vase expected that his work would gradually lead to a new status quo where norms were merely a little behind compared to potentates. Both of them enjoyed many of the same opportunities, but actual potentates happened to enjoy less restrictions and greater advantages when piloting mechs. It was difficult to completely close the remaining gap. Vase personally had no confidence he could accomplish this job. His Karman system could only produce so many miracles, after all. Even his elemental Karman system concept did not attempt to make any gains in this aspect. Vase was happy to hand the torch to the rest of the mech industry. He may have started this revolution, but he did not necessarily have to lead it any further. A true revolution was supposed by a wide variety of people and interest groups. They should have plenty of motivation to develop their own solutions. As Vase confirmed that the Karman Revolution had given his fellow red humans a future they could look forward to seeing, he calmed himself down and resumed his product reveal. What you see behind me are 3 of the 6 mechs of the Swarm project. They are the Karman mechs that you have all been waiting to see and hear about. There are 3 more mechs attached to the Swarm project that can play a useful if optional role in managing these Karman mechs, but I shall introduce them later. The spotlights highlighting the contours and sleekness of the yellow jackets brightened up a little. Let us detail these machines first. Vase continued. My team has worked on all 3 mech designs on a concurrent basis with the support of the Red Association's helpful R&D departments. As such, They may belong to different classes, but they are similar in terms of design concept, general requirements, piloting approach, combat roles, piloting requirements and difficulty of operation. The underlying tech and materials may be differ, but there is a degree of commonality between them that makes it easier to treat them the same, more or less. That was obvious to both mech designers and laymen. It was not difficult to distinguish the overall tech level of the Yellow Jackets, but they all shared so many traits that it looked as if their parts were interchangeable. The advantage of adopting this approach to all three mech models is to make it easier to upgrade the base models of these Karman mechs. Vase smiled. If you have started off with the Yellow Jacket Mark I version C, you can upgrade it into a Yellow Jacket Mark I version B by replacing weaker parts with stronger parts for the most part. There are steps to the conversion process that are more complicated to complete, but any decently equipped mech workshop should be able to pull it off by using the right tools and following the right instructions. Of course, you can also downgrade your Yellow Jacket to a variant of a lower tech level if you wish. This was actually quite difficult to accomplish. The three mech designs had to meet so many requirements that the design team couldn't have done it without relying on heavy technical support from the mechers. The design choices that Vase and his collaborators had to make were also many. They had to give up a lot of optimal design choices in order to increase the interchangeability of parts. However, it was worth it as far as they were concerned. The base models of the Yellow Jackets were never designed with optimal performance in mind. Ease of use and versatility had always been the highest priorities. This was the best way to ensure that the widest possible audience would be able to make use of these Yellow Jackets. No matter the version or tech level, all base models of the Yellow Jacket are positioned as introductory mechs. Vase explained. They are frontline mechs in essence as they are more affordable and easy to pilot than many other products on the market. Given the current state of the Red War, only these traits can ensure that our civilization can mobilize large quantities of irregular but combat-capable mechs in the span of 1 or 2 years. Compared to the 5 or more years of training required to train and field a more comprehensive mech pilot, it should take much less time and money to train and field an equivalent Karman mech pilot. This sounded rather good to the ordinary folk who did not have too many high expectations and just wanted to have a chance of piloting one of these Yellow Jackets. However, the wealthier people who occupied the upper half of the totem pole began to frown. There were many norms among them that were willing to do a lot to fulfill their almost forgotten dreams of piloting a mech, but they did not want to do so by forming a blood pact with budget options that were clearly beneath their stations. Perhaps their time had not yet come. At this time, projections appeared above the individual Karman mechs that denoted their exact model names as well as their basic properties. As you can see or read, all three Yellow Jackets are modern hyper mechs. They are all Karman mechs. They are all what I call classical living mechs of the 6th generation. I shall explain later what that entails. Those familiar with my previous living mechs know that I also attach entities called design spirits to my works. The Yellow Jackets are all connected to a design spirit that I refer to as Titania. That last part confused a lot of people, especially the ones who had never studied or worked with a living mech before. Vase smiled when he perceived the public's confusion. Titania plays an important supporting role in the operation of the Yellow Jacket as an individual Karman mech and in combination with other machines of the same kind. Titania is a swarm mother that is based on an astral beast that my clan has once encountered and defeated in combat. This has inspired me to create a design spirit that replicates the astral beast's penchant for deploying a large amount of disposable biological drones as her primary means of attack. In order to illustrate what the astral beast used to be like, Vase chose to project a few edited clips of footage of the expeditionary fleet's encounter against the monstrously large astral beast. Just like how the Titania is able to coordinate the actions of her biological drones, I hope that the design spirit can help to encourage and improve the teamwork between many different Karman mech pilots who lack training but share the same goals and enthusiasm. The base version's Yellow Jackets are not individually strong in combat, so only by joining forces and improving coordination can large amounts of Karman mechs punch above their weight and defeat opponents that are supposed to be superior on paper. That sounded rather promising, but Vase remained too vague to convince most of his audience. That was fine. Actual results as well as other features might be able to make this claim more convincing. It is difficult to describe the full benefits of having Titania's guidance in these Yellow Jackets, so I will not speak much of it. Vase admitted, it is better to put the Yellow Jackets in action and see for yourself. Remember, the more Yellow Jackets to deploy at a time, the better. These are mechs that are best employed as coordinated swarms rather than individual machines. Only in large groups will they be able to exert combat power far in excess of their limited physical capabilities. This is one of the defining characteristics of the mechs of the Swarm project. He really wanted to emphasize this aspect. The Yellow Jackets were weak at every tech level, but that did not mean they should solely be used as cannon fodder. Vase had high hopes that they could enable poorly trained Karman mech pilots to produce amazing results on an actual battlefield. The support of their living mechs as well as their design spirits should be enough to instill them with a greater sense of coordination. Add the supervision and leadership from the Jacket Commander models that Vase had yet to introduce, and the swarms of Yellow Jackets may become powerful enough to fell entire phase whales one day. Vase began to take a few steps back. Now, in order to introduce and explain the key systems of the Yellow Jacket designs to you all, I shall relinquish words to my fellow collaborators. Their expertise on the parts and systems that they have worked upon is much greater than my own. Please give them all your attention. The spotlight on Vase darkened while the ones shining on Lady Romonda DeVos and Professor Vector Loban brightened. The two senior mech designers stepped forward and faced the entire expectations of a massive audience for the first time. To their credit, neither mech designers buckled under the massive pressure. Chapter 6402 Career Savers. Vase had spoken for a long time. The Yellow Jacket was his brainchild after all. He had come up with the concept and contributed the most crucial technologies that made it work. Without his input, the Yellow Jacket designs would not be able to attract the attention of the Red Association, let alone capture the imagination of all of human society. Still, when it came to introducing other specific features, Vase eagerly left this job to the respective specialists who worked on these parts and systems. He was not egoistical enough to hog all of the attention for himself. In fact, he felt a little guilty for claiming a disproportionate amount of the limelight for himself. The Yellow Jacket was a cooperative effort. The other four senior mech designers not only provided valuable design solutions that made the mech designs comprehensively stronger, but also served as a sounding board that helped Vase refine his own implementations. Vase was therefore glad to take a break and stand in the background while allowing his collaborators to enjoy their moment at the forefront of humanity's latest obsession. Meow. Lucky floated over and jumped into Ves's arms. The gem cat relaxed as Vase gently stroked the oiled metal exterior. "How is the reaction so far, Gavin?" Vase discreetly inquired over a communication channel. "You can't believe how many messages we have received. The LMC in our clan has received a deluge of purchase requests for the new Karman mechs. As expected, have there been any groups that have exhibited significantly less demand? As expected, the Red Fleet has shown very little interest, and the states that are heavily invested in the auxiliary fleet program are also not as enthused." Gavin replied, "Even so, it is impossible for them to remain completely unmoved. Mechs, not warships, are popular among the people. It is easy to fire people up by introducing a good mech, but it is much harder to build up passion for warships after centuries of cultural and legal suppression." As Vase continued to collect more information from Gavin, two of his collaborators had begun to introduce what could arguably be regarded as the most controversial aspect of the Yellow Jacket designs. When Vector Loban and Romonda DeVos attracted everyone's attention, the former spoke first. As the Honorable Professor Larkinson has shared before, the Karman system is biomechanical in nature. Every Karman mech is a cybernetic mech by definition. This is an inescapable reality due to the limitations of the current generation of this tech. In more concrete terms, a Karman mech must always contain at least a small proportion of organic matter. This can be quite minimal as the demand to create blood circulation throughout a mech frame is not difficult to meet. However, our design team has chosen a bolder approach and decided to apply a far greater proportion of organic systems relative to the mech frame for specific reasons. I shall display the actual proportions of metallic and organic components in the three versions of the Yellow Jacket. A projected overlay appeared on the exteriors of the three Yellow Jackets. These overlaid images seemed to erase the exterior plating and expose the guts inside the machines. Every overlay displayed a realistic and complete representation of the components stuffed inside the Yellow Jackets. It didn't matter if no one understood what the individual parts and components did. What mattered was that exposing the guts of the machines immediately revealed the proliferation of organic matter inside the Yellow Jackets. Beneath their metallic exteriors, the slender upper torso section of the Karman mechs consisted almost entirely of organic matter. A combination of flesh and bone occupied the positions traditionally taken up by the cockpit and many other important systems. Although they already heard from Jacob Abbott that the yellow jacket at least partially contained organic components, this was much different from what most people expected. The vast majority of organic components concentrated on the upper chest, so much so that it dominated this entire section. This had many implications. Many mech designers and industrialists frowned at this sight. The production chain for organic components was completely different from the production chain of metallic components. To grow a single, large organic mass like this required large and dedicated growing facilities. It was not particularly difficult to set up these organic production facilities, but it took a large amount of upfront investment to construct them all. A lot of people needed to be trained and educated in biotechnology-related subjects in order to know how to handle the production and maintenance of these weird organic masses. Not many people welcomed the additional burdens brought by this organic chest section. They would rather buy a Karman mech that possessed only the bare minimum of organic components. Both Vector and Romonda already expected to receive this response. Neither of them felt worried because they firmly believed in their design solutions. Many of you have begun to ask why we have made the unusual decision to implement a large organic mass inside the upper chest of the yellow jackets. Lady Romonda addresses the puzzled crowd. This is because it represents the living core of a Karman mech. I have combined my specialization in ultra-large enhanced cockpit systems with Professor Vector Loban's specialization in furnace mitochondria systems to develop an oversized organic cockpit that has seamlessly merged with the Karman system. This explanation already overwhelmed a lot of people. They still did not understand why this entire section had to be all organic. The Terran mech designer continued her lecture as she was far from finished. This design approach has many implications. When we started to design the Karman mechs of the Swarm project, we all became aware of the limitation that a Karman mech pilot can only form a single blood pact for the rest of his or her life. In order to prevent many hopeful norms from returning to their old selves ahead of time, we sought to increase the survival rates of the pilots as well as their bonded Karman mechs. After a large amount of trial and error, Vector Loban and I have finally developed a cockpit that carries enough metaphorical weight to form the bare minimum of a living machine. Professor Vector Loban explained why this mattered. The most important implication of this special condition is that when you form a blood pact with a Karman mech, you will not necessarily form a pact with these large yellow and black metallic-looking constructs, but the significantly more compact organic masses buried in their upper torsos. This means that the organic ultra-large enhanced cockpit is essentially the Karman mech in truth. The rest of the machine that is predominantly made out of metal alloys can be treated as an elaborate, highly functional suit of armor. Many people grew silent when they processed this crucial information. A lot of people understood the implications right away, while others needed more help to understand the benefits. Similar to an infantry soldier, if you destroy the suit, the person wearing it may still be able to survive. Lady Romonda explained with a smile. Only when an attack kills the human is the soldier actually dead. The Karman mech will always be able to remain alive even when it is reduced to just this organic ultra-large enhanced cockpit, and it does not even need to be whole. The less organic matter is left, the more heavily injured the Karman mech becomes, but as long as it is relatively intact, it can still be restored in full. This will give any Karman mech pilot who lost their mech in battle a second chance to fight as before. As long as the pilot is able to evacuate from the battlefield with a functional cockpit, the blood pact will remain healthy and operational. Now that the two seniors had made it clear enough, a lot of people suddenly changed their evaluations on these weird organic masses. They previously regarded them as unwanted and undesirable complications. Now, they literally embraced the organic cockpits as saviors. They wished their cockpits were even larger and stronger than now, because that would give them an even greater chance of making a comeback after suffering a personal defeat in battle. No one was able to win a battle every time. No mech pilot could guarantee that he and his mech would remain in one shape after the end of every battle. Losing one's mech was a common occurrence in battle. The more informed individuals knew that the probability of losing a mech rose when the machine was cheap. Other factors that increased this rate was when the pilot was lacking in both skill and experience. All of this meant that many early Karman mech pilots had a high chance of losing their bonded Karman mechs in their first battles. It would be extremely painful to many of them to enter the battlefield in high spirits, only to get thrashed by the ruthless aliens and eventually crawl back from the front without a Karman mech to continue their short-lived piloting careers. Lady Romonda DeVos activated a new projection that displayed a cross-section of the three different varieties of cockpits. To call them cockpits was actually a misnomer. They gained so many additional systems and features that they had become vehicles in themselves. As you can see in these images, my organic ultra-large enhanced cockpits incorporate a large variety of elements that enhance their survival ability. If a Karman mech falls in battle, the ultra-large cockpit will detach from the alloy shell and rocket back to the rear or nearest designated safe zone unless otherwise specified. The cockpit is large enough to mount fairly compact but powerful short-duration boosters. The damage-resisting capabilities of these cockpits are fairly modest due to the need for cost savings, but their mobility is good. They contain a range of other damage control and damage mitigation systems to further enhance their survival. The ultra-large cockpits possess an additional feature that can help with preserving the Karman mechs as well as the pilots sheltering inside. Professor Vector Loban added, "I have applied a version of my furnace mitochondria into the organic cells. This will enable the ultra-large cockpit to overload its systems at the cost of rapidly extracting the high density of stored energies contained within the cells. This will cause the organic cells to rapidly burn out and die, but the released energies will be so great that the ultra-large cockpit may briefly double or triple its acceleration as it flees the battlefield." This was quite a nifty feature. The ultra-large cockpit was like a fast shuttle that could speed up even faster for a brief interval as long as it burned up parts of its organic mass. This was a self-sacrificial feature that would rapidly degrade the size, the protection and the functionality of the ultra-large cockpits. However, the power boost gained from this sacrifice was more than worth it in the right moments. The sooner the ultra-large cockpits escaped the range of enemy firepower, the greater the probability that they would live to get rebuilt into complete Karman mechs again. The ultra-large cockpit functions quite similar to an escape shuttle for all intents and purposes. Lady Romonda said, "It is larger, more robust and just as maneuverable than a shuttle. When the aliens learn that the best way to handle Karman mechs is to relentlessly eliminate the cockpits, then they will target them specifically. The burden of defeating your ultra-large cockpits will increase, and successful interception attempts will drastically drop." It was not quite certain whether that would be the case, but many people had a lot of confidence in these claims. As the two senior mech designers continued to explain the nuances of the organic ultra-large cockpits, they gradually found their own rhythms and smoothly introduced the possible uses and constraints of the ultra-large cockpits. Do not forget, the organic core is the living mech. The alloy parts built around the ultra-large cockpits are all optional and redundant. Losing them will not threaten the survival of the Karman mech. Now that more and more people gradually understood how much this could save their lives and careers, they finally expressed overwhelming support for this wonderful implementation. Chapter 6403 Onager System. The Karman Revolution had kicked into a lower gear ever since Vase backed off and allowed his colleagues to take the word. It didn't matter because the flames of the revolution had already spread. People needed time to process what they learned and discuss the implications of piloting Karman mechs with their buddies. In the meantime, the other participants of the Swarm project were not weak. Each of them represented the elites of their respective factions at their generation range. Their design philosophies may not be as exciting as his own, but they were helpful in other ways. Many listeners had become thoroughly convinced of the value of having an organic super-large enhanced cockpit. Just the fact that it could effectively preserve their blood pact and subsequently their right to pilot a Karman mech turned it into a precious possession that had to be preserved at all cost. Fortunately for many ordinary people who dreamed of becoming a Karman mech pilot, Vector Loban and Romonda DeVos both put a lot of thought and effort into fulfilling this overarching demand. The biodomes, as we have named the organic super-large enhanced cockpits of the Yellow Jacket designs, serve as the cores of your Karman mechs. Lady Romonda of the DeVos ancient clan summarized. They are designed with survivability in mind. Professor Loban and I have sought to maximize the role that the organic mass can play in increasing its odds of survival. Due to limited cost, the biodomes designed for the base models of the Yellow Jackets do not excel in resisting damage. Its main philosophy is that the less time spent on the battlefield, the better. That is why it primarily relies on rapidly evacuating from the battlefield to ensure its survival and the survival of its bonded pilot. That was a decision made out of helplessness. The design budgets for the Yellow Jackets were too low to afford any luxuries. The two senior mech designers had to make the most out of a limited pool of resources, so they put mobility first and defense second. The biodomes therefore turned into the equivalent of really small and weaponless light mechs. Their best form of defense was not getting hit in the first place. The furnace mitochondria implanted in all of the organic cells therefore played a very important role by providing temporary speed boosts that were otherwise not possible. It was risky to burn up the mass of the biodomes in order to amplify their acceleration, but it was better than lingering in a high-risk area for a few seconds too long. Vector Loban mentioned a solution that could help with that. We understand that many Karman mech pilots have a strong interest in doing their utmost to preserve their biodomes if your yellow jackets have fallen. We have devised an elaborate virtual reality training simulation program where you can pilot a variety of biodomes, both standard and custom ones, through a large selection of realistic battle conditions. Many of them are replicated from the recent battles of the Red Offensive, so they can teach you highly realistic lessons on how to survive on the modern battlefield. We advise every Karman mech pilot to invest at least 200 hours in this virtual training before they set off to fight. All of these precautions shouldn't be necessary if breaking the blood pact did not have such serious consequences. If Vase and Alexa Strian succeeded in developing Karman mech dynasties, then all of this emphasis on the biodomes should no longer be necessary. Other mech designers may also be able to develop solutions that could make biodomes unnecessary. However, so long as the current iteration of the Karman system remained stuck with these limitations, the biodomes were still very necessary. While the biodomes mainly relied on speed and maneuverability to stay intact, there were many situations where accidents couldn't be avoided. The biodomes needed a buffer in order to account for unavoidable accidents. In order to help the biodomes resist attacks, whether targeted or not, we have also left open the option to install small-scale shield generators inside their organic structure, particularly non-rechargeable models that offer a small window of relatively strong defense for a single time. Lady Romonda informed everyone, due to cost constraints, the base models of the yellow jackets do not include them, but you may request the installation of any shield generators that fit the requirements from a vendor. Alternatively, customers can decide how to make use of this option after they have purchased the yellow jackets. This was the best way to approach this matter. The biodomes were extremely important, and every Karman mech pilot would be interested in protecting them as much as possible. Not everyone could afford a good solution, though. The biodomes were designed to work just fine without integrated shield generators, but it would still be nice to have them. Wealthier employers and mech pilots could choose to purchase these shield generators themselves and install them into the biodomes with ease. If the budget was not enough, then the Karman mech pilot better hope that he put in a lot of practice in piloting virtual biodomes. Vector Loban and Romonda DeVos finally concluded their lecture on the biodomes. An important piece of information that we need to disclose is that the production, modification and use of biodomes is subject to stricter regulation from the Red Association. The female Terran mech designer warned, the Karman system may be less prone to malfunction due to physical changes than the neural interface, but the consequences are still severe. Caution must always be taken to ensure that the biodomes can permit Karman mech pilot to interface with their Karman mechs without excessive risks. People needed to learn to treat the Karman system with the same degree of caution as the neural interface. The Red Association had already conducted plenty of secret tests that produced a variety of bad outcomes due to improper tech implementation. Of course, there was no reason to disclose these outcomes to the public. It was enough to let their imagination run. Once Vector and Romonda stepped back, Lord Richard Brownstone proceeded to step forward. I am Richard, scion of the Brownstone Principality of the Rubarthan Pact. The senior mech designer briefly introduced himself. I have been tasked with bestowing the yellow jackets with a range of versatile offensive options. In order to maximize the choices available to the mech market, every yellow jacket boasts 6 standardized modular sockets that are mounted to the sides of the mech frame. They can be mounted with limbs that allow for surface locomotion, weapon systems to turn them into frontline mechs, support systems to grant them additional utility or more. Each modular addition will increase the cost and piloting burden of the yellow jacket, so this arrangement is designed to accommodate the unique conditions of every individual Karman mech pilot. Modular solutions were not always the most optimal ones. The lack of specialization and the need to account for a broad variety of options often led to suboptimal design choices. However, a modular weapon loadout system fit well with the yellow jackets as they were Karman mechs that would inevitably get used by a huge variety of individuals and groups. There was no way the design team could cater to the needs of every segment. A one-size-fits-all solution may be a decent solution, but would still leave a lot of people dissatisfied. Hence the reason why Vase and the others readily committed to this modular solution. This way, Every customer could configure their yellow jackets however they liked in exchange for losing a bit of efficiency. The base models of the yellow jacket are designed to tolerate a large variety of different weapon and support modules, but work best with low-end products. Lord Richard Brownstone continued, "It is not impossible to mount high-end modules onto the yellow jackets, but they may induce excessive strain or demand more power than the Karman mechs are able to provide. If you wish to pilot a more powerful Karman mech, then it is best to wait for Professor Larkinson to publish a product targeted to the upper segments of the mech market." The speakers had repeatedly emphasized that the yellow jackets were exclusively targeted towards the bottom segments. This thoroughly frustrated the rich and powerful that could easily afford a mech that was tens or hundreds of times more expensive than the yellow jackets at the relevant tech levels. How long did they need to wait until they could fulfill their lost dreams of piloting a mech? While they could always go ahead and buy a cheap yellow jacket before letting the mech designers on retainer upgrade the machine as much as possible, this sounded like a sketchy and unreliable solution. What if stuff went wrong? What if Professor Larkinson published a genuine high-end Karman mech that possessed advantages that could never be attained from a yellow jacket? These rich and powerful people understood the value of patience. They were willing to wait a few years until they gained access to more appropriate solutions. Of course, during this time, nothing must happen to Professor Larkinson. As the inventor of the Karman system and the only person who possessed the ability to design Karman mechs from scratch, he needed to be protected and allowed to do his thing as much as possible. Alexa Strian also had to be guarded carefully. If the worst ever happened to the Larkinson patriarch, then his direct disciple was probably the only successor who could pick up where Professor Larkinson left off with the Karman system in the short term. Perhaps later on, more and more people may eventually be able to learn or replicate Professor Larkinson's design philosophy. It would be great if he realized his design philosophy and opened the path to all mech designers, but who knew how long it took for him to advance? Would he be able to match or break the polymath's record, or was he one of those sprinters who made a lot of progress early in their careers, only to burn out and slow to a crawl? A lot of people from the upper layer of society began to make plans in secret designed to support or sustain Professor Larkinson and his many interests. In any case, after Richard provided enough explanations on the modularity of the yellow jackets, he proceeded to introduce his own offensive contribution to the Karman mech designs. While the yellow jackets can accommodate any third-party modular attachment that have been designed in compliance to the specifications that we have set, I have worked to design a standard weapon system that should work well in many situations. The outlines of the distinctively designed Gauss gun modules slotted into the sockets of the yellow jackets lit up, attracting the attention of the public. The Onager A-B-C enriched Gauss gun system is capable of firing hyper-Gauss rounds of notable caliber at relatively low firing rates. The modular weapons not only feature high damage and high impact power for a mech of this price category, but can also be loaded with my specially developed enriched Gauss projectiles. Every round can contain different payloads that can produce different effects, from normal explosions to spreading exotic particles that inhibit transphasic energy shields. I have already designed a large variety of enriched Gauss projectiles that can produce good results in many different combat situations, but third-party developers are welcome to use my templates and develop their own custom enriched Gauss projectiles. The charm in the Onager system did not lie in the Gauss weapons, but the projectiles they fired. Many mech insiders instantly understood how the Onagers extended the modularity and versatility of the yellow jackets. As long as a customer was willing to work with the limitations of kinetic weapon systems, they could get a lot of use out of Richard Brownstone's work. Of course, there were plenty of other customers that preferred to arm their mechs with energy weapons. The yellow jackets did not prohibit this option. Chapter 6404 Nebulous Luck Factor. Lord Richard Brownstone continued his attempt to sell his weapon system to an enormous audience. He knew that his Gauss weapons were the less essential parts of the yellow jackets, so he needed to do his best to emphasize their value. The Onager system is meticulously designed with the support of the Red Association to form a cost-effective solution when employed on a large scale. The weapon system can accommodate a wide variety of projectiles made from many different combinations of alloys. This allows every state or regional organization to produce large quantities of rounds with different effects with the lowest per unit cost. This was highly relevant to third-rate states and organizations. They tended to have the greatest population of people. They also had selective access to a great amount of low-grade resources. The Onager system was so flexible and adaptable in terms of ammunition compatibility that every state or group should be able to produce a huge amount of kinetic projectiles that offer good performance at a very low cost. It was somewhat relevant to second raters and first raters, as they may opt to choose specialized rounds that were very effective but could only be produced by locally sourced exotics and hypers. Furthermore, the Onager system is also designed with the most common needs of the Red War in mind. The weapon system is designed to allow the Yellow Jackets to launch attacks against targets with superior defenses. Whether they are tasked with fighting against alien phase fighter or warships, the Onager modular Gauss guns allow the Yellow Jackets to inflict damage that surpasses the average offensive level of a mech of this price range. This will make them more useful on the battlefield and allow them to make effective contributions at a lower cost. In other words, the Yellow Jackets equipped with these Gauss guns should ideally fulfill the fire support role. The Yellow Jackets were not suitable for close-range brawling and dogfighting. They did not have the accuracy and precision to fight for longer either. They were best employed at mid-range, where they could get close enough to wear down the transphasic energy shields that protected the hulls of enemy warships, but far enough to evade the approach of enemy phase fighters. While the Yellow Jackets could fulfill other roles by equipping different support modules, their most direct and simplest combat roles required them to occupy a good position and fire their onagers until they emptied their ammunition reserves. More and more mech commanders and so on began to warm up to the Onager system. The designers had truly put a lot of thought in pairing it up with the Yellow Jacket design. Although the power of these guns were modest, they were better than the pea-shooters that most budget mechs carried, especially the more outdated ones. The Onager system is designed to serve as the standard weapon solution of all three editions of the Yellow Jackets. Richard Brownstone repeated, "It is the only weapon system that the Yellow Jackets are highly optimized to make use of. Their base models possess limited energy capacities, and cannot sustain the operation of one or multiple energy weapons for too long, especially if there is a desire to attain the same damage levels as the Gauss guns of the Onager system. The latter are less demanding on the energy reserves, but are also limited by the quantity of ammunition that a Yellow Jacket can carry. The ammunition capacity of the Karman mechs is relatively modest if there is a desire to retain their good mobility characteristics. If you feel it necessary, you can mount larger and more massive ammunition canisters onto the Yellow Jackets, but this will impose greater penalties to their mobility. The Onager system consisted of rather hefty Gauss guns. They were not designed to launch small and light projectiles, but rather larger ones that could pack a punch. That imposed a burden on the Yellow Jackets as the mech frames were supposed to remain relatively light. There was no good solution to this problematic issue. The best way to resolve the contradiction was to employ dimensional technology to store a lot of hefty rounds in a different space. However, only the more expensive first-class mechs tended to enjoy this luxury. It was impossible to supply this luxury to the Yellow Jackets on a large scale. Soon enough, Lord Richard Brownstone gradually completed his presentation on the kinetic weapon system that he had designed for the Karman mechs. As a final feature of the Onager system, the Yellow Jackets are designed to assist in the aiming of the Gauss guns. We only recommend our clients to activate this function when the Karman mech pilots are still lacking in training. If they are fielded without possessing enough skill and experience in handling ranged weapons at the mech scale, then it is better to rely on the help of the living mechs to control the weapons to aim and fire at hostile targets. This was a dangerous feature, but one that could also save lives one day. The reality of the situation was that the Red Offensive was a life-and-death crisis to Red humanity. Most people may not act like it, but they could feel the tension growing in human-occupied space. There may come a time where lots of norms had to be conscripted for war. Whatever training they received in boot camp would not be enough to give them good aim. Was better to let the living mech lend a hand even if it was a risky proposition. Not everyone approved of this additional feature, but they were fine with it so long as it could be switched off. It was a fundamental principle that only humans should pull the trigger of a weapon. Once Richard finally concluded his presentation, he made a short bow before the next to last speaker strode forward. Jovi Armelon addressed the crowd with his characteristic smile. "My name is Jovi Armelon. As a senior mech designer of the Red Association, I was responsible for designing the armor system among other aspects of the Yellow Jacket designs. As can be seen by the segmented armor plating of the Karman mechs on display, we have developed the Skotara Hyper semi-modular armor system to fit the physical defensive needs of this range of machines." A new overlay highlighted the armor plating and listed out a few key properties. Similar to the Onager system, the Skotara armor is an umbrella term that encompasses a range of armor plating formulas that consists of commonly available exotics and hypers. We have especially composed the formulas to produce armor plating out of different materials that is roughly consistent at the same tech level, and are therefore interchangeable. The formulas take into account the most commonly available materials of notable effectiveness in the Red Ocean Union, the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact. All of this ensures that it is easy to mass-produce large amounts of armor plating in vastly different regions but still attain a high degree of consistency and uniformity. This should depress the cost of production to a very low level, thereby making the yellow jackets more cost-effective. The defensive properties of the Skotara armor was actually not that impressive. It was only relatively good as far as budget mechs were concerned. What was really great about this armor system was that it did not impose a heavy burden on the industrial capacity of many different states and organizations. This was quite important because the armor system was often the most expensive system of a mech. The yellow jacket was no exception in this regard, so even a modest cost saving in the armor system could benefit Red humanity a lot in the long run. Much of Hovey's explanation sounded relatively standard and mundane. The Skotara armor truly did not offer any other significant advantages aside from cost savings. This mostly sounded interesting to large states that intended to mass-produce the yellow jackets on a large scale, but it was not as relevant to other parties. Many people who decided to order a batch of yellow jackets already decided to task their mech designers to replace this inferior armor system with a more superior one based on more premium alloys. There were also other potential customers who decided to wait a few months for other brilliant mech designers to publish variants that addressed this particular shortcomings. Before Jovi could convince everyone that the Skotara armor had no other advantages, he briefly surprised them by mentioning one nebulous advantage. I have applied my expertise in manipulating probabilities in the design of the Skotara armor. With the help of hyper-materials, the armor plating of the yellow jackets are imbued with a certain luck factor that helps them withstand attacks that should otherwise cripple or destroy them entirely. That caused more than a few people to look confused. It is difficult to define and describe this luck factor in precise terms as we have not been able to test its effects on the 3 yellow jacket models for an adequate amount of time. Jovi honestly admitted. However, our brief testing so far has shown that there is roughly 2% that a serious outcome can be converted into a mild outcome. Let me explain what this means. Of the 100 attacks that are powerful enough to eliminate a yellow jacket, 98 of them will proceed to do so without any complications. Only 2 attacks will inexplicably deflect or lose power, as if a freak accident has occurred. That was actually quite impressive. Hovey's design philosophy had already advanced to the point of interfering with reality to this extent. Unfortunately, it was not strong enough to impress the crowd. Who would want to bet their lives and their future careers on this measly 2% chance of avoiding a fatal blow? They would rather invest in a new armor system that may be a little more expensive or troublesome, but would also offer solid benefits such as 5 or 10% more damage resistance. Jovi continued to smile as he had yet to share the most important point. This luck factor is not a static property. I have not been able to test this hypothesis, but I have a certain degree of confidence that the luck factor of a living mech can grow more powerful over time. My expectations are that it becomes more effective at deflecting weaker attacks, and may even protect against a larger variety of calamities. This luck factor was a nebulous concept even for a weirdo like Vase. He really couldn't understand how Jovi could bend and manipulate probabilities as if he could turn everything random into deliberate outcomes. People had little choice but to take Hovey's word that this luck factor was a real feature and not a figment of his imagination. Still, if the Skotara armor truly possessed a bit of luck, then that could play a significant role in mitigating casualties in the Red War. Of the hundreds of millions of Karman mechs that would be at the front lines in the coming years, the Skotara armor's inconsistent but highly effective performance may cause a couple of million of them to survive fatal blows and live to tell the tale. Vase found it rather regrettable that Jovi was not able to work at his best in the Swarm project. The survivalist's design philosophy tended to work best on weapons and other elements that were inherently random to begin with. The yellow jackets did not harbor that much instability as a rule. There was only one aspect about the Karman mechs that could be described as unstable, but Vase intended to introduce that after Jovi had finished his speech. The Skotara armor's semi-modular design makes it easier to replace broken or worn plates with mass-produced replacement plating from other sources. This may lead to small but escalating inconsistencies over time, but is also good for restoring the immediate combat effectiveness of spent Karman mechs. Chapter 6405 Special Features of the Yellow Jackets. The Skotara armor's so-called luck factor generated a lot of controversy. Many mech designers and laymen found its value to be questionable. Why couldn't the mech designers of the Swarm project include a proper defensive specialist and design more robust armor systems? Although Jovi Armelon definitely shouldn't be a weak mech designer due to his origins and his participation in the Swarm project, that did not necessarily mean he was the best man for the job. Jovi could have explained himself more, but he declined to do so for whatever reason. Instead, he calmly completed his obligatory presentation about the Skotara armor before addressing a few other aspects of the Yellow Jacket designs. He briefly explained the performance characteristics of the flight systems of all three versions of the Yellow Jackets. The persistent goal was to make all three Karman mechs fairly fast and maneuverable, and the flight systems successfully met this standard for every tech level. Of course, the limited design budgets also constrained how fast and agile they could become. There were limits to how fast they could fly or how quickly they could change directions. This was not necessarily a detriment, as excessively fast and mobile mechs tended to be much harder to pilot and control. Beginner and less experienced Karman mech pilots could never be as skilled and acute as St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson, so pairing them with mechs that featured exceptionally high mobility was just asking for collisions. Jovi also moved on to explain other relatively boring aspects of the Yellow Jackets, such as the performance of their sensor systems, the properties of their power reactors, and the efficiency of their heat management systems. More and more people started to get distracted and pay less attention to this lecture, but there were still enough mech insiders who paid careful attention to this mundane information. This was because those who intended to make actual use of the Yellow Jackets needed to master all of the information regarding the new products. Oftentimes, Jovi not only recited data that could easily be retrieved from the documentation of the Karman mechs, but also added his personal insights and recommendations. This was all valuable information to the right parties. No one knew the Yellow Jacket models better than one of the contributing mech designers. Once Jovi had finally supplied the public the necessary information about most of the remaining systems of the Yellow Jacket, he finally stepped back. Jovi, Vase communicated with his friend over a private channel. Why didn't you mention to the public that the luck factor of the Skotara armor has a theoretically high upper limit? It can potentially save the Yellow Jackets from getting wiped out in an instant after suffering a direct hit from a warship-grade cannon strike. Yes, according to the theories and calculations made by Jovi, such an unlikely outcome could actually happen in reality. Jovi's design philosophy was so unreasonable in this aspect. As long as the probability of surviving an overwhelming attack was non-zero, then he could magnify this tiny probability and make it a little more likely to occur. Of course, the actual probability that this would happen would not be as high as 2%, but substantially less. Seeing is believing, Jovi nonchalantly responded. I am not as famous and familiar to the public as you, Vase. You have become an increasingly more known quantity to the mech community and wider population. I am an unfamiliar name to both groups. They do not understand my design philosophy or know any of the mechs that I have designed. The mechanics of my design philosophy are also difficult to test in this product reveal. I prefer to keep it simple and let the masses discover the value of my contribution through their own efforts. It is not as if my luck factor is a core feature of your mech design. That was true. Jovi was perhaps the poorest fit to the Swarm project. He only took part because Vase trusted him and because he was able to represent the interests of the survivalist faction. Still, Vase did not believe that many other mech designers could design such a sound and comprehensive armor system that took both cost savings and regional resource availability into account. Even if Jovi outsourced a lot of the hard work onto the various R&D institutions of the Red Association, he had proven to be excellent at contacting and coordinating these efforts. Collaborating with him was like collaborating with the entire R&D support structure of the Red Association. Now that Jovi Armelon had concluded his presentation on the defenses and other properties of the Yellow Jacket, there were a few more key features that had yet to be introduced. Vase slowly strode forward again. The noise in the massive exhibition hall quickly subsided again now that he attracted everyone's attention. His ability to command the attention of the people had risen to a higher level. His pivotal work on the Karman system had earned him this privilege. Ladies and gentlemen, Vase spoke with a naturally composed speaking voice. I hope that you have gained a thorough impression of the capabilities of the 3 editions of the Yellow Jacket. Before we conclude this presentation of 3 of the 6 designs of the Swarm project, I still need to introduce a few more special features that you cannot find on other mechs. That attracted a lot more interest. People had already become thoroughly convinced of the value of the Yellow Jackets. Even if it did not score full points in every category, the priceless utility of the Karman system alone was enough for them to place as many orders as possible. Now that the Yellow Jackets ostensibly possessed even more nifty features, people began to develop even higher expectations for the budget mechs. Earlier, I have mentioned that the Yellow Jackets are 6th-generation living mechs. That means that they incorporate numerous design applications that I have added on top of the more basic and familiar framework of living mechs that you are familiar with. Let me show you a brief overview of what every generation has added to my living mech paradigm. First-generation living mechs, X-Factor 2nd-generation living mechs, Design Spirits 3rd-generation living mechs, Orders of Life 4th-generation living mechs, Ascension Runes. 5th-generation living mechs, Active and Passive living mech Cultivation 6th-generation living mechs, Ultimate modules, Strong living mech Cognition, Active cultivation techniques. Few people possessed a systematic understanding of living mechs, so this brief summary held a lot of value to mech designers and other interested groups. In the first generation, my living mechs exhibited slight responsiveness and warmth towards their mech pilots through a phenomenon that used to be known as the X-Factor. The X-Factor was an obscure phenomenon that did not ring a lot of bells. In the second generation, I discovered design spirits and learned how to attach them to my mech designs so that they can bestow glows and other useful properties to my products. Design spirits had become a known if poorly understood feature of Vess's products. Most people had given up on trying to understand how they worked. In the third generation, I discovered that living mechs can break through and reach a new order of sapience, intelligence and responsiveness. Most of my products start off as second-order living mechs and can naturally grow into third-order living mechs over time. This had also become a known phenomenon. People understood it much better because a lot of third-order living mechs had emerged by this time. They still alienated certain groups, but had become so common that most mech pilots had gotten used to piloting a mech that possessed so many human traits. In the fourth generation, I discovered the existence of Ascension Runes and managed to learn how they could structurally be organized in my products. Only the mech pilots of third-order living mechs came into contact with these mysterious Ascension Runes. They did not seem to do much aside from slightly improving the performance of a living mech. In the fifth generation, the great severing occurred. I discovered that living mechs could not only grow by absorbing E-energy radiation, but that I can also improve the direction and efficiency of the absorption process by imparting my living mechs with their own cultivation techniques. This explanation generated a bit more controversy than the other descriptions. Many authorities had already labeled the process of cultivation to be dangerous. For Vase to develop mechs that were smart enough to cultivate by themselves sounded rather frightening. Fortunately, so many third-order living mechs had engaged in their own forms of cultivation for a while now, yet none of them ever misbehaved. This successfully lowered the vigilance of a lot of concerned parties. There was a lot more depth into living mech cultivation that Vase could talk about, but none of that was relevant to the product reveal. Now, the sixth and latest generation of living mechs came relatively shortly after the fifth generation. The advancements that I have made after discovering E-energy radiation are myriad. The subjects related to strong living mech cognition and active cultivation techniques are too advanced for me to elaborate today. I shall only talk about the main benefit of sixth-generation living mechs. Vase waved his arm. The angular bottom sections of 3 display mechs began to glow, drawing many people's attention towards this section. The yellow jackets are deliberately designed to resemble wasps for multiple reasons. Real wasps come with stingers, and these Karman mechs are no exceptions in this regard. It is just that I have applied a more abstract meaning of a stinger to my works. Instead of turning this section into a 7th modular hardpoint or simply mounting a very sharp spike on it, I have incorporated what I have taken to calling an ultimate module inside this section. Another series of overlays became active at the bottoms of the yellow jackets. They gave the audience images of the ultimate modules that were squished inside these sections. There are many situations in the battles of the Red War where a mech is outmatched and on course to suffer defeat. Under normal circumstances, the mech gets destroyed while the winner suffers relatively little consequences. The sacrifice ultimate modules that I have integrated in all 3 editions of the Yellow Jacket is my attempt to mobilize all of the remaining power of the Karman mech before unleashing the potent energies as a form of payback. Was this just a fancy and more harmful version of scuttling your own Karman mech? Before you ask, there is nothing to be concerned about. Vase reassured his listeners. After activating the Superpurge ultimate ability, the biodome of a Karman mech will first eject ahead of any other actions. After that, the ultimate module will forcibly induce the remaining metallic components of the yellow jacket to overload every component that is capable of doing so in an attempt to engulf as many nearby assets in an attempt to take them down. Even if the resulting detonation cannot take down the enemies of the Karman mech pilots, the violent explosion should at least distract the enemies enough to give the ejected biodome a better chance of returning to the rear intact. That sounded rather impressive, but not exceptional. So far, nobody had heard anything that deserved the description of ultimate. I understand your doubts and skepticisms. Vase smiled at everyone. You must be thinking why I am attempting to dress up what may simply be a self-destruct option. You are not entirely wrong, but you are vastly underestimating the damage that the ultimate module can do. Every ultimate module derives a large amount of power from E-energy radiation. It also gains more advanced direction from an aspect of the living mech. There are also several other factors that I cannot mention that make my ultimate modules more potent. Perhaps a demonstration is in order. The only way to convince his audience that the yellow jacket could achieve amazing results by sacrificing its metallic shell was to witness this phenomenon in reality. Chapter 6406 Cost-Effective Sacrifices. As far as ultimate modules were concerned, the one that Vase designed for the yellow jacket possessed the least amount of sophistication. This was partially because of the limited time that Vase could allocate on this priority. He did not have the time to design a more elaborate and sophisticated ultimate module that could produce a more sustainable effect. Another reason why Vase settled with such a self-destructive ultimate module was because it was a desperate attempt to quickly raise the threat level of the Karman mechs. Adding enhanced self-destruction capabilities to the yellow jacket as a calculated choice. Vase explained to his audience. The yellow jacket is a budget mech at every tech level and possesses limited agency on an individual basis. While my Karman mechs can be quite formidable when gathered in large numbers, alien warships are the least afraid of confronting swarms of small craft. In order to deter enemies from getting too close to the yellow jackets and take their threat more seriously, the ultimate module is not only designed to coordinate every active part of the Karman mech aside from the biodome to unleash their raw energies at once, but also amplify the explosions with the energy. Before you ask, it is possible to order yellow jackets that do not include this ultimate module. You can still install the ultimate modules on the Karman mechs at a later date. However, it is currently not possible to replace it with another ultimate module or a substitute developed by a third party as far as I know. Ultimate modules were intrinsically tied to the living mechs. Changing the hardware alone was not useful because the ultimate seed, which could be considered the companion spirit of the living Karman mech, was only designed to work with the sacrifice ultimate module. Perhaps Vase may be able to change that in the future and implement a more dynamic alteration setup for ultimate modules, but it was not a priority at the moment. Projections began to appear above Vase's head that showed demonstrations of these explosions. When a third-class yellow jacket controlled by a test pilot activated the Superpurge ultimate ability, the biodome ejected while at the same time the remaining mech frame underwent a small transformation. At the same time, the orientation of the yellow jacket changed so that it adopted a horizontal orientation. The yellow jacket essentially turned into a missile. Although the strange posture deviated from the template of an aggressive wasp, the horizontal orientation shrunk its silhouette when facing the enemy and made it a lot harder to shoot down. This missile accelerated forward with the help of its overloaded flight system. At the same time, a sharp spike extended from the angular bottom of the yellow jacket. This made it look as if the wasp mech had extended a stinger and was about to launch a suicidal charge attack. As the third-class yellow jacket collided against a solid structure, the stinger punctured through the exterior wall, allowing the yellow jacket to push inside. Once the shell of the Karman mech had dug deep enough, its ultimate module instantly triggered the explosion based on preset instructions. BOOOOM. A noticeably powerful explosion ruptured the structure from within. The power of this explosion was far more potent than a regular third-class missile, but it was still not a cost-effective way to make use of a Karman mech. Nobody would be stupid enough to purchase a large amount of yellow jackets, only to superpurge them to exhaust the transphasic energy shields of enemy warships. Still, it was a good way for Karman mech pilots to spite the enemies that had defeated them in battle. Not only would the explosion or threat of it divert the enemy's attention from shooting down the fleeing biodome, but it could also ensure that the yellow jacket at least managed to do something useful on the battlefield. The worst outcome for any mech was to deploy on the battlefield, only to get shot down while doing almost nothing aside from briefly diverting enemy firepower. Mech commanders constantly sought to squeeze as much value out of their mech units as possible. It was much easier for them to do so when every yellow jacket could be converted into a stronger than normal missile. The projections showing the superpurges of the second class and first class editions of the yellow jackets were much more dramatic. Their energy levels were progressively higher, which usually translated into more powerful explosions. They also possessed greater speed and could traverse longer distances before fulfilling their final purposes. At the very least, Vase was not afraid that the Yellow Jacket B and Yellow Jacket A would be unable to affect the outcome of the battle at all. As long as their quantity was enough, the amount of explosions they could produce may actually be enough to wipe out an elite phase fighter unit or break open the defenses of enemy warships. The power of the explosions produced by the Yellow Jackets affected by the Superpurge ultimate ability are not constant. Vase warned his audience, they are mainly affected by the state of the power reactor and the charge levels of the energy cells. If the Yellow Jackets have already fought intensively and bottomed out their reserves, their explosions will be less potent. Other energetic and explosive elements can also affect the power of this final move. For example, a Yellow Jacket that is carrying a lot of enriched Gauss rounds that contain volatile substances may be able to produce explosions with greater force or produce exotic effects. It was a bit disappointing to hear that the Yellow Jackets wouldn't be able to produce explosions of the same potency when they had already fought for a while. The most common instances where the self-exploding Yellow Jackets could serve their greatest use was when the battle was starting to enter the later phases. As long as neither side held an overwhelming advantage, a sudden shock attack by launching a few hundred or even a few thousand Yellow Jackets could instantly turn the tide at one of the flanks. Oh well, the explosion of an exhausted Yellow Jacket may be weaker, but it shouldn't be too pathetic. There are other factors that can affect the power of the explosion from this ultimate ability. Vase continued, the ultimate module is actually a special living construct and can grow more powerful over time. The older the Karman Mech, the more powerful it becomes. It can also derive more energy from a stronger Karman Mech pilot. All of this means that the self-destruction of a 1-month-old Yellow Jacket is nowhere comparable to a Yellow Jacket that has lived and fought for over 5 years. Best of all is this growth trajectory is largely based on E-technology. This means that when you install your biodome onto a new Yellow Jacket shell, it will gain the ability to explode with much greater power yet again. That sounded a lot more interesting to people than before. Nobody had any idea how that could even work. Wasn't the ultimate module supposed to be a self-destruction unit that slowly charged up over time? How come a new Yellow Jacket shell inherited this advantage without needing to spend months or years on accumulating energy? A lot of people started to scratch their heads. They had no idea how E-technology worked, let alone the crazy variant that Vase had developed by himself. Vase smirked. The ultimate module was not called this way for nothing. All of the power was invested in the ultimate seed of the living Karman Mech. This was an intangible existence that always remained attached to its principle and by extension the biodome. As long as the biodome remained intact, the Karman Mech would continue to live. This not only preserved the blood pact, but also the ultimate seed responsible for managing and empowering the ultimate module. All of this meant that as long as the Yellow Jackets grew old enough, their sacrifice ultimate modules would be able to produce damage equal or greater than that of torpedoes, especially once they started to develop their own ultimate runes. Hardly any enemy would want to fight against such terrible wasp mechs up close. It was a lot harder to evade the extremely potent explosions up close as the Yellow Jackets did not have to waste time to reach the right destinations. Vase pretty much considered this coincidental interfaction to be a bug. He was more than glad to take advantage of it. He was happy to give his customers another reason to do their best to preserve their living Karman Mechs and learn to appreciate ones that had grown older, wiser and more powerful. In any case, the addition of the ultimate module completed the Yellow Jacket in a brilliant fashion. It added functionality that multiplied the lethality of the ultimate module and also guaranteed that almost every Yellow Jacket would be able to make themselves useful regardless of the terrible piloting skills of their bonded partners. Before I complete my explanation on the ultimate module, let me address the safety concerns. Vase spoke. First, the ultimate module is largely solid and inert, so it is unlikely to explode when damaged or knocked. Second, the activation of the ultimate module is restricted by default. A mech technician can adjust the hardware settings to change the activation conditions. This can range from receiving an encrypted signal from a mech commander, a mothership, a space fort and so on. The ultimate module can also be set to only activate with the consent of the living mech. Of course, You can always remove all of these restrictions on the ultimate module and allow the Karman Mech pilot to be the sole decision maker. These restrictions were very necessary because the Yellow Jackets could do a lot of damage to human lives and assets. Nobody wanted a Karman Mech pilot to fool around, only to inadvertently activate the Superpurge ultimate ability and cause the Yellow Jacket to explode inside the hangar bay of a combat carrier. While this may lead to instances where the Yellow Jackets were unable to initiate Superpurge in situations where doing so could produce good results, it was better to be safe than sorry. By the time Vase finished his presentation on the ultimate module of the Yellow Jackets, he had thoroughly convinced most of the audience of its usefulness. He had no doubt that there were still customers who planned to order a batch of Yellow Jackets without this potent feature, but they should hopefully be in the minority. The current state of the Red War had little room for caution and forbearance. If the Yellow Jackets were able to reignite hope across the front lines, then they should do so in their most effective configurations. That concludes our presentation on the Yellow Jackets. Vase finally said after another minute of speaking. This is not the end of our product reveal. We still have 3 more mech designs to introduce to you. They are not as shocking and innovative as the Yellow Jackets, but they are designed to complement the Karman Mechs and help you make more effective use out of them. Their usage is optional, but we highly recommend you to make use of them for reasons that we shall explain soon. A short break ensued as the 3 Yellow Jackets on display sank below the floor in order to make room for another set of display mechs. As Vase waited for the next phase of the product reveal to start, Vase noticed that Jovi did not look all that happy. Why the look, Jovi? I still cannot agree with your decision to hold back on the Yellow Jacket designs. It should not have been difficult for you to implement your proprietary Energy Weaver mech ecosystem onto both the Yellow Jackets designs and the Jacket Commander designs. In fact, you even drafted an amazing plan where the E-energy attracted by the Yellow Jackets is actively channeled into the Jacket Commander that oversees them in an attempt to produce artificial pseudo-champion units. Even if you left out this last part, the base implementation of the Energy Weaver mech ecosystem alone could have amplified the combat power of large swarms of Yellow Jackets by a large margin. Why do you insist on depriving the Swarm project this benefit when it has the potential to significantly affect the war effort? That was a good question. Chapter 6407 The Jacket Commander. Vase frowned. He did think about implementing the Energy Weaver mech ecosystem in the Yellow Jacket designs. Initially, he thought about developing exclusive editions for the Larkinson clan. He later thought of the potential of making it available to the public as well. He eventually decided to trash this idea. The final iterations of the Yellow Jackets and the Jacket Commanders, which could have become stronger, eventually returned to more reasonable standards. Jovi clearly disagreed with this decision. As a survivalist, he was strongly inclined to support any initiative that made Red humanity stronger. Letting the first Karman mechs manipulate the power of E-energy radiation in a deeper and more profound fashion could have made a significant difference on the battlefield. The effect of the mech ecosystem was akin to allowing a large group of living mechs to produce a pseudo-domain. In practice, leveraging this pseudo-domain was difficult, but not impossible as long as the living mechs continued to grow older and more experienced. This was why most applications of the Energy Weaver mech ecosystem were a bit slow to pick up steam within the Larkinson clan. The newer generation of mechs that incorporated this feature were only just starting to grow old and powerful enough to make active use of the Energy Weaver mech ecosystem. When Vase decided to cut the Energy Weaver mech ecosystem from the Swarm project, he arguably sabotaged the future of his own civilization. Perhaps the difference in power may be significant enough that Red humanity may end up retreating from the border regions and open up the hinterhand to alien raids. This would lead to a lot more human death and misery that could have been prevented if the mechs were a little stronger. However, Vase did not completely believe in this sequence of events. Jovi, the Energy Weaver mech ecosystem is a new and advanced application of E-technology. It is not refined and can occasionally produce accidents. I also reserved it for the exclusive use of the Larkinson clan. You can't expect me to give up one of my clan's competitive advantages and make it available to the masses through the mechs of the Swarm project. This is a dangerous dwarf galaxy, and it always pays to have a few trump cards in my hands. The most recent battle has vindicated my decision as far as I am concerned. That was a pretty heavy hint that he did not appreciate the ambush over the Mazepin system. Although the battle eventually turned out to be immensely profitable for Vase and xianxia, that did not change the fact that they could have fallen under other circumstances. While the more radical and brain-dead cosmopolitan cells genuinely wanted to do whatever it took to eliminate Vase, they couldn't have gathered so many powerful forces without the secret collusion of the huntsman and other supremely powerful human leaders. If those big shots were bored enough to bully Vase like this, then they shouldn't blame him for withholding this extra benefit. You are expressing an unnecessary degree of pettiness, Vase. Jovi sighed. I have already given you an explanation on what has happened. Besides, this issue is not related to the subject matter. Do not forget that the collapse of the 4th and 5th defensive bands will harm your Larkinson clan just as badly as the rest of us. Any means of strengthening a Carmen mech that is bound to become extremely popular can save the lives of many people. Vase did not fall for this guilt trip. I am not the only mech designer who is obligated to stand up for red humanity. There are many other mech designers who may be able to fill in the gaps that I have left. Whether it comes in the form of e-technology or hyper-technology, the Yellow Jacket designs can easily accommodate other solutions. Even without these additions, the Yellow Jacket is already packed with far more features than a typical budget mech. I do not think it is a good idea to overload all of those new and inexperienced Carmen mech pilots with e-energy shenanigans. Maybe I will reconsider this matter in the future when I work on another commercial mech design project. Then please think about implementing your Energy Weaver mech ecosystem in the Mark II editions of the Yellow Jacket. Enough individuals should have gained enough mastery over their bonded Carmen mechs by that time to welcome a new challenge. That was not a bad idea, but Vase was not in the mood to consider it. He did not have any reasons to change his current policy towards the Energy Weaver mech ecosystem. Another minute passed. Vase finally stepped forward now that he was ready to kick off the next phase of the product reveal. Thank you for your patience. The 3 mechs of the same series that I am about to introduce are not Carmen mechs, and deliberately so. They are conventional mechs where the neural interface serves as the primary control system. It is possible to convert them into Carmen mechs, but it is not necessary. They hold an important responsibility. The mechs that we are about to reveal to you are not primarily designed to fight the enemy. Instead, they are expressly designed to support the Yellow Jackets who are expected to bear this burden. 3 similar-looking mechs rose from the floor. Their shapes and contours all looked similar, but they were clearly divided into 3rd, 2nd and 1st class mechs. The 3 mechs even possessed a similar banded color scheme as the Yellow Jackets. This was a deliberate design choice as it made the new mechs less noticeable among the Carmen mechs. The biggest differences between the new mechs and the previous Carmen mechs was the overall mass and thickness of their mech frames. The newly emerged mechs boasted thicker armor, a more classical humanoid shape, more auxiliary systems and a single luminaire crystal rifle. The prominent antennas and other arrays clearly revealed them to be command mechs. These are the Jacket Commanders, Vase announced with a smile. They are expressly designed to lead the swarms of Yellow Jackets that will soon appear in large quantities. While it is very much permitted to use other command mech models to lead the Carmen mech piloted by inexperienced and undertrained individuals, the Jacket Commanders excel at this role. They are expressly designed to work with experienced mech pilots who know their way around a battlefield and are capable of keeping a flock of Carmen mech pilots in line. Projected overlays came to life, giving the audience an overview of the performance characteristics of the 3 different editions of the Jacket Commanders. No thorough explanation is required to understand the Jacket Commander designs. They are designed to function the same as other command mechs. In order to facilitate this function, they are equipped with strong sensors and communication systems to ensure they maintain a good overview and remain in coordination with other mech units. The more advanced versions of the Jacket Commander possess a more powerful and more comprehensive range of relevant features, but even the least sophisticated 3rd-class Jacket Commander can serve as the sole command mech on a battlefield in the lower zone if necessary. On the surface, the overall designs of the Jacket Commander could be described as adequate and without any obvious flaws. However, the mechs also lacked any clear distinctions or strong advantages that could persuade customers to favor them over other command mech models. The main role of the Jacket Commander is to lead a unit of Yellow Jackets and keep them alive whenever possible. To help the command mechs achieve their purpose, they are armed with luminaire crystal rifles that can help shoot down enemies that pose a threat to your most vulnerable subordinates. Vase continued to explain the fairly industry-standard properties of the Jacket Commander. He did not present any exciting information so far that could persuade customers to use them to corral their Carmen mechs. The Jacket Commander was not a bad mech per se, but Vase had yet to make a convincing case why customers should use it as their preferred command mech. He did not keep his audience waiting for too long. There was only so much he could say about the relatively boring properties of the Jacket Commander. The jacket commanders possess one advantage that other command mechs do not enjoy. They are 6th-generation living mechs. They possess similar advantages to the yellow jackets, though expressed in different ways. Their design spirit is also titania, which should help them coordinate and command the yellow jackets under their command. I cannot describe the exact benefits to you. The mech commanders should explore this by themselves, but Saint Commander Kusela Ingvar of our clan has always worked well with titania. The mention of the third ace pilot of the Larkinson clan added a bit more credibility in his statement. If a Larkinson mech pilot worked well enough with titania to the rank of ace pilot, then that would make people a lot more interested in working with this mysterious design spirit. After Vase briefly explained how titania could benefit the pilots of the jacket commander in an abstract sense, he quickly moved to the most exciting part about these command. Now, I am sure that you have been waiting for the key features of the jacket commander. While I have already mentioned that all 3 editions of the jacket commander can more easily connect and communicate with yellow jacket mechs, what I did not mention is that they can communicate through e-technology rather than more conventional communication methods. Strong interference and jamming cannot inhibit this method of communication, so there is a much higher chance of maintaining contact all of the time. People began to look a little more impressed, but this did not exactly floor them in an instant. The second key feature of the jacket commanders are their ultimate modules. Just as with the case of the previous Carmen mechs, the jacket commander comes with an ultimate module that can produce a powerful effect at a crucial time. Unlike the sacrifice ultimate module that I have presented earlier, the ultimate modules installed inside these command mechs will not transform the jacket commanders into bombs. They are too precious and important to discourage this kind of waste. People would have complained if this were the case. As command mechs, the jacket commanders should never be deployed in great numbers. They are meant to serve as force multipliers to the yellow jackets under their guidance. The ultimate module that I have designed for the jacket commanders reflect this purpose. Another overlay formed over the chests of the jacket commanders. They clearly exposed a portion of the internal architecture, but also highlighted the blocky module installed in the middle of the abdomen. The clairvoyance ultimate module is largely geared towards rapid analysis and planning. Vase explained, it possesses no direct combat function, but can offer a great amount of guidance in a pinch. When activating the Battle Planner ultimate ability, it will expend a large amount of electrical energy and e-energy to mobilize the mind of the mech pilot, the spiritual foundation of the jacket commander, and a portion of the vast intelligence of the Titania to build an overview of the battle. The ultimate module will then draw upon that knowledge and wisdom to rapidly develop a personalized plan on how you can best tip an ongoing battle in your favor with the assets under your control. People did not know how to react to this. Compared to the much simpler and more straightforward ultimate ability of the yellow jackets, the one that Vase bestowed on the jacket commanders sounded a lot more vague and dubious. Vase was not surprised by the lack of enthusiasm from the crowd. The jacket commander was not designed for direct combat, so he felt it would be stupid to enhance its direct combat capabilities. An ultimate module that could help mech commanders gain an overview of the battle and tell them what they needed to do in order to accrue advantages could be very handy in the right scenarios. Chapter 6408 Complementary Mechs. Many people did not feel too impressed with the Clairvoyance Ultimate module at first, but then they started to think further. It is actually difficult for less experienced mech commanders to maintain a good overview of the battlefield and make the right calls. When you are on the battlefield yourself, it is too easy to get dragged into the action. If this ultimate module does what it claims to do, then it may truly be useful in helping a mech commander obtain clarity when he needs it the most. That doesn't sound particularly unique. This ultimate module is just a dedicated unit for data analysis and problem solving. There are generic pieces of hardware and software that can perform similar functions. It is not a good idea for mech commanders to become too reliant on computing systems to calculate what they should do. No decision-making model is perfect, and trying to apply rigid rules to a dynamic battlefield will make it easier for the enemy to read your intentions. As nice as it sounds to have an additional analysis engine at my disposal, I would rather have an ultimate module that can boost the performance of the jacket commander more directly. The command mech will probably attract more attention from the enemy than usual, so having better defenses is important. Why did Professor Larkinson choose to strengthen his jacket commander designs with a function that can easily be substituted? As long as the interference is not too excessive, it is normally customary for think tanks and analysts in the rear to draft detailed plans and instructions for the mech units fighting on the battlefield. Most knowledgeable mech insiders knew that command mechs did not necessarily need this particular function. There were already several other viable solutions that could substitute the role of the ultimate module, but they did not think that Professor Larkinson and his collaborators added this module without good reason. Vase smiled as he faced the skepticism of his audience. The reason the Jacket Commander models incorporate slightly different versions of the Clairvoyance Ultimate module is because we took into account the kind of mech pilots that will probably be assigned to pilot these machines. Think about it, true mech commanders that have completed formal officer training are rare and in high demand. Many mech forces have problems filling up all of their available mech officer slots with pilots that possess the right knowledge and inclination. Any mech commander can make a greater impact on the Red War by leading conventional mech units. It is a waste to reassign them to supervise a large number of undisciplined Yellow Jacket pilots. That was unfortunately true. Mech pilot training tended to be very demanding, especially for those that wanted to become a hero and break through in battle. The vast majority of mech cadets usually got caught up in the martial atmosphere when they attended a mech academy. There was a high drive towards scoring well in various exams where fellow cadets had to defeat each other while piloting virtual or practice mechs. Losing was not only extremely embarrassing, but could also form a stigma if it happened a bit too often. Poor results in practical tests could cause a mech pilot to fail a class or gain a poorer record upon graduation. All of these recorded failures could affect a newly graduated mech pilot's chances of finding a good and well-paying job at a respectable company or military institution. Therefore, most mech pilots that graduated from the mech academies tended to have more brawn than brain, relatively speaking. While they still took enough theoretical classes to understand the basics of physics, orbital mechanics and electronics, they would rather spend extra hours practicing their weapon skills than memorize complicated theories. True mech commanders could not avoid the fate of taking a lot of theoretical classes. They had to be proficient enough in piloting mechs, but also learn how to manage soldiers and figure out how to apply the right tactics on the battlefield. They needed to learn a lot of protocols and study the great mech battles of the past. They also had to be able to maintain a sober mind on the battlefield when all of their fighting instincts told them to give in to their bloodlust. Only the more talented and intellectually capable potentates had the potential to become serious mech commanders. There was always a shortage of such people, so it was no surprise that there were always more vacancies for these positions. A lot of mech lieutenants and mech captains ended up getting promoted from the bottom. They had to make up for their lack of formal education by completing a scattered collection of training courses and hope they could at least follow orders. Even those kinds of mech officers were usually far too precious to watch over a bunch of yellow jackets. I see you understand the significance of what I have said earlier. Vase spoke with a smile. The jacket commander should ideally be assigned to an experienced or retired mech pilot that possesses the temperament to lead a group of yellow jackets. It is not necessary for the mech pilot to possess all of the competences of a mech commander. The missions undertaken by Yellow Jacket units should generally not be complicated, at least at first. If external instructions are not sufficient, then activating the Battle Planner Ultimate ability can provide help when it is necessary. That made a lot of sense. Many leaders and officers had already begun to work on drafting brand new doctrines and rules regarding the use of the newly announced Yellow Jackets. The Karman mechs were clearly positioned at the bottom, so they needed to be treated as such. It was best not to devote too many resources on them, as they were expressly designed to be useful with only a modest amount of effort. However, letting the Yellow Jackets fight by themselves was a clear recipe for disaster. The Karman mech units all needed to be led by experienced mech pilots who knew their way around a battlefield. The combination between rookies and an old hand should produce good results without sacrificing anything too precious. Therefore, the Jacket Commander suddenly became a lot more attractive than before. Though Vase had not demonstrated the power of the Clairvoyance Ultimate ability, as long as his description was valid, then it could truly help a conventional mech pilot figure out what to do next. Of course, this only applied in forces where the mech officers had enough leeway to make independent judgments. This was not always the case. Remember that the Clairvoyance Ultimate module possesses the same advantages as the last Ultimate module. The older the Jacket Commander and the more battles it has participated in, the more intelligent and knowledgeable its ultimate module becomes. Even if a penetrating attack happens to destroy it, no progress will be lost if the command mech receives a replacement. Different ultimate modules will develop different biases and preferences based on the actual experiences of individual Jacket Commanders. As long as the command mechs are able to operate for a long time, their ultimate modules may one day be able to process far greater information and produce much better battle plans than other analysis engines. After Vase completed a rather inadequate and incomplete explanation on the uses and virtues of his clairvoyance ultimate module, he was finally ready to wrap up the reveal phases. This concludes our presentation on the Jacket Commander models. Before we proceed with the final Q&A session and lengthy demonstrations that will run all day, let me discuss where you can purchase the mechs of our Swarm project. The Command Mech models share the same purchasing channels as the Yellow Jacket models. Currently, I have positive confirmation that they are sold by the Living Mech Corporation, Isthmus Manufacturing and many different manufacturing partners that are directly affiliated with the Red Association. Third-party mech manufacturers are welcome to license the mech designs and fabricate their own versions of the Yellow Jacket and Jacket Commander. However, they must abide by the special rules attached to the licenses, or else they will not be able to produce the best living mechs. The virtual portals of the LMC and all of the other relevant companies had just been refreshed. The new Carmen mechs are on sale. Wow, the LMC can already ship my order right away. How many Yellow Jackets do they have in stock? Buy 10,000, no, 50,000 copies of the Yellow Jacket B at once. The entire exhibition hall grew noisy again as a lot of people already decided that they had to obtain a Carmen mech as quickly as possible. Vase smiled at this outcome. He was glad to see that his product reveal managed to do an excellent job at selling the Yellow Jacket. The sales for the Jacket Commander nearly weren't as hot, but that was okay. The less impressive Command Mech was starting to increase and would probably settle in a nice ratio compared to the Yellow Jackets. Now that people had finally gained a comprehensive understanding of the entire Swarm project, people began to form a lot of questions yet again. The people attending the product reveal in person were able to submit their own questions at the same virtual portal yet again. Vase followed the previous process in filtering out the junk and keeping the most serious and important questions. A woman rose up from her seat as the front of a private box became transparent. Professor Larkinson, these Yellow Jackets are clearly Carmen mechs designed for the common folk. When will you release a more powerful Carmen mech design? Your elemental Carmen mech concept may give us far more options than before. Vase stood up and faced the questioner. I do intend to design an elemental Carmen mech and make it available to the public in the future. Before that, I will design more attribute-less Carmen mechs that are targeted to the middle and upper layers of society. Such mechs will present much more attractive options, but at a corresponding price. How soon will your next Carmen mech models become available? I cannot say. Vase genuinely replied. It depends on many factors, one of which is how well the Yellow Jackets are received. If the Yellow Jackets are widely embraced, then there is not too much pressure to rush the development of a premium Carmen mech. If you want me to work harder, then I am willing to do so if there is a strong enough gap in the market. This would never happen in reality. The Yellow Jackets had gained so much popularity that all of the virtual purchasing channels had become congested within an hour. How much stronger will your next Carmen mechs become, Professor? I am not sure myself. I do not have access to sufficient information to make a clearer judgment. Only actual experience can improve this quality. Vase easily dealt with a few simple questions before he received a more significant one. Professor, if the mech pilot and a Jacket Commander wants to form a blood pact, is it possible for the latter to install a Carmen system to make this happen? He reluctantly shook his head. This feature is not available in the current versions of the Jacket Commander. The Jacket Commander is already filled with components. There is not any space left to fit even a small child. Future iterations of this command mech may include an optional Carmen mech, but we have left it out this time because we believe it is not necessary to share any further information. The absence of a Carmen system was not a flaw to many customers. They already made up their minds to fill the seats with professional mech pilots that possess the right genetic aptitudes. This thought caused many leading figures to look back at their own manpower pools. Perhaps they may be able to use the enhanced guidance of the Jacket Commander to mass-produce mech officers. Chapter 6409 Forging a Carmen Dawn. The question and answer session this time gave the attendees a chance to submit questions on a wider variety of topics. Vase recognized that this was also a good opportunity for him to share his philosophies and spread his vision of the future. He keenly remembered that the founding ceremony of the Red Collective was scheduled to commence just 3 days later. The entire reason why Vase deliberately scheduled the product reveal of the Swarm project for today was to give him an enormous boost to his ambitions related to the Red Collective. Now that he had already succeeded in liberating Red humanity from the genetic aptitude tyranny, approval ratings had probably spiked to an unprecedented height. The more time passed, the greater people appreciated his massive contribution to the Mech community. For the first time since mechs became a part of human society, every person possessed the ability to pilot a mech. Even if Carmen mechs came with all sorts of restrictions, most people had no problem with them. They just wanted to get their hands on a yellow jacket as soon as possible and fulfill their forgotten dreams of becoming a mech pilot, if only on a part-time basis. The stronger their obsession, the more gratitude they felt towards the man who made it all possible. They had probably turned into the most hardcore fans and supporters of Vase. This strengthened his political position and solidified his place in high society. Previously, Vase relied on the twin pillars of the Evolution Witch's backing and his control over the coalition of faiths to maintain his leadership position in the Red Collective. Neither pillars were reliable. The Evolution Witch may have good intentions, but her volatile nature made her inherently dangerous to be around. The coalition of faiths may have accepted Vese's authority for now, but his hard power was nowhere strong enough to suppress the unruly and self-serving religious organizations. As long as Vase was able to leverage his newly gained status as the father of Carmen mechs, he could finally secure his leadership position for real. This was because he alone earned the support obtained from gifting the Carmen system to Red humanity. This was not borrowed strength, but genuine gains from his own work. No one could take this support away from him. Even if he completely disgraced himself in the future, he would always bear the gratitude of many norms who could live out their childhood dreams after so long. Professor Larkinson, thank you for allowing me to pose my question to you. I sincerely admire the yellow jacket designs that you have published. I, along with who knows how many other mech designers, wish to license your work and design my own, Carmen mech, around your existing template. Do you have any tips or guidance on how we can do so, and what do we need to be careful about when we are working around the Carmen system? The Carmen system was such an amazing innovation that the entire mech industry couldn't wait to make use of it. They already recognized that a lot of customers did not have much use for the yellow jacket models and vastly preferred to pilot other kinds of Carmen mechs. Though Vase already revealed that he intended to design a more powerful Carmen mech in the future, who knew how long that would take? A single mech designer could never cater to the demands of the entire mech market. This was why Vase had no intention of keeping Carmen mechs to himself. He actually felt glad if the rest of the mech industry embraced his innovation and profilated the Carmen system in different forms. I do have a number of tips that I wish to share with mech designers such as yourself, Vase responded. First, unless you know what you are doing, do not alter the organic components of the Carmen system. Second, the yellow jacket design is highly malleable and adaptable. Do not be afraid to experiment. Just make sure to preserve the Carmen system's surface contact with as many components as possible. The greater the connections, the easier it is for the pilots to interface with the Carmen mechs. Third, try your best to treat your works as living mechs. I highly recommend you study the lectures and reports on this subject that have become available on the Galactic Net. It is not necessary for you to possess a deep understanding of my design philosophy, but if you do not respect it at all, then do not be surprised if your attempt to design a Carmen mech will lead to a failed result. Remember that a blood pact can only be formed between two living entities. He shared a few other smaller tips on this matter before he let another person ask a question. This time, a senior administrative official from a powerful first-rate state took the word. After he introduced himself and explained his own position, he finally proceeded to voice his question. Carmen mechs will change our society. That is a foregone conclusion. However, is it not too little too late? Bridgehead 1 is cut off from the rest of the Red Ocean. The Red Tide offensive has already toppled 3 out of 5 our defensive bands. Our mech forces are being depleted at an unsustainable rate. The lack of resources in our limited industrial capacity is making it increasingly more difficult to feed our war machine. Are you of the opinion that this is a rational allocation of resources? Vase shrugged. I am a mech designer, not an industrial planner, economist or whatever. I do not concern myself with questions like these. The Red Association should have the relevant experts that are much more able to address these issues than myself. You should direct their questions to the mechers instead. I am merely the individual who develops a new technological solution. The fact that the Red Association has supported my Karman system and the Swarm project should tell you enough. I acknowledge that you are a mech designer, but that does not absolve you from all of the responsibility that your invention has wrought upon our fragile society. Presenting norms the choice to pilot Karman mechs may sound as if you have done a good deed, but it will also divert a large quantity of resources to form a large number of disorganized, undisciplined amateurs who are unqualified to participate in military battles for at least several years. If the native aliens press us even harder, the distraction and inefficient resource allocation generated by your Karman mechs may indirectly cause us to lose control over the border regions. The collapse of our civilization will become unstoppable by that time. Do you not fear that you have done more harm than good with your product reveal? The bureaucrats' implied criticisms attracted a lot of jeers and contempt from others. The supporters of Karman mechs especially took offense at the notion that making the Yellow Jacket models available to the masses would make human civilization worse off than before. Piloting mechs was never wrong. Vase merely smiled in response. This is more than a numbers game. Karman mechs represent much more than giving norms the ability to become mech pilots in the future. Yes, it is true that the combat effectiveness of most Karman mech pilots will be substandard due to a complete lack of piloting ability. The story may be different in 5 or 10 years, but in the short term, I acknowledge that Karman mechs will not be able to positively affect the progress of the Red Tide offensive in a material sense. However, I do not believe my work is burdening our society when it has reached a state of fragility. Instead, I think the opposite has happened. Our society has become stronger and more robust. Do you know why? Please share your answer. It is because we have hope again. Vase stated, we have regained our optimism for the future. So many people have a chance to pilot a mech in their lifetimes. So many norms can now share the same experiences as potentates. Don't look at the numbers and the complicated mathematical models that calculate the resource usage of our society. Look at the people instead. Look at how much happier they have become. Look at how much they yearn to live in a future where they have a Karman mech of their own. For the first time in months, Red humanity has made a gain that is worth celebrating. These beliefs are strong enough to sustain our civilization in the midst of an ongoing crisis. His words inspired a lot of people. They truly wanted to fight for a future where Red humanity not only maintained its foothold in the Red Ocean, but also gave each of them a chance to pilot their own Karman mechs. How cruel would it be for Vase to release his Yellow Jacket models, only for the defensive bands to collapse and start the countdown of the destruction of Red humanity? There was no way these people wanted to let this possible doom scenario come to pass. The collective will to resist and survive had never become stronger than before. We will fight for a new future. We will fight for the right to pilot and master our own Karman mechs. We will fight a new dawn, a Karman dawn. Vase spoke no further. The reactions from the enthused people who looked forward to piloting their own Karman mechs already vindicated his argument. From the moment that Vase had raised the flag of the Karman Revolution, every person he converted into a revolutionary regarded him as their spiritual leader. Professor Larkinson, in 3 days you will participate in the founding of the Red Collective. As an organization that is mandated to promote and regulate cultivation, is it not a conflict of interest to give norms the possibility to pilot Karman mechs? Piloting a mech is much more popular than investing your time in strange mysticism. In terms of combat, the former will allow you to control machines that can destroy cities, while the latter will only let you launch fireballs from your palm. To us, it seems as if you have directly undermined the Red Collective. Vase chuckled at that. I do not see it that way. There are those who see mech piloting in more traditional forms of cultivation as diametrically opposite, but that is not how I see it. Piloting mechs is just a more specialized and powerful form of cultivation. Besides, there is no rule that states it is impossible for mech pilots, whether Karman or conventional, to achieve success in other forms of cultivation. The Red Association has already explained that it is impossible for mech pilots at the expert candidate level or above to engage in other forms of cultivation. That is true, but there are always exceptions. Vase retorted, the companion spirits that I have contributed to society are the perfect solution to solve this supposed contradiction. A mech pilot can devote himself to his primary profession while his companion spirit can practice one of the many cultivation methods that will soon become available at the Red Collective or one of the cults that operate under its sanction. You will learn much more about this in 3 days. For now, believe me when I say that mech piloting and cultivation are not in opposition with each other. I am of the opinion that they are actually complementary. Just look at how powerful the Destroyer of Worlds has become with the help of Emma. There was no better example that Vase could use than a god pilot. Although it was difficult to compare the strengths of god pilots to each other, it was well known that there were hardly any others that could exceed the Destroyer of Worlds in offensive power. Was this because she was just that good, or was because she was relying on a secret weapon? Nobody could say for certain. Chapter 6410 Blood is thicker than water. As Tristan Wesseling continued to listen to Vase answer all sorts of questions from the podium, his expression grew increasingly more complex. His emotions had long turned into a jumbled mess. His friend had truly taken the entire mech community, no, all of red humanity by storm. As a mech designer, Tristan understood the implications of Carmen mechs a little better than most people. He had already grown fearful for the huge storm that the Yellow Jacket Designs was about to unleash. Everything was about to change. A huge new market had opened up now that 96.5% of the population finally gained the ability to pilot mechs. Even if the initial Carmen mechs only catered to the bottom end of the market, this shrewd design choice would ensure that the maximum number of people would soon become invested in this new craze. The entire mech industry was already beginning to tip into a frenzy because of this. Many mech designers and mech companies were frantically trying to license the revolutionary Yellow Jacket Designs and try to make sense of them as soon as possible. The faster they worked out a way to design their own Carmen mechs, the sooner they could capture market share in a vast new market that possessed unlimited possibilities. The introduction of Carmen mechs would definitely cause massive shifts in the economy. A lot of factories devoted to producing other war materiel would soon be retooled to produce as many Carmen mechs as possible. This would subsequently cause the supply of other goods to drop, thereby causing their prices to rise by a significant degree. That was bound to have a negative impact on the war effort. However, Tristan had already listened to Ves's response to this problem. The Red Association, or at least parts of it, had already known about the Yellow Jacket Designs beforehand, so the mechers should have made the corresponding preparations. They should already be prepared to impose regulations to restrict the production of Carmen mechs. While that was good development, it would definitely exacerbate the problem of meeting the insane demand of all of the norms that had the money and willingness to purchase a Carmen mech for themselves. So many people would become obsessed with them that they would definitely want to pay huge premiums just to get their hands on a Carmen mech early. Under all of this ongoing frenzy, other mechs would no longer be able to occupy people's attention as before. Prior to the Carmen Revolution, only potentates possessed the gift of piloting mechs. Many mech insiders actually consisted of norms, but still paid a lot of attention to mechs because they possessed relations with mech pilots who could make use of these products. Tristan foresaw a lot of upheaval in the coming years. A lot of mech companies were able to scramble for market dominance in this huge new market. Only the lack of skilled and trained Carmen mech pilots would restrain their commitment to this brand new sector, but that would only last for so long. Where did that leave relatively ordinary mech designers like Tristan? Did he have to license a Yellow Jacket design as well and figure out how to design a Carmen mech in his own style just to keep up with the crowd? Personally, Tristan did not see the point in it. His design philosophy did not possess any special synergies with living mechs, and he was not confident that his designs would win over a lot of customers. He was more comfortable with sticking to his current direction and put most of his focus on developing better hyper gems. The good news was that Carmen mechs should still be compatible with his gems. He just had to market his solution to other mech companies and hope that they were willing to incorporate his signature products in their own designs. Elsewhere, a certain star designer quietly corresponded with a number of other colleagues at the same level. Every star designer that was not engaged in critical affairs that could not be postponed had followed the product reveal. They would never do so for the introduction of an ordinary mech design, but the Yellow Jackets and their revolutionary Carmen systems fully deserved their attention. This was a supreme honor for any senior mech designer. Holed up in his private box, which he already reinforced with his own smart metal, the Nanolord comfortably corresponded with his fellow star designers about the many implications of today's product reveal. I agree. It is true that he has broken the rules, but who of us has not done the same? Certainly, we usually wait until we have become masters and reach a dead end in our research before we break the rules and customs that keep our industry in order, but the age of mechs has passed. It is high time we shatter the overly conservative restrictions and allow the youngsters to redefine the game. Do not think I am unaware of what you are planning to do. You are taking the materials previously reserved for upgrading the Invictus to design a Carmen mech for yourself. You should answer to the fist of defiance first before you proceed with your plan. None of us will save you if he comes to you and flatten your work with his fists. No, the evolution which has become even more secretive than before. She has entrusted none of her secretaries and subordinates with her latest scheme, nor spread any data that we can lift. This speaks to how much value she attaches to her plan. This is strange. Her recent movements indicate that she is planning to unveil an initiative that will have a drastic impact on our society, but she has not done anything to leverage the necessary infrastructure. These god pilots are becoming increasingly more difficult to control. Unlike in the Milky Way, there are too few of them, which gives them too much leeway to pursue their own personal interests and obsessions. The Spacelock and the Light of Sol are still reliable, but the remaining 6 are a lost cause. I advise you to give up on them and place our hopes on the next generation of god pilots. It does not take much for us to win the favor of promising ace pilots. Let us monitor them and select the ones that are more amenable to reason. Do not repeat that quote in front of us. I have not forgotten our purpose. We serve mech pilots, but that does not mean that we must provide our unconditional service. Too many god pilots are becoming increasingly less restrained. They are becoming more aware that they have become powerful enough to reshape our society according to their own ideas. Only other god pilots can constrain them, but there are too few to form meaningful restraints. I agree that stepping forward and demonstrating our own power is a flawed solution, but we may not have the luxury to remain low-key. Let us wait and see how the Red Tide offensive develops. The release of these Karman mechs has invalidated our calculations. We must form new projections that incorporate the new variables. Let us not be too hasty about moving forward based on outdated plans. We should not follow in the footsteps of the polymath. As the Nanolord continued to speak about subjects of great import, many more people held simpler talks about everything surrounding the Karman system. Back in the expeditionary fleet, the gathering of high-ranking mech pilots had produced quite a few discussions. The Karman system was not exactly a secret to them due to Venerable Janzi and Venerable Benjamin, but they never expected that their patriarch would come out with a product that could actually be used by the masses. Has anyone mentioned how soon our own clansmen will be able to pilot these new Karman mechs? Venerable Joshua asked. Casella, Benjamin, do you know? The pilots shifted their attention to the Saint Commander and the patriarch's grandfather. If anyone should know, it was one of them. The others probably remained in the dark. I have not received any messages related to the Karman system or the Yellow Jackets. Saint Commander Casella spoke up, her Saint Kingdom affecting everyone, but in a gentle and unobtrusive manner. I do not think the Yellow Jackets are designed to be used by our clan. The Patriarch has always tried to assign our forces with more premium mechs. The Yellow Jackets are too flimsy. Even if their biodomes are better at preserving the lives of the mech pilots, the casualty rate will not be low. Our clan cannot handle the deaths of so many friends and family. Venerable Benjamin Larkinson nodded in agreement. The readiness of the new volunteers are also questionable. I like to believe that the norms of the Larkinson clan are braver than average, but that does not turn them into good soldiers. It takes time to train them to a standard that we can rely upon. Until then, their chances of dying on the battlefield will remain unacceptably high. Our patriarch will never permit our clansmen to die at an excessive rate. Benjamin, you have been piloting the Blood Star Mark II with the help of a Karman system for many months. How is it compared to using a conventional neural interface? I cannot describe the differences to you. The oldest man in the room stated. What is new to me is not only the blood pact, but also the fact that I am fighting together with an intelligent and living machine. The experience is much different from what I used back when I was in my old prime. The Karman system has proven to be more generous. If I have to make more concrete observations, then I can say that my ability to exert direct control over the systems of my Blood Star Mark II has slightly decreased. However, my closeness to the living mech is helping me impose more control over the mech frame. That sounds as if you are slowly beginning to merge with your living mechs. Are you not afraid of suffering accidents? Benjamin crossed his arms and smiled. I have already reached the verge of death before my grandson pulled me back. I do not mind returning to that point if I fail to win a bet. I enjoy life, but I have also lived long enough that I do not have any regrets if I die overnight. It is true that it is becoming more natural for me to become closer to the Blood Star Mark II. Both of us desire this. It is strange, but it feels natural to us. Where this will lead, I cannot say. I should ask my grandson, but we do not speak on a daily basis. Benjamin actually corresponded more with Gloriana and her children over the galactic net than talked to Vase himself. It was not because they were avoiding each other. They simply did not really have much to talk about. They were also busy with their own priorities, so they rarely had any excuses to talk to each other in person. Now that Vase finally pulled the veil of secrecy from the Karman system, Venerable Benjamin now felt a greater urge to contact his grandson. He had been thinking about why he had failed to break through despite all of the good conditions. Speaking to the likes of Saint Tusa and Saint Commander Casella had given him a few more clues. The Blood Star Mark II was a good expert mech, but there was always room for improvement. Benjamin Larkinson had hunched that he could benefit from having a more powerful version of the Karman system at his disposal. The brief mention about the so-called elemental Karman system may just be the solution he had been waiting for. Benjamin just needed to pick an element that fit him best. The name of his expert mech already gave him a hint. Blood is thicker than water. Chapter 6411 Farewell Meal. The product reveal had finally ended. Vase and his fellow collaborators completed their presentations and stuck around long enough to answer enough relevant questions to satisfy the curiosity of most people. There was little point in answering further questions, as the public would be able to learn the properties of the yellow jackets and the jacket commanders themselves by handling them in person. Once Vase answered the final question, he announced that the exhibition hall would remain open for the remainder of the week. During this period, the Larkinson clan and the Red Association would continue to demonstrate the performance of the different mechs of the Swarm project. They even gave opportunities for guests to trial the jacket commanders or purchase a yellow jacket on the spot before piloting it on location. Suffice to say, so many people applied for these activities that all of the slots of every day filled up within a single minute. Many people on Lorraine groaned as they saw their opportunity to purchase and try out a yellow jacket with the least amount of delay slip out of their grasp. Other people had no choice but to order the yellow jackets from the mech companies that had just begun to produce them. The need for secrecy had prevented them from building up a stockpile of readily available Karman mechs, so the waiting lists instantly ballooned. The good news was that a lot of third-party manufacturers had already smelled the money and began to retool their production lines. The bad news was that it would still take around a month for production to ramp up and Karman mechs to ship to all of the right places. As the Karman Revolution continued to keep the attendees engaged well after the speakers had finished their presentations, Vase and the others finally left everyone's sights. They soon gathered at a restaurant on one of the upper floors of the Palace of Mechanical Marvels. They enjoyed a well-deserved meal as they congratulated each other for holding a successful product reveal. This has been the best product reveal that I have participated in by far. Lord Richard Brownstone said after a toast. I do not think I will be able to attract the attention of so many people in the future myself, but, at least I know what it is like. You have changed my life forever, Vase. My ancestor, my siblings and my teachers all want to have a piece of me. I have never felt so wanted in my life. My work has finally found meaning in the first and possibly best Karman mech to exist. I think it is a bit too exaggerated to evaluate the yellow jacket designs so highly. Vase cautiously said, they are still rush jobs. We have made many imperfect compromises, and they are not exactly powerful in the conventional sense. I have much more impressive Karman mechs in mind that will blow the yellow jackets out of the water. That is not to say that the work we have brought into reality is bad. There is always a place for budget mechs in the mech market. It is just not a work that I am particularly proud of. The yellow jackets only give customers a taste of what I can do with living mechs. Vase felt incredibly constrained by the limited budget and scope of the yellow jacket designs. He had to hold back a lot of powerful features due to lack of space, lack of budget and the need to prioritize simplicity over fancy features. This was why he could not wait to get back to the design lab and start a Karman mech design project with higher goals in mind. A more expensive mech could accommodate a lot more awesome stuff. What will you do now that we have concluded our collaboration? Vase asked Richard as he started to cut into his exotic steak that originated from a mutated beast. Eating human-sized meals was completely useless to him, but it did not hurt to pretend as if he enjoyed the experience. Now that we revealed what we have been working on in the past half year, there is no need to keep you close and isolated anymore. If you want, you may stay with us and work as a mech designer in the LMC. Richard Brownstone seriously considered this offer. After working alongside Vase for months, he possessed a certain understanding of the relatively young but incredibly ambitious mech designer. The design department of your mech company heavily prefers to absorb young and talented apprentices and journeymen. I am a senior mech designer who already passed those stages years ago. I won't be able to integrate into your workforce and work for you as readily as your other recruits. Besides, I would also have to join your clan, which is unacceptable to me. I am a brownstone. As great of an opportunity it is to join your clan and take advantage of your rise, I truly cannot abandon the Brownstone Principality and the Rubarthan Pact. It would have been more acceptable if you allowed me to retain my loyalty to them, but you never make any exceptions in this regard. Vase slowly nodded. That is true. The work we do is quite sensitive, so I prefer not to deal with double loyalties in my design department. If you cannot put the interests of the Larkinson clan above the interests of other groups, then we do not have to explore this option further. I feel it is regrettable to lose access to an offensive specialist such as yourself. You do good work, and your kinetic weapons can be very useful to our clan. The Rubarthan mech designer shrugged. Your clan is doing well. Your design department is lacking in seniors and masters, but that has never stopped you before. Your talent pool is quite impressive for a clan of your size. It is much better for you in the long run if you recruit younger mech designers and raise them to your standards. That way, you do not have to be too concerned about loyalties either. That is my existing developing strategy, but it takes a lot of time to produce results. That is why many families lay plans that do not bear fruit until the next generation arrives. They chatted a bit more. Since Richard had no intention of sticking around, he intended to travel back to the Brownstone Principality fairly soon. Just because I have decided to return to the Rubarthan Pact does not mean I no longer wish to remain in contact with you. Richard said to Vase, I welcome any opportunity for me to provide you with consultation and collaborations in the future. I am also well connected in the regional mech community of my superstate. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything done in the Rubarthan Pact. I will keep that in mind. Vase nodded at Richard before turning to another collaborator. What about you, Lady Romonda? Will you return to the Devos ancient clan or are you willing to stick around and join my clan? My situation is special. I informed you about it before, do you remember? Romonda asked with a critical voice. Vase certainly did not forget that Romonda was a moderate and reasonable. That did not deter him from hiring her. She held far too much value for him to let go with ease. I think we still have a lot of room for cooperation. The biodome that you have designed for the Yellow Jacket can be applied to many other kinds of Carmen mechs. Are you willing to collaborate with us as a guest designer, or are you willing to join my clan outright? As a woman with multiple loyalties and a belief in a dream rejected by nearly everyone, Romonda did not quite fit into society. She spent enough time among the Larkinsons to grow envious at how much they regarded each other as family. They lacked the strong hierarchy and stiff etiquette that was the norm in the Terran ancient clans. Yet, just like Richard, she did not want to abandon her ancient clan. I cannot bring myself to give up my heritage as a Devosian. Romonda answered Vase, I will return to my ancient clan after this is all over. I am not opposed to designing biodomes to your other Carmen mechs. That is the greatest value that they can provide, and I am not stupid enough to ignore the advantages to me if I continue to cooperate with you on this matter. Eventually, my biodomes will become permanently associated with your Carmen mechs. Vase was not sure how he would handle Romonda if she actually joined his clan, but he was secretly glad that she remained committed to the Devos ancient clan. That is fine. You do not have to be a member of my clan or become my employee in order to work together. I am actually looking forward to designing a non-organic version of the biodome. Trying to blend my ultra-large cockpits with biotechnology has been an interesting experience to say the least, but I still prefer to develop the cockpits so that I can understand and improve myself. That is fair, Romonda. Have you thought about how to present your time on our collaboration with the Devos ancient clan and other interested parties? One of those parties included the Cosmopolitan movement. I will not divulge too much information, Vase. I can promise you that. I will have to spend much time contacting different people, but the friends that I am familiar with are not pedantic. They will all approve of what I have done. It would be better if we stayed in contact with each other. That will make my story more believable. Vase was not quite sure what Romonda would do once she was able to hold a proper talk with the cosmopolitans she was aligned with. This represented a huge security risk, but Vase could not bring himself to care. He soon turned his attention to Jovi and Vector. The two of you will be sticking around, I suppose. You are my liaisons, after all. Are you open to collaborations in the near future? Jovi shook his head. It may not look like it, but we have a life outside of communicating with you. We spend most of our time on improving our design skills, conducting experimental research and designing good virtual mechs that can impress a discerning audience. I must study a large amount of knowledge in order to become a first-class master mech designer according to the standards of the Red Association. I do not want to fall too far behind. My motivations are similar. Vector Loban said next. We may appear superior to other mech designers, but Jovi and I have reached this height by working hard and outcompeting other rivals of the same generation. I cannot afford to split my time too much. I am willing to collaborate on large projects that are worth my time, but not immediately. I still need to enjoy my vacation. The message was clear. Neither raw mech designers were available to collaborate during this sensitive period of time. That was fine. Vase could always look for talents within his clan or seek out other third-party mech designers that he could get in bed with. Now that he had become the father of Carmen Mechs, it should be easier than ever to recruit young and talented mech designers. Jernstall was a pretty good place to recruit good mech designers, so Vase reminded himself not to miss this opportunity as he tried to remain productive all day. Maybe it is best that the two of you do not interfere too much in my work. Vase accepted the explanations. I do not want anyone accusing me of acting as a puppet of the Red Association. Maintaining a bit of separation will do us both good. I am glad you understand, Vase. Jovi said. Besides, we truly have many assignments of our own. Neither of us want to give up on our own careers as mech designers. My design philosophy only truly becomes powerful when I become a master. I look forward to seeing what you can do. Hopefully I won't have to wait too long. Chapter 6412 Living for Yourself. The hype about Carmen Mech started off strong, and only got more ridiculous over time. The emotional impact of Norms being able to pilot mechs for the first time was indescribable. As the Palace of Mechanical Marvels stocked enough yellow jackets to satisfy thousands of lucky guests, many attendees who acted quickly enough to sign up for the opportunity to purchase and try out the Carmen Mechs right away all displayed such strong reactions that entire broadcasts had been dedicated to recording their experiences. The popularity of the product reveal still remained strong despite the fact that the speakers had already concluded their presentations. It couldn't be helped. In the absence of piloting their own Carmen Mechs, the masses residing on many different planets and other vessels had no choice but to watch other lucky Norms take advantage of this stellar opportunity first. Master Teresa Orines had lived for over 360 years. She was a Terran who grew up during a time where mechs still went through rapid changes and evolution. Just like any other child born during the age of mechs, she dreamt of becoming a mech pilot. Alas, it turned out that she belonged to the 96.5% of the population that did not possess a suitable genetic aptitude. Just like any other 10-year-old kid at the time, she took the disappointing news extremely hard. She could not get over the fact that she was not destined to pilot a mech. In desperation, she threw herself into mech design instead, channeling her love and passion for mechs in a creative approach rather than a martial approach. She studied hard. She constantly lacked time to spend on leisure. As an ordinary civilian, she lacked the more advanced and powerful implants enjoyed by the scions of ancient clans. However, that made her gains all the more precious. While those pampered ancient clansmen could rely on their implants and genetic gifts to do most of the work, Teresa Orines simply worked harder and tried her best to capture the essence of the subject matter she was trying to master. Gradually, she managed to stand out and impress a professor with her studying and problem-solving abilities. After becoming the professor's protégé, she finally obtained enough support to acquire a superior suite of augmentations. That was when she truly started to make a lot of progress. The mech industry at the time was a lot more splintered and fluid at the time, so after she graduated, Teresa immediately began to make sales based on her own approach towards mech design. Teresa had always developed a fascination for fast mechs. She chose to specialize in designing light mechs that possessed superior straight-line acceleration characteristics because she loved speed so much. Though her combat mech models never really generated a large amount of sales, her racing mechs occupied a growing share of the market. Decades and eventually centuries passed. She no longer enjoyed the advantages of youth, but managed to make steady progress. Every time she started to lose her love and motivation for the craft she had dedicated so much time and effort to, she thought about her regrets for not being able to pilot a mech. It would be a complete betrayal for the little 10-year-old girl who decided to design mechs as opposed to piloting them after she received results of the genetic aptitude test. For the sake of that promise, Teresa detested any thought about squandering her work as a mech designer. That determination had ultimately carried her over to her current rank. Unlike her works, her design philosophy did not progress all that quickly. She only managed to promote to a master mech designer after living for over 2 centuries. This was an embarrassingly slow rate within the Terran mech design community, but Master Teresa was just glad that she managed to avoid disappointing that 10-year-old girl. Unfortunately, her progress never picked up since then. There was so much knowledge that first-class mech designers had to learn, and they also had to work harder in order to meet the heightened expectations of the mech market. As Master Teresa slowly neared her 4th century of life, she still had no solid prospect of becoming a star designer. She only had a handful of promising research directions to choose from, but none of them gave her the confidence that she would be able to transcend her own limitations and create a work that could surpass the quality of masterworks. She was fine with that. Master Teresa had already lived for a long period of time. Many of the friends and rivals she once interacted with had either passed away or moved away from her orbit. She had already married and had kids, who subsequently had families of their own. Not all of her descendants had accompanied her to the Red Ocean, but there were enough of them that Teresa had no concerns about continuing her bloodline. A few of them even managed to possess the right genetic aptitude to become mech pilots. The old woman envied these descendants very much. She funded their training and education and made sure they never lacked for good quality mechs when needed. Other people may have accused Master Teresa for living vicariously through the potentates of her family, but she never really took them seriously. Which mech designer hadn't lived vicariously through their potentate descendants? This phenomenon was so common that the stigma had already lost its value. Perhaps seeing her grandchildren, great-grandchildren and so on fulfill their own goals and dreams by piloting mechs was the only activity left that brought genuine joy to her. Master Teresa had long made peace with her inadequate genetic aptitude. As a master mech designer of one of the most powerful states of human civilization, she shouldn't have anything to complain about. She had worked her way up from an ordinary citizen and built a commercial empire that enabled her descendants to start from a much higher position in life. As she continued to grow older, her physical body may be able to endure for a few more decades, but her soul had already grown too weary to pursue life with as much passion as before. Even the joy she derived from seeing the members of her Orine's family become brave and dashing mech pilots started to produce diminishing returns. This was a problem common to people who had lived through so many years. Even if Master Teresa was able to earn enough merits to pay for another round of life-prolonging treatment, she increasingly felt unwilling to do so. Her passion for life had diminished when she realized that she was unlikely to become a star designer. She had already accomplished most of her goals in life. Her growing family could always use more help, but it was high time her descendants started to take care of themselves. Perhaps the only reason why she still persisted in her work and postponed her retirement from her profession was because of the changes taking place in the Red. The Great Severing, the Age of Dawn and the Red Tide Offensive had partially revived the urgency in her heart. If she wanted her descendants and the people she cared about to live well after her passing, she still needed to work hard in order to improve the conditions of the soldiers fighting in the front lines. There were still plenty of ways for master mech designers to contribute to the war effort. In fact, Master Teresa just so happened to visit Xianxia in order to attend a professional conference. She happened to sign up for Professor Larkinson's product reveal, but she never expected to become surprised to this degree. The entire notion of a mech that could be piloted by a norm completely blew up everything she knew and took for granted. She was one of the stubborn old people who struggled to accept the authenticity of the Karman system. How could a single senior mech designer solve the limitation of genetic aptitude to such an explosive degree? Shouldn't a breakthrough in this area only allow a slightly greater share of the population to gain the ability to pilot a mech? To completely unlock mech piloting to at least 99% of the population of red humanity sounded absurd. Yet as the presentations had ended and people began to trial out their newly purchased yellow jackets with great enthusiasm, the reality of the situation finally sank into her aged mind. It was true. Every early adopter who was lucky enough to obtain an early quota succeeded in bonding with their Karman mechs. Yellow jacket after yellow jacket lifted off the air and exhibited extremely immature but genuine movements. Even if the new Karman mech pilots only received a brief amount of time to try out their machines, these experiences completely changed their lives. After hours of waiting, Master Teresa finally received her turn. Respected Master, as a woman of advanced age, the risks of interfacing with the Karman system are greater than usual. A doctor from the Red Association performed a few tests on the Terran Master. Your heavy augmentations may produce unexpected complications during the interfacing process. We will analyze your physique and augmentations and apply selective restrictions to lock down the implants or organs that may cause overreactions. Do you consent to these precautionary measures? Master Teresa understood enough about the Karman system that it would cycle artificial blood in her bloodstream. That should not be a major issue, as her heavily augmented body should be able to tolerate a large variety of blood types and properties. However, her body also possessed a much stronger immune system as well as other protective measures. These systems needed to be constrained, or else her body might choose to fight against the Karman system. Once Teresa finished her preparations, she nodded to the pair of descendants that accompanied her before finally entering the cockpit of the yellow jacket she managed to buy at the first possible opportunity. She was one of the lucky ones who managed to reserve the yellow jacket version A. There were many other first-raters who hadn't been able to snatch up the first-class Karman mechs and could only settle for the second-class and third-class versions. Initiate. Master Teresa followed the simplified instructions that even a teenager could follow and readied herself for the interfacing attempts. Needles sank through her skin. Foreign blood began to flow through her veins. Her powerful mind and spirit began to make contact with a much weaker and innocent existence. Despite the vast gap in power, Master Teresa actively welcomed the new entity. Her yellow jacket eagerly formed a blood pact that instantly allowed it to receive a huge amount of high-quality feedback. As the yellow jacket swelled to life, Master Teresa quickly became overwhelmed by the sheer amount of control and new experiences that came with being able to pilot a mech. Unlike the vast majority of other people who interfaced with a yellow jacket for the first time, Master Teresa utilized her extensive knowledge, evolved spirituality and vast intellect to quickly gain a grip on her conditions. The yellow jacket under her control moved a lot steadier and more precise than the ones piloted by other norms. Though Master Teresa still failed to execute movements that required proficiency in martial skills, she was more than satisfied with how well she could control the most advanced version of the yellow jacket. She never wanted this magical experience to end. The feeling of piloting a machine and the joy of being able to share her passion with a living mech that completely accepted her were indescribable. When she was finally forced to end her all too brief piloting session and leave the cockpit, she quickly knelt on the ground and wept. "Master, what is the matter?" As tears fell from her aged eyes, Master Teresa couldn't help but smile. "I controlled an actual mech today. My first and most precious dream has come true. I can finally become a mech pilot." The fire in her heart roared to life as she managed to revive one of her deeply buried passions. No longer did she feel that her life had grown stale and boring anymore. Now that she was able to pilot a mech without any regard for genetic aptitude, she would be a fool if she missed out on the fantastic world of Karman mechs. Chapter 6413 Raleigh Boulevard. Instances such as Master Teresa Orines's reaction towards piloting a mech for the first time happened disturbingly frequently. Yet despite the embarrassing displays, no one laughed or ridiculed the people who failed to control their emotions. Instead, the people who could only watch the lucky norms complete their first piloting sessions felt jealous and envious towards these lucky people. They had managed to snatch up a yellow jacket quickly enough to be able to pilot their new Karman mechs on the same day of the product reveal. Everyone else had to wait for weeks if not months before a mech company got around to fulfill their orders. For the first time since it was built, the Palace of Mechanical Marvels truly began to live up to its grandiose name. Every visitor became enchanted by the mechanical marvel that represented the yellow jackets. Of course, the Jacket Commander model also earned a bit of appreciation from the mech pilots that tried it out, but it was unfortunately that the command mech was completely overshadowed by the splendor of the first publicly available Karman mech. As more and more people formed their blood pacts and bonded their spirits to their yellow jackets for the first time, the Palace of Mechanical Marvels produced so much joy that it infected the mood of many others. Even as the bystanders cursed the lucky bastards who got to try out the yellow jackets first, they were sincerely happy that so many norms opened up a new future as mech pilots. The successful occurrences not only increased other people's confidence in their ability to pilot a Karman mech when they finally managed to get their turn, but also cemented their impression that they had entered a completely new era of mechs. There was nothing fraudulent about the Karman revolution. The changes it brought to the mech community and human society at large were all genuine. Words alone may not convince all of the people, but seeing it happen in front of their eyes completely convinced even the most skeptical of doubters. All of the journalists working for different publications instantly got caught up in the excitement. They wrote glowing reports about the release of the first commercially available Karman mechs and interviewed any early adopter they managed to come across. The news portals amplified the impact of the Karman revolution and ensured that even the people who were least interested about mechs learned about the groundbreaking products released by Professor Larkinson. The monthly Mech report, Mechs for All, the Karman system grants every norm the gift of mech piloting. The Biotechnology Digest, biotechnology has saved the day. The Karman system's roots is a biotechnological application. The crashed warship, Starfighter core rendered obsolete in 2 hours. Karman mechs has already killed starfighters in their cradle. The Terran Telegraph, Karman mechs, designed in the heart of the Terran Alliance. The Rubarth Daily, the Brownstone Principality's priceless contribution to the development of the Yellow Jackets. The Human Interest, our initial analysis on the widespread consequences of allowing every human to pilot a mech. The Galactic Net became thrice as active as before as everyone demanded more information about the Yellow Jackets and the Karman system. Even though the Yellow Jackets had only just become available, a huge amount of people already started to make changes to their planned trajectories. The possibility of piloting a mech without any concern about genetic aptitude completely allowed a huge range of people to obtain hope where there was previously none. From the centuries-old master mech designers who never imagined they would live long enough to see this day, to the 11 or 12-year-old children who still suffered from the depression caused by their disappointing genetic aptitude tests, far more people than Vase could ever count had found joy beyond their wildest expectations. Vase currently stood on an elevated position on the upper floors of the Palace of Mechanical Marvels. He gazed through the transparent ceiling and witnessed all of the people break down into tears after successfully concluding their short but life-changing piloting experiences. Meow, Lucky commented as he perched upon Ves's shoulder. Vase reached up and petted his gem cat's oiled head. Yeah, it is pretty amazing how one single pilot session can completely cause all of these people to turn into little kids again. It's amazing to see how my work can make so many people cry tears of happiness. The lead designer of the Swarm project continued to observe the reactions of the early adopters. They were not exactly part of the target audience of the Yellow Jacket models, but Vase figured that the dramatic displays below would become frighteningly common in the next few months and years. A few minutes passed until a familiar senior mech designer entered the observation room and came closer. Can I finally get out of here? Vase asked. Jovi Armelon nodded. Yes, we have completed all of the security arrangements. We cannot hide your departure, but we can make sure you will not face any threats as you move across Lorraine. Are you certain you want to leave? There are many fans down below that are eager to show their gratitude to the father of Karman mechs. There are also many journalists who have requested exclusive interviews from you. Meeting their requests is a good way to boost your public profile and spread any messages that you want to pass on to the public. Vase shook his head. I originally included that in my schedule, but there is no need for it anymore. The masses cannot get any more excited than now, and I have already passed on a lot of information already. The public cannot handle any further stuff. I think it is better to let them digest what I have already given to them. They should be ready for a lot more novelties in 3 days. As satisfied as Vase felt for being able to evoke so much joy and satisfaction from the masses, his reaction was actually a lot more muted than he thought. He should have felt more fulfilled for meeting the demands of so many people, but the reality was that he did not really feel as if he had done a particularly great job. Part of it was because the Karman mechs were already old news to Vase. Another part of it was because he had yet to develop a more serious and mature version of the Karman system. You have completely changed the lives of many people. They haven't seen anything yet. Vase shook his head. Wait until I have realized my design philosophy. Once I unveil my elemental Karman mechs, these Yellow Jackets will become completely overshadowed. We are all hoping to see your future works, but do take into account that excessive delays will be detrimental to you. If your elemental Karman mechs demand too much time to complete, then it may be better for you to reevaluate your plans and tackle an easier research direction. It's okay, Jovi, the elemental Karman mechs should not be impossible for me to design. I have already figured out the working principles of 2 out of 5 of them, and I have just come up with a good idea for one more. I do not think it will take as long to complete all of the steps in my plan. In fact, the latter is one of the reasons why I am eager to go out and shop for exclusive goods. Lorraine is a center for mech design and sells a huge variety of tech and materials. I would be a fool if I missed out on this opportunity to visit a number of exclusive shops and exchanges. What are you looking to purchase? A lot of different goods, but one of my top priorities is enough smart metal to design my own raiment. I have a very special plan in mind, but one of the key requirements is to acquire a special batch of high-quality nanomachines. Failing that, I want to satisfy the conditions to develop my own nanomachines. By the way, has the Nanolord agreed to my request for an audience? Jovi shook his head. I am afraid that His Excellency has declined your request. He did not pass on any reasons, but do not take this as a sign of disrespect. Star designers are inherently busy, and it is not entirely appropriate for them to open up a dialogue with a senior mech designer like yourself. Though Vase felt disappointed that the Nanolord denied his request, he quickly schooled his emotions. Jovi was right, he should not have any unrealistic expectations about being able to meet with the Nanolord whenever he wanted. They still belonged in two different worlds. If that is the case, then I guess I will have to shelve my plan to exchange a good set of nanites from him. I will try to find what I want elsewhere. Then come, we have prepared a heavily armored vehicle that can take you to one of the commercial streets that are often frequented by high-ranking mech designers. Vase and Lucky followed Jovi to the roof. A vehicle that was much larger, heavier and better protected than an armed shuttle lay in wait. When the three entered the armored transport vehicle, they settled down and waited until the craft lifted into the air. A large escort of mechs surrounded the transport in stealth or in full view of onlookers. The Dark Zephyr hovered behind and above the armored transport. The Ace Mech had unfolded his Saint Kingdom at full strength in order to be on the lookout for anything that tried to sneak close. Although Vase felt awfully exposed during the trip, the armored transport successfully touched down the roof of a tall building that was situated at Raleigh Boulevard. The entire luxury street became a lot more guarded than usual in order to provide adequate safety to the VIP guests that decided to pay a visit. This was not an uncommon sight, as many powerful master mech designers chose to visit Raleigh Boulevard when they visited the Yernstal Central Star node. Where to first? Vase asked as he held Lucky in his arms. It depends on what you want to buy first. Jovi said with a smile. Do you want to purchase phase water organs, or do you want to get your nanomachine business out of the way first? There are also other goods for sale here such as rare exotics and working alien technologies. Vase thought for a moment. The nanomachines can wait. I am more interested in taking a look at phase water organs. Are they actually real? They are, but do not hold too many high expectations for them. Jovi warned. The fact that they are so easily available means that they are not as pristine as fully intact phase water organs. It is inevitable that the phase water organs available for sale here come with many pitfalls. There are enough potential customers who do not mind the damage because they never intended to make use of the organs themselves. They are primarily interested in obtaining the damaged phase water organs in order to decipher them and reverse engineer what they do in a systematic manner. Vase should have known it was good to be true. Phase water organs were not common enough to be listed for sale in a shop, even if it was a high-end one that catered to wealthy and successful mech designers. Still, it was not entirely necessary for him to obtain fully intact organs either. He just had to supply enough research material to the Larkinson Biotech Institute to develop their own homegrown versions of phase water organs. The advantage of using organs made in-house was that the biotech researchers could fully tailor them to his true body and DNA. The downside was that it may take years of research to produce good results. Since that was the case, Vase needed to restrain himself and avoid buying too many random phase water organs. He should only think about picking up potential treasures that could complement his personal combat system and synergize with the other phase water organs that he acquired last time. Chapter 6414 Jessup Organics. A sales manager greeted the arrivals with a sincere bow. It is our greatest honor to welcome the father of Carmen Mechs to our respectable establishment. Jessup Organics has a moderate range of high-quality goods for sale for the discerning and exacting customer. If there are any biological products that you wish to procure that we do not have in stock, we can pass on your order to our wider network of vendors, many of which are based in other zones, to see whether we can satisfy your needs. Jovi stepped up to handle the sales manager. As we have mentioned in the message that we sent beforehand, Professor Larkinson is in the market for phase water organs harvested from phase leaders. We have information that you have a number of them in stock. That is true. The older and impeccably dressed man nodded. The Red Tide offensive has brought forth many more phase lords than before. The supply of phase water organs has increased dramatically in the last 6 months. The demand for phase water organs is also high. Shouldn't they be in the hands of major research institutions and so on? Why are there still organs available for sale in a place like yours? Vase curiously asked. The sales manager expected this question. Vase was far from the first one to make this inquiry. There are 2 reasons why Jessup Organics has phase water organs for sale. Combat against phase lords usually produce violent outcomes. The damage that ace mechs and warships can inflict against phase lords is enormous. The chance to harvest a completely intact phase water organ is small. Most phase water organs salvaged from the carcasses of deceased or captured phase lords have deteriorated in a burned, shredded or punctured state. In many cases, the phase water organs have suffered so much damage that they cannot operate as they did in their original condition. Such organs have much more limited research value as it takes vastly more resources to discover anything of value out of them. Many parties that have claimed damaged organs would rather sell them for an upfront price and settle the matter in an instant. I see. What is the second reason? Jessup Organics is part of a group that has many connections and partnerships with other biotechnology institutions. The sales manager said as he began to lead the guests further inside the large and well-furnished store. Since we maintain a reputable brand and a fixed customer base, we also accept consignments from other groups. We put them on sale on behalf of our clients and proactively seek potential buyers if necessary. What is special about the consignments is that many of them cannot be bought by cash. They can only be bartered for goods or services specific by the consignor. This is a good means for master mech designers and other powerful groups to trade high-end resources with each other without the need to develop good relations. Jovi clarified for Vase. Jessup Organics here does good business by connecting Terran traders with Rubarthan traders and vice versa, often with the use of intermediaries if necessary. You may see a phase water organ that is offered up for trade by a company from the Chromo Republic, but the actual source may be a Terran ancient clan. If a Rubarthan buyer happens to trade the phase water organ with special resources that are only available in the Rubarthan Pact, then he will have no idea whether he has ultimately completed a transaction with a Terran. Vase looked impressed. It sort of sounded like a deception game, where everyone knew the real score, but they happily agreed to play ignorant just so they wouldn't ruin the fun. The necessity of needing to play this game allowed for the rise of intermediary companies and brokers such as Jessup Organics. They might not possess any core industries themselves, but they were extremely good at relationship management and customer service. That was all they needed to rely on to take advantage of the friction between different states and groups. Vase did not really care about this charade. He only cared about whether he could take advantage of it. He looked forward to the phase water organs that he might find in this place. Soon enough, the sales manager led the guests to a secure underground chamber that contained dozens of different organs. Each massive organ was stored in a liquid solution that was meant to preserve their life activity. Vase could immediately tell that they were all phase water organs or fragments of phase water organs. The phase water infused in the large biological tissue all told him that the goods were genuine. Are these all of the phase water organs that you have on hand? Correct, Professor Larkinson. We can also mobilize dozens more phase water organs, but they are currently in the possession of other stores. Let's take a look at these ones first. Vase tried his best to temper his expectations. This turned out to be prudent as the offerings quickly turned out to be worse than he hoped. The majority of organs consisted of variations of the most common Kelsey's organ, Loco's organ and Mariko's organ. That was not necessarily bad as the fundamental 3 organs all exhibited various different directions of purposeful biological development. There were some organs that possessed better range, while others were more effective at close range. There were organs that were tweaked to consume less energy than usual, and there were also other organs that could produce strong effects at the risk of exhausting them prematurely. All of this had a decent amount of research value, but Vase was not too interested in acquiring another copy of a phase water organ that he already possessed. This was especially the case when all of the aforementioned organs were in varying states of disrepair. Vase grimaced as he looked at Mariko's organ that had shrunk to a third of its original size. The still healing burn marks clearly showed that it had taken an awful amount of damage from half a dozen plasma bolts. I could use a more advanced Mariko's organ, but this one has suffered so much damage that a lot of core biological functions are missing. There is not much research value to this product. You can't come up with stuff out of thin air. The sales manager did not look ashamed. The Mariko's organ of a phase lord may be incomplete, but there is enough research available that has analyzed and published the complete biological blueprint of a standard varicose organ. It is not impossible for a capable biotech institution to reconstruct the missing pieces of this organ. A good research team may even be able to extrapolate and restore the directional improvements applied to this remnant organ. If successful, you will not only be able to obtain a completely upgraded varicose organ, but also the knowledge and expertise required to replicate this process. Vase looked mildly impressed. That does indeed sound attractive, but if it was that easy to produce those outcomes, someone would have already bought this phase water organ a while ago. My Larkinson Biotech Institute definitely cannot rank as high as those renowned institutions. Forget it, let's look elsewhere. Jessup Organics was not stupid. The goods that were much more practical and readily usable tended to impose greater conditions in order to exchange for them. The ones that could readily be bought with cash or phase water tended to possess very serious flaws. There were no products that possessed none of these flaws. If such goods ever appeared, they would have been snapped up by the force that felled the phase lord, or traded away to a trusted partner in a private transaction. The PPS and the other remarkably intact phase water organs that Vase obtained as spoils was a typical example of that. There was no way that Jessup Organics could ever put a phase water production system up for sale as if it was a fancy croissant. Though Vase feared that he had wasted this trip, he eventually stumbled upon a number of phase water organs that did not seem so bad. Lesser Kali organ allows a phase lord to split a small part of his true body to form a miniature clone. This detached mass of phase water infused tissue can extend the phase lord's senses and act as a physical avatar. The operational range of this physical avatar is based on the phase water concentration of the phase lord as well as the development and mastery of his Kali organ. A greater phase lord can only control the physical avatar created by the Kalic organ up to 17.20. Physical integrity. 47% consignor. Yigan Argat consortium price or exchange conditions, can only be exchanged for a lesser phase water organ of at least 66% integrity. The Yigan Argat consortium is also open to accepting other goods of greater value upon negotiation. Ves's eyes quickly lit up after he read this description. He already planned to create an avatar for himself in order to be able to take part in dangerous expeditions without risking his true body. However, those plans had numerous flaws and shortcomings. If he was able to use this Kali organ to produce a small physical clone that he could control by remote, then that would definitely be great. The only downside was that only 47% of this organ was left. Over half of it was missing, and Vase bet that the destroyed flesh also contained vital bioprogramming and bio-hardware that made the Kali organ work. Still, half a Kali organ was better than nothing. I am interested in this Kali organ, Vase said. The information about it is incomplete. Where does this organ come from, if I may ask? According to the records, the Kali organ was originally developed by the xianxias. This major alien race consists of evolved amoeba, which often repels other races. The xianxial phase lords appear even more monstrous. They are often mistaken for space monsters and attract violent reactions. Vase recalled what he knew about the xianxial race. Aren't the slimes supposed to be non-religious? They are one of the rare races that do not believe in the divinity of phase lords and phase whales. That is a simplistic explanation, Professor. The sales manager carefully corrected Vase. The xianxial indeed reject the divinity of phase whales, but they are not blind to the power of the latter. There is a small group of xianxials that seek to become phase lords in defiance of majority opinion. I see. Is there anything else I should know about how the xianxials have made the Kali organ? Yes. It is important to mention that the xianxials not only possess strange and unique physiologies, but that their tech base is strongly based on biotechnology. Their exclusive phase water organs tend to possess deviant biological properties that make them hard to decipher and adapt to the physiques of true gods of other species. You should never rashly implant a Kali organ inside your body. I never intended to. Even I can see that it is weird and dangerous. The preserved remains of the Kali organ did not exactly look friendly. Not only was it partially translucent, but it also contained strong acids and toxic substances that could poison a weaker phase lord. Still, Vase remained interested in the Kali organ. I want it. Please get me in touch with the Yigan Argat consortium, Vase instructed. I can do so right away. Are you willing to exchange this Kali organ with another phase water organ that is in a better condition, or do you wish to negotiate a different trade? The latter. While I do have a bunch of phase water organs in my possession, I still need them myself. I would vastly prefer to trade for other goods. The sales manager nodded. There are normally thresholds and limitations to negotiating a different exchange. However, your reputation and accomplishments are so high that I have the authority to sidestep these hurdles. The Yigan Argat Consortium will be happy and honored to do business with an esteemed mech designer such as yourself, I am sure. Please be patient. It will take time for a representative to reach our humble establishment. Chapter 6415 The Midas Touch. Negotiating a deal under the brokership of Jessup Organics turned out to be much easier and less costly than Vase thought. At this moment, his reputation and prestige had reached a new peak. Not even god pilots and star designers could match his current level of popularity and adoration. Sure, the god pilots of Red Humanity cleaned up the border regions and prevented the aliens from overrunning human-occupied space. Sure, the star designers developed many crucial technologies that were useful in a wide variety of sectors. Yet for all of the massive contributions they had made as of late, nothing benefited the lives of ordinary humans more than the chance to pilot a real mech. Everyone wanted a yellow jacket. Everyone wanted a piece of Vase. When the Yigan Argat Consortium heard that the father of Carmen Mechs wanted to negotiate for a phase water organ, its president immediately dropped his schedule and connected to Jessup Organics by remote. There was no need for the consortium to send an envoy to talk business in person. The president sounded eager to conclude a successful transaction with the famous inventor of the Carmen system. This is an inestimable honor for our consortium. With your permission, we shall always take pride that an esteemed mech designer such as yourself has sought to do business with our fine trade collective. After Vase received another round of flattery, negotiations soon began. The demands of the president were simple. It would please us immensely you agree to fabricate 10, no 5 copies of the Yellow Jacket version A. We would be glad to hand over ownership of the incomplete Lesser Kali organ to your name if you take the time to customize the Yellow Jackets into unique creations of art that we can proudly display to the public, with your permission of course. We would also like the Red Association to issue official certificates of authenticity so that there will be no doubt to their providence. Vase blinked at this outrageous offer. A phase water organ was a precious treasure for any owner. It not only held a lot of research value, but could also be used to power up a phase lord through direct implantation. Even if the Kali organ was damaged and not quite operational, its rarity as well as its unusual effects made it far more valuable than the samples of the most common phase water organs. Vase expected that he would have to trade another precious phase water organ or unique treasure in order to get his hands on this Kali organ. Yet instead of making such demands, the president of the Yigan Argat Consortium merely asked Vase to design and fabricate a bunch of custom first-class yellow jackets. The difficulty of procuring the two was like night and day to Vase. A Kali organ was extremely rare, while Vase could produce any yellow jacket he wanted as long as he had access to a workshop and enough raw materials. However, he soon understood that it was a different story for other people. A Kali organ was still as difficult to procure for them as for Vase, but the difficulty of obtaining a handmade Carmen Mech Vase was much higher. Now that he had become a senior mech designer, Vase had moved past the stage where he had to fabricate commercial mechs by hand in order to improve his sales and increase the profitability of the LMC. This meant that his handmade mechs had become more and more scarce and precious to a market that had become increasingly more enamored with his living mechs. Scarcity equated to value. The greater the scarcity, the greater the price that people were willing to pay. This meant that any handicraft made by Vase could easily fetch millions if not billions of MTA credits at a grand auction. Vase even had an illusion that he had acquired the Midas touch. Anything he made could be sold for a price 100, 1,000 or even 1,000,000 times the original production cost. Such a privilege was usually only reserved for the greatest of master mech designers and star designers, but Vase had reached this eminent status in advance due to his latest and greatest contribution. His breathing grew a little heavier when he thought how extensively he could milk this advantage. However, he did not get lost in this fantasy. He quickly sobered up once he realized a few uncomfortable truths. Not everything was truly free. Though Vase did not have to spend too much time and effort to fulfill the demands made by the president of the Yigan Argat Consortium, he would still have to waste a week of time or so in order to get the job done. That was 1 week of time that he could have spent on much more productive pursuits. Fulfilling this commission effectively meant that he would have to postpone his other works by an entire week. This mattered a lot in a time where every day was precious. With the Red Tide offensive continuing to grind down Red Humanity's defenses, Vase could not delay or suspend his contributions just because he wanted to earn more personal profit for himself. This was not only a betrayal of the expectations of the people he served, but also harmed his own core interests in the end. That said, Vase did not want to miss out on this advantage either. As long as he restrained himself, he should be okay if he occasionally took advantage of the value of his handmade products. So long as he did not flood the market with his handicrafts, their value should continue to remain exceedingly high, allowing Vase to occasionally trade them for other precious goods and services. Now that he had made up his mind regarding this issue, he began to negotiate with the president for a deal that both sides could agree upon. "I do not have time to fabricate 5 yellow jackets for you," he told the physical projection of the businessman and leader. 2 yellow jackets, that is the extent of what I can make for you. In order to ensure that everyone understands the favor that I have bestowed upon your consortium, I will customize their visual design to reflect the colors and symbols of your organization. Is that to your satisfaction?" The two sides argued a bit more against each other. Although the president seemed willing to accept the reduced amount, he was the leader of a cutthroat business consortium, after all. Negotiation was in his bones, so he never accepted concessions easily. The talks dragged on for a longer period than necessary until both sides finally agreed that Vase could obtain the lesser Kali organ in exchange for 3 first-class yellow jackets. The two eventually shook hands after they signed the contract. "I shall arrange Jessup Organics to transfer ownership of the Kali organ to you immediately," the president generously said with a smile as he clearly conveyed the sense that he obtained the advantage in the end. "I do not dare to urge you to deliver the promised custom mechs in a short time frame. We are all aware that you are a busy mech designer and leader. Can you give our consortium an approximate time frame of when we can expect to receive your goods?" Vase briefly recalled his schedule. "I can begin to work on your order during my return trip from your install to New Constantinople. I should be finished by the time my fleet arrives at my end destination. From there, a shipping company can transport the completed yellow jackets to any destination of your choice. That is faster than expected. We would be glad if you can complete your order within the month. Please allow our consortium to handle the shipping ourselves. The custom mechs that you have designed are doubtlessly of inestimable value. We do not dare to entrust their transportation to third parties. We have our own security companies that we can rely upon to safely deliver the yellow jackets to our headquarters." With that out of the way, Vase became the proud owner of a new Z-Zamile phase water organ. Although Vase could already imagine that the Larkinson Biotech Institute gained another headache, the Kali organ promised to grant him an extremely practical benefit. The requirement was that his biotech researchers managed to figure out its mechanisms. Vase frowned. "I am putting far too many burdens on the shoulders of the LBI. Should I look for an established biotech company to acquire in order to increase our research capacity? There were plenty of excellent and renowned biotech institutions in your install. Vase could use the limited time he had left in the Central Star node to quickly acquire the ones that were willing to become a part of the Larkinson clan. He soon shook his head. "No, it is best to preserve the existing culture and structure of the LBI. Mergers and acquisitions had a way of corrupting his original institutions. In the worst-case scenario, the new acquisition may even be able to take over the LBI and transform the latter into its image." Vase did not need a biotech institution that quickly became a lot more capable, but also started to lose its cohesion and loyalty to himself. The sensitivity of the work done by the scientists of the LBI meant that it was crucial that they remained loyal and committed to the clan and its patriarch. He was willing to be a little more patient and trust the LBI's management to expand its operations in a sustainable manner. "Let's see if there is anything else here that catches my interest," Vase said as his mind returned to the present. Though Vase could appreciate the value of some of the other phase water organs available for sale or trade, their poor conditions and dubious value lowered his appreciation for them. Given the limited R&D capacity of the LBI in the present and the near future, it simply was not worthwhile to bother with these messy organs. Vase still lingered at the store for 20 more minutes. Jessup Organics offered far more goods for sale than phase water organs. There were also live mutated beasts as well as the body parts of deceased ones for sale. Both product categories aroused his interest as he was always on the lookout for more special beasts that he could potentially convert into design spirits. The prices for them were relatively expensive, but completely affordable to the Larkinson clan, especially when so many different mech designers and companies paid the artificially reduced licensing fees for the Yellow Jacket and Jacket Commander models. Vase simply bought the ones he was interested in and trusted the Larkinson clan to stow the mutated beasts where they could not do much damage. After that, he began to browse the other specialty products for sale. From high-end bio-implants to exquisite designer beast pets, Jessup Organics satisfied both practical and luxury desires. Vase had little interest in them, though. As tempting as it was for him to splurge, he shouldn't get too comfortable with his life. His most important priorities was to design good mechs and build up a power base that could protect him against both political machinations and more violent threats. As long as his mentality slipped, he would grow soft and useless. All of those high and mighty Tier 1 galactic citizens that held high expectations for him would lower their evaluations and no longer give him as much leeway as he enjoyed today. He sighed. His mood had dropped. He may have accomplished a lot today, but he was always expected to do more. Let's go, Jovi, we should head to a different place where I can buy a bunch of gifts for my wife and children. I promised them that I would bring back souvenirs for my family. Understood. There is a unique toy store and a luxury fashion store down the boulevard. I believe you will find what you need in both. Chapter 6416 Materials Shopping. Vase tried to be more purposeful when he continued his shopping spree. He stuck to his goal of purchasing rare and expensive presents for his wife and children while also remaining on the lookout for more functional goods. However, many of the items for sale did not appeal to him for a variety of reasons. There were lots of high-tech gadgets that could make his life more convenient, but he did not trust their manufacturers to refrain themselves from installing backdoors into their products. Although this was not a reason to reject the use of any tech that did not originate from himself and his clan, he would rather avoid the use of unnecessary technologies if he could easily do without the extra convenience. As Vase continued his shopping spree while accompanied by an abundance of guards, he did not forget that he was also being followed by his cousin. While I am here, I may as well go ahead and purchase good stuff for you as well. Is there anything you want or need, Tusa? The ace pilot who guarded Vase from above thought for a moment. I don't need you to buy me any presents. I have earned so many war merits as of late that I am not short of comfort. What I truly want is for you to make my Dark Zephyr stronger. Now that I managed to kill the old arena lord of Yagwasa with the Tier 3 destroyer spear, I have gained a whole new appreciation for good equipment. I could use more weapons to diversify my arsenal, preferably lighter ones that do not slow down my machine as much. This was an understandable request. Many ace pilots tended to branch out and try out different weapons that worked better in different situations. The Tier 3 destroyer spear may possess extremely potent offensive power, but it was also a large and unwieldy weapon in the hands of an ace light skirmisher. Vase did not forget that the Dark Zephyr was originally optimized to wield two small bladed weapons. It would be best if he could equip the living ace mech with superior weapons of the same type. There are mech boutiques and mech equipment stores in Raleigh Boulevard. There are probably excellent blades for sale that may be able to grant you an immediate power boost. No, don't buy anything that is readily made. Tusa rejected. I prefer the arms that you and the people in the clan create more. Unless you manage to find a weapon that is just as powerful as a Tier 3 destroyer weapon, I think it is much better if you buy a collection of high-quality materials and hand them over to Keddies to forge a pair of knives. The ones my ace mech is currently equipped with are decent, but I have no reason to use them over the destroyer spear. I hope that you or Keddies can buy a powerful material on this planet and forge a set of knives that fit my needs much better. That sounded like a reasonable request. Though Vase did not feel as if the Dark Zephyr urgently needed better weapons, Saint Tusa deserved a reward for all of the fighting he had done. Besides, Vase probably wouldn't be doing any of the hard work. He could completely outsource this job to Keddies. She had forged practically every blade utilized by the high-ranking mechs of the Larkinson clan. I can do that, Tusa. I was just about to stop by the materials warehouse anyway. I need to purchase a lot of stuff to enrich my vault of strategic materials. You never know when a rare material with a specific effect might come in handy. He proceeded to do just that. Raleigh Boulevard tended to attract a lot of master mech designers, and if there was one thing they liked the most, it was sniffing through a lot of rare and weird materials to find whether they could synergize with their design philosophies. Naturally, the materials warehouse that Vase stopped by boasted a large collection of rare exotics as well as unusual hypers. The price per kilogram of any material was much higher than elsewhere, but the convenience as well as the opportunity to feel and analyze the products in question made it worth the effort. It was no wonder that a lot of high-ranking mech designers frequented this business. Of course, there were certain rare or exclusive products available that could only be bartered for other materials specified by the seller. Vase proceeded to go on a slightly indulgent shopping spree. He picked up a lot of interesting exotics and hypers that might be of use to him one day. He particularly looked out for materials that could help to make the next iterations of his living expert mechs more powerful. Aside from that, he also tried to find good materials to forge the next blades for the Dark Zephyr. Nothing available could produce a weapon as powerful as the Tier 3 Destroyer Spear, but Vase felt quite good about their properties. He simply decided to purchase them so long as he did not have to barter anything weird or difficult to procure and throw them onto Katiz's lap. Aside from purchasing a lot of samples of interesting materials, Vase also opened up his horizons and became more familiar with what was available these days. Not only was there an endless variety of exotics available to possess weird effects, Vase also managed to find a lot of new and interesting hypers. Vase took a particular liking for hyper materials with a bias for the 5 elements as well as those slanted towards negative energy. Even though none of the hyper materials reached the potency of Black Demon Steel, it was not impossible for a material scientist who knew what he was doing to alloy several metals together to produce a more powerful compound effect. I definitely need a large amount of darkness-attributed hyper materials to forge my own polymetal mech. Vase reminded himself. The materials warehouse commonly sold samples of high-value materials, but also sold goods in bulk as long as there was enough supply in your install. Vase just had to pay an expensive premium for the materials warehouse to contact all of the vendors that possessed the required materials and ship them to a target destination. By the time Vase exited the materials warehouse, he not only gained a lot of familiarity with thousands of new and exciting materials, but also ordered enough specialized materials to advance a number of projects, including his own polymetal mech. Vase looked up at the sky and saw that evening had already arrived on the local planet. It appeared that he had spent too much time in the materials warehouse. Is there anything important in my agenda for today? Vase asked. Jovi made a brief check. You have received hundreds of invitations from notable individuals and groups. They range from attending operas to attending an evening soiree organized by a notable mech designer of the mech supremacist faction. Given your habits, I believe you have no interest in attending any of these events. You guessed right. While I recognize the value of expanding my connections, I don't want to waste my time on building friendships with people who are of little use to me. If I can gain their cooperation through money or reputation alone, then it is redundant to win them over. Since that is the case, maybe it is better if you specify what you seek to gain during your visit to this central star node. You do not travel easily these days, so think about what you wish to do in the days you have left. I want to accomplish a lot of stuff while I am here. Vase said, it is just that I have grown so much as of late that a few of my plans have become redundant. Wait, I would like to have a good talk with the Red Fleet. Is Commander Zonrad Rees available? Let me see. He has been fighting for a promotion, and that will take up much of his time and attention while he is in this star system. Ah, he has just transmitted a message that states he is available, either in a private or official capacity. What are your intentions? I want to talk to the captain as a representative of the Red Fleet. Vase stated his request. If Captain Rees does not have enough authority to speak or negotiate on behalf of the RF, then tell him to bring a big shot who does possess this right. Are you planning to make a deal with the Red Fleet? Maybe. What's wrong, Jovi? You have just given them a bloody nose by almost completely invalidating the RF's vaunted starfighter corps. Many starfighter pilots or pilots in training have already committed to switching over. They are only waiting to get their hands on a yellow jacket. This transition period is most painful for the fleeters, because they do not know how many starfighter pilots will switch over to piloting Karman mechs when the opportunity arises. Vase couldn't help but smirk. If I was in their shoes, I would have drawn down the starfighter corps right away. Just keep enough of them around to maintain their numbers at the front lines, but pull the obsolete starfighters back as soon as enough Karman mechs arrive to take their place. That may very well be their plan. Whatever the case, you have become a controversial figure among the fleeters. It may not be the best idea to talk to them or negotiate a deal with them now that their emotions are still heated. I don't think the fleeters are as petty as you say. Vase retorted. Karman mechs have already become a reality. Their starfighters are already doomed. There is no use crying over spilt milk. The best way forward is to figure out a way to compete with the rising popularity of mechs. In the absence of anything better, I may be able to take part in their solution. Jovi clearly did not like it for Vase to get chummy with the fleeters. The survivalist still believed it was best for Vase to stick with the mechers and work together like always. However, Jovi did not have the power to stop Vase from talking to the Fleeters whenever he liked, so he reluctantly made the arrangements for a late-night meeting. Since you are meeting with the Fleeters on short notice, this can only be an informal gathering. This will make it more difficult to negotiate larger and more expensive deals. That is fine. An hour passed by before Vase entered the hotel. He and his entourage reached the top floor. Jovi stayed behind while Vase, Lucky and his guards, moved past the security checkpoint and entered an observation chamber that provided a striking view of the cityscape of the sprawling metropolis on Lorraine. Despite the short notice of this informal gathering, Vase successfully managed to secure a meeting with Chelsea Mealy, the head of the 7th Light Fleet. The two shook hands. "It is an honor to meet you in person. Please sit down and order any refreshments you like." As the two sat down and ordered their drinks, the RF Admiral reached into her pocket and carefully placed a heavy object onto the table. "What is this, Admiral? You should be able to recognize the appearance of an RF warship token. You already own 2 of them, after all. Have you forgotten the bounties that we have placed on the heads on phase lords and phase whales? It has taken time for us to complete the verification, attribution and settlement process, considering that multiple different parties worked together to eliminate 4 phase lords in the Mazeppan system, but we can finally award you the reward that you are due." Vase looked at the metal token that the RF awarded to him and his clan. As far as he knew, the loot and reward distribution had already taken place shortly after the Battle of Mazeppan came to a conclusion. The PPS and the remaining 5 phase water organs was supposed to be his reward. The value of those organs were so high that Vase would have chosen them over the right to field more warships. He never held any expectations of earning another RF warship token out of that effort. Was this the Red Fleet's attempt to get into his good graces? Chapter 6417 Red Fleet Turnaround. Vase looked down at the token. No matter whether the RF had been slow to process the attributions of the killing of several phase lords, or simply decided to use the last battle as an excuse to buy his favor, the actual reason was not important. A warship token was a warship token. Each medallion represented a legal right to own and field a warship. That was still an immensely rare and valuable privilege in the early years of the Age of Dawn. When Vase picked up the item, he quickly puzzled out the type of warships that he was allowed to own by owning this token. A light cruiser token. The female admiral, who was known to be a loyalist of Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle, nodded. "Nobody will agree to award you with 4 warship tokens or even a single heavy cruiser token. We must recognize the contributions of others as well. This is what your clan deserves after we have made a fair calculation of risks and rewards." "Is this the token that comes without any strings attached?" "Yes. This is an unrestricted version of a normal warship token. We have surrendered the right to conduct inspections on your ship and design. As long as you do not do anything egregious with your light cruiser, we will not be inclined to monitor your warship too closely. You also have a choice of receiving a restricted RF heavy cruiser token, but your prior decisions indicate that you would rather obtain this reward instead." "You are right," Vase said as he spun the token in his hands. "I don't like too many people snooping at my stuff. It is hard to avoid that these days, but that is not an excuse for me to grow complacent. Thank you for delivering this token to me. I do not have any plans to acquire and field a light cruiser at the moment, but I am sure I can find a shipyard that can build me a good ship. We have many shipyards. I own a few shipyards as well. I can handle it. I don't want to bother with your stuff. You have your way of doing things and I have my way of doing things. That is one of the subjects that we would like to discuss with you." Admiral Chelsea Mealy leaned forward over the table. "After recent events, the Red Admiralty is currently evaluating whether we need to step up our timetable and accelerate the pace of reforms. One of the proposals we are considering at the moment is to increase our acceptance of metaphysical phenomena. An example that we are particularly interested in are living warships. If you have plans to develop a living warship from the ground up, we would be glad to participate in your research. We can offer a large amount of experience and put our resources at your disposal. We only ask that you give us permission to make use of our shared work." Vase raised his eyebrow. He expected to hear an invitation like this, but not so soon. It appeared that his product reveal had caused the CFA to take him a lot more seriously than before. "While I do have plans to develop living warships for myself, I work best if I try to keep all of the work in-house." Vase steadily answered. "I am still a mech designer. I do not intend to devote too much time on developing living warships. The unique conditions that made it possible for me to turn the dominion of man alive are not replicable. I have to figure out an entirely different arrangement for more ordinary warships. We can help with that. No matter the stage of your research, we have highly competent scientists and naval engineers of our own. They may not possess the strange metaphysical strengths of high-ranking mech designers, but that does not mean that they are any less knowledgeable. Many people tended to underestimate the scientists and engineers of the fleeters, but that was a big mistake. The CFA and RF managed to rival the MTA in RA for so long that the two sides had to be comparable in strength and competence. The research capabilities of the fleeters may not be as flashy as their mecha counterparts, but they had become extremely good at developing powerful hulls and equipping them with cutting-edge technologies. Therefore, Vase truly felt the sincerity in Admiral Mealy's offer. He saw an opportunity to collaborate with the RF more closely and on a more permanent basis. This was a good way to balance out his overdependence on the Red Association. I am not principally opposed to further cooperation, Admiral. I just do not think I am ready to deliver a working example of a Karman warship SSO soon. I need to draft entirely new theories and test them out until I am sure that I have created a mature product. The problem is that you can't just build a random prototype warship where you can safely test your new works. The size difference between the two was numerous. Silence fell silent for a moment as the two took a few sips of their drinks. A surprisingly harmonious mood spread between the two. Even though they were far apart in everything, they both felt as if they could become good friends. Vase took this as an encouraging sign. The Red Fleet was so large that it was split up into multiple factions. No single group of fleeters could represent the majority. Admiral Mealy happened to be part of Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle's faction. They were most supportive of change and were eager to abandon old traditions that no longer made any anymore. That meant that if Vase wanted to establish any form of deep cooperation with the fleeters, he better win over Argyle's faction first. What they were asking for was too much. Vase could not pull a Karman dreadnought out of his head. Admiral Mealy needed to make other requests, ones that Vase could fulfill. The problem was that the RF did not really know what Vase was capable of in relation to starship design and construction. That did not mean that Admiral Mealy came unprepared. It would be an insult to her intelligence and the intelligence of her staff to be ignorant on basic information. We have studied what you have done in the last battle, the woman said in a steady tone. We have studied your decisive approach towards modifying and improvising weapons that exceed the normal standard. You have shown a capability to develop much stronger warship guns that can help us break through the firepower ceiling. It will not be mass-producible. Vase shook his head. At least not right away. You will have to wait until I have become a star designer to produce warship-grade guns that retain their special properties regardless of what I do to call for attention. After all, the rules of the warship industry were completely different than of the mech industry. Vase could not rely on the convenience of his design philosophy to mass-produce a completely reimagined version of a warship. We are hiring numerous new as well as experienced cultivators in our ranks. The RF Admiral whispered to Vase. The Second Main Fleet has already made series of discoveries and minor breakthroughs when facilitating their efforts into empowering our warships. Hiring outside cultivators, I bet that each of them won't mind it if they disappear and deter any pursuers from taking money in the same place. Admiral Mealy elegantly shook her head again. These cultivators have proven to be highly inconsistent, unreliable and far too unruly to control through normal means. Their power may have gotten to their heads. I am not surprised. Our race has long lived through many years as ordinary people. After a certain incident, the hired cultivators kept growing stronger, and started to exhibit extremely strong mood swings. Then you either contracted dubious cultists who did not truly understand their scriptures, or made a temporary deal with an extremist cult with very deviant beliefs. Be careful who you invite into your doors. One of the purposes of the Red Collective is to organize these messy cultivators, stuff them inside the sects that align with them the best and hope that they can develop stably and without interruption. The much older female admiral thought about the suggestion. In hindsight, our approach towards recruiting personnel that wish to become a part of the RF is less than ideal. We suffer from an inability to discern whether a claim is true or false. This slows down our rate of innovation and prevents us from obtaining tech that is equally as superior as that of the RA. If you can recognize that much, why not force a change? Vase inquired. That is what we have been doing for months or years. The Fleeter High Officer sighed. There are too many traditions and too much inertia holding us back. What we need is a shock such as the unveiling of a Karman version of a warship to convince every person that our circumstances have changed, and so should our policies. Is the opposition from the 5th Enforcement Fleet and allies too great? Yes, but they have reduced the pressure as of late. We believe that Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson and her supporters have reluctantly decided to stay more up to date with new developments. So what does this all mean for us? What do you propose we do, Admiral? Admiral Chelsea Mealy stared into Vess's eyes for a few seconds before she laid out her true proposal. What you have heard before is only a warm-up. What we truly want is for us to cooperate with you as a leader of the Red Collective. We plan to propose a joint development team or department within the fledgling organization that is responsible for researching and developing artifact warships. It should not be a research team that only investigates one avenue of empowering warships with cultivation science. It should comprehensively study how humans such as you and I can comprehensively enhance the performance of our warships. Vase looked a bit surprised. Can't you do that in-house, Admiral? I mean, warships are already your thing. That is how our R&D is supposed to progress, but our thinking is far too entrenched to take a more open-minded approach towards hyper-technology and e-technology. The older woman in uniform lamented. Think about how much progress we can make together, Professor Larkinson. Our best scientists and naval engineers are ready to cooperate with the cultivation scientists and other mystics that have mastered the more esoteric arts. We do not ascribe to the assumption that technology is diametrically opposed to magic. We believe that the two can be combined to produce synergies that we have never discovered before. Your Carmen mechs are the defining example of such a fusion. Vase understood what Admiral Chelsea Mealy truly wanted. She and the rest of her faction were tired of getting obstructed by the overly cautious and paranoid fleeters within the RF. Instead of further wasting their time on convincing unwilling fleeters to engage in more research in this direction, the more forward-thinking fleeters would rather start a new research operation in the Red Collective. The advantage of doing all of the more groundbreaking and radical research at the Red Collective was that it should be much easier to get stuff done. The RC would still be brand new, and Vase should have a massive influence in shaping people's attitudes towards combining cultivation science with naval engineering. The biggest disadvantages to this were that it would enrage a lot of people within the RF, and that it would be difficult to keep this valuable research confidential. Nonetheless, Vase could actually see this plan work out well. There were fleeters that sought to produce true change, and if they could not find it within the RF, then maybe the RC would be able to give them a better result. Vase actually found this proposal to be valuable to him as well. The Red Collective and by extension himself be able to harvest all of the R&D gains from this joint research initiative. This was like gaining an inside track in the most cutting-edge research projects of the Red Fleet. Chapter 6418 Simple Math. Vase had to admit that the layout presented by Admiral Chelsea Mealy sounded brilliant. The more ardent reformists within the Red Fleet had to overcome the more strident resistance from the traditionalists within their ranks. While the changes wrought by the Age of Dawn had forced the fleeters to embrace a certain degree of change, the traditionalists still wanted to stick to their old doctrines that had served them well for centuries. Part of it was because of genuine belief in the superiority of their old tradition. The mentality of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, tended to prevail much more often in naval organizations. This was rather understandable as mistakes concerning warships not only led to a huge amount of wasted resources, but also risked the lives of thousands of crew members. However, Red humanity no longer lived during the placid and stable days of the Age of Mechs. External enemies in the form of the native aliens of the Red Ocean constantly pressed Red humanity's frontlines. The existing solutions still worked, but many people started to doubt whether sticking to tradition was enough to prevail over the foreign enemies. The traditionalists did not necessarily object to technological development. The CFA and now the RF still needed to rely on stronger warships to keep up with the pace of their rivals and enemies. However, what the traditionalists rejected was radical change to the point of turning the Red Fleet into a drastically different organization. The fleeters took a lot of pride in their identity as the most rational protectors of the human race. Unlike the Mechers who invested all of their power into unfathomably intelligent star designers and mentally ill god pilots, the fleeters consisted entirely of ordinary humans that represented the apex of the race that ascended from old Earth and continued to bring the best out of their humble biological origins. The Red Fleet is filled with old traditionalists who believe in their mission to protect the safety and purity of the human race, Admiral Mealy said as she rose up from her seat and moved over to the window showing the expansive cityscape of the planet of Lorraine. They reject the foreign and the unknown. They abhor science and technology that does not fit into the conventional frameworks that our race has built up over millennia. They believe that humans can defeat any adversary by investing their strength in conventional technology alone. It has worked out for them in the past. They believe that they can repeat their success. Vase furrowed his brows. That sounds like a stupid approach from my perspective. The Age of Dawn has introduced us to the wonders of E-energy radiation. Surely they aren't close-minded enough to ignore all of the benefits brought by hyper-technology and E-technology. The traditionalists within the RF do recognize the potential of these new branches of technology, but they also acknowledge the immense risks and danger they pose. What distinguishes reformers from traditionalists is the extent to which they are willing to explore the more unconventional and less precise applications of these promising fields of technology. That is far too cautious of an approach if you ask me, Admiral. Don't they recognize the obvious strengths of a Karman dreadnought like the Dominion of Man? We drew different conclusions from our examination of the transformed God ship, Professor Larkinson. Reformers such as myself see them as the future direction of warship development and the only means to keep up with the times. We no longer care about the process all that much anymore. We only care about the results. If we have to dance naked in a circle in order to make our warships 20% more powerful, then we will do so without bothering to figure out why it works. We live in a time of crisis. Your approach does not sound ideal, but as long as it keeps us all alive, it is better than nothing, Vase evaluated. Not every fleeter is willing to embrace the unknown. The traditionalists within our ranks see the risks and instability of the Dominion of Man as potential threats. The ship may be abnormally strong, but our complete inability to grasp the esoteric powers and theory behind her mystical workings is seen as a critical vulnerability that can plunge the Red Fleet into ignorance and superstition. They fear that we may lose what makes us rational humans, and turn us into a warship-based version of the Red Fleet and the Red Collective. Red humanity will lose its only sober-minded and purely human guardian if that is the case. This is a doom scenario to those who commit to the causes of human purity and human enlightenment. This actually sounded a lot more noble than Vase initially thought. While he belonged to the opposite camp, he could not fault the traditionalists for putting their ideals above their own interests and fighting for causes they consider righteous. Vase could not even deny that they had a point. E-energy was an inherently fuzzy and chaotic source of power. It promised to bestow humans with great might, but also greater tragedies. I think I get it, Admiral Mealy. The traditionalists ideally want to stick with reliable, fully understood conventional technology where 2 plus 2 will always equal 4. At most, they may tolerate a small level of uncertainty that always comes with hyper-technology in order to boost their warships to a controllable degree. 2 plus 2 plus x will equal 4 plus x, where x can range from -0.5 to plus 2. Perhaps these cautious but confident fleeters believe that as long as they can push their solution close to 5, they can vanquish the native aliens. It takes far more than a sum of 5 to overcome the massive disadvantages subjected to our side in the Red War. The RF Admiral crossed her arms. If we work with the oversimplified model that you have just constructed, reformers such as myself believe we need to attain a score greater than 8 in order to gain the upper hand in the Red War. Nothing the traditionalists prefer to do will get us anywhere close to that sum. We not only need to resort to more controllable measures encapsulated by X, but also more radical applications denoted by Y, which can range from -5 to +5. The formula that we prefer to use therefore resembles 2 plus 2 plus X plus Y. This was a much more volatile approach. The sum could reach an astonishing figure of 11 in the absolute best-case scenario, but could also plunge to a terrible low of -1.5 in the absolute worst-case scenario. If everything worked out the way the reformers hoped, Red humanity would probably be able to launch a successful counterattack against the native aliens and completely conquer the Red Ocean within a single generation. If the risks taken by the reformers blew up in their faces, then Red humanity would probably lose all of its territory and go extinct. The worst part about this deplorable outcome was that humans essentially defeated themselves, thereby saving the native aliens a lot of trouble. Given these realities, Vase understood quite well why the traditionalists rejected the huge uncertainties and risky gambles that came with experimenting with more alien and esoteric forms of technology. I think that one of the key deciding factors of choosing one's preferred approach is determining the difficulty of defeating our enemies. Vase said, that not only includes the native aliens in front of our face, but also the more powerful aliens that may be able to reach our dwarf galaxy one day. Given what we know, I find it extremely short-sighted to stick to conventional human tech when its limits are so low. Don't they realize that they are underestimating the alien threat? Admiral Mealy responded with a grim smile. That is what bothers us so much about the traditionalists. We are not working with the same numbers. They underestimate the alien threat and overestimate the strength of conventional human technology. Call them optimistic if you like, but they are more willing to believe in their own calculations. It has worked out for them once before. Humans managed to climb out of the threat of assimilation or extinction during the Age of Stars and kicked off the most glorious expansion of our race during the Age of Conquest. Are those fleeters ignorant of the true history of our civilization? As far as I know, the Five Scrolls Compact controlled humanity behind the scenes. Those crazy cultivators must have used their strange powers to stack the deck in humankind's favor. I think that is the case as well, but the records of those historic periods are biased and incomplete. Nobody can determine how extensively humanity was able to conquer half of the Milky Way by relying on our cunning and rapid technological adaptations alone, or if the aid of powerful cultivators working in the shadow proved indispensable. That has led to different factions and ideologies choosing the answers that best fit their desires as opposed to the actual truth. Vase scoffed when he heard that. This was a typical human habit. I think I understand better now why you want to divert so much naval-related R&D to the Red Collective. The Red Fleet may be changing, but it isn't doing so fast enough to accept the necessity of investing research into why. Only the Collective is open-minded enough to tolerate all of the uncertainty and danger surrounding why. I can accept that. The only issue is, why should the RC bear all of the risks and the consequences of failure, while your RF gets to keep its hands clean and reap all of the potential rewards? The proposed cooperation sounded good, but Vase could recognize the trap inherent in the scheme. Letting the RC take point into this risky line of research meant that the latest super organization would bear all of the blame if anything went wrong. The RF on the other hand could pretend to be completely clueless and innocent of any guilt. This was despite the fact that the fleeters actively shared their knowledge base and loaned their scientists and naval engineers to the RC. The dynamic of the conversation had changed. Now that Vase explicitly started negotiations, the RF admiral had to follow suit and put herself on the opposite side. Might I remind you that the Red Collective does not have any strong armed forces of its own. It must rely entirely on the forces loaned by us and the Mechers to protect and enforce its own interests. It is in your best interest to not only strengthen the warships protecting the RC, but also convert our more skeptical fleeters of the benefits of your more promising technologies. Vase leaned back on his seat. That may be true, but you stand to benefit a lot more than us. Any technological breakthrough will not only strengthen the warships seconded to us, but also the ones that remain in the command of your powerful warfleets. I will not accept an outcome where the RC is reduced to a special projects research division of the RE. What do you propose then, Professor? If you want to muster the full enthusiasm of our cultivation scientists in your warship projects, then give us the right to own and field our own creations. Only when we can build up our own fleets consisting of these newfangled, artifact warships, will we be motivated to cooperate with your naval engineers with full sincerity. Also, I expect that we will need a lot of help from your RF. You must agree to send us lots of consultants that can help us set up our own naval organizations and organize our own warfleets. We may never be able to match the professionalism of the Red Fleet, but we should at least be competent enough to fight the native aliens without issue. Training and consulting can be arranged, but our Red Fleet is short of qualified manpower. Chapter 6419. Zooming out, Vase and Admiral Chelsea Mealy did not negotiate for too long. One of the issues that hindered them from going too much into detail was that neither of them knew how much actual decision-making power Vase would gain over the RC. Since all of this remained unclear, the secret agreement that Vase drafted with Admiral Mealy would remain mostly informal until he gained the authority needed to put it into action. Still, it was quite advantageous for Vase to form an understanding with the Red Fleet. The distance between him and the fleeters instantly became reduced now that he had shown his willingness to cooperate with the RF and vice versa. Aside from trying to negotiate more benefits for the RF, Vase also made sure to convince the fleeters to give him and the Larkinson clan additional privileges. This would work out in various ways, from the Larkinsons being able to earn warship tokens with less effort to obtaining more technical support when developing new warships. The fleeters, or at least the reformers among them, would naturally get what they wanted as well. No matter what position Vase attained in the Red Collective, he would use his authority and his political capital to strive for greater cooperation with the Red Fleet. Making sure that the RC established the so-called Artifact Warship Department was the minimum requirement that Vase had to meet in order to unlock subsequent forms of cooperation. If he was not able to accomplish this basic demand, then the fleeters would no longer deem him qualified to work together. All in all, Vase and the reformers among the Red Fleet shared enough goals in common to forge a promising alliance. Even if this cooperation contradicted the interests of the Red Association, Vase didn't care. He appreciated the Mechers, but not enough to consider himself to be a part of their ilk. That made his dealings with the fleeters more important. Only when he was able to take advantage of both groups and play them against each other would he be able to maintain a state of relative independence. As Vase shook Admiral Mealy's flawless hand, he made one additional inquiry. "By the way, I have heard that Captain Zonrad Rees is being considered for promotion at the moment." The woman looked slightly surprised that he would bring this topic up. "That is true. Captain Rees is one of my subordinates, so I am well aware of his case. He has made invaluable contributions, but he has also acted less than properly, and not only once. Archie values him highly, but any promotion of flag rank cannot only be determined through merit and key performance indicators alone. We have convened a board to discuss and cast our verdict on his complex case." That sounded rather concerning. Sigrund was the only fleeter that Vase truly knew and trusted. The higher the secret owl's rank within the hierarchy of the Red Fleet, the more Vase could take advantage of the situation. "Will it help if I put in a good word for Captain Rees?" Vase asked. "He has been a great liaison to me so far. He not only taught me that there is a lot of goodwill within the RF, but he is also highly competent in science and engineering, particularly in the fields of software and automation. I can easily foresee a future where we can collaborate together on projects that can benefit both my clan as well as the Red Fleet." The older woman registered Ves's clear preference towards working with the current captain of the Babylon excavator. "Your endorsement does help to sway my opinion, but it may be counterproductive if I pass it along to the other members of the board. Not every fleeter sees you as an ally. I can only give you a tentative promise that I will see what I can do. If the captain receives a promotion, he shall obtain command over a small squadron that will be assigned to your protection. I appreciate the help." After surviving the Battle of Mazepin, Vase no longer felt as annoyed at being protected by the forces of the Red Two. He could think about surrounding himself with powerful protectors from the Larkinson clan after he built up a strong and robust first-class mech force, not before. He retired for the night now that he had concluded his meeting with the Admiral from the Red Fleet. On the morning of the next day, Vase ate a meaningless breakfast while Gavin presented his itinerary for the day. "The founding ceremony of the Red Collective will commence in 2 days. We must use the time we have left to increase your popularity and leave no doubt who must lead the upper council," the personal assistant stated. "To that end, I have taken the initiative to accept interviews from over a dozen different publications. Each of them are able to reach a different audience, and put emphasis on different topics. As long as you handle the interviews well, you will be able to give much of the public a preview of where you will lead the Red Collective if you are in charge. Since you are not a full-time politician, I do not advise you to lie or try to take multiple stances on the same issue. You will not be able to execute such advanced operations well enough to fool the public. I think you are underestimating my eloquence." Vase grumbled. "Still, I will follow your advice, if only because I cannot be bothered with political nonsense." Gavin gave Vase a reassuring smile. "As long as you maintain consistency in your stances and offer a compelling narrative that can win over the support of a large proportion of the people, you should be able to strengthen your legitimacy within the Red Collective. Aside from going on a press tour, you should also meet with your constituents, shall we say. You are the man of the hour at the moment, so you should be able to drop by any establishment and talk with the people who live, work or visit over there. This is not only a good opportunity to show that you care about the common folk that form the backbone of your political support, but also open yourself up to feedback from humans that you normally do not come into contact with. It is an excellent way to prevent yourself from becoming out of touch with ordinary civilians." That sounded too much like what a slimy politician would do. At the very least, Vase did not feel enthused about visiting meaningless places and holding useless talks with random people. "I don't entirely like it, but I trust you enough to know what is best. As long as it increases my chances of successfully claiming the seat of the chief counselor of the upper council, I will put my best face forward and act like it matters." That caused Gavin to pause and stare directly at Vase. "You do care, right? Have you lost your empathy somewhere during your attempt to climb up the ladder?" That was not a simple question to answer. Vase initially wanted to brush off this question by telling Gavin what he wanted to hear, but it would be unfair and unwise to act dismissively towards a trusted advisor and confidant. Vase briefly thought about how his thinking towards the common folk had changed over the years. I think I am becoming more like the high and mighty figures that I used to curse back when I was a simple apprentice or journeyman. He honestly admitted, I think this is an unstoppable trend. The higher I climb, the more responsibilities I assume. I am no longer charged with the protection of just my clan. I also hold a lot of responsibility towards our entire civilization. When you constantly have to think about how my actions affect the well-being of an entire population, it is very hard for me to care or spend any moment of my time on the plight of individual citizens. So you have lost perspective. I wouldn't necessarily say that, Gavin. A better way to describe it is that my perspective has zoomed out. I have given up on caring about individual citizens, but have gained a lot more perspective towards the overall state and well-being of humanity as a whole. I do not think this is a bad trade, as I can do a lot of good stuff that can benefit our entire race. The release of my Carmen Mechs is a fantastic example of this. I can still improve the lives of ordinary people through my work. I just work at an entirely different scale nowadays. His assistant thought over Ves's words. I understand what you mean. As your assistant, I am also faced with similar issues. The messages that I pass on to you can change the course of history by influencing your perception and decision-making. It is not easy to hold this responsibility, especially after my most recent augmentation. It takes much more conscious effort to remind me that real people become affected by my work. Vase shrugged. Enough about this. Let's get back to business. I can understand the need for publicity stunts, but we also need to meet with the representatives of important stakeholders. I have already won the fleeters, or at least a faction of them, over to my side. I should also meet with other groups. At the very least, I need to meet with a representative of the hunting association before the date of the founding ceremony. Has there been any progress with arranging a meeting with those hunting addicts? I do not think it is wise to speak of the hunters in disparaging terms, boss. As for a meeting, I have successfully managed to arrange a relatively short appointment with a vice director of the regional headquarters of the HA after serious difficulty. The HA is not too enthused about opening up a dialogue with you at the moment. The hunters are probably annoyed at my incessant complaints about their ambivalent stance towards the Red Collective. They probably know that I want to meet with them in order to find a resolution to this ongoing issue. You do know that they will not bow down to you, right? Gavin asked. The hunting association has the backing of a powerful god pilot. It does not need to rely on any other shelter in order to do well. As long as the hunters have no strong incentive to submit to the Red Collective, they will continue to act on their own regardless of what we think. Vase briefly frowned. Don't rule me out yet. I just need to talk to someone important enough within the hunting association to gain a chance to turn this situation around. Now that I am fresh off my latest product reveal, the hunters should have a considerably higher respect towards me than before. As far as I know, many hunters are norms who can only effectively enjoy their hunts by relying on their bodies and personal equipment alone. Now that they can pilot Carmen Mechs, a lot more hunters can tackle the biggest and most prestigious prey. They should owe a lot of gratitude towards me for giving them this gift. Vase needed to enter the hunting association's headquarters and personally gauge people's gratitude towards him. The more they respected and admired him for giving them a way to pilot a real mech, the more leverage he obtained. This should at least soften the estrangement between Vase and the hunting association and open up tentative new possibilities for cooperation where there was previously none. As much as the hunters revered the beliefs of the huntsman, the god pilot was not the one that bestowed them with the capacity to pilot Carmen Mechs. Vase was the person responsible for bestowing them with this precious gift. The implication here was that Vase should deserve the same respect as the huntsman. Chapter 6420A Diplomatic Test. Vase did the obligatory press tour. His heart was not in it, but he entertained a lot of interviewers and patiently answered their questions despite how repetitive and stupid they became. Vase did not try to pull off anything fancy. Creating and publishing his first set of Carmen Mechs was the greatest public relations move that he could make. All he needed to do was to show that he could be more than the father of Carmen Mechs. By elucidating the public with his viewpoints and proving that he possessed the right attitude towards public service, Vase hoped to establish himself as a leader who could be relied upon, especially during this time of crisis. By presenting a more mature and responsible version of himself, Vase shed off the vestiges of his more youthful self and made himself appear as if he deserved a place alongside wise and much older leaders. Of course, Vase made sure not to go too far in playing a role that was different from his true self. He still retained his eccentricities and distinctive beliefs that did not match mainstream beliefs, but he tempered them so that his weirdness did not present a disharmonious image. When he was not sitting down in order to participate in another widely broadcast interview, Vase was visiting factories, stores, gardens, universities and other places where people gathered. His armored transport and heavy escort flew across much of the surface of Lorena in order to visit the places that Gavin and his staff had carefully selected. Vase had to admit that the visits had been mildly fruitful towards him. He never visited these places in person. First-raters may enjoy a much higher level of prosperity than other humans, but they had their own fair share of struggles. The economic pressure of living in Xianxia was enormous. High taxes, high fees, a huge number of competitors willing to take the jobs of existing workers and a high degree of overpopulation made it difficult to enjoy any peace and relaxation in this star system. Yet despite those difficulties, people still fought to obtain permanent residence in Xianxia. As one of the few central star nodes that was directly managed by the Red Association and the Red Fleet, it was one of the safest places for humans to live. In fact, Bridgehead 1 was supposed to be safer, but had become isolated from the rest of human society due to the machinations of the Red Cabal. The surprise attack on Bridgehead 1 should have caused people's confidence in the safety of other central star nodes to drop, but that did not really happen. People had a lot of faith in the ability of Red 2 to properly guard their remaining centers of civilization from similar ploys. All of this meant that Xianxia had gathered much of the smartest, most talented and most hard-working first-raters in the Red Ocean. Since the Sapphire of the Red Ocean also attracted a lot of Terran and Rubarthan citizens, the Central Star Node had access to a much wider manpower pool than other places. Of course, the Terrans and Rubarthans normally preferred to avoid any direct contact with each other. They deliberately set up their own city quarters and city districts where they could group together and preserve their own culture and customs. Vase happened to get along well with people of any state. No matter whether they were Terran, Rubarthan or a citizen of a smaller first-rate state, he enjoyed universal respect from all of them due to his massive contributions to society. The Terrans almost considered him to be one of them due to the fact that he had taken up residence in New Constantinople. The Rubarthans conspicuously dug up the Rubarthan origins of his Larkinson lineage and treated him as the descendant of an exile that had more than earned the right to regain his Rubarthan citizenship with honor. Others drew upon his origins from the Bright Republic to consider him to be a fellow third-rater, while another group of people concluded from the fact that the Larkinson clan mostly consisted of second-raters that Vase was actually one of them as well. Visit after visit, Vase grew bemused by how hard people tried to twist the facts just so that they could claim that he was one of them. The fact that was all built on a kernel of truth just so happened to make their theories convincing enough to pass muster. Though the constant visits and interviews started to wear him down on a mental level, he nonetheless felt he had developed a genuine connection with the people of Xianxia and human-occupied space as a whole. Vase had the illusion that he had sublimated as a politician. He not only felt a greater sense of responsibility to stand up for the interests of ordinary people, but also considered himself to be guardian of their prosperity and well-being. Of course, he also enjoyed the idea that he could practically ask them to do anything on his behalf. He had no idea whether he would be able to retain this supreme power, but it was nice to be able to use it as a threat against his political opponents. Though Vase had grown weary by the end of this expansive public relations tour, Gavin sounded highly optimistic about the gains they made. Your approval rating has risen. Less people see any problem of allowing you to ascend to high office despite your relative young age and lacking experience. Now that they have seen the current version of yourself show care and attention to the needs of the common folk, they are more willing to elevate you than more seasoned politicians. Vase laid back on a lounge chair while nursing his slightly aching head. What does this all mean to me, Gavin? It means that anyone who wants to stop you from becoming the chief counselor of the upper council of the Red Collective has virtually little chance of succeeding. The personal assistant grinned like a shark. In order to deny you this seat, your opponents must be able to recommend another candidate that possesses superior qualifications. There are plenty of individuals who desire to become the inaugural chief counselor of one of the most powerful organizations of Red humanity. No matter whether they are statesmen, businessmen, mech designers or naval officers, none of them can beat your unique combination of massive contributions paired with level of empathy towards the people at the bottom. Vase looked dubiously at Gavin. I thought I already confessed to you that I don't really care about the plight of individual people anymore. Well, You have done a good job at pretending that you still do, boss. At least, the fact that you used to start close to the bottom of human civilization and worked your way up step by step at least meant you lived among ordinary folk for an awfully long time. The vast majority of big shots cannot say the same. They are all elite first-raters who grew up in palaces or country estates. They cannot hold a normal conversation with an ordinary worker to save their life. You are different. Your plain diction alone distinguishes you from all of those upper-born snobs. Vase could see what his assistant meant. He climbed up the hierarchy way too quickly, which prevented him from assimilating into the more refined half of society. He never really cared about this stuff in the first place. He always considered himself to be a mech designer first, and he had learned that the best way that a man of his profession communicated with others was through his mech designs. In that sense, designing and releasing the yellow jackets to the public accomplished far more than any lengthy speech from a politician. Vase had proven with his deeds and actions that he could genuinely make people's lives better. This was his greatest strength, and one that no smooth talker could ever match. Okay, enough flattery, Vase said as he wanted to move on with business. Let's talk about my upcoming meeting. What do you know about the guy who I am about to meet? The vice director of the regional headquarters that you are scheduled to meet is an old and retired professional hunter called Talos Redmond. Gavin recited the intelligence collected about the man. He is known to be a hardcore hunter and a staunch traditionalist, so much so that he often gets in the way of other leaders within the hunting association. He is one of the difficult people to persuade on anything. The Ha is definitely making life more difficult for you by deliberately having you negotiate with such a stubborn old fool. Great. This was yet another calculated snub from the hunting association. Couldn't these guys act normal for once? Does he still hunt? He does. Redmond is over 200 years old, but still goes out to complete his own hunts now and then. According to our intelligence, he takes every vacation opportunity that he can get to travel to a nearby hunting preserve and go out in the wild to complete a solo hunt. He is one of the types that likes to enter a jungle with nothing but clothes and other essential survival gear such as a breather mask if necessary. He doesn't necessarily go out to hunt the most deadly prey. The vice director finds greater enjoyment in hunting elusive prey by taking them down with bows and arrows that he crafted from the land, or by setting up ingenious traps that could take his targets down in a brilliant fashion. The stories that Gavin shared about Vice Director Redmond painted the picture of an utterly bewildering old man. This guy willingly abandoned the comforts of civilization and embraced savagery just to make his hunts more exciting and authentic. His advanced age may have caused his fitness to drop from its peak a long time ago, but the man relished the opportunity to fell his prey through trickery and cunning instead. Vase already started to feel his headache growing stronger as he struggled to figure out how to develop a connection with such a savage figure. Maybe I should cancel this meeting. Don't. There is always a chance, boss. Suspending the meeting will be seen as a show of weakness. You absolutely cannot afford to do that during this politically sensitive period of time. You need to see this meeting through and come out strong enough to prove to all of the spies and secret observers that you can hold your own in front of a powerful rival or adversary. You can consider this one of the annoying tests that you have been complaining about as of late. Great, really great. A test is the last thing I want to hear about. Vase groaned. Now that Gavin mentioned it, Vase could already recognize that it was likely true. The huntsman himself may have decided to give Vase a diplomatic challenge, just to see whether he could overcome it with his dignity intact. If Vase failed to handle himself properly during this difficult talk, then that would obviously cause the people above his head to silently lower their evaluation of himself. Though Vase felt so frustrated about these games that he felt the urge to flip the board out of rage, he held in his emotions and tried to be more rational about this affair. There were far more advantages than disadvantages if he agreed to play along. If he was not strong enough to become a chess player, then he better do a good job as a chess piece. His time would come sooner or later. Ascending to high office at the Red Collective was the first major step of this ambitious plan. He could exercise a lot more power and influence once his appointment turned into reality. Gavin, please help me with ideas on how I can possibly connect to this old vice director. I refuse to believe I cannot persuade this guy to embrace a mutually beneficial agreement. Chapter 6421 The Hunting Association Conundrum. When Vase stepped out of his armored transport, he looked up at the regional headquarters of the Hunting Association. The architecture of the structure stood out from the rest of the urban sprawl. Whereas most structures tended to favor clean lines, ultra-modernity and strong metallic materials, the regional headquarters looked like an aged and ancestral tribal stronghold. The use of ochre tints, tribal and animalistic architectural details and other anachronisms gave the regional HQ building a distinctly savage and aggressive vibe. This was a pretty blunt and obvious way for the Hunting Association to convey its stance upon society. It refused to conform to the prevailing standards of human civilization. Instead, just the god pilot who founded it, the Hunting Association explicitly sought to impose its own order onto its sphere of influence. While the HA did not harbor any apparent ambitions to become a hegemon of red humanity, it nonetheless claimed complete dominion over the increasingly more important activity of hunting. The hunters selfishly refused any other group from encroaching upon their territory, whether it was the Mechers or the Fleeters. Any affair relating to the hunting and population management of wild exo-beasts on different planets must fall under the jurisdiction of the Hunting Association. While the rapidly rising organization provided a valuable public service to red humanity as a whole, the problem was that the masses never had a proper say in the founding and the legislation of the current iteration of the Hunting Association. This was in complete contrast to the Red Collective, which came about due to meeting the overwhelming demand of red humanity. The Interim Leadership Council gathered representatives from both the lower and upper segments of the population in order to ensure that the new super-organization properly conveyed the will of a broad swath of society. In contrast, the huntsmen took over an old hunting organization and completely reformed it to undertake a responsibility designated by the god pilot himself. At most, other hunters fleshed out the rules and regulations of the Hunting Association and set up all of the planetary branches, but nobody had any illusions that it served as the personal arm of a single god pilot. That ruffled a lot of feathers. God pilot or not, there were still many people who objected to abuses of power and acts of tyranny. If one god pilot was allowed to run roughshod over the prevailing rules of the game, what about the next one? Would every god pilot be permitted to ignore proper procedures and civilized conventions from now on? Would the huntsman's selfish and willful actions set a precedent that allowed any god pilot to act like a warlord? Many people had different opinions on this increasingly more concerning matter. Though Vase was supposed to belong to the law and order camp due to his involvement in the orderly process to create the Red Collective, the reality was that he favored the other side instead. His life and work experiences had jaded him to the power of the masses. Most people were powerless to change the big picture. They lacked the voice, the capital and the strength necessary to force a change that was significant enough to alter the trajectory of human civilization. Only the high-tier galactic citizens broke through the threshold of anonymity and possessed the power to change the course of human history. In a time of peace, it may be more acceptable to listen to the voices of the common folk in order to maintain stability and improve everyone's way of life, but the problem was that those times were gone. In a time where red humanity lost a lot of star systems and was on the verge of losing more precious territories, martial law trumped any civil law, survival had to be prioritized at all costs. If a few human rights had to be trampled to save the continued existence of humans in the Red Ocean, then so be it. Keeping the greatest protectors of human civilization happy was a much greater priority than ensuring that the common folk had a say in how their society should be run. Vase did not set the rules. He could only choose to stay out of this new and sordid game, or take active part in it. There was no other choice. He chose to be proactive and take part in the game. He did not reject the trend of warlordism, but treated it as an inevitability. The best he could do was to maneuver through all of the obstacles and establish himself as a warlord in his own right. Even his attempts to get appointed to high office in the Red Collective was nothing but a transition vehicle as far as he was concerned. Vase never really cared about the position and title of chief counselor in the first place. He mainly regarded it as a launching pad to build up his own power base and form his own private kingdom of sorts. A chief counselor could always lose his title and associated authority, but no one could take away the forces that solely pledged their loyalty to him rather than the Red Collective. In any case, if Vase wanted to build up a power base that was strong enough to hold its own in the Red Ocean, he still needed to borrow the enormous authority and privileges afforded to a leader of the Red Collective. How he dealt with the problem posed by the Hunting Association would affect a lot of his future plans. He did not stand to lose everything if he failed to win over the stubborn hunters, but it would be a lot harder for him to get stuff done with a failure on his record. Vase briefly thought back on his strategy session with Gavin. You cannot afford to go into this meeting with the Hunting Association by relying on your weaknesses. You need to rely on your strengths instead. What do you mean by that, Gavin? You always tell everyone that you are a mech designer, and a damn good one at that. Why not try to make use of that? Instead of trying to win over the hunters with empty words, maybe you can win them over by presenting them with a mech that they cannot resist. That actually sounded like a good idea. Vase thought about it for a moment, but then recalled the personality of the vice director that he was supposed to meet. I don't think this approach will work out as well as you think. He sighed. A lot of people have taken a liking for my living mechs and especially my Carmen mechs, but this Talos Redmond figure is one of those Puritan hunter types. He is the sort that disdains the use of advanced technology to hunt down prey. I can already predict that his attitude towards converting ordinary hunters into Carmen mech pilots will cause him to blow up in my face. It is as if the Hunting Association has already anticipated this strategy in advance and sought to strangle it in its cradle. The hunters may present themselves as savage and uncouth, but anyone who assumed they were stupid was making a big mistake. Gavin still maintained a lot of confidence in his superior. I do not have any brilliant ideas to share with you. I still believe you can do it. You always do. Nobody truly dislikes mechs. I am sure you can come up with a good solution one way or another. It has always been your style to win people over by presenting them with the mechs that they need or appeal to them the most. It is impossible for the hunters to have no desires. As long as they are human enough to possess their own wants and needs, there is always an opportunity to sell them a product that they initially did not know they needed. Your job is to identify a problem that poses a struggle to hunters, and offer them a solution that they cannot resist. That is easier said than done. Vase scoffed at the time. As far as I know, the hunters aren't really short on anything. Their numbers are sufficient, their presence across human-occupied space is ubiquitous and the profit they earn is more than enough to cover for all of their expenses. Perhaps their only major shortcoming is that their hunters aren't doing enough to fight against the native aliens, but that can be excused by the fact that they are doing a good job in culling the increasingly more threatening exo-beasts that are rapidly evolving on untamed planets. One of the reasons why the leaders of Red Humanity chose to tolerate the Hunting Association was because it lifted an important problem off their hands. As long as the Hunting Association properly managed all of the planets with an abundant amount of wildlife, no powerful calamity beasts or speculative god beasts could emerge and destroy any local population centers. Wait a minute, Vase suddenly came up with an interesting idea. It was just a tentative idea, not a complete mech concept or mech design, but it might just be attractive enough to break through the Hunting Association's reticence. Gavin grinned when he saw that Vase apparently gained inspiration again. That's it. This is what you are good at. Even if you end up failing, at least you tried your best. Now go ahead and catch your ride. You do not have much time before the meeting is scheduled to begin. Back in the present, Vase and his guards entered the regional headquarters of the HA. The workers inside did not dare to neglect their important guest and led him straight up to the top floor. Once the visitors passed through another door, they entered a large office that also doubled as a trophy room. Hunters often like to show off their proudest hunts. The preserved heads of all manner of exo-beasts lined the wall. Talons, teeth, skulls and other nasty remains did a good job of conveying the lethality of the natural weapons at the disposal of the hunted prey. On another wall hung an impressive display of firearms. The majority of them consisted of old but very artfully made old-fashioned slug throwers. The pistols and rifles possessed limited power and ammunition capacity, which forced their users to accurately target a resilient exobeast's weak points in order to secure a kill. Locked in a large and transparent display case set before this wall was a large amount of melee weapons. Swords, spears, knives and axes made predominantly out of bright and polished metal gleamed in the light. Each of them conveyed the sense that they had managed to shed the blood and claimed the life of at least one exo-beast. Gathering so many hunting weapons together caused the entire collection to convey a subtle sense of threat. The man who sat behind the desk that was apparently carved from the tusk of a large exo-beast exuded a greater sense of threat. It was quite subtle, but the man clearly possessed an edge that had taken the lives of hundreds if not thousands of exo-beasts, none of them weaker than an armed human soldier. This was a man who devoted himself to hunting long before all of the possibilities of the Age of Dawn became available. That seemed to matter a lot. The vice director had not gone on too many valid hunts since the start of the New Age, but the strength and power he exuded far exceeded the level of a typical hunter who regularly went into the wild to claim the lives of challenging beasts. That only left one possibility to Vase. Talos Redmond received the personal favor of the huntsman. The god pilot paid special attention to this old man and bestowed him with far greater power than usual. If this was the case, then there was a large chance that the vice director possessed a much closer relationship with the god pilot than anticipated. Talking to Redmond was almost as good as talking to the huntsman himself. Chapter 6422 Vice Director Talos Redmond. As Vase sat down on the slightly uncomfortable chair placed before the desk made out of a bone from an exo-beast that the vice director must have hunted himself, he decided to take the initiative. There was a risk to speaking first and trying to dictate the rhythm of the conversation, but Vase judged that he could not afford to fall into his counterpart's rhythm instead. Vice Director Talos Redmond. Vase spoke up first. You already know who I am, so let's skip the introductions. Let me be honest with you. I do not want to be here, yet I am compelled by circumstances to pay a visit to your office. You guys know damn well what you have been doing all of this time, and I do not like to deal with the obstructions that you have caused. I am here because I still see a chance that the Red Collective and the Hunting Association can see eye to eye with each other. Before I invest further time and effort into this conversation, I would like a straight answer from you. Are you willing to talk about it, or have you already made your decision before I entered your office? The direct and unconventional approach taken by Vase seemed to throw the highly experienced hunter off guard. The old man who bore obvious muscles beneath his brown hunting suit looked at Vase in a much different light than before. The badges and small trophies that hung on his suit added an air of distinction and accomplishment to the hunter. Even though Vase was pretty sure that he could beat Talos Redmond in a contest of pure strength, the hunter still gave off much more threat than Vase had ever encountered from a human without a mech or warship at his disposal. That was quite impressive to say the least. The Hunting Association had already made a lot of progress in raising cultivators, who gained so much combat power that they could even fight against mechs under specific conditions. If these hunters were able to amass so much power by practicing the hunter's code, what use did they have for mechs? Did Vase have a realistic chance of winning the hunters over by sticking to his chosen strategy of approaching this challenge as a mech designer? Although Vase started to entertain a lot of doubts, he did his best not to let his mental turmoil affect his composure. Now that he was here, it was too late to reconsider. He could only grit his teeth and persist in the strategy that gave him the greatest amount of confidence. The vice director looked at Vase with undisguised amusement. As much as he was famed for employing trickery and deception to hunt down exo-beasts that were much larger and more powerful than him, he was not known to be a person who employed the same methods towards his fellow humans. Of course, any politician who thought they could pull off a scheme against Talos Redmond would learn quite quickly that this hunter was not incapable of dealing with sophisticated ploys. This was one of the reasons why he had been elevated to such an important office in one of the centers of human civilization. Vase was not the only person who ended up in a meeting with this infamous hunter. He just hoped that he could obtain more concessions out of the vice director than the last fellows who sat on this chair. Hierarch, Deputy Chief Counsel, Professor, Patriarch. Which title do you prefer me to address you with? Vice Director Redmond responded to Vase's unconventional opening with a surprising response. Most people that Vase encountered in the past tended to use the title they thought was most relevant. However, Vase managed to pick up a lot of additional positions as of late, so it was easier for people to get confused. I don't think either of us are the sort of people to ascribe too much value on artificially constructed labels. Vase spoke. Let's dispense with the pageantry and speak like one guy to another guy. You can just go ahead and call me Vase if you allow me to call you Talos. That actually elicited an amused smile out of the old man. The vice director had never met man who was so eager to discard the trappings of status and titles. It was such an unexpected proposal that the vice director couldn't help but gain a little appreciation for the upstart that had managed to upend human society just a few days earlier. Acceptable, the old hunter gruffly replied. Since you prefer to be honest and direct, I will give you the courtesy of doing so as well. We can both save a large amount of time with this. The truth is that we, the Hunting Association, see no reason to subject ourselves to the jurisdiction of your Red Collective. We have tried to be indirect about this in order to avoid causing any unnecessary offense or humiliation, but seeing that you still do not accept our hints, I am sharing our stance to you without any ambiguity. Vase frowned. Pushing the Hunting Association to the point where it had to openly voice this stance was not a positive development. There are still possibilities where we can persuade you to cooperate with the Red Collective, is that correct, Talos? We do not categorically reject cooperation with the RC, but we see no reason to proceed with this if we do not get anything out of it that benefits us, Vase. In fact, Subjecting ourselves to your rules and regulations will impose a large amount of unnecessary burdens on our operations. Why would we make a decision that does not bring us any benefits and only burdens us with a large amount of disadvantages? The logic was quite clear from the perspective of the hunting association. A cost-benefit analysis clearly told the hunters that it was far too costly to work with the RA. This was where Vase happened to see an opening. Since the hunters had a problem with the inequity of this deal, Vase just had to make sure to add enough value to make the transaction fair and equal. I can understand that the RC has not done a good job of persuading your hunting association of the benefits of operating under its sanction. Vase plainly admitted, let me give you an additional incentive that I am sure many hunters will be interested in. As you know, I am a mech designer. I solve problems for a living. If you agree to cooperate with the Red Collective, I am willing to devote my time to designing a series of exclusive hunting mechs for the Hunting Association. Not only will the living mechs be fully attuned to your demands, but I will also throw in Carmen mech variants to serve the needs of the hunters who were unable to complete their challenges with the power of mechs. Any normal person would have welcomed an offer to design a mech as well as a Carmen mech from the famous Vase Larkinson. Unfortunately, the obstinate hunter was not a normal person. This was a man who went as far as leaving his nutrient packs at home whenever he went on a long hunt. Instead, he preferred to catch small prey with his bare hands and cook them over a campfire to sat his hunger. How could such a hardcore hunter feel any attraction towards being given the choice to pilot a Carmen mech and hunt much larger prey than before? This guy was probably one of the few red humans who genuinely despised the thought of piloting Carmen mechs. We acknowledge the good that you have done by giving Norms the ability to pilot Carmen mechs, Talas said with a genuine tone of appreciation. That said, Carmen mechs and the Hunting Association do not necessarily intersect with each other. There are plenty of exo-beasts who tend to be too large to be defeated by hunters on foot, but we still have enough hunter pilots to cull these super-large prey. The true satisfaction from hunting does not come from stomping exo-beasts with superior mechs and arms. It comes from leveraging your own strength and intelligence to turn a powerful predator into your prey. The more we rely on advanced technology to do the job that humans ought to be able to do themselves, the less we are able to exercise the skills that matter. I do not think that every hunter agrees with you. Are you even able to represent all of their wishes? What about the hunters that hunt those ultra-large prey with their own mechs? Are they all losers for relying on the power of their big combat mechs? Do not try to divide us, Vase. I do not prefer the hunting approach of mech pilots, but I recognize that they are an important component in maintaining the security of planets with strong wildlife. Even so, our rules strictly restrain the power of their hunting mechs. They can resort to using much more powerful machines, but they willingly switch to weaker and more basic mechs instead in order to preserve the sanctity of the hunt. We do not need your products at all, exclusive or not. We have already established a hunting system that works well for us. No exo-beasts have gone rogue and broken into any settlements to commit massacres among the colonists. We have also stopped all untamed planets in our territory from turning into incubators of highly threatening god beasts. We have been able to fulfill all of our responsibilities without relying too much on the power of mechs or technology. Talas Redmond sounded very proud about that. The hunters respected the old traditions and gained extraordinary strength and capabilities because of that. The huntsman had set up a perfect paradise that did not need any further corrections as far as the vice director was concerned. As much as Vase hoped that the man would be a little more open-minded, his obstinate response did not deviate from his expectations. Since it had come to this, Vase had no other choice but to resort to his most desperate gambit. He decided to flip the board. Enough of this crap, Vase shouted. You hunters have gone far enough. He no longer repressed his mounting anger, but instead allowed it to flow freely. An irrational impulse even prompted him to rise to his feet, causing the slightly uncomfortable chair to fall and clatter onto the floor. At the same time, Vase channeled all of his frustration towards the constant, obstructionist behavior of the Hunting Association and slammed his fists against the large carved bone crack. Crack. Desk. Vase channeled enough force from his true body to crack a solid piece of polished exo-beast bone. The violent response was so sudden that Vice Director Redmond couldn't help but jump out of his chair and instinctively retrieve a very potent hunting rifle that he had mounted on the back of his own desk chair. I am sick and tired of the selfish actions of your damned association. Vase continued to rant as his fists dug deeper into the resilient desk. All you care about is hunt hunt hunt. You obsess so much of it that you invent all of these stupid rules just so that you can make it more challenging for yourself. Do you know what that sounds to me? You guys are nothing but cowards. That triggered a furious response from the old hunter. I reject that accusation. We are braver than many people. Every proper hunt is a battle of life and death. It takes great courage to confront an exo-beast without overwhelming power. I would never call your carefully staged and managed hunts a battle. Vase sneered. True combat is never fair. Try fighting against 2 greater phase lords and 5 lesser phase lords and somehow manage to kill half of them. Oh, you hunters never do that because you are too focused on bullying ignorant and primitive mutated beasts where you are in control of every variable. You just cannot bring yourself to enter the most challenging hunting grounds and hunt down the ultimate predators of the red oceans, which are other phase lords and phase whales. From the moment Vase went on the offensive, he completely forced Talos Redmond on the back foot. Chapter 6423 The Combat Role of Hunters. There are soldiers and there are hunters. Vice Director Redmond tried to keep his cool under the weight of all of the accusations. Neither of them are any less necessary than the other. Both are doing what is necessary to defend our civilization. We hunters may not publicize our battles as much, but I will not allow you to devalue our accomplishments. I disagree. While I don't ascribe to your rigid hunting code, I am of the opinion that I am a much greater hunter than you, Talos. What hunts have you completed that can come close to the enemies that I have felled in personnel combat as well as the head of a large mech force? No one else in this headquarters aside from myself deserves to be called a hunter as far as I am concerned. You are all pansies who avoid conscription into the war by pretending that culling exo-beasts is an essential job. Why haven't you ever turned your hunting weapons against the much more powerful native aliens? The huntsman? You are not the huntsman. Vase barked back. You are pathetic wannabes who never follow him where it matters the most, which is hunting down the true enemies of red humanity at the front lines. While you pampered hunters keep hunting down the same kind of mutated beasts in the carefully tended gardens that you call hunting preserves, real soldiers are fighting to take down alien phase fighters, enormous alien warships and despairing powerful phase lords. We value the contributions made by the servicemen who bravely fight to defend our borders, but our responsibility is no less important. It is not the same. Vase scowled. Unlike hunters who have the luxury to downgrade their equipment so that they can gain a slight amount of thrill in their hunts, those mech pilots out there cannot afford to do the same. They are constantly outnumbered and overpowered by our real enemies. The fact that many of them are able to persist and even kill their formidable enemies under adverse conditions makes them the true hunters as far as I am concerned. Just admit it, Talos. You hunters have been playing parlor games far away from contested territory, doing very little to help the real soldiers and hunters negate the threat posed by the native aliens. If our defenders falter one day, it will be because hunters, such as yourself, have been killing your prey for sport instead of duty. The vice director of the regional headquarters had a duty to defend the honor and the mission of the hunting association. He found that to be increasingly more challenging as Vase a number of very pointed accusations. While this was not the first time that a critic had lodged these accusations towards the hunting association, Talos Redmond still found it a lot more difficult to refute them than normal. In most discussions, the vice director could easily intimidate his counterparts by showing off his many impressive hunts. That was a lot more difficult to do against the only senior mech designer who not only managed to fight against several phase lords in person, but also contributed to the deaths of several of these powerful foes. Even though the circumstances of that recent battle could never be equated to a proper hunt or a formal duel, Vase was right that true combat was never fair or perfectly arranged in advance. The old man eventually let out a sigh. Whatever you are attempting to do, it is not working, Vase. It is childish to think that a single outburst can magically make your problems disappear. You seek to shame us and guilt trip us into agreeing your concessions. That will never work because there is no direct relation between your accusation and the possibility of the hunting association agreeing to place itself under your red collective. We can address your points of criticism just fine without subjecting ourselves to the rules and regulations of another authority besides the huntsman. We already have plans to participate more directly in the defense of our border with the native aliens. We only require more time in order to raise a large enough quantity of hunters of notable strength to materially affect the war effort. Ha. Vase openly laughed. This is not meant to be a joke. Well, it sure sounds like one to me. Talos. What the hell are a few million or even a few million hunters supposed to do? No matter how much stronger they have become with the help of your hunter's code, that doesn't change the fact that they are still stuck in their tiny human forms. Tell me honestly, are these hunters of yours strong enough to defeat a mech in single combat? They can, the vice director defensively said. Do not underestimate their power. The extent of their growth is greater than you can imagine. Every hunter draws power from the prey they have slain. Complete enough hunts, and the power a hunter is able to accumulate is expansive. Well, congratulations, then. You have just raised a hunter that may or may not be able to beat a mech, up close, that chooses to fight a superhuman where it holds the least amount of advantages. The native aliens won't be as silly. They will take advantage of the superior firepower of their phase fighters and warships to blast all of your tiny and vulnerable hunters to pieces. As for phase lords, they can use their enormous bulk or their vast spatial powers to slaughter any formation of hunters. Vice Director Redmond shook his head in denial. We are hunters. We are not soldiers. We do not seek to replace or imitate mechs. We are smaller and subtler. We are much more suitable to help the war effort by fighting as saboteurs as opposed to frontline soldiers. We can sneak behind enemy lines in stealth vessels so small that enemy detection measures cannot pick up their signatures. We are accustomed to operating in the wild with no backup and support structure, so we can infiltrate enemy planets and strongholds by ourselves and engage in all manner of sabotage and assassination before we exfiltrate as quietly as we came in. If we do this often enough, we can slow down and hinder the alien offensive and give our forces more time and space to repel the enemy attacks. That did not sound too bad, actually. If the Hunting Association was truly serious about this, they could do a lot of damage behind enemy lines. However, Vase did not take this measure all that seriously. I can see the value in doing this, but only to a certain extent. At most, you will slow the aliens down. That does not mean you can defeat them. First, there are too many space stations, planets and star systems that the native aliens are using to supply their fleets and keep their offensive active. Second, these hunters may be able to act as fine saboteurs and assassins, but messing around in hostile territory can only inflict limited damage. Even 100 hunters cannot destroy all of the factories, warehouses and other important facilities on a single industrial planet unless they stick around for years. Are you dismissing the contribution they could make as saboteurs? I think the Red Cabal and most alien leaders will dismiss the trivial damage that your hunters can inflict on a tiny proportion of their total infrastructure and continue to invest much of their available fighting forces into battering down our defensive lines. Once we lose the border regions, the native aliens will go on a frenzy. All of those raiding fleets and assault fleets will fall upon the star systems colonized by red humanity like hungry sharks. Our scattered mech forces and warfleets will try to defend our territories, only to get shredded due to lack of numbers. Who cares about all of the fires you start behind enemy lines? The native alien dominions are so big that they can easily absorb the damage. Vice Director Redmond defiantly crossed his arms. I do not entirely reject your projections, but you do not know what you are talking about. You may look down on our hunting traditions and the way we manage our hunting preserves, but they have created a large and endlessly renewable pipeline for strong and combat-capable hunters. As irregular combatants, they are much more useful when they can employ all of their strengths. Sure, they can do a bit of damage behind enemy lines, but they can do even more damage if they fight against our enemies at the front. Vase argued, these hunters are excellent warriors and possess excellent martial skills. Pairing them up with a Karman mech designed to synergize with their distinctive skills and extraordinary abilities can generate a massive amplification of their combat power. Instead of wasting their time on bombing factories or assassinating mid-level officers, they can participate in truly challenging and worthwhile hunts by taking down formidable alien warships or even stronger phase lords. Killing a single native god should not only be the ultimate culmination of a hunter's journey, but will also help the war effort far greater than wrecking the key institutions on a couple of enemy planets. A brief moment of silence followed as Talos Redmond seriously considered the proposal made by Vase. The temperature in the office had dropped now that Vase was not shouting at the hunters anymore. While Vase failed to persuade the Hunting Association from suspending their current policy of obstructionism, he at least managed to shake up the vice director just enough for him to discard his original game plan and approach this problem from a fresh perspective. Let us hold a more earnest talk, Vase. Talos Redmond suggested in a calmer tone. Maybe we can make more fruitful progress if we just skip all of this arguing and start right at the point where you are going to present your proposed mech to us. If your idea does not possess sufficient merit, then your remaining arguments will not be able to convince us to change our plans. We can end this meeting early right away if that is in the end, it all came down to this. Vase could either win over the hunting association with a mech that was attractive enough to change its policies, or he would end up leaving the regional headquarters without any gains. Very well, Talas. Unlike the product reveal I held not too long ago, I do not have any complete mech designs or fancy display mechs to dazzle you. I only have a basic mech concept that can become much more as long as I work on it for half a year. Vase used his comm to project a rudimentary draft design. Despite the lack of definition and precise details, the sketch immediately revealed a number of interesting traits. First, the draft design consisted of a full biomech. It did not contain any obvious mechanical or metallic components on the outside. Second, it was humanoid in nature. Its appearance was so lifelike that it looked more like a giant human rather than a biomachine optimized for warfare. Third, the biomech appeared to have mutated to the point of assimilating the natural weapons of several formidable exo-beast species. It featured serpentine eyes that could perceive a lot more detail than typical organic optical organs. Its left hand had mutated into a reptilian limb that featured long and sharp claws. Its right arm had mutated into a biocannon that could launch energy projectiles. It also featured a segmented bone tail that ended in a spike so sharp that it looked as if it could pierce right through the hull of a warship. What is this monstrosity? This is the ultimate hunting mech. Vase grinned. You hunters take so much joy and satisfaction from absorbing the strength of your slain prey. However, it is impossible for this process to be 100% efficient. I bet that a lot of energy ends up getting wasted. Investing resources into your human self alone also requires lots of time to produce a truly powerful hunter. I am confident I can design a living biomech that can do a better job at absorbing the tangible as well as the intangible resources of a dead exo-beast. Not only will it be able to absorb a large proportion of the spirit of the exo-beast, but it can also assimilate and adapt the superior physical organs of the same prey. You are what you hunt. You discard or sacrifice the parts of the prey that are weak, but assimilate the parts that are stronger. Do this long enough, and your hunting mech will not only turn into a collection of trophies, but also a unique war machine that concentrates the best attributes of your strongest prey. The unnamed mech concept that Vase had come up with a whim was the first proper biomech that he truly felt motivated to design. Previously, Vase came up with several ideas for biomechs, but quickly argued that he could design an equivalent that worked just as well if it was based on conventional technology. This was different. No conventional mech or cyborg mech could serve as a hunting mech as well as a real biomech. If the Hunting Association gave Vase a chance to realize this mech concept, then he would promise to give the hunters a definite weapon. Chapter 6424 The first living biomechs. Vase long harbored an ambiguous relationship towards biomechs. As a mech designer who was born and raised in a fairly ordinary third-rate state in the galactic rim of the Milky Way, he never had much contact with biotechnology throughout his life. Unlike the citizens of the rare states that committed to biotechnology such as the Life Research Association, Vase did not receive years of exposure to biomechanical products. This meant that he regarded it as akin to alien technology. Every biomech and product of biomechanical engineering came across as inhuman to Vase. There was just something about all of the icky flesh and bloody fluids that disturbed both his conscious and conscious parts of his mind. This rejection reaction gradually lightened up as Vase grew older and gained more understanding of biotechnology. After Vase managed to gain a more systematic grasp of the science of biotechnology, he became a lot more tolerant towards it. The acquisition of relevant knowledge dispelled much of the mystery surrounding biotech products. Now that he was able to figure out their basic functions and working principles, they functioned just like any other piece of technology. They just came in a more disgusting form. Still, Vase may have gone as far as incorporating biotechnology in his design philosophy, but that did not mean he was completely comfortable with working on this organic tech base. This was one of the two main reasons why he always felt reluctant to take the next step and design a true biomech. The other reason that held him back from designing such a mech was because he strongly felt that he would be crossing a line that could never be undone. Vase had gathered plenty of clues that indicated that his design philosophy possessed excellent synergy with biomechs. Perhaps far too well. It frankly made Vase both afraid and suspicious of what he might create from his own hands. His prior trials involving an experimental piece of organic mounted wargear produced a savage monstrosity that constantly sought to fight and rebel against venerable Joshua Larkinson and the Everchanger. The Titan V project had been his first foray into discovering the interactions between living mechs and biomechs. He discovered that biomechs or any form of biotissue could serve as an excellent carrier for the spiritual foundation of a living mech. It was so much easier that the biomass behaved as if it was meant to carry a living spirit. While all of this sounded great, the problem was that there was an awful lot of bleed-through. Certain properties of the organic tissue transferred to the spiritual foundation, causing the latter to become contaminated to the point of mutating into a monster. This sounded awful to Vase, as the unpredictable behavior and increased resistance from the savage and degenerated living entity led to a severe loss of control. The problem became so bad in his opinion that he saw no choice to suspend the use of the Titan V project. The large, meat suit, as he affectionately called it, had just become too violent to bother. Venerable Joshua already mentioned that he had to spend more time and energy on fighting against his own meat suit than the enemy during those final days. Vase was not a mad scientist who liked to push the envelope just because he could. He knew his limits. There was no reason for him to play with fire and risk a catastrophic accident with the Titan V project when there was no prospect of a huge payoff. He had already decided to suspend all studies related to the Titan V project. He also instructed the Larkinson Biotech Institute to freeze the meat suit in a block of ice and lock it inside the deepest and most secure vault of the Dragon's Den. He could have ordered the meat suit to be destroyed, but he felt reluctant to do so. It was still a fairly powerful and unique living object. Vase had not extracted all of the value out of it. He was very reluctant to throw it all away when he could still mine more secrets out of this bizarre creation. In any case, if his biomechs ended up similar to the Titan V project, then Vase did not want to birth a much more potent and complete monstrosity into the universe. Every time Vase came up with a new biomech concept, he would think back on the meat suit and consider whether his idea had any chance of solving or handling the problems that he could foresee. In all of those cases, the answer was always no. His knowledge base and his concept lacked enough countermeasures and safeguards that could keep the biomechs under control. Vase did not want to invest 6 to 12 months worth of design time onto a biomech design project that only ended up in catastrophe. Sure, the failures might be able to teach him a lot of harsh lessons about the perils of combining his design philosophy with biomechs, but he would rather wait until he gained enough confidence to do it right the first time. This long-awaited moment had finally come. For the first time in years, Vase came up with a concept of a living biomech that far exceeded the promise of his previous ideas. You do not fully understand the weight of what it means to design a living biomech, Talos. Vase spoke in a serious tone. My previous living mechs were all machines made out of metal. At most, they incorporated a bit of organic tissue like my Carmen mechs. The furthest I have gone so far is incorporating the biodome into the yellow jacket design. Turning so much of the Carmen mech organic is one of the reasons why this organic mass alone can constitute an entire living mech. It also provides other benefits that are rather difficult to explain. Vice Director Redmond looked more intrigued than anything. He was not a mech fanatic, but Vase had a way to make any of his mechs sound intriguing. If you sound so vigilant towards your own work, then why are you proposing to design a dangerous biomech for our hunting association? There is a good reason for that. Based on my prior experiments and exploration, designing a living biomech will always cause it to develop a primal and savage personality. For whatever reason, the flesh contaminates the spirit, and I do not know how to stop this process at this time. In most cases, this is a defect that is severe enough to scrap the entire project. There is no way I can responsibly sell these defective and outright dangerous products to the mech market when I know for a certainty that most mech pilots will suffer an accident. What has changed? You guys. Vase grinned. The more he looked at the grizzled old hunter, the more he saw promise in his new and still developing ideas. He was rapidly filling up the gaps in his initial plan as he spoke. Ordinary people and soldiers cannot handle my savage biomechs. They just can't. They will either be driven mad or get killed by their hostile living machines somehow. They are just too weak and unfamiliar with the monsters they are dealing with. Yet when I think about hunters such as yourself, I see how you are anything but unfamiliar with what I have created. Talos Redmond puffed his chest. We have overcome our fear of monsters. We do so each time we set out to hunt a mighty beast. Out of all of the humans in our society, hunters have the most experience with fighting against large, savage and utterly violent exo-beasts. We are professionals in this area. No matter whether they are naturally born mutated beasts or biomechs gone rogue, they are all the same to us. They may see themselves as the ultimate predators, but we human hunters have taught them time and time again that we can turn them into prey under the right conditions. The more great and powerful exo-beasts we have felled, the less we fear the potential threat they pose. Vase grinned more and more. That is exactly what I wanted to hear, Talos. This confidence, this concept towards exo-beasts. The utter certainty that you will be able to turn the tables against any superior opponent. You will need all of that in order to harness a living biomech, no Karman biomech of my design. Regardless of whether a hunter has the right genetic aptitude or not, they live a dangerous lifestyle where they rigidly follow a code in order to gain strength. A blood pact fits right into your culture and customs. The vice director contemplated that claim. I truly have no interest in your mech proposal or any mechs for that matter. The old man said, however, given what the younger generations of hunters pursue, I can imagine that they will enjoy this challenge that you have presented to them. It reminds me of the subset of hunting colleagues that tame an exo-beast in the wild in order to leverage its power in future hunts. These beast tamers are more daring than most hunters for tracking down their prey with the help of their not always docile exo-beast pets. From what I understand of your speech, you seek to present our hunters with Karman biomechs that serve a similar role. That is a pretty good comparison to what I am proposing. This is not a Karman biomech for the weak and feeble. I actually doubt whether any mortal can fully harness such a dangerous machine. Your hunters are different. Through the feedback generated by your sacrificial rituals, you become infused with greater strength, clarity and mental power. I have not studied any hunter up close, so I am not entirely familiar with what improves, but I am sure that my guess is close to the truth. The old hunter crossed his arms and nodded. We hunt our prey and take from it the strength of the beast. It is fascinating to hear a mech designer try to imitate our methods with an unconventional mech design. Oh, this is more than a quaint mech design. There is great potential in it. Vase grinned wider as he continued to flesh out his idea. In my imagination, this biomech will start off as bland and aligned to the human race as possible. While I intend for it to become a living mech, I do not want it to develop its own personality at this stage. I will take special measures to prevent the birth of a conscious personality in order to minimize the risk of accidents. When a person enters the cockpit and forms a blood pact with the biomech, it will hopefully develop the first vestiges of a personality that is based on the Karman mech pilot. I imagine that this will not remain this way. The hunter guessed. It will embody the idea that you have mentioned earlier. Once the biomech begins to hunt, it will begin to absorb the superior flesh and organs of the exo-beasts that it has felled. This will not only result in grotesque physical mutations, but even more terrible transformations to the personality of the living mech. Perhaps, the biomech may even revive portions of the slain exobeast's personality and consciousness. Whereas other mech designers considered this to be an immensely dangerous idea that needed to be rejected, Vase saw a huge amount of promise in this idea. Vase became so enamored with his latest vision that inspiration struck him yet again. It was not enough to design a quaint little Karman biomechs oriented towards the hunting association. He increasingly felt inclined to base his water-attributed elemental Karman mech around this concept. He already came up with a fitting name for this type of advanced Karman mech. The greatest strength of my future mergewater Karman biomechs is that they can reflect the strength of the prey a hunter pilot has defeated. Vase boasted with an increasingly more maniacal smirk. Just think how glorious that would be. Every mergewater biomech will evolve into a unique trophy and combat machine. The hunter pilot has earned every powerful upgrade. What about the potential backlash from these Karman biomechs, Vase? Can you truly promise us that your products will be stable or manageable enough for us to pilot? You are right to ask this question. The greatest risk factor to these special biomechs may serve as an incredible disadvantage to other mech pilots, but I believe in the strength of the members of the hunting association. They have already defeated the exo-beasts in their hunts. How can they ever give in to the savage remnants of their personality that the mergewater biomechs have absorbed? A true hunter will master his own machine no matter how violent and unruly its personality has become. A competent hunter will know how to control and direct all of that potent aggression towards his real enemies, thereby allowing them to defeat much more opponents than normal. All of that sounded great, but the vice director wondered what would happen to hunters that did not meet these high standards. The danger cannot be eliminated. Talos Redmond concluded. This means that only the strong and capable deserve to pilot this special Karman biomech of yours. Those who overestimate their abilities and succumb to their dangerous biomechs considered themselves to be predators, only to find out far too late that they are prey to their own machines. Do not object to this as much as I should. As long as the risks are known and predictable enough, these strange Karman biomechs still hold value. However, these interesting machines must also be significantly stronger than conventionals that lack these additional complications. Your words alone are not enough to convince us. We need proof that you can realize this ambitious mech design. Vess's eyes glinted. Does that mean you are finally willing to form an agreement between our two organizations? Chapter 6425 Vase the Change Agent. My mergewater biomechs shall have infinite potential. As long as their hunter pilots are strong enough to bear the consequences of piloting their increasingly more powerful biomechs, they can wield the power of the mightiest mutated beasts or calamity beasts they have managed to fell. Perhaps one day, a mergewater biomech might even be able to hunt down a phase lord or a phase whale, thereby gaining transphasic flesh and powers in the process. The mergewater biomech and possibly the Karman mech pilot can gain all of the powers of a phase lord, thereby becoming a vessel of human evolution. This is going to be magnificent, ha 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 ha. Vice Director Talos Redmond had seen his fair share of maddened people throughout his 2 centuries of life. True hunts always brought an element of risk. Accidents could occur that could cause a hunting party to suffer deaths. The violence that exo-beasts could unleash against the hunters that thought themselves superior was raw, primal, vicious and bloody. The survivors that managed to scramble their way out of a hunting ground often became haunted by the sights of their friends and colleagues getting eaten or torn apart by savage beasts. Hunters were humans as well. Not everyone possessed the stomach to endure these setbacks. The more fragile their mentalities, the easier they shattered. Hunters with more severe cases of PTSD became completely self-absorbed. Some of them even became a threat to others. Right now, the sight of Vase Larkinson reminded Talos Redmond of those broken hunters. Was this the most talented and brilliant senior mech designer of Red Humanity, whose contributions made it seem as if he was speedrunning his way to becoming a star designer? Was this the legendary father of Karman mechs, whose latest invention had earned him a permanent place in the annals of human history? Was this the surprisingly young cutthroat political actor who not only managed to build a coalition of dozens of religions that never seemed to agree with each other on anything in the past, but also managed to maneuver himself in one of the highest offices of the Red Collective? Many people had sung praises of the mech designer known as Vase Larkinson in the past few days. As the Yellow Jackets continually proved their capability to turn practically any norm into a real mech pilot, everyone had become a part of the so-called Karman Revolution. Both commoners and elites could talk about nothing else but Karman mechs these days. The popularity of all of the versions of the Yellow Jackets easily surpassed any conventional mech in existence. They had already broken so many records that no one could count them anymore. Every news publication, no matter whether it had anything to do with mechs or not, had dedicated much of their coverage on Karman mechs and everything related to them. Nobody wanted to waste their time on a portal that ignored the most significant invention since the start of the age of mechs. If the journalists and commentators weren't obsessing over the Yellow Jackets, they shamelessly slobbered all over the father of Karman mechs. They raised the mech designer up an impossibly high pedestal and even declared him to be the best mech designer after the star designers. Of course, these gutsy journalists definitely insulted the dignity of every master mech designer by making these bold claims, but the problem was that the latter could not present a proper counterargument. After all, none of these experienced and knowledgeable masters managed to overthrow the genetic aptitude tyranny. They hadn't even been able to drill a single hole into this seemingly impenetrable wall. In the end, all of these masters ended up with nothing to show for their efforts in the past 4 centuries. While Vase benefited heavily from all of the prior accumulation in the field of mech design, it did not change the fact that he was responsible for inventing all of the key principles and mechanisms of the Karman system. The fact that Vase still remained the only mech designer in the Red Ocean who could design a working Karman mech from scratch was solid proof that he deserved all of the credit. Every successful mech designer tended to possess his own eccentricities, but a man who achieved so much in this field should have the dignity and stature to match his reputation. Na. What the vice director got instead was a mech designer who was clearly prone to bouts of madness. Was this the true secret behind Vase Larkinson's success? Was all it took for mech designers to make groundbreaking inventions for them to go mad and let their crazy imagination run wild? The old hunter did not have much of an intersection with the mech community, so he was not clear whether the example set by Vase was the exception rather than the norm. Talos Redmond was actually hesitant to learn the truth. It may be better to leave this issue alone. Despite the alarming behavior exhibited by the visitor to his office, Talos could not help but find the madman to be a lot more compelling than was proper. Vase Larkinson possessed a magnetism that became a lot more obvious and unrestrained now that he was no longer maintaining his composure. The apparent exposure of his true self gave Talos a much better insight into the person who he had been talking to. This was a mech designer who genuinely loved his craft and sincerely believed that his solutions could solve any problem as long as he worked hard enough. It was quite difficult for the old man to resist the urge to share in the crazy mech designer's unbridled confidence and optimism. This was the passion that broke the genetic aptitude tyranny and unlocked the act of piloting mechs to nearly the entire population of red humanity. This was the power of youth that enabled the younger generations to surpass the older ones with daring and courage. While the old hunter remained in the maddened mech designer's presence, he somehow felt as if nothing was impossible anymore. Vase Larkinson could realize anything as long as he set his mind onto it. The fact that he had a solid track record of doing so only enhanced this quality of his aura. His empty proposal where he claimed he could design these outlandish, mergewater biomechs, had no basis in reality, yet when he was the one who put it forward, it became a lot more believable for whatever reason. The mech designer possessed the strong capability to inspire others just by espousing his dreams and visions. Even a man as old and weary as Talos Redmond couldn't help but feel at least 5 decades younger after talking to this inspiring mech designer. The hunter seriously began to consider the viability of the proposal. The more he thought about piloting biomechs that grew stronger by assimilating the strength of their defeated foes, the more his heart began to race. None of this was part of the hunter's code, yet Talos increasingly became convinced that these special Karman mechs should be added to the texts. As Talos thought about how the proposed mergewater mechs could redefine the combat role of hunters and allow them to contribute much more directly to the war effort, Vase finally calmed down and regained his composure. Ahem, please excuse me. I like mechs a lot, and I especially like new and interesting ideas for mechs that haven't been made before. The mergewater mechs that I have come up with hold a lot of promise. I am willing to design and dedicate them to your hunting association on a near-exclusive basis as long as your group accepts the jurisdiction of the Red Collective. Unacceptable. The vice director rejected. As I have stated before, these subjects are not tied to each other. My instructions are clear. The Hunting Association shall remain an independent organization that will not answer to any of the Red Three. We are willing to meet fair requests and work together for the common good, but our ideas are too deviant to gain other people's understanding. They both ended up at the original issue of why Vase paid a visit to the regional headquarters. After sharing such a promising vision of a future Karman mech design that encapsulated the essence of the members of the Hunting Association, Vase could no longer retain a good mood. It was surprising how quickly his demeanor shifted in such a short span of time. I am not negotiating with you. Vase flatly declared. You have no say in this matter. I am negotiating directly with the huntsman. Whether he is listening in on this conversation or not, I know that you have a way of passing on my proposal to him. Let your god pilot decide. Will he accept reasonable concessions in exchange for arming his hunters with Karman mechs that can loosely be described as possessing the combined powers of the Invictus and the Genoforger? I am not convinced he can remain unmoved. You know far too little about our patron and overlord, Vase. What gives you the confidence that he will surrender his own organization to the Red Collective? As promising as your latest mech idea sounds, nothing has been realized so far. It's difficult to believe that you can successfully design a mech that is exactly as described. Even mech designers possess limits. Vase sighed. You are correct, I do possess limits. As far as I can tell, I cannot design a mergewater mech for the Hunting Association by myself. I need the help of the huntsman in order to incorporate a handful of key mechanisms that are vital to making this mech idea work. I believe as long as the huntsman and I both work together on this collaborative mech design project, it is not impossible to realize my vision. Very well, Vase, you have convinced me to pass along your proposal to the huntsman. I cannot promise you that he will be receptive to your ideas for a special new biomech. If it does not match his own strategy, then do not take it personally if he withholds approval in the end. Tell him that I expect an answer from him shortly. I need a definite explanation on what kind of relationship the Hunting Association expects to maintain with the Red Collective. Give me his reply before the start of the founding ceremony tomorrow. It is crucial that I obtain an answer quickly so that I can adapt this potential development into the big event. A day is far too short. These matters cannot be decided on a whim. Look, If the huntsman is attentive enough to arrange an ambush for my escort fleet, but can't be bothered to read and respond to his mail on the same day, then I will not bother to cooperate with him anymore. I will figure out an alternate version of Mergewater mechs that can be piloted by norms, perhaps with the help of heavy augmentations. Your hunting association will miss out on gaining access to powerful Karman mechs that function as the ultimate hunting machines. Vase managed to end this turbulent meeting while maintaining the initiative in the end. He had thrown the ball into the hunting association's court. It was up to the other side to figure out whether it was willing to answer to another authority in exchange for gaining exclusive access to biomechs with such promise that they may redefine what it meant to be a hunter. As Vase left the regional headquarters and boarded his armored transport, Gavin and a few other familiar faces inquired how the meeting had unfolded. The mech designer shrugged. It went all right, I suppose. I managed to get my point across, but I failed to gain a positive response right away. The Hunting Association has less than 1 day to present a definitive answer to us. I am tired of all of this ambiguity. Either the hunters fall in line, or get branded as perennial outcasts and outsiders to mainstream society. His personal assistant looked skeptical. That sounds far from the most ideal outcomes of this meeting. Are you not afraid that the leaders of the Hunting Association will remain unmoved by your mech proposal? Not really. Vase grinned again. As powerful as the huntsmen and the leaders of the Hunting Association may be, they can never fully represent the interests of the huge number of rank-and-file hunters. It is the latter group who I truly need to win over. Gavin, try to find a discreet way to leak the news about the latest elemental Karman mech that I have proposed to design to the Hunting Association as part of an agreement. I will share a few exciting details about this new mech soon. I do not believe that all hunters are as old school as Talos Redmond. Adoring mechs is a universal passion among modern humans. Since the huntsman did not play fair, Vase saw no reason why he needed to stick to honorable behavior either. Authorizing this gambit would definitely make the leaders of the Hunting Association upset, but it was the best pathway towards victory as far as he could determine. If the huntsman and his trusted confidants did not want to create a schism within the Hunting Association, then they had to meet the overwhelming demand from the hunters to be able to pilot their own hunting mechs. Chapter 6426 Coercing the Huntsman. Information about what may end up Ves's next Karman mech took the news by storm. It only took a single leak for the news to spread like wildfire. Karman mechs had only gone public for 2 days. The hype surrounding them was still at its peak, so there was a huge amount of interest from the people of Red Humanity towards any further news or developments on this subject matter. While Vase had gone on a press tour, he never shared any specific details about what sort of Karman mechs he intended to design next. Much of that was because he had yet to make a decision. He had a few ideas in mind, but it was too premature for him to lock on his selection of Karman mech design projects. His refusal to satisfy the public's insatiable curiosity towards Karman mechs caused the people to hunger for information even more. In the absence of reliable information, a huge amount of people began to comment and debate on the subject. They spent hours obsessing over their beliefs and expectations on Karman mechs. This was clearly a coping mechanism for all of the norms that yearned to pilot a Karman mech, but could not secure one in a short amount of time. In the midst of all of this discussion, word of a new kind of Karman mech started to spread from person to person, platform to platform. Initially, a lot of people dismissed the crazy and ridiculous notion of Mergewater mechs. The entire label sounded so stupid that most folks dismissed it out of hand. It was only when a small proportion of mech insiders and nitpicky nerds started to dig into the details that they began to take the leaked proposal more seriously. Vase could never hide the fact that he had paid a personal visit to the regional headquarters of the Hunting Association on Lorraine. His armored transport had been associated with him a long time ago, and the fact that the Dark Zephyr was part of the security detail was also a big clue. Political commentators and analysts thoroughly understood the tension that had developed between the Red Collective and the Hunting Association. Although they were careful in their descriptions in order to avoid any direct criticism towards the huntsman, the reality was that the Hunting Association refused to submit itself to an authority that possessed a rightful mandate. It made a lot of sense for a figure who was deeply involved in the RC to hold last-day negotiations with the HA to see if he could salvage an accord. It also made sense for him to essentially bribe the hunters with a special Karman biomech that possessed amazing features that perfectly synergized with the tenets of the hunter's code. Although many individuals with a good understanding of technology or biotechnology expressed skepticism on whether Vase could realize the unheard of mechanisms that made his Mergewater mech concept work, if there was one mech designer that could do the impossible, it was the father of Carmen Mechs. With the careful nudging of certain parties, the flames fanned even further. Despite the lack of hard proof that this proposal was credible, enough voices supported it that less and less people questioned its authenticity. The hype could not be stopped at this point. The target audience of the rumors grew restless most of all. The members of the hunting association had all dedicated their lives to the hunter's code, but that did not mean they could ignore their upbringing during the age of mechs. Everyone possessed a fascination for mechs. Just like how many mech designers used to be children who were forced to look for another job after learning that their genetic aptitude was garbage, many professional hunters lived through similar journeys. There was a mech fanatic in the heart of nearly every adult. The hunters loved the thrill of their current profession, but they never completely let go of their love and yearning for mechs. The so-called mergewater biomechs completely detonated these repressed feelings and desires. In fact, a lot of hunters already made the decision to order a yellow jacket for themselves if they had the means to do so. They saw little contradiction between their current vocations and mech pilots. Very few hunters possessed a Puritan mindset like Talos Redmond. To most hunters, mechs were simply a potent weapon that could enable humans to hunt a much wider range of dangerous prey. While the yellow jackets already made the hunters excited at the prospect of being able to pilot a mech, if only a basic one, the mergewater biomechs fit them so much better. Not only were the mergewater mechs obviously a lot more powerful and rich in features, they also conformed to the hunting process a lot better. Many hunters would love nothing more than to hunt down increasingly more powerful prey with Carmen biomechs that dynamically grew in power at the same pace as their human partners. The fact that this special version of Carmen mechs only came in the form of biomechs did not repel the hunters all that much. Out of all people, very few interacted with large and dangerous biological monsters as frequently as those that hunted them down. Hunters possessed a strong appreciation of the power of the organic form. They were also desensitized to all of the icky and ugly parts of biomechs. They did not really mind it if they had to pilot an organic mech in order to gain all of the power promised by the leaked proposal. By the time half a day had passed, a lot of hunters had already thrown their full support behind mergewater mechs. Many of them started to daydream about how much power they could wield once they got their hands on mergewater mechs. Others started to produce art about biomechs that mutated to the point where they all became chimeras that collected the strongest powers and body parts of all of the exo-beasts they killed in their hunts. All of this activity generated such strong momentum that it put a huge amount of pressure on the hunting association. A lot of ordinary hunters took pride in the fact that the hunting association had become strong enough to stand on its own, but there were also other hunters that wanted to get their hands on a mergewater mech despite the cost. The problem for the hunting association was that the latter group was growing larger with each passing hour. More and more hunters rejected the consequences of isolationism. They believed it was better to properly integrate into the rest of human society and reap the benefits of this decision. Sure, we can close our doors and keep our hunting preserves mostly to ourselves, but where will that leave us? We will become as insular and antisocial as the fleeters. All of the latest technological advances will fly right past our faces. No one will help us when we are in need. Instead, the other groups will hope that we go down first because there is no one among them to stand up for our rights. Mechs and humans have always served as an excellent combination since the age of mechs. We are all made for mechs, just as mechs are made for us. Why must we reject this tradition when we become members of the hunting association? Can we still not combine the two with our hunting traditions? If the hunting association dares to take a stand against Carmen mechs, then I do not know whether I can support the HTA anymore. Vase and his staff closely monitored the evolving discourse surrounding the HA's possible stances towards Carmen mechs. They all smiled when the indications all pointed towards a more advantageous outcome. So far, so good. Gavin Newman spoke with a smile. Support for your initiative to design a highly speculative but highly promising Carmen mech for the hunters has risen above 70% according to the polling. Even if the numbers are off, your proposal still enjoys the strong backing of a majority of hunters. That is enough to change most organizations. The hunting association is not a typical organization. Vase retorted as he did not dare to smile and grow overconfident that his gambit had succeeded. The huntsman wields total authority over his dominion. The masses alone cannot persuade this god pilot to change his mind, but I hope that the pressure is just enough to push him into making the decisions that most appeal to the vast majority of ordinary hunters. Now, they needed to wait. Neither of them expected for the hunting association to sort out their giant mess on the same day. Vase would have his answer very soon. Gavin continued to provide his expert analysis. The hunting association could have returned to calm very quickly if the huntsman showed up and made a public address. The fact that the god pilot had yet to do so meant that the leaders of the hunting association had to figure out a way to please the both of you. An agreement to register as a cult to the Red Collective probably went too far to the upper leaders, but they needed to find a compromise that was more potent and acceptable to their members. Vase snorted, as if that will work. I bet that the hunting association will eventually see reason. I will not offer the hunters the same mech proposal again. This is the only chance for the hunters to gain enough combat effectiveness to hunt real enemies at the front lines. There were many mech designers that could offer excellent mechs to the hunting association. A lot of masters and most notably star designers could design mechs that offered their own advantages that were not necessarily any worse than his mergewater biomechs. However, Vase possessed one advantage that the others lacked. He was the only person that could design a Carmen mech. For now, Vase possessed a virtual monopoly on it. Not even Alexa Strian could design a Carmen mech for the time being. Nobody could arm every hunter with a special Carmen biomech like Vase. So long as Vase maintained this monopoly, he could boldly dictate terms to the hunting association. Half an hour passed. Vase continued to keep track of the discussions taking place and grew confident enough that public opinion would not shift against his favor anytime soon. Okay, I have enough of this. I think I can make much better use of my time on preparing for the founding ceremony that commences tomorrow. Are there any changes to the plan that I need to know about beforehand? Gavin quickly switched gears. Aside from the matter relating to the hunting association, there are also doubts whether the coalition of faiths can maintain a united front throughout the day. It may be necessary for you to address the delegates in person and remind them of the importance of focusing on what they have in common rather than the issues that divide them so much. Got it. Add that to my schedule. What else? If nothing goes wrong, you will receive the appointment that you have been waiting for. There is an over 85% chance that you will be elevated to the chief counselor of the upper council of the Red Collective. Only 85%. Vase grew upset. I thought it would be higher considering I gifted Red humanity with my Carmen mechs. You misunderstand. The probability is relatively low because there is the possibility that you will get appointed to another high seat that is outside of the legislative branch. For example, you may be put on the seat of an executor, which is part of the executive branch of the RC. I don't want to become an executor. It is too much work for a mech designer. I agree, but others might not share the same opinion, so stay sharp and be prepared for unexpected outcomes. Chapter 6427 Growing Influence. The day of the founding ceremony had arrived. Scheduled to begin at noon Standard Time, which was still synchronized to the clocks on old Earth, Vase and every other human knew that history would change forever. There was no way to stop the rise of the Red Collective anymore. Even if the native aliens or radical terrorists found a way to disrupt the ceremony, the stakeholders would just hold a quieter and much more private inauguration event elsewhere. Too many people put their hopes and ambitions on the founding of a future rival to the Red Association and the Red Fleet. While it was extremely unlikely for collies, as they had begun to be called, to rival the Mechers and Fleeters anytime soon, there was always hope for the future. An extremely important component to speeding up the development and total combat power of the collies was whether the Hunting Association agreed to register itself as a sect at the Red Collective. Doing so was an explicit act of submission that told the public that the Hunting Association agreed to abide by the regime of the Red Collective. This was a politically high-stakes game and one that had far-reaching consequences to the future development trajectory of Red humanity. Vase was hardly the only stakeholder of the RC to make an attempt to pull the Hunting Association over to his side. Other councillors and future high officials had made their own appeals. Vase hoped that they had done a good enough job to finally win the hunters over when combined with his own risky gambit. Of course, nobody knew whether the huntsman or the people he entrusted to lead the Hunting Association agreed to play along. Vase realized quite well that he had employed a dirty move in his attempt to bring the Ha into submission. The rank-and-file hunters had continued to talk and fawn over his leaked proposal to design a set of mergewater biomechs that perfectly complemented their hunting habits. Far too little time had passed for the hype surrounding Carmen mechs to pass. The idea that the hunters would gain the exclusive privilege to pilot specially designed Carmen biomechs that could continually grow alongside them in a physically imposing manner. The imagination of hunters and other people began to run wild as they imagined all sorts of amazing possibilities. They drew inspiration from old fantasy action dramas where the protagonists piloted similar monster machines that devoured their defeated prey in order to acquire the strength of their former enemies. The popularity of those old shows not only gave the hunters ready-made examples to help them imagine their own possible futures when piloting these mergewater mechs, but also countered skeptics that argued that such biomachines had no value. In any case, popular opinion among the hunters decisively backed up the adoption of mergewater mechs, even if it meant that the hunting association would have to bow its head to a greater authority. Ordinary hunters did not really have that strong of an attachment to the hunting association's independence. They were way too far removed from high-level politics to care about such nonsense. All they cared about was their immediate circumstances. If integrating the Ha into the sect structure of the RC meant they get to pilot the coolest and most awesome Carmen mechs ever, then they would gladly support this proposal. As such, Vess's move had created a severe misalignment between the interests of the hunters at the bottom and the leaders at the top. Their diverging visions and interests created the hunting association's first real crisis since it had been founded. If the huntsmen or the other leaders failed to solve this contradiction, then the Ha would continue to remain afflicted by dysfunction and a crisis of faith in the leadership of the organization. The culprit behind this vile and underhanded scheme felt no remorse for what he unleashed. As far as he was concerned, the hunting association failed to adequately address the relationship between hunters and mechs. This was the organization's own fault, but not really, because how could its leaders ever anticipate that Vase would single-handedly tear down the genetic aptitude tyranny that had plagued humankind for such a long time? The hunting association was far from the first group to grapple with the problems and the ripple effects resulting from the release of Carmen mechs. Vase had become the great disruptor, whose amazing technologies invalidated everyone's carefully laid plans for the future. If not for the fact that his inventions strengthened red humanity and help it survive in the long run, a lot more people would have tried to make him dead at the moment. Shortly after Vase woke up, he continued to browse the news while he went through an elaborate cleaning and grooming cycle. An entire army of stylists and fashion experts carefully optimized his appearance and dressed him up in ceremonial red robes that caused him to look like a priest of a new and rapidly rising religion. He even got fitted with a high hat that enhanced his stature and caused people to look at him as a representative of the Red Collective rather than Vase Larkinson, the mech designer. Jovi and Vector briefly visited Vase while a team of experts selected the right jewelry and accessories to complement his stately appearance. "Neither of us will be accompanying you for today," Jovi informed Vase. "This day is all about the Red Collective and your place in it. As liaisons for the Red Association, it is not appropriate for us to appear close to you. It will give off the impression that we are whispering words in your ears. You will likely be accompanied by a new advisor or assistant that will help you stay connected to the RC." Vase nodded. "I have received a notification about that. This is a necessary measure as I have made sure that the Upper Council only convenes a few days a year at most. There is no need for this chamber to waste everyone's time and meet more often, as all we do is check and balance the lower council." Due to his direction during the interim leadership council sessions, he had managed to steer the formation of an upper council and a lower council. The latter was the real legislative chamber of the RC as far as everyone was concerned. Lower councilors got appointed to their seats by winning elections in different states and major organizations that functioned like states. Once they got elected, the lower councilors were expected to do their jobs full-time at the RC's primary seat of power that was currently based in the Yernstall Central Star Node. The lower council was meant to be occupied by professional politicians, statesmen, bureaucrats and other individuals competent in statecraft and governance. They would make sure that the Red Collective not only operated with the mandate of the people, but also instituted proper laws that would ensure the super-organization functioned properly as it rapidly grew to an enormous scale. The upper council meanwhile mainly consisted of powerful individuals or their representatives from other major stakeholders. The old Red 2, the first-rate superstates, the Red Com Consortium, the Hunting Association, various major religious organizations and so on all possessed the power to shift the direction of human civilization on their own, if only slightly. That already granted them enough power to hinder the RC's plans and serve as obstacles. This was why it was better to just give them a seat in the upper council and allow them to push their interests in a chamber that was specially reserved to give them a measure of agency. Due to this, the upper council had no reason to meet every work day and hold useless debates on the details of every policy matter. That work was left to the lower council. Perhaps another way to view the upper council was that it sort of functioned like a chamber where the major players could band together to exercise a veto over any bill supported by the lower council. It was inevitable for the lower council to try and vote in laws that damaged the interests of the Mechers, the Fleeters, the Terrans, the Rubarthans and a whole bunch of other people. In order to prevent the major players who held much of the actual power over red humanity from growing upset, they gained a chance to stop bills from getting enacted through their participation in the upper council. Of course, one upper councillor did not have the power to stop a bill voted in by the lower council. The upper councillor needed to gain the support of other colleagues in order to build up a majority. That was a challenge in itself, and Vase expected to become subjected to a lot of persuasion, bribery, coercion and other forms of backroom dealing once he received a seat in the upper council. Vase was confident that he could deal with it. He had made a huge amount of progress in the last 6 months that would help him secure his own power base. The coalition of faiths that he managed to cobble together was not a happy family, but the religious organizations all knew that supporting Vase was the only viable means to expand their own presence in a society that still rejected them to an extent. The support he gained from people who felt grateful to him for releasing Carmen Mechs had already formed another pillar of support. Although the hype surrounding Carmen Mechs would eventually fade once people got used to them in their daily lives, most of them would still hold Vase in high regard. His recent gambit with the Hunting Association already proved to Vase that he could use his status as the father of Carmen Mechs to rile up public sentiment against a target. The Hunting Association was merely his first victim. Vase hoped that this example would successfully prove that he was not a harmless mech designer who possessed limited influence. So long as other players knew what was best, they should no longer try to provoke him or attract his ire. Gavin, have we received any indications that the Hunting Association is ready to give us the formal reply that we have demanded? Vase asked his personal assistant. The man shook his head. Unfortunately, not. We have gathered plenty of clues that Vice Director Talos Redmond and other senior leaders have convened at their regional headquarters throughout the entire night. They are taking the political storm that you have unleashed upon them very seriously. I do not think they appreciate the headaches that you have caused for them. One way they can express their displeasure towards your stunt is to withhold their answer until the last minute. You have set a pretty clear deadline, and so long as they give you an answer a few seconds before the start of the founding ceremony, they will still be able to comply with your demands. Vase frowned. That was true. He should have set a shorter deadline if he wanted to avoid this annoying circumstance. This indicated that even if he was able to subjugate the Hunting Association, its leaders would still have no good feelings for him. That was rather bad and would definitely affect his working relationship with them in the future. He couldn't care about that at the moment. He knew what was important. Compared to pissing off a bunch of high-ranking hunters, he would rather bring the Hunting Association into the fold of the RC. At best, he could try to placate the hurt feelings of the leaders in the future by designing custom Carmen Mechs for them or something. Once he secured his seat at the upper council, there were lots of ways for him to leverage his newly gained power and authority to satisfy the interests of other groups. He just had to take into account that he was meant to serve the interests of the Red Collective as well. And his own interests, of course. Chapter 6428 Astral Octagon. The great day was approaching. More and more dignitaries and guests arrived in Yurnstall in the past few days. Unlike the product reveal that previously did not attract the attention of every major player due to underestimating the impact that Vase could make, no one looked down on the founding of the Red Collective. Even though the current blueprint of the RC caused it to turn into an empty shell that needed to be propped up by other major players, it had the potential to grow into power and rival the current Red 2 one day. With a lower council that served as the best way for the masses to have their interests represented at the galactic level, the mandate of the RC was much stronger. This reason alone prevented the Red Association and the Red Fleet from sabotaging this initiative. The only viable way for the Mechers and Fleeters to maintain their duopoly over Red humanity was to take similar measures to open themselves up to the space peasants. This was not acceptable for multiple reasons. Since the RA and the RF rejected any notion of granting control to the masses, letting the RC serve as a venting mechanism to those same folk was the best available alternative. To be honest, not a lot of people possessed a lot of confidence that the RC's lower council and upper council could get too much done. Aside from instituting common sense and widely accepted policies, the strong splintering of power and authority led to a circumstance where no one was strong enough to get stuff done alone. That also included Vase. The only way to produce meaningful change was to convince enough people with voting power to support a specific cause. This had to be done for each and every initiative. This was a tiresome and exhausting endeavor that would certainly sap everyone's energy. Vase had initially conceived of the RC operating in this manner, but now that he was about to become one of its eminent leader, he partially regretted his decision. His ambitious design for the RC ended up hurting himself. What was the point of becoming a member of the upper council when he couldn't get anything done unless he hoodwinked other councillors into supporting his schemes? While the coalition of faiths should give him a fairly stable power base, it was far from enough for him to attain a majority in the 150-seat upper council. Aside from that, the lower council also played a crucial role in enacting legislation. Vase had a much weaker hold over it. Only a few religious organizations were powerful enough to effectively control the government of particularly religious states. Vase was pretty sure he could get the representatives that answered to the Hex Federation and the Colonial Federation of Davut to vote according to his direction, but that was just 2 councillors out of 500. If Vase wanted to use his position in the upper council to pass laws that benefited him directly, then he had no choice but to do his best to sell his plans in the hopes of forming a majority of supporters in both councils. How tiresome. Perhaps the only good news was that he did not have to do all of the work himself. Gavin had already been working to expand his political staff in order to handle all of the groundwork involved with drumming up support and tracking the stances of every senator and representative of the 2 councils. As the hours passed by, Vase entered an armored transport that subsequently began to ascend into the air under much heavier escort than usual. His destination, a heavily fortified space station that currently orbited Lorraine. The structure was massive and striking. Made out of special transphasic hypercrystalline materials that Vase could not even begin to understand, the soon-to-be central headquarters of the Red Collective was a collective construction effort of all of the major players of Red humanity. Each of them covered a portion of the extremely high construction bill and offered their tech and construction expertise to put the striking construct together. Just as its name betrayed, the astral octagon was shaped like a giant octagon-shaped diamond that happened to be floating in space. Its appearance alone could take people's breath away, and those who came closer could feel a wellspring of indeterminate energies brooding inside. Vase did not even have the clearance to know the details of the extraordinary energy sources residing in the center of the 15-kilometer-long space fortress. All he knew was that the astral octagon had enough power to fire battleship-killing energy beams, project Azure energy shields that could withstand the bombardment of multiple alien warfleets, slowly move around in space and even teleport to another star system in an emergency. Of course, that latter capacity was extremely draining and damaging to the systems of the astral octagon, so this function was only reserved for the direst of circumstances. Vase actually felt incredibly impressed at the features of the astral octagon that he was authorized to know. He had no doubt that it hid a whole lot of other surprises, but even his high position prevented him from learning any further information. It frustrated him a bit, but he figured that he had no good reason to know all of the astral octagon's strengths and weaknesses. Perhaps the biggest regret about this massive accomplishment of human engineering was that it did not turn into a grand work. The star designers who could create grand works of this scale needed a lot more time, resources and other conditions. It was not realistic for them to create a grand work similar to the astral octagon in less than a year, and especially when Red humanity suffered from a shortage of high-grade resources. Vase actually learned that the people responsible for designing the astral octagon actually drew a lot of inspiration from older grand works that were still operating in the Milky Way. Copying the design elements of similar grand works and updating them to current standards was a good way to produce an excellent space station, but it would never turn into another grand work. A real grand work had to be approached as an original design project from beginning to end. In any case, Vase did not feel as if he missed out on much. If everything went well, he would hardly spend time in the astral octagon in person. Not only did the upper council convene only a few times a year, the senators could always choose to attend the sessions by remote as long as they could establish highly secure connections. Another reason why Vase did not look forward to spending most of his time in the astral octagon was because it was way too conspicuous. The huge space facility was about to house much of the core administration of the Red Collective. It would hold the most valuable treasures, house the greatest databases and open up cutting-edge labs to conduct groundbreaking research. To Vase, that sounded like a giant target that the Red Cabal and other enemies would definitely want to smash. Perhaps staying in the astral octagon may make it easier for Vase to build up a network of allies and gain easier access to advanced tech and other goodies, but he would also isolate himself from the rest of his clan in the wider galaxy. That was a surefire way to becoming one of those high and mighty leaders who became horribly out of touch with society. As his armored transport approached the astral octagon and managed to get straight inside a private hangar bay, Vase soon stepped out onto the flight deck under an escort of guards. The interior space looked empty and almost haunted, but Vase could easily imagine that the massive hangar bay would eventually become a bustling hive of activity. Other transport vessels and escort mechs had arrived sooner. Hundreds of counselors as well as other high officials were steadily arriving at the astral octagon in order to attend the historic founding ceremony. Vase nodded at a handful of familiar faces before he directed his attention to the greeting party. A middle-aged woman that exuded a highly professional demeanor headed the small group. "Welcome to the astral octagon, Professor Larkinson. I am Chief of Staff Eliza Mo Regadan. I am in charge of your staff in your capacity as the Chief Senator of the Upper Council." "Chief Senator, EH. Have we decided to change the name of the Upper Council to the Senate?" "Not officially," Eliza answered. "The Upper Council and the Lower Council will still retain their current names, but people have begun to use different terms on an informal basis. You should become familiar with this in order to avoid the impression of ignorance." "Got it. Please lead me to my office." "You do not officially have an office yet since you have not formally accepted a position of an organization that does not exist at this time." "Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I take it that you and the rest of my staff are stationed elsewhere." The Chief of Staff nodded. "That is so. We shall lead you to the temporary offices where we temporarily work." "Can my escort mechs come as well?" The astral octagon was designed to accommodate the size of most mechs in the main hallways. That said, it is best to only limit your mech escort to a single machine to avoid congestion. "That is good enough." Vase proceeded to follow his greeting party deeper inside the astral octagon. He attracted plenty of attention due to the company of his cat, his personal assistant and his conspicuous bodyguards. Naturally, the Dark Zephyr accompanied Vase. From a distance as well. This was not an unusual sight as there were other powerful leaders who possessed enough pull to earn the protection of an ace mech. Vase actually felt a little sorry that the founding ceremony had taken so many ace pilots away from the front lines. He hoped that most of them would go right back to the border regions to prevent the native aliens from breaking through. Since the astral octagon was far larger than a typical metropolis, it was not feasible to travel by foot. Large crystalline floater platforms could be called in from any location to help Vase and everyone else to travel to their destinations at a speedy pace. Once they reached the temporary offices, Vase was surprised to see that hundreds of secretaries, advisors, political analysts and more had already joined his staff. He hadn't been paying too much attention to this stuff. Everyone rose up to their feet and made an extremely respectful bow towards the sole dignitary that wore a fancy red ceremonial robe and hat. "I feel kind of overdressed," Vase awkwardly said. "You appear exactly like you should." His new chief of staff reassured him. "An upper counselor indirectly holds dominion over the entirety of our population. You must use your appearance to inspire absolute confidence in your ability to fulfill your responsibilities and serve the interests of our race and civilization. Ordinary individuals cannot assume such heavy duties. They will get crushed under the massive weight and succumb to their own incompetence. To be able to reach this point despite your lack of professional qualifications in this aspect is an admirable feat." Her words made Vase feel better about himself. He no longer felt as out of place in the astral octagon as before. "Thank you for your kind words. Please lead me to a private space so that we can talk about the important stuff. I take it that this founding ceremony will not entirely go according to our desired plan." "That is so," the woman said as she headed over to a private office on the far side of the hall. "There are many tensions and disputes that are causing upheaval. Many of them are not directly related to you, so there is no need for you to pay attention to them in person. There are only a couple of affairs that you must take notice of before you participate in the ceremony." Chapter 6429 Eliza Mo Regadan. When Vase entered the office where his chief of staff apparently worked from, he immediately froze when he caught sight of the large painting mounted on the wall behind the desk. There was something mesmerizing out of this artwork that immediately penetrated his mental defenses as if they were made out of air. The painting was a landscape image in that it depicted a magical wonderland that was floating in the middle of a psychedelic astral storm. The size of the painting offered plenty of room for detail, and the most prominent features on it were the 5 large structures that were placed at equal distances from each other. One structure was covered with vines and surrounded by trees. Another temple-like structure was floating in the middle of an extraordinarily cool and pristine lake. A third temple appeared to be located in the middle of a lava lake, while the fourth was made completely out of metal. The final temple looked like it was carved out of a million layers of rock. It did not take much guessing for Vase to conclude this amazing painting depicted the great temple of the immortal gods when it was at his height. Perhaps it had even been painted during the time where his mother used to be a high-ranking member of the Wood Shrine. The painting depicted far more than just the great temple. It possessed a strange power that enabled Vase to feel a glimpse of the huge amount of power that resided in this blessed location. A quirk of galactic geography caused the Milky Way to create rare pockets of space where energy, or chi to the cultivators of the Five Scrolls Compact, still flowed at a small but sustainable rate. This proved that the Milky Way was not completely dead, just in an extremely terrible condition that caused it to possess only a fraction of the splendor that it used to possess. In any case, the Great Temple as depicted by the mysterious painting not only presented a glimpse of a blessed land, but also conveyed a small but disturbing sense of piety in the sacred scrolls. Anyone with a sufficiently weak mind would probably get brainwashed into a cultist of the Five Scrolls Compact without being able to resist the effect. While Vase was not able to block the impact of seeing such a mesmerizing image, he was still able to block the brainwashing effect, which caused him to feel relieved. There was something really strange and suspicious about this painting. Why was it in his chief of staff's office? Did she share a connection to the cult that still served as the archenemy of the MTA and CFA? Vase took a closer look at his chief of staff. He remembered that Gavin had hired her after considering the applications of a huge number of talented and highly accomplished applicants. For her to get selected out of many other possible candidates, she should have definitely passed the necessary background checks and loyalty tests. Although she had not joined the Larkinson clan, he could easily solve this problem in a minute. As the woman that he would be relying upon to manage his internal affairs inside the Red Collective, Eliza Mo Rigaudon was not an ordinary woman. He could already tell that she had become a chi cultivator, though her spirituality only reached the first major cultivator rank. This indicated that she had likely begun to cultivate shortly after the Great Severing took place. What was interesting was that she already gained a companion spirit. She was one of the few people who earned the merits or the qualifications to earn a companion spirit fruit. Right now, her companion spirit did not appear to be anything special. It came in a boring and unimaginative form of a wisp, and did not appear to possess any offensive power. The same applied to the principal. However, nobody asked for a chief of staff like Eliza to possess any combat capabilities. She could do her job a lot better if she possessed stronger calculation, predication and sensory capabilities. Though Eliza had already begun to cultivate, she did not appear to practice any methods that reminded Vase of the Five Scrolls Compact. Neither did her appearance or behavior suggest that she had anything to do with the forbidden cult that was rooted in the Milky Way. He needed to be sure, though. Before we talk any further, I need you to prove your sincerity and loyalty to me by joining the Larkinson clan. Vase cautiously declared. Gavin, bring out the tome. Gavin stepped forward and retrieved the Larkinson mandate that he carried in a protected case on his person. He reverently retrieved the first and most important relic of the Larkinson clan and presented it to Vase with both of his hands. Vase nonchalantly raised his arm and activated the retrieval program that caused the Larkinson mandate to fly forward until it smacked into his palm. Do you know what you are getting into, Rigaudon? The black-haired woman nodded with utmost solemnity. Your assistant has briefed me beforehand. I will attempt to connect to your clan's exclusive kinship network and bear my soul to the Golden Cat. I am willing to undergo this trial and become a part of your trusted circle. Then press your palm on the Larkinson mandate and pledge your oath. Everyone's oath was different. The words didn't matter so long as the person was sincere enough. Vase only paid attention to when the Golden Cat reached out and connected to Eliza Mo Rigaudon's spirituality and expertly analyzed her entire being. Naya. Goldie clearly voiced her approval. Once she confirmed that Eliza truly wasn't an agent of another power, the ancestral spirit completed the ritual and forged a permanent spiritual connection with the latest member of the Larkinson clan. Vase gave the woman a few minutes to catch her breath and get used to all of the new sensations and experiences of becoming a Larkinson. Let's talk now that I can be certain that you can be trusted. Vase spoke as he held Lucky in his arm and began to stroke the gem cat's head. First, why is this painting here, and where did you obtain this artwork? I have been told that the painting is a donation from an anonymous source. The astral octagon where we are in right now could never have been built by the Red Collective alone. Many different parties have contributed to its construction and furnishing. I do not have access to the records that reveal who has donated this particular artwork, but there is a different department that is responsible for allocating them to different rooms and halls. As the presumptive chief counsel of the upper council, you have been deemed worthy to receive one of the most prestigious and impressive pieces in the collection. As Vase looked up at the painting of the great temple, he felt sick to his stomach. He had a strong suspicion that it sent the entirely wrong message to any visitors looking to talk to his chief representative in the main headquarters of the Red Collective. Get rid of it, Vase straightforwardly commanded. I fear that it does not send the right message. It also does freaky mental manipulation stuff that is highly detrimental to people. This should be locked up in a deep dark vault or incinerated outright. I can understand your fears, sir, but it is not as dangerous as you think. Every worker and most visitors of the Astral Octagon already practices one cultivation method or another. We may not have made too much progress yet, but we should already have sufficient strength to resist fairly weak effects. Besides, the painting has been helpful in reinforcing your heritage and right to command so much power. Despite your many accomplishments, we cannot ignore that you are primarily a mech designer and far too young to hold such an exceedingly high station. My conversations with others may have proceeded much worse if I did not borrow the power of this heritage artwork. It appeared that Eliza was not ignorant of the implications of the painting. She accepted the baggage that came with this old piece and took advantage of it to advance her own goals. Vase looked impressed. This was quite shrewd and spoke much about her competence. That sounds great, but I haven't changed my mind. I do not want to associate myself too closely to the cult that likely commissioned this painting. I do not need this to reinforce my power and authority. Once I gain an official appointment, I will already gain enough status to dispense with this trick. My recent release of the Yellow Jacket models has also enhanced my reputation and prestige. That is true, sir. I will request the relevant department to retrieve it and dispatch a more innocuous painting when we move into your main offices after today. Speaking about your Yellow Jackets, we must urgently address the turmoil it has caused for the Red Collective. Not everyone with a stake in it is pleased with your latest product release. What is the problem, Rigaudin? Have you not foreseen this problem? The release of Carmen Mechs has captured the imagination of nearly every norm that yearns to wield great power. Previously, their only direct means to empower themselves was to practice a cultivation method, which would cause them to fall under the jurisdiction of the Red Collective. Now that they have an entirely new option available, these norms will instead devote themselves to becoming Carmen Mech pilots. Only a day has passed and already many people have chosen to commit their precious time on studying piloting skills and practicing with their future Carmen Mechs, which causes them to answer to the Red Association. Few of them have retained the time or interest to commit to more classical forms of cultivation. That put Vase into thought. His chief of staff was completely right about this. He had inadvertently inflicted a huge amount of damage to the Red Collective's core interests, which was to raise a huge number of cultivators that could do all kinds of amazing stuff by harnessing the power of E-energy alone. Even though Vase had not put a lot of thought to this far-reaching consequence, he did not feel too worried. Good, he smirked. That means that there will be a lot less dummies that will recklessly play around with the power of cultivation and abuse their powers. While you are probably correct about a lot of norms turning away from cultivation, it is impossible for everyone to become a Carmen Mech pilot. There will still be a lot of people who are unable to afford Carmen Mechs or who do not possess the guts to get drafted to fight in the Red War. I think that the sects will still be able to offer enough incentives to persuade people to practice their cultivation methods. That is true, but what the officials of the Red Collective are concerned about is that your Carmen Mechs will steal away most promising norms with a talent in combat or cultivation. Both mech piloting and classical cultivation require a certain degree of talent to make it far, but the importance of this factor is far greater to the latter. A significant reduction in the availability of high-quality talents will severely affect the development speed of sects and the Red Collective as a whole. Is it that bad? Vase frowned. As far as I am aware, there are cultivation methods that do not rely as much on talent in order for a practitioner to make quick progress. Eliza answered. However, they do this by promising limited power or demanding far greater resources in order to advance. The latter is becoming less of a problem now that many major organizations have learned how to grow special plants and brew special medicinal products out of them, but the supply is always woefully inadequate. Wait, has the RC already begun to produce elixirs on an industrial scale? Chapter 6430 Choice and Risk. Vase spoke a bit further with Eliza Mo Rigaudin at the Astral Octagon. He also evaluated the qualities of his new political assistant. She possessed the typical confident and highly competent bearing of a first-rater, but she lacked the arrogance of a citizen of the Greater Terran United Confederation or the New Rubarth Empire. She likely originated from a smaller first-rate state that may have served as a buffer between the two giants. Those locations tended to raise people who knew that good diplomacy was a necessary trait to survive and thrive in a galaxy dominated by giants. Her middle-aged appearance made her look as if she was around 40 to 50 years old, but Vase already knew that this was just an illusion. Life-prolonging treatments and designer baby genetics meant that Eliza was probably closer to 100 to 150 years old. She certainly possessed the demeanor of a woman who had lived long enough to lose the impatience of youth, yet did not gain the gravitas of an individual who had lived for over 2 continuous centuries like Talos Redmond. In fact, compared to other remarkable people that Vase had met in the past few years, Eliza Mo Regadan did not actually demonstrate excellence. She lacked the spark of brilliance that separated geniuses from ordinary folk. There was nothing with that. Vase had met late bloomers once before who made steady progress yet never stopped improving where many others eventually hit a wall. Vase also liked the selection that Gavin had made on his behalf. Eliza Mo Regadan might not possess any exceptional talent or intelligence, but her current position did not require her to possess these traits. Instead, it was important for his chief political representative at the Astral Octagon in his absence to remain stable, reliable, competent, discreet, flexible and good at social maneuvering. Eliza scored well in all of the right traits. She probably did so deliberately in order to reassure her employer that she could represent him when he returned to New Constantinople. All in all, Vase was satisfied with her so far. Combined with the fact that the Golden Cat accepted her entry into the Larkinson clan without any hesitation, there was no chance that she was an agent of another player or a hidden cosmopolitan. No method was foolproof, however. His kinship networks may work well, but they were only great because Red humanity lacked anything similar. His creations were quite simple and even rudimentary in many areas. Vase felt it was overboard for him to retain his paranoia towards Eliza. Distrusting everyone on site was a good way to turn into a hermit who surrendered all of the initiative to others. For the sake of his multiple ambitions, he needed to accept this new circumstance and place his trust in the chief of staff that had passed all of the tests up to this point. Professor Larkinson, regardless of how many or how few norms will choose to become Karman Mech pilots instead of cultivators, the fact is that many members of the RC are not pleased at all that you have introduced this complication on the eve of the founding of the Red Collective. You have granted an immense boon to the Mech community and the Red Association. The existence of Karman Mechs directly strengthens the Ra's hold over human civilization, possibly to the point of growing larger and more powerful than the RF and the RC combined. Vase patiently listened to Eliza's thoughtful analysis on the political consequences of unlocking Mech pilots to the rest of the population of Red humanity. He had to admit that he had not dedicated enough time on how the introduction of Karman Mechs could mess up the balance of power and distort human society to such an extent. You may have a point about the fact that Karman Mechs will lure away a lot of potential cultivators, but so what? Suppressing progress, especially when it promotes the survival of Red humanity, is stupid and maybe even treasonous. If we want to make the Red Collective successfully, we need to subject it to all of the pressures of reality. If the RC cannot offer strong cultivation methods and turn cultivation into a genuinely attractive means of attaining power, then it has no reason to exist and take up so many resources. Competition is the engine of progress. I think it is better that the RA has become so much more of a threat than before. I hope that will mean that our collective is more willing to permit the practice of more effective cultivation methods. Those effective cultivation methods are heavily debated within our halls for good reasons, sir. Eliza reminded her superior. They are mostly adapted from preserved scriptures with old but also dubious provenances. Their long-term stability and viability is anything but guaranteed. Their translated texts are too abstruse and difficult to understand with a modern mindset. What is worse is that the cultivation methods that promise the greatest power not only have a high demand for talent, but also impose a high drain on special resources. Vase crossed his arms. These are all problems, to be sure, but none of them sound insurmountable. There are always risks in everything. If you haven't forgotten, we are in the middle of a war, and we are not exactly doing well. Safety and stability shouldn't be our highest concerns anymore. As long as you clearly communicate to the prospective cultivators of all of the potential risks and dangers, then let them make the decision. Perhaps half or more of them will crash and burn, but there will always be lucky, talented and hardworking individuals who will succeed. As for the resource issue, that is also a simple issue to resolve. We should just charge a high price on the most expensive scriptures. That way, only a small group of financially strong individuals will practice them. They should not have too many problems affording the necessary elixirs and other resources. His chief of staff noted down all of his suggestions before nodding. These solutions have already been proposed by other colleagues. It is still important to clarify your stance and reveal how you wish to address these issues. I will convey your opinions to the relevant departments and officials so that they are aware of where you stand. From what I can surmise so far, you are not hesitant about letting cultivators suffer or even die due to their own misjudgment or incompetence. That is, a harsh and cruel stance to take. Your public image may suffer if this becomes known. Vase nonchalantly shrugged. Then let it be known, Eliza. This is who I am, and I do not see the need to pretend I am otherwise. My reputation has already hit a peak after becoming the father of Carmen Mech. I can take the hit. People need a good dose of reality at this time. Trying to downplay the dangers of cultivation and denying them a chance to attain greater power is not beneficial. However, that does not mean that we should ever force people to practice dangerous methods. Choice and transparency must remain paramount. We should provide clear information about the risks and benefits of practicing cultivation methods certified by the Red Collective so that people know what they are getting into. It should ultimately be their choice whether they want to practice a low-risk, low-reward option or a riskier alternative in the hopes of attaining strong or rare capabilities in the future. The Chief of Staff nodded in understanding. You are applying an identical stance towards the Larkinson clan to the Red Collective. I can understand why you prefer this approach, but not everyone will agree with this. Information is dangerous. Disclosing too much information to individuals who cannot handle it may lead to accidents. However, if this is what you believe the RC should do, then I will relay it to the Cultivation Method Department. The Red Collective already set up an exhaustive number of departments. Their names may be unimaginative and straightforward, but they already managed to recruit hundreds of thousands if not millions of eager and motivated workers. Vase actually proposed the formation of a number of these departments. This also gave him the confidence to arrange for the formation of the Spirit Warship Department proposed by his fleeter partners. He talked a bit more with Eliza about the availability of cultivation methods and other subjects. Has the Hunting Association given any indication of a response as of yet? Vase asked as he took note of the time. The woman shook her head. None so far. Your guess is likely correct. You have generated ill will between yourself and the Hunting Association. The latter is likely to wait until the last minute to give out a response. In the worst-case scenario, the HA may decide to ignore your deadline entirely and snub you out of spite. This will be detrimental to both of you, but it may be worth it to these unruly hunters. That sounded like a very real possibility. Vase needed to take the less ideal scenarios into account. If the HA refuses to bow to the pressure coming from their own member base, then so be it. I will archive my plans to design a mergewater mech and think about designing a different elemental Carmen mechs that has nothing to do with hunters. Vase shrugged. I am not desperate to collaborate with the Hunting Association. It should be the HA that is supposed to be desperate about forming a collaborative relationship with me. If the arrogant and selfish hunters cannot recognize that, then they are not worth interacting with. They will have to carve out a place in the Red Ocean on their own. It would be bad if the HA failed to accept his offer, but Vase judged he could bear the consequences of failure. It was not as if other people could do any better. The root of the problem still lay with the huntsman and his inscrutable plans. As Vase settled into his seat and continued to stroke and play with Lucky, his chief of staff brought him up to date on other important affairs. There was far too much to talk about, but Vase did not have much interest in spending too much of his attention on issues that distracted him from his true passion. As the founding ceremony drew closer, the time had almost come for Vase to depart and make his way over to the ceremonial hall where the event was about to take place. Will there be any god pilots or star designers present? As far as I am aware, several star designers have agreed to attend the founding ceremony in person. They have informed us that they will strictly be present as observers. Eliza answered Vase as they rose to their feet. One god pilot, who is most certainly the Evolution Witch, will be present to provide absolute security at the Shrine of Light. No one should be able to disrupt the ceremony within her god kingdom. The mention of the Evolution Witch caused Vase to grow both excited and apprehensive. He really wanted to have a good word with her, but he knew that she would probably ignore his wishes until 3 more days had passed. That was the date where she intended to broadcast her own announcement. Until then, Vase had to muddle through while hoping that the volatile god pilot did not object to his actions up to this point. I will be glad for the protection of any god pilot. My luck has not been good so far. Violent incidents always tend to happen when I am around. A certain kidnapping event on Davut came to mind. The god pilot is not only responsible for providing security, sir. He or she is also tasked with discerning the loyalties of every high-ranking guest or official with the help of her god kingdom. We are aware that it is not a foolproof method, but it should deter or catch all but the best infiltrators.